abandoned by the Xiao family from the time she was little. Yun Zhuo was sought out by her blood relatives at Stand without hesitation. She returned to the capital to become the thorn in their side. Her birth mother said this daughter of hers was crude and illiterate. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she stepped straight into the capital's circle of famed masters, discoursing on poetry and prose while unraveling the fortunes of the world. The White Lotus said she was vicious and fierce. The very next moment, her good name spread far and wide, leaving others so furious they could only stand aside. Her valiant eldest brother thought she had lived these past years in utter poverty and was terribly pitiable, and she casually pulled out gold, silver, and jewels so dazzling they nearly blinded him. Her mama's boy's second brother was cruel and rotten at heart. No matter take him along to witness retribution and meet a few ghosts. Her unfamiliar little brother refused to acknowledge her as his sister, but under absolute force, he was bound to cling to her thigh. She was versed in fortune-telling, skilled in physiognomy. She read the stars and altered feng shui. It was said that every sect master of the divine seclusion sect was both short-lived and dirt poor. So Yun Zhuo made up her mind. She had to earn a little money and enjoy her later years in peace. She would gather merit and settle cause and effect. And no matter what, she had to survive until the very moment the sect master's mantle was passed on. And so, her little stall exploded in popularity throughout the capital. The story begins here. The snow and ice had yet to melt, and the roads were slick beneath the bitter cold. A carriage came to a stop outside the Xiao residence in the capital, its stiff horse hooves striking stillness into the air. The cold wind swept past, and the phoenix bells chimed crisp and clear. Not long after, a young girl in a dusky teal-padded jacket stepped down from the carriage with quiet composure. A single plain wooden hairpin was tucked into her hair, and she wore no extra adornments at all. Set against the stone lions before the gate, she looked slender and pitiful. Behind her she dragged a travel bundle, and from within came faint thumping sounds, as though it were stuffed with pots, bowls, ladles, and the entirety of her worldly belongings. After getting down from the carriage, Yun Zhuo hoisted the bundle onto her back without the slightest regard for appearances. The enormous pack looked as though it might crush her whole. A maid at the side hurried forward, her head lowered, almost unable to bear saying it aloud. "Eldest Miss Madam said, unclean things from outside shouldn't be brought into the house." Beneath Yun Zhuo's faintly trembling lashes was a pair of limpid, translucent eyes. She cast a light glance to her side, where that insubstantial ghost was stubbornly trailing after her. After hearing the maid's words, she casually muttered, "I told you ages ago to rein in your yin energy and quietly cultivate a more kindly face. See, now people find you unpleasant. Fine, just wait for me out here. Otherwise I'd have to cover the eyes of this house-guarding divine beast too. And that would be such a bother." At that, the transparent ghost shrank back and shot Yun Zhuo a timid look. Then, obediently, it floated up onto the roof of the carriage and did not move forward another inch. The gate servants and young maids who heard Yun Zhuo's words felt a chill run down their backs. The eldest miss wasn't normal. What kind of ghostly nonsense was that supposed to be? Eldest Miss Madam meant your bundle. The little maid hurried after Yun Zhuo's steps and called out. The corner of Yun Zhuo's lips curved ever so slightly. Her steps paused for a beat as she tilted her head to glance at the maid, then at her own things. In the end, after giving it a grave bit of thought, she thumped the bundle hard twice, then said as she walked, "Mother must have spent these years refining herself day after day if she's become a heavenly immortal descended to earth, untouched by mortal dust. I've lived all these extra years and still never seen a living immortal. Looks like today I'll finally broaden my horizons." The little maid's mouth twitched. This eldest miss seemed vaguely a little lacking upstairs, but she had already tried to persuade her twice, and the eldest miss still refused to listen. There was nothing more she could do. The eldest miss was so ignorant of propriety. After finally returning to the residence, she just had to clash with the mistress of the house. How could there possibly be any good days ahead for her? The maid led Yun Zhuo toward the rear courtyard. Yun Zhuo's heart was at peace, though she knew perfectly well that her birth mother likely did not care for her. She was not particularly angered by it. If anything, she looked forward quite a bit to the days she would spend living in the Xiao residence. After all, the plaque above the Xiao family ancestral shrine had been personally bestowed by the founding emperor of the current dynasty, and within the ancestral hall were all her blood-related forebears. For someone as short-lived as she was. This was the finest place possible for recuperation. This was also her first time returning after leaving home and looking at the furnishings of the house. It all felt rather intimate. The Xiao family were descendants of loyal and valiant men. Her great-grandfather had been one of the founding meritorious officials of the dynasty and had originally been enfeoffed as the Duke of Renan. He had spent his life on horseback in war and had earned hereditary honors for 3 generations, but, unfortunately, he had a son who was no good. That son was her grandfather, a wastrel through and through. When her grandfather was young, her great-grandfather had arranged for him to marry a dignified, virtuous wife, yet he felt only constrained by it. Not only did he fail to settle down, he became even more excessive in his indulgence and debauchery. After her great-grandfather died, her grandfather not only kept a great many beauties outside the house, but, during one visit to the palace, he actually harassed a palace maid in broad daylight. At the time, he was already a worn-out man of around 40. The late emperor caught him red-handed in a state of disheveled dress, and the scene was truly an assault on the eyes. Enraged, the late emperor stripped the Xiao family of their title, out of respect for the fact that he was the descendant of a meritorious house. Some dignity was left to him. He was ordered home and granted death. That his family was not implicated was already a great mercy. The year her grandfather was granted death, her father was already 25 or 26 years old enough to shoulder the responsibilities on him. Though the family title was gone, their ancestors had once stood in glory, and with support from her grandmother's natal family, her father had clawed his way up from the mire over these years. Now he was a commanding general of the capital garrison and had regained a measure of standing, so the Xiao residence was still imposing indeed, with no sign of decline visible on its face. At this moment, Yun Zhuo's pace was unhurried, while the maid ahead of her seemed more anxious than she did. The cold wind around them blew her little face pink, and that enormous bundle remained settled steadily on her back. She did not look like a young lady returning home to her family, rather. She looked like some distant poor relation come to sponge off them. Not long after, Yun Zhuo caught sight of her birth mother, Madame Zhang. Her birth mother, Madame Zhang, had been chosen for her father while her grandfather was still alive, since her grandfather himself had been an irresponsible man. He had felt that marrying her grandmother, a high-born noble lady of strict propriety and quiet contentment, that burdened him with endless restraint. So he had made it his mission to choose someone lively and innocent for her father. And in the end he selected her mother, Madame Zhang. Her parents had been married for nearly having borne 3 sons and 1 daughter. Yet her mother's face still retained a radiant splendor. Madame Zhang's skin was fair, her fingernails tinted with crimson balm. She gently set down her teacup, then swept her gaze over Yun Zhuo with an air that only looked amiable on the surface. That distant gaze traveled from top to bottom. After looking her over, Madame Zhang gave a slight frown and lightly lifted a hand to cover the tip of her nose, saying with thinly veiled distaste, "You're filthy all over. You ought to bathe first and change into a clean set of clothes before coming to see me." Yun Zhuo had left home at the age of 4. 12 years had passed since then, and this was the first thing her birth mother said to her after her return. That one sentence brought back the resentment her birth mother had shown when she secretly had people take her away all those years ago. "I labored for 3 whole days to bring her into this world, and nearly lost my life for it. My health has never recovered these past years, and every time I look at her, my chest feels tight with misery. How am I supposed to get better like this? Today, because of this girl, even Erlang dared talk back to me. This child is nothing but a curse. No matter what, I don't want to see her again. The old madam has gone off to worship, and my husband isn't home either, so we may as well settle this while we have the chance. Just treat it as though I never gave birth to her." Yun Zhuo had been precocious since childhood, and when her birth mother said those words, she had made no effort to avoid her. Of everything, this was what Yun Zhuo remembered most clearly. Yun Zhuo lowered her head and looked at her own clothes. They were perfectly clean. When traveling outside, she disliked extravagance. Plain and simple clothes drew less attention and made things easier. And yet, dressed like this, in her own mother's eyes, she looked like someone who had just crawled out of a slop bucket. Sour and stinking. She wasn't upset at all. Instead, she even gave a little laugh. "I'm terribly poor. I can't even spare a single coin. If you're feeling generous, then please prepare 30 or 50 decent new outfits for me. Your daughter would be delighted, and for that, I thank you." Her tone was a little flippant, and her open, unconcerned manner made it seem as though she felt no humiliation whatsoever. Her bright eyes were fixed on Madame Zhang, and the purity and directness in them made Madame Zhang feel an inexplicable flicker of panic. Madame Zhang's brows knitted even tighter. Back then, this daughter had never been to her liking. The birth had been difficult and nearly cost her life, so it was hard for her to feel any affection for the child. What's more, soon after the girl was born, her father-in-law got into trouble, and the family's title was stripped away. That made her feel that the child was downright unlucky. And on top of that, the child didn't even resemble her mother. Her features instead bore a few similarities to her paternal grandmother. And that mother-in-law of hers had never seen eye to eye with her. She had even taken her eldest son away to raise by her side, and this girl had grown even closer to that grandmother, causing her second son, who loved his little sister, to run over there more and more often. If she had not sent this girl away back then, not only would the eldest son have remained distant from her, but the second son would surely have sided with that household as well. Thinking of this, Madame Zhang felt even more irritated. These years without the girl had gone just fine. Now that old hag had grown ever older and was no longer able to meddle in affairs, and her own life had become more and more comfortable, yet her husband and eldest son, for the sake of filial piety, had actually gone and brought her back. I don't know whose poor, worthless habits you've taken after. Madame Zhang looked away from Yun Zhuo's gaze and gave a soft snort. Rubbing at her brow, she said, "Since you're back, you'd better change those filthy habits of yours. From now on, stay in your own courtyard. If Terry's nothing to do, don't go running around." Madame Zhang also knew that her daughter was already grown now. Since she recognized the family home, it would not be easy to drive her out. But being grown was at least convenient. 16 years old was just the right age to arrange a match. Over these next few days, she would carefully pick a family that lived far away, and marry her off there. For the rest of her life, she would still be treated as if she had never had this daughter. It wasn't that she was heartless. It was that this child had simply never been one they could truly raise to be their own. Besides, she had also heard that this girl had spent all these years wandering from place to place, with no permanent home. She was probably not even literate, let alone skilled in Chinchess calligraphy and painting. Aside from having a decent face, she truly had nothing worth showing off. The Xiao family had only just managed to recover some of the dignity her father-in-law had lost back then, and they absolutely could not afford to embarrass themselves again because of this girl. She would have liked nothing more than to keep the girl locked away at home, never letting outsiders know. Yun Zhuo lowered her head slightly, looking fairly obedient. Only the casual, indifferent look in her eyes made Madame Zhang so angry she could hardly bear it. "What I say you'd better keep in mind. Our Xiao family was once ennobled after all. If you ever do anything that disgraces the family, I certainly won't spare you." Madame Zhang changed her tone and immediately added, "Your eldest brother mentioned to me earlier that once you returned, he would hire a few renowned tutors to teach you at home. But I thought that, since you're used to being coarse, you might not adapt well, so let it be. When you see your eldest brother, remember to politely turn him down. Don't say it was my idea. Do you understand? With renowned tutors coming into the residence, outsiders would surely pay attention, and if she failed to learn anything at all, she would lose all face." That old hag in Juetang, along with her own eldest son who had turned his elbow outward, had long ago made their plans, practically dying to invite all the best masters in the capital to teach this hopeless girl. Just thinking about others finding out that her, Jiang Wenyi's, daughter was a complete blockhead made her feel dizzy and lightheaded. "Understood," Yun Zhuo replied simply, sparing every word she could. Of course she understood what her mother meant, but whether she would listen was another matter. "All right, go and rest. I'll have someone call you when it's time for the evening meal." Madame Zhang directly waved a hand, sending servants to lead Yun Zhuo out. The sight of this troublesome person made her angrier the more she looked at her. Yun Zhuo did not spare Madame Zhang another glance. She left very decisively. She had clearly refuted nothing. Yet, that unyielding, unruly figure still left Madame Zhang feeling as though she had been slapped in the face by her own daughter, leaving her deeply vexed. "This child doesn't even understand the most basic manners," Madame Zhang cried in anger as she set her teacup down hard. At noon, with the sunlight a little warmer, Yun Zhuo arrived at her somewhat remote courtyard. The courtyard was rather desolate. There was also a strong scent of incense lingering in the room. It must have only just been cleaned up, and they must have worried that the smell of mildew would be too obvious, so they covered it with incense. The Xiao residence was huge, so huge that most of the rooms were vacant. For her mother to find such a quiet little place inside, she must have really put her heart into it. Yun Zhuo didn't pay it much mind and only had the incense burner moved outside first, since the smell of charcoal and incense mixed together was truly stuffy. As for Madame Zhang's attitude, she had actually prepared for it long ago. She had been abandoned by Madame Zhang since childhood, and it was only 2 months ago that the Xiao family found her. Over the years, she had always known her own background, though she had no time to worry about it. But when the people came to find her, they said that her grandmother was getting old, her health was deteriorating, and she had been increasingly worried about her. After thinking it over and over, she decided she should return to the family after all. Besides, she was not without temper. When she had been cast aside back then, her biological mother had been dead set on making sure she died. The Xiao family, at the very least, came from an official household. Even if they looked down on her as a daughter, it would not have been hard to find some ordinary family to raise her. Yet, her biological mother had people stuff her into a coffin and carry her off to Wang Slope. That place was not far from the capital's outskirts. It had been a burial ground during the wars of the previous dynasty, filled with countless bones and boundless yin energy, known by the world as a place of bad omen. Ordinary people would take a detour, even if they merely passed nearby. But Madame Zhang had thrown her there, a child not even 4 years old. A past grievance like that, if left unresolved, would surely become a thorn in one's heart. On the way back, she had also heard quite a bit from the people around her and had come to know the Xiao family well. Her eldest brother, Xiao Wenyu, who had been raised by their grandmother from birth, was said to have already become a juren and was now awaiting the spring imperial examinations. Her second brother, Xiao Wenye, was Madame Zhang's treasured darling and her support. Only 2 years older than her, he was said to be good at studying as well, but he had never taken the examinations because his health was poor. She was Madame Zhang's third child. A few years after sending her away, Madame Zhang gave birth to another son, Xiao Wenyan, who was now still an 8 or 9-year-old child, because their grandfather had left behind a reputation for lechery and absurdity before his death. Her father was very cautious when it came to women. Over these years, he had only kept Madame Zhang by his side, and the couple's relationship should be considered quite good. Miss, suddenly, the steward's voice interrupted Yun Zhuo's thoughts. The steward led a few maids over and brought one of them before her. This one was chosen for you by the madam. Her name is Chumping. Just give her your instructions if you need anything. The few outside are rough-working maids. They'll usually help you sweep the courtyard and fetch water. If you're not satisfied with them, the madam will replace them for you. The steward spoke with apparent respect. Yun Zhuo looked at Chumping. The little maid had a pleasing look to her, though she was only a servant girl. Her skin was soft and fragrant, her complexion dewy and full, her hands tender as Flasha had somehow been pampered into carrying a trace of the bearing of a wealthy household's young mistress. What a pity that her lower face was thin and meager, her nose of the Earth Star sort, yet lacking height, her brow wanting, her expression ill and her nose tipped upward, with too many creases in her lips. One look told all. She was the sort with a scheming heart and arrogant airs, born to poverty and low station, with no changing it. The more she exhausted herself coveting what was never hers to covet, the less likely she was to ever get what she wanted. Yun Zhuo gave her a single glance, then had no wish to look any longer. With that haughty manner, she was bound to be one with ambitions far too big for her place. Young miss, you should bathe and change first. Madam doesn't like bluish-green. It makes one look old. There are quite a few clothes already prepared in the trunk here. Miss Cousin sent them all for you. You and Miss Cousin are about the same size, so they should fit, Chumping said, moving past Yun Zhuo with practiced ease into the inner room. She picked out a set of moon-white clothes and matched it with a cloak of plain fur. Therese also a Miss Cousin in this household? Yun Zhuo asked, one brow lifting slightly with curiosity. Miss Cousin is Madame's own niece from her maiden family. She has lived here for more than 10 years already and is closer to Madame than even a birth mother and daughter at this point. Chumping paused and stole a look at Xiao Yunzhuo's expression. Seeing no reaction from her, she seemed to gain a little more nerve and went on. The second young master and the little young master are both very good to Miss Cousin as well. Miss Cousin is gentle and accommodating by nature, mild, graceful, and generous. She even has some reputation in the capital for her virtue. After hearing all that, Yun Zhuo could not help but laugh. Her mother truly was a rare talent among rare talents, detesting her own flesh and blood daughter while raising another family's treasured young lady. How utterly extraordinary. And when she smiled, she was dazzling beyond compare. A flutter of panic rose in Chumping's heart. She could not quite make sense of what the eldest young lady was thinking. By all rights, with Madame cherishing Miss Cousin so dearly, the eldest young lady ought to be jealous and angry. How could she still be laughing? Yun Zhuo lifted one hand, her slender fingertips brushing across the cloak. She sent over this many clothes. Does this Miss Cousin still have enough left in her own storeroom to use? Yun Zhuo asked calmly. Of course she does. Miss Cousin is not lacking in such things. Chumping replied without thinking. Miss Cousin had been raised at Madame's side for 10 years, and Madame doted on her beyond measure. The very best food, clothing, and daily comforts were all hers. Any fashionable fabrics, garments, or jewels, so long as they were available, would be delivered straight before Miss Cousin. Pampered to such a precious degree, she was naturally someone a long-lost eldest young lady from outside could never hope to compare with. Upon such reflection, Chuanping's gaze toward the young mistress grew tinged with disdain. No matter how legitimate a young lady might be, if she failed to win the favor of the mistress, she would be married off within a year or two at most. Given the young mistress's talents, she would likely struggle to find a family of equal standing to match with. After a few more years, she would merely be regarded as a destitute relative of the Xiao family. Blood ties endure only through interaction and entanglement. Take these trunks to the small side gate and distribute their contents to the people outside. Yun Zhuo said as he withdrew his hand and took a sip of warm tea. The weather has been bitterly cold lately, and the side gates of such grand households are often guarded by impoverished souls who would be grateful even for a few scraps of leftover food. Young mistress, are you mad? How can you possibly discard these fine garments? Each piece has been carefully chosen by the young lady from the other branch. They are all made from the finest materials. To dress those poor and humble people in them would be a disgrace to the young lady. The madam would never be pleased. Chuanping exclaimed immediately. Of course, most of the clothes from the young lady of the other branch are outdated styles and have been worn several times. But the garments are still intact. The young mistress has only just arrived and is still clad in plain coarse cotton clothes. She should be content to receive such fine attire. Yun Zhuo found speaking to Chuanping somewhat taxing. He cast his gaze outside and summoned the other maids inside. Apart from Chuanping, there were 5 other young maids outside, all between the ages of 14 and 18. Though none rivaled Chuanping's charm, they were all of decent appearance. Chuanping looked at the other maids and sneered inwardly. She was the first-class maid sent by the madam. Without her word, the others dared not act recklessly. They stood in a line, watching Yun Zhuo approach an unremarkable trunk, hoist the enormous and weighty bundle onto the table, and then leisurely open it. But as soon as it was opened, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Inside that tattered and ugly bundle were not pots or pans, but valuables. Who would leave their family fortunes so carelessly strewn about? Yun Zhuo laid a thick stack of silver notes aside, while the rest comprised gold, silver, and jewels. He rummaged through the contents and finally opened a small box, extracting a handful of gleaming gold beads and placing them conspicuously on the table. The radiant golden hue made his hands appear even fairer and more luminous. I have just arrived, and may not yet command your respect. Let us be straightforward with one another. Chuanping, your insolence is punishable. 20 slaps across the face, and then thrown out of my courtyard. Who among you is willing to undertake this task? Of course, if no one wishes to, I shall not force the matter. With this much silver, I can hire maids more to my liking elsewhere, Yun Zhuo said with utter composure. Though his attire was modest upon arrival, it was merely to avoid flaunting wealth and attracting unsavory characters. Money makes the world go round. As long as the silver was ample, no grievance was one he ought to endure. A servant, indeed, a burly maid stepped forward, undaunted by the prospect of offending the mistress for the sake of silver. Have you thought this through? Chuanping was sent by the madam herself. If you follow my instructions, the madam may well be enraged enough to sell you off, Yun Zhuo warned her. Pardon the young mistress's laughter. I have only just joined the household. A heavy snowfall before the new year collapsed our home. Lacking funds to repair it, my grandfather, grandmother, and younger sister all perished from the cold. I had no choice but to sell myself into servitude. Compared to being despised by the madam, I find poverty far more terrifying. If I am to fight, and the young mistress is willing to reward me, I would gladly risk my life for her. The maid spoke boldly. At worst, the madam will resell her. My contract specifies that even if sold again, she will not end up in vile places. There is nothing to fear, she declared, then strode up to Chuanping and struck her with a palm. Accustomed to hard labor, her strength was considerable. The slap stunned Chuanping, who immediately flushed a dreadful red. I was sent by the madam, Chuanping exclaimed. Smack. Another palm landed decisively. The stone-like hand struck again, and Chunping's face swelled visibly with each blow until her features became unrecognizable. Being frail, she was powerless to resist, and the others neither dared assist nor intervene. Forced only to watch as the 20 slaps fell, Yun Zhuo remained utterly composed, his eyes betraying not the slightest emotion. There was no need for him to drive her away. After the last slap, Chunping scrambled out of the courtyard on her own. "What is your name?" Yun Zhuo asked with satisfaction, pleased to have found a capable person without the trouble of searching further. "My former name was unpleasant. When I entered the household, the steward gave me the name Dongqi," she replied respectfully, her gaze lingering on the golden beads. True to his word, Yun Zhuo rewarded her with 5 gold beads. Though small, they amounted to several months' wages for Dongqi, a considerable sum for a maid. "From now on, you shall be the chief maid of this courtyard. Begin by managing the disposal of these clothes," Yun Zhuo said kindly. Dongqi was industrious and immediately set to work. With Chunping's example as a warning, the others promptly became much more docile. Within an afternoon, all unsightly items were cleared from the house, the courtyard was thoroughly cleaned inside and out, and the previous unpleasant odors gradually dissipated. Just as the courtyard was tidied, Madame Jiang arrived, accompanied by a young lady of about 16 or 17 years old. The girl wore a butterfly-shaped jeweled hairpin and was draped in a plain white fur cloak, its plush thickness warding off the cold. Her exposed half-face was flushed warmly. Yun Zhuo sat in the courtyard beside a blooming plum tree, its blossoms untrimmed yet radiant. He glanced back and met the gazes of Madame Jiang and the young lady from the other branch, neither cold nor warm. Madame Jiang's face was flushed with anger as she strode forward and raised her hand to strike Yun Zhuo's face. Reacting swiftly, Yun Zhuo raised his hand to block his mother's stubborn wrist, furrowing his brows slightly in a blend of surprise and amusement. "Mother, your delicate skin is tender. Be careful not to hurt yourself. How dare you block me?" Madame Jiang glared fiercely. "I heard you threw away all the clothes sent by Ayun. Ayun is your age. How could you refuse to wear her clothes? 2 large trunks of garments, suitable for all seasons, and Ayun did not disdain her coarse attire. Yet she had the audacity to be picky about it. Aunt, please do not be angry. Let us speak calmly to the cousin," Jiang Yan said anxiously. "It was my fault for not choosing new clothes. I shall go back and fetch some immediately. Please do not be upset. All those you picked passed my scrutiny and approval. What fault do you have?" Madame Jiang defended Jiang Yan without hesitation, glaring daggers at Yun Zhuo. "Do not think that because you are my son you can surpass Ayun. Don't even dream it. Apologize to Ayun at once. Or kneel here and reflect on your mistakes until you know better." Madame Jiang's fury was palpable, her disdain unmistakable. Yun Zhuo quietly lowered his hand. Confronted by Madame Jiang's aggressive demeanor, the smile vanished from his eyes, replaced by a calm and cold voice. "You are not worthy to punish me. The debt of birth and nurture was repaid many years ago. You insolent wretch." Madame Jiang's voice rose several tones. "I am your mother. Who taught you to speak to me this way? What have you learned all these years away from home? Even daughters of common folk know filial piety and shame. Yet you return and rebel against your elders. Do you truly believe I will not punish you?" Yun Zhuo was already restraining his temper. Having just returned home, it would be unseemly to appear fierce and frighten others, yet the incessant nagging was truly enough to ignite one's temper. "Madame Xiao," Yun Zhuo called out with a cold glare, her voice subdued. 12 years ago, you yourself declared that from then on, you would consider me as if I were not your daughter. What right do you now have to assume the role of an elder? If you desire my obedience and understanding, then perhaps you should lie in a coffin on the bone slope for 7 days. If you dare not, then retract your critical demeanor. I imagine you would not want the entire capital to know that you once cast away your own flesh and blood, would you?" At Yun Zhuo's words, Madame Jiang's face turned ashen. That girl was only 4 years old back then. She had thought the past was long forgotten by her. Nonsense. Madame Jiang's confidence faltered, her gaze flickering uncertainly. "Whether I speak falsely is of little importance. What matters is whether others believe it. Madam, you have lived these years in comfort. Surely your husband and sons remain unaware of the past?" Yun Zhuo stood beside her, her voice cold and soft, laden with threat. That single sentence threw Madame Jiang into disarray. Although she had abandoned her own flesh and blood, the child was still the Xiao family's precious daughter. After the daughter was born, the matriarch and her husband had doted on her endlessly. It was only when they were absent that she saw fit to cast the girl away. Afterwards, she merely told her husband that the child had been restless and insisted on seeking her grandmother, sneaking out and getting lost. Madame Jiang stood stunned. While Jiangwan behind her did not catch Yun Zhuo's words clearly, her eyes brimming with confusion and curiosity. Shall I painstakingly explain everything, word by word, to father and my eldest brother? Yun Zhuo's lips curled into a faintly insolent smile. Madame Jiang stepped back 2 paces, her eyes filled with horror. She had always thought her daughter resembled the matriarch, but now, on closer inspection, not so much. The matriarch was a dignified woman, her expression rarely betraying emotion. Long devoted to Buddhist rites, radiating a serene and harmonious aura. Yet this girl bore a wildness from the streets, appearing proper but actually unrestrained. Her dark eyes held a hint of malevolence, her cold smile was a chill to the bone, yet she could feign innocence and obedience with ease. Within Madame Jiang's heart, a tempest raged. For a moment she faltered, but soon regained the authority befitting the lady of the house. The past misdeeds were indeed excessive, but they were past. Now that the girl had returned alive, even if her husband learned the truth, he would at most utter a few complaints. What harm could it truly cause? Besides, at that time her health was poor, her spirit stifled. Whatever she did was understandable. Though she thought this, Madame Jiang was unwilling to gamble. Especially now, with the girl freshly returned, her husband's and eldest son's compassion was strongest. Revealing the truth now would only cause maximal damage. She exhaled deeply, her gaze toward Yun Zhuo softening somewhat. I am your mother after all, and I know these years you have wandered outside with a heart full of grievances, which made you rebellious. And I did not know your true condition, and prepared some old clothes for you to wear temporarily. In a few days, we will have a tailor measure you and make new garments. Who would have thought you'd be so impetuous? Madame Jiang feigned a gentle tone. Yun Zhuo matched her. Then I shall trouble you, mother. I know you care for me, and today you even sent maids to attend me, which is thoughtful. But I am reserved by nature. So I hope you will soon provide their contracts. Only then can I use them properly. Yun Zhuo immediately toned down her demeanor, speaking softly. Madame Jiang's expression stiffened briefly. This daughter was formidable indeed. Chunping, the girl she had personally selected as a maid, had been beaten into a pitiful state shortly after arrival, establishing authority. Who knew what further mischief lay ahead? A few maid contracts were nothing. Giving them to her was no trouble. Yet it was a pity. She bore only this one daughter, who was born to bring her misfortune. Were she not a jinx? How could a mother fail to cherish her as a precious gem? You want them? Then they are yours. You are my daughter, and I will not treat you unfairly. Madame Jiang's manner was all courtesy, thinking the girl was only 16 or 17. If she indulged her a little, perhaps it would cause less trouble. No sooner had she spoken than several people entered through the door. Yun Zhuo glanced over and immediately recognized the two at the forefront as her elder brothers, whom she had not seen for many years. Xiao Wenyu, 7 years her senior, had grown into a handsome and dignified man, though a scholar. His figure was robust and imposing. His gait was proud, his back straight and firm, like a mountainous ridge, an appearance of enduring nobility. His forehead was broad, eyes bright and spirited, with prominent brows and calm gaze, destined for success. Yet despite such favorable features, his spirit was lacking. His cheeks bore a youthful pallor, hinting at worries and disputes with brothers. His vitality was diminished, his aura heavy with stagnation and ill fortune. His luck was currently poor. With such ill fortune, his ambitions for rank would be delayed. Eldest brother, second brother. Seeing Xiao Wenyu stirred mixed emotions in Yun Zhuo. She recalled Madame Jiang's harsh words when she left home and vaguely remembered that her elder brothers had once loved her dearly, though time had rendered them somewhat strangers. Xiao Wenyu's face brightened with joy as he reached out to pat her head. You've grown so tall. Over these years, father and I sent people everywhere searching for you, but found no trace. We feared the worst. Now that you've returned safely, it is a great joy. Rest assured. With your eldest brother here, you will never again suffer hardship from wind or rain. Noticing her thin attire, Xiao Wenyu frowned and immediately removed the fox fur cloak from his own shoulders, draping it over Yun Zhuo. Mother, our sister's constitution is fragile. She shouldn't stand outside too long. Better to speak indoors. Turning to Madame Jiang, his expression became respectful and composed. He had already received news that when they found their sister, she was lonely and destitute, mingling with a merchant caravan. Had they been later, she might have been sold into servitude, or worse, born into hardship, unloved by her mother. And having suffered outside, her life was fraught with adversity. Fortunately, her limbs remained intact. She had grown with peril, but survived. From now on, her hardships would turn to sweetness. Madame Jiang, watching her eldest son's anxious demeanor, felt a surge of anger. He was so kind to the sister he had not seen for years, yet had he ever shown her mother a shred of concern? Mother, you look unwell. Are you feeling ill? Let me help you inside. As Madame Jiang seethed, the second brother, Xiao Wenyue, promptly supported her. Meanwhile, the unfamiliar youngest brother, Xiao Wenyan, appeared delighted as he approached Jiang Wan, secretly passing her an object. Yun Zhuo's gaze flickered to her second brother and youngest sibling. The second brother seemed much frilier, with pale skin and a delicate, almost effeminate beauty. His face was thin and bloodless, prone to sorrow, suggesting a short lifespan. His nose was sharp as a blade, his eyes long and narrow, marked by horizontal wrinkles, as if perpetually weary and dull, a visage of inner venom and treachery, destined to bring ruin upon the family. As for the youngest brother, not yet 9 years old, his youthful temperament remained unsettled. His lively expression and fidgety movements marked him as a mischievous child. Xiao Wenyan handed Jiang Wan a simple ice-carved rabbit, proudly presenting it as a treasure. Sister, I carved this myself. Take a look first. Later we'll place it at your door. It's so cold, it will keep for days. Thank you, Wenyan. I like it very much. Jiang Wan's eyes curved warmly. Yet in the next moment, she suddenly smiled bitterly and returned the ice rabbit to Xiao Wenyan. Cousin, you've never met Cousin Yun Zhuo, have you? You should give this to her instead. After all, she is your true elder sister. Xiao Wenyan froze momentarily. Sensing Jiang Wan's flustered unease, his expression instantly soured. This is the carving I made for you. Having spoken, he shot a glare at Yun Zhuo. You wicked woman. Did you just bully my sister? I've heard you threw away all the clothes she gave you, with such blatant disregard and disrespect for my sister. I refuse to acknowledge you. Silence. Xiao, when you cast a cold glance over. Xiao Wenyan, somewhat intimidated by their eldest brother, immediately lowered his voice. Even if you're harsh with me, I must speak up. I don't even know her. Look at how shabby she dresses. If she is treated as my own elder sister, where would I find face in the future? And besides, what does blood relation matter? Sister, one has protected me all these years. No one holds a place in my heart like she does. Anyone who dares to compete with her is simply asking for humiliation. Don't listen to that nonsense for a moment. You are the eldest lady of the Xiao family, no matter how he regards you. If not for Mother Jiang's presence, Xiao Wenyu might have lost control and acted on impulse. Yun Zhuo paid no mind. To her, cold words and petty quarrels were mere trifles, incapable of wounding her. Xiao Wenyan was indeed a stranger to her, someone she had never truly interacted with nor needed to grow close to. Yet, she had not expected that the second brother would remain silent, showing not even a trace of denial or displeasure on his face. Clearly in his eyes, his younger brother's words held truth. The affection he once had for her in childhood had long since faded amid the years of separation. She smiled softly. I will heed eldest brother's advice. It poses no inconvenience. Seeing her such sensible demeanor, Xiao Wenyu's heart ached all the more. How many grievances must his sister have endured outside to keep such a calm and gentle composure? Xiao Wenyu led Yun Zhuo into the house. Glancing around, he frowned deeply at the sparse furnishings. There were barely any decorations. The courtyard their mother had arranged for his sister was already quite remote. Yet he had not expected the interior to be so meager, not even one extra item spared. He recalled that Jiangwan's courtyard was filled with treasures, exotic flowers and rare plants were commonplace there. Such blatant favoritism was truly disheartening. Grandmother's health has been poor, and recently she has slept heavily for days. When she feels better tomorrow morning, I will take you to see her, Xiao Wenyu said gently. Yun Zhuo nodded. I have an upcoming imperial examination. Recently, my tutor won to grant me leave, so I cannot accompany you for now. After we visit grandmother tomorrow, I will have second and third brothers take you out for a stroll to buy whatever you need. Charge it to my account, Xiao, when you generously offered. Madame Jiang sat nearby, watching the brotherly affection and sisterly respect displayed before her, displeasure evident on her face. Her eldest son, after all, had not been raised by her. His loyalty lay entirely with the matriarch. Over the years, she had repeatedly urged him to treat Awan as his own sister, yet all he gave were empty words. Never a hint of tenderness. Don't think I've mistreated her. She is new here and unaware of the rules. If she offends anyone while wandering about, that would only bring trouble upon you and your brothers. Before you arrived, I had already promised to have new clothes tailored for her. You're about to sit for your exam. These trivial matters need not concern you. Focus on your studies, Madame Jiang said promptly. Among her 3 sons, she favored the second most, yet the eldest son was robust and a decent scholar. He was destined to uphold the family honor. So naturally she wished for him to be capable. Mother, my sister is just a young girl. How could she possibly bring trouble? Xiao Wenyu spoke with evident dissatisfaction. If there is any trouble, it was recently when the authorities captured a human trafficker who had designs on the legitimate heir of the Yonghua Marquis. It was likely orchestrated by someone, and the Marquis' half-brother, who disliked him, is the prime suspect. When dealing with others, one must first judge their character. The second brother spends all his time with that half-brother. What good can come of that? Mentioning this matter, Xiao Wenyu became furious. He knew that his mother and grandmother were at odds, which was why grandmother had taken him in to raise. But his mother's temperament lacked generosity. The Xiao family had always struggled to establish itself. If he, as the eldest son, were not serious and disciplined, no matter how hard his father worked, the family would never regain its former glory from the days of their great-grandfather. Grandmother was harsh in taking him away, but at least she kept him close for guidance and never forbade his meetings with his mother. Yet his mother considered his not being with her daily as a betrayal, and from childhood, treated him with cold words and disdain. Over time, he naturally grew closer to grandmother. Unlike him, the second brother had been raised hand in hand by their mother. But what had he learned all these years? She treated him as if he were made of ice, afraid he might melt, afraid he'd be tired from studying, afraid he'd suffer from martial training. She micromanaged his diet and possessions, fostering a delicate and picky nature, spoiled in every way, never taught discipline, resulting in a seemingly obedient but scheming boy. When Xiao Wenyu criticized Xiao Wenyue, Madame Zhang's face immediately darkened. I know you've succeeded, but there's no need to look down on your brother. If it weren't for Wenyue's frail health, his achievements would rival yours. She defended quickly. Yun Zhuo glanced at second brother Xiao Wenyue, who sat calmly beside Madame Zhang, as if accustomed to such reproaches. Clearly, he knew Madame Zhang would protect him. So he paid no mind to eldest brother's words, even watching with amusement as Madame Zhang scolded their eldest. Mother, I'm talking about the Yonghua Marquis household. Control second brother. He must not associate with that half-brother anymore. Xiao Wenyue's anger was palpable, tinged with helplessness. Madame Zhang was furious. I think you want to control me. I gave birth to you, yet you're always dissatisfied with me and take it out on Wenyue. Fine. If I'm a bother to you, I'll take Wenyue away. If you're so fond of this girl, take care of her yourself. With that, Madame Zhang turned and left. Xiao Wenyue smiled wryly, glanced at his eldest brother, and said lightly, the legitimate heir of the Yonghua Marquis is nothing but a child. If you care so much, one might think he was your own. Xiao Wenyue's casual remark made the veins on Xiao Wenyue's forehead bulge with suppressed rage. Yet Xiao Wenyu showed no fear of this fury. After speaking, he fixed his gaze on Yun Zhuo for a moment, his expression complex, before scoffing and walking away. Well, I'll be off too, sister. I had several blocks of ice dug out, all neat and tidy. I'll teach you to carve a big tiger. Even Xiao Wenyan did not linger, tugging on Jiang Wan's sleeve as he prepared to leave. Jiang Wan smiled gently. Cousin, please don't take offense. Aunt and second cousin aren't intentionally neglecting you. They simply dislike being nagged. Don't worry, I'll soothe Aunt shortly. She won't be angry for long. Jiang Wan said, then hesitated before continuing. You're new here, and I had intended to accompany you around, but since Aunt spoke first, I couldn't go against her wishes. How about having Yan accompany you? Jiang Wan quickly looked toward Xiao Wenyan. Yan? You don't need to practice the zither with me lately. Cousin's matters are more important. After all, I am a guest here, so whatever you decide is fine. She appeared like a celestial being, her gaze toward Xiao Wenyan filled with fondness. Xiao Wenyan and Jiang Wan were often inseparable, their bond deep. Recently, a highly skilled zither master arrived in the capital, seeking apprentices. Jiang Wan, always passionate about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, asked Xiao Wenyue and Xiao Wenyan to listen to her pieces and offer advice. However, the two brothers were often busy and could not accompany her daily. I already promised you first, Xiao Wenyan said promptly, then looked at Yun Zhuo with some awkwardness. Could you not go out by yourself? You're grown now, and with a maid following, surely you want to get lost? Xiao Wenyu was already fuming, and upon hearing this, his anger intensified. Xiao Wenyan, this is your own sister, from the same mother. As if about to take action, Yun Zhuo immediately restrained him. She smiled graciously. Little brother is right. I won't disgrace myself. Besides, everything should follow the order of precedence. How could I let my brother break his word over such a trivial matter? Xiao Wenyan stared at her blankly, feeling that this sister of his was somewhat different from what he had imagined. He had always known he had a biological sister and had asked his mother about her before, but his mother had said that his sister, Xiao Yunzhuo, had been a white-eyed wolf since childhood, selfish, cruel, and plagued with bad habits that no amount of teaching could cure. After hearing the good news that his eldest sister had been found, his mother advised him to keep his distance from her, saying that her nature was inherently bad. And having been lost outside for so long, she must have learned some unsavory deeds. He must not follow her down a wrong path. But today, seeing her in person, the eldest sister was very beautiful, even more so than Jiang Jia. Especially when she smiled at him, it was radiant and bright. Not at all like the terrifying figure his mother had described.
No, no.
Xiao Wenyan quickly shook his head. He couldn't be deceived by this villain. She was just too good at putting on a show. After all, not long ago, she had thrown away the clothes Jiang Jia had given her. To trample on someone else's goodwill so blatantly, how could she possibly be kind-hearted? Immediately, Xiao Wenyan donned a scowling expression, snorting. All an act. I won't accompany you tomorrow, nor ever again. I have only one sister, and it's definitely not you. With that, he dragged Jiang Wan away. Xiao Wenyu was angry, but more than that, he felt sorrowful and helpless. His gaze upon Yun Zhuo was filled with deep pity. It's all my fault, big brother. I'm sorry you have to endure such grievances as soon as you return. Xiao Wenyu's heart ached. I must teach him a good lesson. He must never again fail to distinguish between kin and strangers. He had already admonished him many times, but mother always stood in the way, rendering his efforts futile. His mother's attitude toward him was already poor, and toward Yun Zhuo, even worse. This is such a trivial matter. What grievance is there? I am neither gold nor silver. If they dislike me, that is only natural. Big brother need not be so concerned. Yun Zhuo genuinely understood this. Xiao Wenyu looked surprised. His sister seemed to possess a heart unlike ordinary people's. A 16-year-old girl, having just found her family, wouldn't she be more prone to insecurity and anxiety? And even he, at his age, would feel a chill upon hearing his mother's cold words. How could his sister be so composed? She should be more capable of enduring bitterness than he. The more sensible you are, the heavier my guilt becomes, Xiao Wenyu said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a silver note worth 50 taels. This is my monthly stipend.
Keep it.
Tomorrow buy whatever you need. If it's not enough,
just put it on my account.
Don't expect anything from mother. This courtyard may be rather empty now, but rest assured, I will gradually fill it. Xiao Wenyu resolved to work even harder from now on. He must pass the spring imperial examination and earn more silver in the future to save a dowry for his sister. Though she was a noble lady of the Xiao family, she had not received the treatment she deserved. How pitiful. The Xiao family's wealth was abundant, but only on the surface. Their grandfather's scandalous behavior with palace maids had turned the Xiao family into a laughingstock throughout the capital. Therefore, after the father assumed leadership, even if he did not earn much, he never allowed the family to appear destitute. Over the years, every blade of grass, every brick and tile in their home adhered to the standards set by their great-grandfather. The grandmother, knowing the father's heartache and pitying her children and grandchildren, had provided a considerable dowry. In recent years, he had studied under many famous teachers, incurring great expenses, all borne by the grandmother. The mother managed the household's food and clothing expenses, but had never supplemented his allowance. He only received his monthly stipend as per regulations. When his sister returned, the mother did not intend to provide any additional funds for her care. He could not ask grandmother for more on his sister's behalf. That would burden her too much. The father was busy with military affairs, and the mother could not be relied upon. Thus, his sister could only depend on him. Seeing his brother's melancholic expression, Yun Zhuo was puzzled. They were having a proper conversation, so why was he handing over silver? As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. Yun Zhuo thought for a moment. Thank you, big brother. I have nothing to give you in return, so I shall offer you a piece of advice. Xiao Wenyu raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed. You must beware of floods recently, especially avoid traveling by boat, Yun Zhuo said solemnly, her expression immediately serious. Xiao Wenyu's eyes widened in shock. What was his sister talking about? This sounded like the words of a mystic or fortune-teller. However, he did not press further, fearing she might think he was nitpicking her words, so he smiled and patted her head. I know you care about me. I will remember that. Yun Zhuo thought his perfunctory gaze hardly meant he truly remembered. It was clearly just to placate a child. Just you wait, she said, then returned to her chamber to fetch a large parcel. From within, she selected a large pendant and came back, placing it in her brother's hand with a hint of pain in her voice. Wear this, and don't take it off. Xiao Wenyu examined the object. It was an unremarkable stone, faintly shimmering with iridescent colors, but marked with rough black stripes and lacking any engraving, merely pierced with a simple hole. Moreover, it was about the size of half a palm. Whoever wore such a thing would surely be ridiculed. Yet, seeing his sister's expectant eyes and resolute tone, Xiao Wenyu could not refuse. He accepted it with great solemnity. Thank you, sister. I will wear it always. Though somewhat unsightly, it was a gift from his sister. Whether a stone or a lump of mud, he must keep it and never let her down. The stone was too heavy to hang around his neck. So Xiao Wenyu removed the jade piece at his waist and replaced it with this. Upon Yun Zhuo's arrival, the family had originally planned to dine together. But after Jiang Shi and the others stormed off, only Xiao Wenyu remained to accompany her for a simple meal. She was neither happy nor sorrowful, her expression calm, and her demeanor and words bore no hint of resentment or dissatisfaction, which made Xiao Wenyu ponder deeply. In his heart, his sister's attitude was not due to politeness, but timidity and fear of confrontation. How pitiful! Yun Zhuo piled the dishes in her bowl high. Xiao Wenyu's eyes filled with sorrow. His sister was so lonely, and he felt truly distressed. Had he been too harsh on his second and third brothers? Perhaps if he nagged less, their brotherly bond might have endured better, sparing his sister the awkward position between them. With a heavy heart, Xiao Wenyu watched as Yun Zhuo ate well. She was always broad-minded and longed for peace and quiet. Not long after finishing the meal, Xiao Wenyu gave a few instructions and hurried away, allowing Yun Zhuo to rest. The next morning, at Jiwei Hall, Xiao Wenyu escorted her there. A snowstorm had fallen overnight, blanketing the courtyard in silver white. Jiwei Hall was utterly silent. Upon entering grandmother's quarters, the only scent was a strong medicinal bitterness. The hall was filled with elderly people accustomed to its use. Seeing her brother bring Yun Zhuo, the previously somber faces finally showed a trace of joy as they welcomed them inside. Along the way, Xiao Wenyu had said that aside from himself, few others had the chance to see grandmother. After their grandfather was sentenced to death, their father strove to redeem the family's reputation and became renowned for his relentless work in the military, sometimes returning home only once every 2 or 3 months. Jiang Shi had never liked her sons being too close to the matriarch, so apart from festivals or visits from important guests, grandmother rarely had contact with the second and third brothers. Certainly, the Jiang family was not foolish enough to allow the world to grasp hold of her vulnerabilities. The elderly lady's courtyard was regularly adorned with new items. Every month, numerous people were dispatched to procure various goods, frequently invoking the old lady's name. Consequently, throughout the entire capital, not a single soul dared to accuse the Jiang family unfairly. In fact, in the eyes of outsiders, the Jiang family was regarded as an exceedingly filial daughter-in-law. At present, the old lady could probably remain awake for about an hour. The nurse attending to the grandmother spoke gently, her gaze toward Yun Zhuo brimming with affection. Over the years, the old lady had always been concerned for the eldest miss. And upon learning of your return today, she even ate a bit more. Yun Zhuo nodded slightly and entered the room. The window had likely just been opened, as a faint scent lingered, yet to dissipate. The grandmother was half reclining on the bed. Upon seeing her, a faint glimmer of joy surfaced on her aged visage as she beckoned her over. Xiao Wenyu hurriedly pulled Yun Zhuo forward. Grandmother, this is my sister. Look at her now, healthy, with all her limbs intact, able to speak, and not sold into servitude. Please rest assured. Yun Zhuo's lips twitched subtly. Well, that's good. The old lady rasped hoarsely, her complexion wan and weak. Her frail hand grasped Yun Zhuo's. Good child, you have suffered. Not too badly, Yun Zhuo replied, her tone somewhat stiff. After a brief pause, she continued, your granddaughter has not endured great hardship these years, though the journey was arduous. It has been many years since she was bullied. She spoke the truth. The old lady opened her mouth but sighed deeply instead. After she awoke, the nurse informed her of Jiang's conduct the previous day, and the old lady's heart ached for Yun Zhuo. Yet, her time was fleeting. The more she intervened, the tougher the girl's circumstances would become. Wenyu, now that you have found your sister, you must treat her well. You siblings must support one another. You must teach your second brother this. Before I pass, I will have your father send your second and third brothers to Qingshan Academy, far away. They shall study diligently before returning. Even if Jiang hates me, cough, cough, let her hate me alone. The old lady's expression was fraught with worry and reluctance. Her eldest grandson was truly a promising martial artist. Initially, she had planned to send him to the border for training upon turning 16, hoping he might one day become a great general, stabilizing the Xiao family. But warfare was perilous, and the rear uncertain. How could her eldest grandson fight at the front lines? The second and third sons were entirely in Jiang's grasp, neither thriving nor failing. If the eldest died in battle, the family would have no successor. Reluctantly, she forced her grandson to study literature. He was diligent, studying day and night, nearly ready for the spring imperial examination. But one man alone could not bear the burden. Moreover, the second son's temperament was far from kind. If he were to live a muddled life, it might be tolerable, but she feared he would cause great trouble in the future, which would implicate the entire family. And with her frail constitution, if she could endure until her grandson's examination, it would be a blessing. She was powerless to change his upbringing now, only hoping that with her final words, Jiang would be restrained from rebellion. Grandmother, rest assured, I will certainly supervise my second and third brothers, Xiao Wenyu said swiftly. They are still young and unaware of the path ahead. If one day they can grow beyond their mother's shadow, they will surely understand your and my intentions. As their elder brother, I will never give up. Seeing the pain etched on the faces of the old lady and his elder brother, Yun Zhuo felt truly heartbroken. If the second brother harbored ill intentions, then she would find a way to expel him. If that failed, eliminate him. The youngest was still a child. If he remained ignorant, he might be disciplined more severely. If that proved futile, he could accompany the second brother on the path to the netherworld. It would not be lonely there. Yet, observing her elder brother's face carefully, she realized he was not merely placating their grandmother. He was sincere. To be the eldest brother and bear a father's heart was no small feat over the years. The old lady and her elder brother had cared deeply for her. Having once been cherished beyond measure, she did not wish to appear unfeeling now. Thus, Yun Zhuo nodded appropriately. I will also keep a close watch on elder brother, ensuring he does not forget to supervise them. Xiao Wenyu's sorrow abruptly ceased as he glanced at her. Just as he was about to reply, the old lady's eyelids began to flutter. She seemed about to drift back to sleep. It had been less than half an hour. Why was grandmother's vitality diminishing so rapidly? Xiao Wenyu's anxiety deepened. Quick, summon the household physician. There is no use calling the doctor, Yun Zhuo immediately interjected. Xiao Wenyu looked at her in confusion. Grandmother is advanced in years, her body frail. Exposure to unclean influences would allow malevolent energies to invade. Medicine is ineffective now. Elder brother must seek other methods to heal her, Yun Zhuo explained, her gaze sweeping the room. The courtyard was tranquil, the room simply furnished. Apart from the medicine chest, a faint scent of sandalwood lingered. A desk stood in the room, upon which deities and Buddhas were enshrined. Xiao Wenyu never believed in such things. But since these words came from his sister, he did not wish to dampen her goodwill. The prescriptions from the household physician have been reviewed by the Imperial Medical Bureau. There is no issue. Thanks to this treatment, grandmother's life hangs on. The medicine is likely one that expels evil and restores vitality, which is usable but insufficient. The old lady had been ill for over 2 months. At first, she was merely listless and refused food. Gradually, she slept more and woke less until now, speaking only a few words before succumbing to exhaustion. The imperial physician had said she would not last long. Then, what more can be done? Xiao Wenyu asked instinctively, then regretted it. His sister was no doctor. How could she understand the treatment? Elder brother still has lessons. It is better you go early. Leave this to me. Grandmother has longed for me all these years. I should remain to care for her. Yun Zhuo did not state this outright. Having traveled far in recent years, many distrusted her because of her age, appearance, or even gender. Explaining was futile. Moreover, elder brother was upright when she recently advised him to avoid water-related misfortunes. He had been dismissive. Now, with grandmother's life at stake, he would be even more guarded. It was better he stayed clear of the healing methods. Xiao Wenyu's gaze held a trace of doubt. After hesitation, he said, grandmother's frail body cannot endure much. Grandmother need only rest and avoid exertion. Yun Zhuo replied immediately. Xiao Wenyu did not know what his sister intended, but seeing her composed demeanor, his doubts lessened. With the nurses present, she would not disturb grandmother. As long as it did not hinder her recovery, it mattered little what else his sister did. Soon after, the household physician administered several injections to the old lady, stabilizing her condition. Only then did Xiao Wenyu depart. Once he left, Yun Zhuo wasted no time. Has grandmother recently come into contact with anything unusual? Something she must see or have nearby at all times. She asked the nurse Hui, who attended the grandmother. Miss, are you suspecting poison? Hui's heart skipped a beat. Her expression grew grave as she continued. It's unlikely. The household has been under the old lady's care for many years. Who would betray her? Besides, she never meddled in affairs. Who would poison her? It makes no sense. Hui knew the old lady best. If it were poison, only Jiang would be the suspect. Years ago, the old master had insisted on Jiang as his daughter-in-law, despite the old lady's opposition. Once Jiang entered the household, she became excessively arrogant and demanding, frequently throwing tantrums and always insisting the eldest master accompany her. It was understandable for a new bride to be reluctant to part with her husband, But Jiang had been married for several months and still did not want the eldest master to leave. He was a man of integrity, never straying. Yet under Jiang's control, even meeting friends required multiple layers of interrogation. Had the venerable grandfather not been later bestowed death, leaving the family without a steward, the Xiao clan would never have permitted the young master to venture out for experience. Such conduct is truly petty and narrow-minded to a lamentable degree. The couple's affairs were only lightly admonished by the matriarch, who then ceased to inquire further, showing clear kindness towards the Jiang family. Yet, the Xiao clan, in stark contrast, persistently feigned victimhood at the hands of the matriarch behind her back, placing the elder master in a precarious position. Not wishing for her son to be embarrassed, the old madam conceded somewhat, even denying the Jiang family the customary morning and evening visits, resulting in rare meetings. When the Jiang matron bore a child, the old madam was genuinely pleased and, in an effort to ease relations with her daughter-in-law, bestowed upon her many fine gifts. After the confinement period, the old madam broached the subject of the child's upbringing, inquiring of the Jiang matron's intentions. In the capital, many sought renowned tutors. If there was any plan, arrangements should be made well in advance. At that time, the great-grandfather still lived, and though the Xiao family held the noble title, their reputation was indeed poor. If they truly wished to secure a distinguished instructor, neither funds nor connections would be lacking. Yet, upon hearing this, the Jiang matron felt the old madam's involvement overreaching. She even declared that as long as her son lived happily, it would suffice. The inheritance of the title would bring its own blessings in due course. The old madam was incensed upon hearing this. Which family does not cherish its eldest son or grandson? To seek only happiness? Momentary joy is simple enough, but without the reliable protection of elders, how long can such happiness endure? Although the Xiao family still held the ducal title, the great-grandfather was at any ne'er-do-well who would squander the family fortune at any moment. The elder master, doting on his wife, had grown somewhat complacent after marrying the Jiang matron, not even seeking official duties. If he failed to care for the children beneath him, how could the family legacy be preserved? The old madam hoped the Jiang matron's words were made in anger and observed her for a while, only to discover that she utterly neglected child-rearing. She spent her days fault-finding with a wet nurse, punishing servants at the slightest cry from the child. To prevent the elder master from going out to socialize, the Jiang matron even deliberately allowed the child to fall ill, thus restraining her husband. Concerned for the future, the old madam had no choice but to take the child into her own care. For this reason, the Jiang matron harbored intense resentment towards the old madam. But to poison her? Had that been the case, it would have occurred long ago, not only now. Nurse Hui was deeply troubled, repeatedly replaying the situation around the Jiang matron in her mind, yet could find no suspicious elements. Though the old madam did not manage affairs, she was by no means without means. Their Jiwei Hall was unquestionably immaculate. My meaning is, has the grandmother acquired any new items? Perhaps such an object of uncertain origin has caused a clash. Seeing Nurse Hui's conflicted expression, Yun Zhuo felt somewhat helpless. Objects?
Nurse répondait carefully.
Aside from large pieces and decorations, the old madam's daily necessities were frequently renewed. The Jiang matron would ostentatiously purchase new items each month to move into the old madam's quarters. Yun Zhuo considered and added, the room shows no abnormalities. The tainted object I mentioned must not be here. Nurse, is there anything the grandmother insists upon seeing even when ill? The old madam, waking rarely and moving little, often spends time seated in the small Buddhist shrine at the rear. Nurse Hui quickly responded, take me there to see. Yun Zhuo immediately said, the grandmother is aged and indeed ailing, but more so because she has been afflicted by some sinister, gloomy qi, rendering the illness incurable. Had it been a severe malefic qi, her frail constitution would not have endured. She would have perished from acute symptoms long ago. Thus, the malefic qi is not overwhelmingly strong but is frequently encountered, making it impossible to dispel. It accumulates gradually, worsening her condition. Nurse Hui, though puzzled, was a loyal servant and deeply pained to see the old madam's muddled state each day. Now that the young lady has a perspective differing from the physician's, despite her doubts, she wished to try nonetheless. She hurriedly led Yun Zhuo to the small ancestral shrine at the back. The old madam's years have been hard. She married into the Xiao family in a daze, initially full of hope, yet who would have known that, after all, is your grandfather, young lady. This old servant should not speak much, but truly, she feels sorrow for the old madam. Those years, she endured the great-grandfather's coldness and outsiders' mockery, utterly without support, left only to sit in the shrine seeking tranquility. Nurse Hui's eyes reddened. For all these years, this has been her routine. Daily worship, copying scriptures. never interrupted by illness. Surely, the shriness objects could not be the cause of her ailment? Nurse Hui was perplexed. The shriness items, aside from brushes, ink, paper, inkstones, incense, and candles, were mostly antiques. The small shrine was not dark. Sunlight filtered in, bringing warmth beyond the outside world. Ordinary people would see nothing amiss. Yet Yun Zhuo's gaze fixed upon a pair of glazed lotus flower lamps upon the desk. The lamp bases were exquisite. When lit, they emitted a unique halo, suffused with serene aura. Yun Zhuo, versed in perceiving worldly gloom, discerned the lingering deathly qi. This object was a lethal instrument, approaching with resolute eyes. Yun Zhuo grasped one of the lotus lamps. The lotus lamp was sizable, about the length of a forearm, made entirely of bronze, with a glazed lotus candle holder atop. The craftsmanship was intricate, a rare artifact. Nurse Hui was stunned. The lotus lamp was a painstaking acquisition by Madame. The whole capital knew that the old Madame loved to worship Buddha. Coincidentally, not long ago, a pair of such lamps were sold in the market by a monk obsessed with deities. Madame personally visited him and, with sincere heart and some incense money, procured the lamps as gifts for the old Madame. Nurse Hui was dumbfounded. The items ostentatiously procured by the Jiang matron might be problematic? The monk had said these were sacred Buddha lamps, nearly a century old, sought by many, but only sold according to fate. Only our Madame had the ability, with pure sincerity and incense money, to acquire them. Nurse Hui, unwilling to speak ill of the Jiang matron before Yun Zhuo, spoke respectfully and added, since these items were delivered to the old Madame, no one in the capital failed to praise the Madame as a virtuous and filial daughter-in-law. Outsiders did not know that over the years, whenever the Jiang matron met the old Madame, she never showed a kind face. She merely relied on the old Madame's non-confrontational nature and reluctance to invite ridicule, thereby stepping over her to court favor. The old Madame's worship was genuinely simple and frugal. She disliked extravagance or placing strange, peculiar objects in the home, a fact the Jiang matron was well aware of. Yet the Jiang matron was certain that the old Madame, wishing to spare her some dignity for the sake of the child, would display these objects, emboldening her recklessness. The lotus lamps were genuine, but stained with blood and deathly qi. Placed before Buddha, they conflicted. The grandmother's constitution was weak, prone to chronic worry, easily succumbing to illness. Yun Zhuo explained. What then should be done? The old servant urgently urged to discard the objects. The old Madame preferred quiet during worship. Even her closest attendants stood outside vigilantly, never approaching. Having collided with malefic qi, simply discarding the lamps was improper. The deathly qi must first be neutralized. Yun Zhuo set the lamps down. Nurse, have the items wrapped in red cloth and taken to the courtyard, placed upon the desk. Prepare offerings and incense, and summon the family's descendants. Yun Zhuo paused. Father is not home, and will not return soon. Sending someone to fetch him, and explaining thoroughly, would be time-consuming and arduous. Elder brother is burdened with stagnant qi. Let that be. This morning, elder brother and grandmother spoke of educating the second brother. Since they are so concerned, having them present to show filial piety is only proper, is it not? Please summon the second elder brother and the younger brother to come over and observe a 3-day fast in grandmother's courtyard. After 3 days, they are to stand guard at grandmother's door. Yun Zhuo straightforwardly added, she has returned home, and the Jiang family relies heavily on blood ties to dominate her. Shouldn't he, the second elder brother and the younger brother, also be properly subdued by the venerable elder's benevolent authority? Only then would it be fair. Yun Zhuo bore no guilt for troubling her brothers. On the contrary, she was utterly composed. Concubine Hui hesitated slightly. It is not that this old servant is unwilling to convey the message, but Madame cherishes the 2 young masters immensely. Asking them to fast for 3 days for the sake of the venerable lady might be difficult indeed. Concubine Hui, just go and deliver the message. Be sure to exaggerate grandmother's condition. I believe, with her mindset, she will be willing to let those 2 brothers endure 3 days of hardship. Yun Zhuo said with a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Since mother has garnered quite a few praises outside under grandmother's name, it proves she understands the weight of filial piety. Over the years, the Jiang family has long awaited grandmother's passing. Now, with the day of grandmother's departure approaching, the Jiang family need not worry about grandmother competing with me for the children, and at this moment, they can also allow the 2 sons she treasures so dearly to gain some good reputation. How could they not be willing? Concubine Hui immediately grasped the situation. She looked at Yun Zhuo with some surprise, never imagining that this eldest miss who had been wandering outside all this time possessed such insight into human nature. She had only met the Jiang family twice yesterday, but already understood their habits of handling matters. Though the old lady of her family was talented and capable, her thoughts were too upright. She despised scheming and only wished for a peaceful life. She was excessively noble and pure, enduring hardships all her life without complaint, and her eldest young master had been influenced by this, becoming overly lenient. Regardless of whether the eldest Miss S method could save the old lady with her character. If the old lady knew, even if she were to depart, she would do so peacefully. Concubine Hui promptly went to the front courtyard to summon the people. Yun Zhuo, meanwhile, took from her bosom a folded talisman and placed it under grandmother S pillow. This talisman had the effect of dispelling evil spirits and impurities, allowing grandmother to sleep more peacefully. There were enough people in the courtyard to care for grandmother, so she need not worry excessively. The malignant energy could only be dispelled after 3 days, so she did not stay in the courtyard but prepared herself and then left. At this moment, concubine Hui respectfully stood before Mrs. Zhang, having already conveyed the message. Though that girl is my daughter, I dare not trust her words too much. If this method cannot save the venerable lady and the matter becomes public, the Hor family will surely send people to inquire. If they find that in such a grand mansion we follow a child's nonsense to treat illness, wouldn't that be a laughingstock? Mrs. Zhang's heart was pleased, but on her face, she feigned reluctance. Concubine Hui was the old lady's confidant. The old lady must be at her last gasp, or she would not have pleaded with her personally. The Hua family was a prestigious clan, and also the old lady's natal family. Although the old lady's father and brothers had long passed, there remained legitimate nephews and grandnephews. Once the old lady passed, it was customary to notify the Hua family immediately. The ritual could be conducted by her sons. But she must remind concubine Hui not to speak recklessly in front of the Hor family during the old lady's funeral.
Concubine Hui understood perfectly.
She loathed Mrs. Zhang deeply. This was fear that after the old lady's death, the Hor family would bear a grudge and cease their support. The eldest Miss S ritual would not be a burden on the old lady. It would only keep the 2 young masters and servants busy. If it truly worked, all the better. Hence, this old servant dared to come and plead. The old lady had been ill for many days, and earlier, the Hor family's madam had also come to visit, so she was well aware. Concubine Hui could only say this. Mrs. Zhang smiled. As long as it doesn't trouble the old lady, lest something happens to soil the children's reputation. Then let them go. 3 days is not too long. Second brother's health is poor, if he overworks himself. Others might say the old lady is unwilling to part with her grandchildren and wants to take them along, which would harm her reputation for maternal kindness. Mrs. Zhang relaxed somewhat. Concubine Hui suppressed a bellyful of anger. But indeed, there was no other way. Mrs. Zhang was the mistress of the house. The 3 sons and 1 daughter all came from her womb. Whatever she said, the servants could only obey. Thank you, madam, concubine Hui immediately said with deference. As for the eldest Miss S ritual method, she had no real hope. The reason she was willing to endure Mrs. Zhang's cold words was that the old lady's time was short. Having the 2 young masters stay in Jiwei Hall for 3 days would allow the old lady to see them a few more times. Mrs. Zhang nodded, and concubine Hui breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 young masters always obeyed Madame S orders and would surely remain well-behaved in Jiwei Hall these days. Concubine Hui then went with Mrs. Zhang's servants to the young master's courtyard to summon them. Watching concubine Hui's retreating figure, Mrs. Zhang could not help but laugh aloud. Just then, Jiangwan arrived, and Mrs. Zhang was even more delighted, bustling about to have Jiangwan sit down.
Aunt,
is there some happy news? Jiangwan asked curiously, her long eyelashes fluttering. Mrs. Zhang opened her mouth but refrained from speaking ill of the old lady. Tempering her emotion somewhat, then said with dignity, there is no good news, only that seeing you children grow up brings much comfort. By the way, Awan, the old lady's health has been poor these days. Remember to wear soft, elegant colors. Jiangwan was quite clever. Upon hearing this, she immediately understood that the old lady's condition was not good. The old lady's illness was indeed severe, beyond the cure of many imperial physicians. Just now, she saw concubine Hui leading people to the side of cousin Yu and brother Yan. Jiangwan's voice lowered several degrees, her meaning clear. Last year, when she came of age, Aunt had intended to choose a husband from among the 2 cousins. The second cousin was gentler to her, but physically weak and had no official rank after all these years. Though favored by Aunt, as the second son, he still suffered some grievances in the family, unlike the elder cousin who was more steady. So if she were to choose, naturally the elder cousin was best. Aunt always felt the elder cousin was not obedient enough, and indeed intended to betroth her to him, which would also bring mother and son closer. But the old lady disagreed. The elder cousin was already 23, yet the old lady insisted on preventing his marriage. With the eldest son unmarried, it was even harder to discuss marriage for the second son. Jiang Wan also thought the old lady was truly stubborn and obstructive. Concubine, who was not asking them to care for the old lady, but that Yun Zhuo, that girl, was full of schemes and actually intended to perform a ritual in the old lady's courtyard. Mrs. Jiang spoke, amused yet somewhat embarrassed. Just now, the steward also said this child had left without even taking a maid, rushing off somewhere in a hurry. Which young lady in the household was so uncouth?
Fortunately,
She only just returned, and no one recognized her. Otherwise, Mrs. Jiang did not know where to put her face. Yesterday, when the people returned, she was told to behave quietly at home and not go out. Yet this person treated her words as the wind's whisper. Jiang Wan looked surprised and hesitated. Aunt, how have these years been for cousin? Before, didn't Ti Chunthing, that maid, say that the big bundle cousin carried was full of gold, silver, and jewels? Where did those things come from? Now she is rushing out like this. Is something wrong? Mrs. Jiang's expression also changed. This girl was too wicked. Dressed so plainly, yet carrying considerable wealth. She had wanted to ask clearly yesterday, but was interrupted by the sudden arrival of the eldest son, and forgot. What could a teenage girl rely on to make a living and earn so much silver? Truly, a despicable creature. Out of kindness, she took her back. If she soiled the family's good name, it would be better to strangle her with a white silk ribbon. Mistress Jiang slammed the table in fury. Such a tender age, yet so many schemes. After merely meeting the matriarch today, she already fancied showing off, insisting on performing a ritual. Did she believe herself a reincarnated deity, able to revive the dead with a breath of divine air? Within the household, even if doors were closed, the mischief would be limited. But now, having assumed the role of head of the family was not enough. She had to run amok outside as well. It was enough to drive me mad. Mistress Jiang's headache worsened. How had she come to bear such a creature? From childhood, always elbowing her way around was one thing, but to be so disruptive was quite another. Jiang Wan hastened to stand behind Mistress Jiang, gently massaging her temples. Auntie, please don't be angry. I have heard that when villagers cannot afford medical care, they seek out the village as shamanists. Cousin's intentions were kind. She believed those mysterious methods might work, which is why she made such arrangements. Jiang Wan spoke softly. In time, cousin will realize her methods are futile and cannot forestall the inevitable fate of life and death. When calamity strikes the family and uncle returns, seeing cousin's immaturity, he will surely try to guide her more firmly. Then if you keep her confined at home, eldest cousin will certainly say no more. With the passing of the matriarch, the entire family was in mourning, and naturally, Xiao Yunzhuo could not venture out. The more she made a fuss, the more disappointed uncle would become. No matter how Auntie taught her, she would not heed it easily. You speak wisely. Mistress Jiang listened, and felt her anger subside somewhat. You and I truly lack mother-daughter affinity. Had you been born from my womb, would there be so much trouble? Hearing that Auntie had nearly died in childbirth with cousin, one's heart ached deeply whenever she thought of the suffering Auntie endured. If I were Auntie's daughter, would I not be causing you more pain? I would never wish that. Though I was not born of Auntie, I can still honor her just the same. I am already very content, Jiang Wan said hastily. Mistress Jiang could not help but recall the perils of childbirth in those days. At that time, her father-in-law was still alive, but her husband wished to leave the capital after her delivery to join the army at the frontier and forge a career. He claimed he had already fathered 2 sons and carried a third in his womb, thus fulfilling his ancestral duties. Even if he lost his life, the Xiao family would not be left without heirs. Therefore, he wanted to venture forth and fight to realize a lifelong dream. Naturally, she opposed this plan. The frontier was so distant. If he went there, he might not return even once in 3 years. Who knew if he might keep another woman? For this reason, the couple often quarreled. They had been married for several years, but during that period, they lived like enemies. Even when her husband occasionally relented, it was only out of concern for the child in her womb, who clearly mattered more to him than she did. Especially later, when she gave birth to that girl after great hardship, almost losing her life, her husband was not the first to tend to her. Instead, he clutched the child tightly, refusing to let go, rejoicing as if he had acquired a priceless treasure. That child was born against the natural order, an ill omen. After the birth, her body was frail and difficult to heal, and intimacy between husband and wife waned. She feared each day that she might awaken to find another sister in the household. Then, her father-in-law was executed, and her husband could only attend to official duties. Although he did not go to the frontier, he joined the capital's main army camp. and their once harmonious relationship faded, with meetings few and far between. She believed all these misfortunes were brought by that girl. Later, upon consulting a fortune teller, the prediction was confirmed. Indeed, a cursed broom star she could not shake off, thrown away for so many years, yet somehow found again. Mistress Jiang cursed Yun Zhuo several times in her heart. At that moment, within the Qing Shui garden in the capital, Yun Zhuo mingled among a crowd. Not far off, beneath a pavilion, a wandering monk bearing the title of master was expounding Buddhist teachings. Elders from wealthy families sat below, listening with reverent expressions, their eyes filled with respect, as if worshipping a deity. Yun Zhuo crouched in a corner, still clad in a coarse cotton garment. Her cheeks, flushed from the cold, framed a pair of strikingly clear black and white eyes, fixed intently on the wandering monk. This monk was quite adept at using Buddhist doctrine to impress the crowd. Beside her squatted a restless spirit. "Master, you've already gone home. Why are you still dressed so shabbily? To be frank, my father is a snob. When you help me deliver these things later, I'm afraid I won't be allowed inside," the spirit whispered to Yun Zhuo. This restless spirit was the very one Yun Zhuo had discarded outside the Xiao family's gate yesterday. He had followed her all the way from Guanxi, his ghostly visage more haggard than before. Yet, facing this young girl, he was cautious and submissive, keeping his head bowed low, fearful that a displeased word might lead to his obliteration. "Rest assured, I have not forgotten your matter. If I cannot find the person today, there will be many more chances. Having taken your silver, I will not let you down," Yun Zhuo murmured. "I am not doubting you," the restless spirit hastened to say. "But I do not understand. You know the sutras and Buddhist teachings so well. Why listen to this fake monk? Having followed you for so long, I have some spiritual insight. I can tell at a glance this monk is no good." This counterfeit monk bore a kindly, gentle countenance, appearing as a sage who had attained enlightenment. But as a wandering spirit himself, the restless ghost possessed an ability beyond the living to discern the authenticity of true sages. Yun Zhuo's presence exuded a pure aura. Any wandering spirit approaching her soul would find peace and dare not disturb her, marking her as one who had performed many good deeds and possessed great merit. The fake monk, however, was different. Though reciting Buddhist scriptures, he lacked true Buddha nature. Approaching him, the restless spirit felt his empty soul stir with agitation, clearly affected by the killing intent emanating from the false monk. Yun Zhuo herself knew the monk was a fraud. The tainted lamp before the Buddha had fallen into her hands and must be purified. Being a naturally warm-hearted person, she wished to investigate the source of the malevolent spirit. "Be quiet. Your noise distracts me from listening to the sutras," Yun Zhuo told the restless spirit, then resumed crouching, waiting silently. The spirit did not quite understand. What was so enjoyable about a fake monk's sutras? Yet, he dared not disobey Yun Zhuo's words, promptly sealing his mouth and drifting back a little. Soon, the assembled listeners dutifully contributed offerings. A young attendant collected the donations and handed each person a bamboo slip inscribed with a number. The child then approached Yun Zhuo. "The donation box is huge. It takes 2 children of 11 or 12 years to carry it," Yun Zhuo said earnestly. "I have no money." She pulled a cloth from the corner and spread it neatly on the ground. "By coincidence, I have come to do fortune-telling. 3 readings a day. This is my first time setting up a stall since arriving in the capital. Very cheap. Would you like to try?" The 2 children paused, then quickly glanced back at the old monk. The restless spirit behind Yun Zhuo let out a sinister laugh. "She has no money? What a lie." He had met this young master Yun Zhuo at the Guanxi border. She had found his remains, given him a proper burial, and promised to deliver the wealth he had painstakingly accumulated to his elderly father in the capital. The costs for burial and errands had been substantial. Holding the seal found beside his remains, she took all the treasures he had amassed over the years. Except for the silver bills, she kept the gold, silver, and jewels. Of course, before being taken in by the Xiao family, young Master Yun Zhuo had already plundered a great deal of treasure. The bag she carried to the Xiao household yesterday contained less than half the original amount. Thinking of this made his soul ache. At this moment, after Yun Zhuo spoke, others turned to look her way.
Amitabha.
Master Kassen wore an expression of benevolence. "Young benefactor, today this humble monk is here to expound the teachings of Buddha. I beseech you not to disturb the proceedings. Should you wish to discuss the Dharma with me, please wait a little while, after the crowd disperses. We shall engage in a thorough exchange. This pure water garden admits all who pay the entrance fee. If the master may preach the Dharma here, then surely I may set up a stall as well. There is no contradiction in that, is there?" Yun Zhuo spoke without reservation, then continued. "I hear that the master performs 3 divinations daily, but these are not granted to everyone. One must first pay no less than 50 taels as an offering and then draw lots. Only the fortunate may have their fortunes told and doubts dispelled. Today, more than 100 people have gathered here, and many will not be chosen. For those who are not selected, if you permit me to try, perhaps there will be an unexpected surprise. The glass lamp that this false monk had given had endangered her grandmother's life. How could she not come to confront him? Moreover, to cleanse the world of villains steeped in deceit and bloodshed is a meritorious deed that cannot be neglected. Master Xuanshen's expression darkened slightly. Yet under the gaze of the crowd, he feigned magnanimity. You are but a young soul striving to survive on your own. It is no easy task. The world is full of suffering, and this humble monk does not wish to cause you hardship. Proceed as you wish. Is the master truly capable of divination? Yun Zhuo exclaimed in surprise, discerning at a glance the hardships I had endured. Could it be that you possess a pair of divine eyes? Master Xuanshen sighed. I see you as a pitiable soul, burdened by a harsh fate and without support since childhood. I shall offer you a path. You bear the marks of solitude and misfortune, the consequences of past karmic retribution. If you seek peace, you must cultivate your character and virtues. It would be best to go to a monastery outside the capital, shave your head, and pursue monastic life, hoping for a better rebirth. The wandering spirit's lips twitched. This false monk was indeed spiteful, just because Yun Zhuo's young master had interfered with his affairs. He now wished to force a mere teenage girl to renounce the world and become a nun? Such cruelty. Yun Zhuo, however, was unperturbed and even astonished. You mean to say that because I failed to do good deeds in my previous life, I am destined in this one to live without parents or siblings, in poverty and hardship? Amit Buddha. Indeed so, the false monk replied with feigned compassion. A young girl, clad in worn cotton garments, unguarded by any elder, acting recklessly and arrogantly, surely she was without family discipline, lonely and forsaken. She possessed some cunning. Her intention was not truly to sell wares, but to feign poverty and solicit alms from the wealthy onlookers. She was smarter than the beggars outside, knowing to first pay the entrance fee to the garden and thus gain access. Small loss for greater gain. TSK, Yun Zhuo clicked her tongue, then smiled softly. You just read my fortune. Now it is my turn to read yours. You are a false monk. Yun Zhuo spoke bluntly, her gaze fixed on the scarred mark atop his head, which was less than 2 years old. Nonsense. Master Xuanshen was startled, but maintained a calm facade. You are a deluded madwoman. Expel her. Upon hearing this, a trace of humiliation crossed Master Xuanshen's face. The others, noticing this, immediately grew angry, their eyes toward Yun Zhuo shifting from sympathy to profound disdain. What an ill-mannered girl. Master Xuanshen is a venerable monk. How dare you slander him so flagrantly? Begone at once. No one here will read your fortune or give you a single coin. Master Xuanshen, please do not be angered. This wild girl is ignorant and speaks nonsense, they murmured. We have greatly benefited from your teachings these past days. Just last night, I dreamt of the Buddha himself enlightening me. I came early at dawn, certain I would be chosen today. Please, Master, begin without delay. Yes, yes. There is no need to stoop to the level of this wild girl. We all know your abilities. The crowd urged. Master Xuanshen listened to their anxious pleas with a measure of satisfaction. Since arriving in the capital, he had exerted considerable effort to build his reputation. In time, as his renown grew, he could cease these fortune-telling sermons and settle peacefully in a temple, earning a living through rituals, sutra chanting, and consecrations, enough to sustain him. This girl's disruption had nearly derailed his plans. Scanning the crowd, his gaze settled on the 3 individuals whose fortunes he was to divine today. He scrutinized the bamboo slips in their hands, ensuring they matched for the forthcoming lot drawing. Master Xuanshen, are you impatient? Yun Zhuo's voice rang out again, clear and melodious like a mountain stream striking stones, soothing and captivating all who heard. Your life palace shines brightly, indicating scholarly prowess. Presumably, you began reading at 6 or 7 years old. Yet, your forehead bears a scar, and your brows are disheveled, signs of poverty and hardship in your family. Your nose, though curved, is prominent. Your wealth star fluctuates. From my humble reckoning, you once came into a sudden fortune at 30. Moreover, you have no siblings or close friends. Observing the stars, you might gain prosperity through your wife, yet your marriage palace is sunken, marked by obscure lines. That windfall was ill-gotten, exchanged through your destined soulmate. Was it not? Silence. Amit Buddha, what grievance have I with you? How dare you slander me with baseless accusations? Master Xuanshen's heart churned in turmoil. He had been a gifted child, yet poverty barred him from education. Bullied since youth, he had fallen into destitution by 30. Introduced by a matchmaker, he married a reformed courtesan, never suspecting she held considerable wealth. He managed to coax her fortune into his hands and ventured into business. His hometown was likely in the Guangzhou or Ganzhou region, from where he traveled afar, but his journey was fraught with misfortune. Like Yun Zhuo, he too had engaged in commerce, yet fate offered no benefactors, and wealth eluded him. Master Kasen's hand beneath his sleeve trembled slightly. The girl's words were uncannily precise. "Expel her," he bellowed, enraged. "I haven't finished," Yun Zhuo said calmly. "When you read my fortune just now, you accepted my claim that I was orphaned. But you were wrong in every detail. My parents live, my siblings are well, and I come from a wealthy family. None of your so-called insights were correct. You claim to be a monk who entered the fold in childhood, yet your abilities and appearance betray the image you project. Could it be that your monastic credentials are forged?" At that moment, several acolytes reached to seize Yun Zhuo, but before they could touch her, a group arrived outside. Officials. Master Kasen's face paled, his composure shattered. Yun Zhuo remained composed. "I feared no one would believe me, so before coming, I reported this matter to the authorities. Though your hometown is distant, it should not be difficult to find someone who knows Master Kasen for identification. The Ministry of Revenue's records contain detailed descriptions of your appearance and birthmarks. Once this monk is brought for verification, any discrepancies will surely emerge. Once doubts arise, the rest is merely a matter of prying open his mouth. The Ministry of Justice is well practiced in such matters." The false monk was struck with terror at the sight of the officials. Years ago, after a failed business venture and serious injury, he had fallen into utter ruin. A humble monk in a dilapidated temple took him in, treating him kindly for a year to restore his health. Then his wife came searching and, upon discovering he had squandered all their money, furiously quarreled with him. In a fit of rage, he struck her dead with a candlestick. Master Kasen had witnessed the scene. Fortunately, the temple was deserted except for him. To survive, he had no choice but to kill the monks as well, burying the two bodies together. Fortune favored him. Soon after, heavy rains caused the temple to fall into ruin and become uninhabitable. He then assumed the identity of Master Kasen and began wandering the lands, never once arousing suspicion. That place was not close to the capital city, and moreover, 2 years had already passed. During these 2 years, he had grown a beard and deliberately disguised himself to bear a 3/4 resemblance to Master Kongchan. The master had long guarded the temple with few acquaintances, and those who knew him were unlikely to come to the capital, which was why he had been so brazen in extorting money. Unexpectedly, he was exposed by a mere young girl. How did she come to know all this? The officials from the Yamen had arrived? This must be a mistake. How could the master be a fraud? I'm certain this young girl has falsely reported it. Among those present, many had already spent a considerable amount of silver on the fake monk and naturally were unwilling to admit they had been deceived. They hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, how could the master possibly be an impostor? His sermons on Buddhism were excellent, and I have felt much at ease these days following him. He is truly a living Buddha." The magistrate's face stiffened as he said, "The Lord has already requested a review of the Ministry of Revenue's household registration records. The documents show discrepancies regarding this master, so he has been taken in for further investigation." The young girl reported the matter early this morning, claiming that a counterfeit monk had come to the capital to swindle money and even accused him of murder, a grave offense. The Lord naturally did not believe it, but the girl named a prominent figure, the former Duke Renan and the daughter of the Xiao family. Although the Xiao family had long lost their noble title, its current head, Xiao Zhenguan, was still a fourth-ranked general with considerable influence. Out of respect, the Lord put in some effort just to investigate this monk. Unexpectedly, upon examining the records, something truly seemed amiss. Hence, they had come to apprehend him. Yun Zhuo stood aside like an ordinary onlooker, without a trace of aggression, calmly watching the officials advance. The fake monk, already filled with guilt, was so frightened at the sight of the approaching men that his legs froze, and he allowed himself to be dragged away. The others were thrown into confusion, all bewildered. These worshippers of Buddha, both men and women, were mostly elderly, and even if their children held no official positions, they were wealthy families in the capital. Seeing the master arrested, they became furious after the initial shock. Some erupted in rage on the spot, while others hurried home to have their children inquire into the matter. Yun Zhuo was quick on her feet. Fortune-telling was a profitable trade, but timing was crucial. These people had lost a great deal of silver, and once the fake monk fled, they would likely vent their anger on her. With her delicate skin, even a slight tug might leave her bruised. She feared death and pain, and could not afford to stay. Yun Zhuo vanished without a trace, leaving the enraged believers with no outlet for their fury. "Master, you fled so quickly. This is hardly dignified. You helped them, so how could you just run away? You should have stayed there." waited for the officials to uncover the truth, and then they would have been grateful to you. The restless spirit floated out, lamenting her conduct. It's too cowardly. The angrier they are, the more guilty they will feel later and seek to make amends. The master, who is so stingy and loves money, would never miss such an opportunity. She should have stayed, proven herself, and then won over the followers of that fake monk one by one. So many gullible fools. So much silver. How could she let her purse be empty in the future? They are not my purse, Yun Zhuo said casually. A fake is always a fake. The Buddhist teachings of that impostor were shallow at best. If those people truly sought Buddha's teachings, how could they be deceived by such superficial rhetoric? Besides, there are temples and Taoist monasteries all over the capital where one can seek Buddha. Why would anyone chase after a wandering monk from outside and praise him?
Why?
The restless spirit paused in surprise. Because they have selfish motives, Yun Zhuo smiled. Though not all, most of those followers are like that. The fake monk preached Buddhism one day, drew lots for the destined the next, and sold old items from the altar on another. His tricks were many and noisy. He was willing to spend effort and money to promote his reputation among the believers, and those who paid him would immediately gain a good reputation. Their devotion to Buddha and goodness was mixed with self-interest. I just exposed the fake monk's scheme and made them a laughingstock. How could they truly believe in me afterward? That makes sense, the restless spirit considered carefully and found it quite reasonable. There are many places to seek Buddha. The capital even has the Imperial City Temple and the world's #1 monastery. Ordinary people can enter those, and the masters there are genuinely compassionate. They hold public sermons every month. It's strange to avoid those peaceful places and instead follow a foreign monk to stir up trouble. Of course, there are also some innocent followers who were genuinely deceived. Yun Zhuo still held the bundle of cloth she had just used at the stall slung over her shoulder, disregarding her image. After leaving Qingshui Garden, she looked around, confirmed the route, and then walked determinedly in one direction. The master is so young, yet knows so much. Admirable. Admirable. The restless spirit, seeing Yun Zhuo's direction was toward its home, hurried to praise. You've died once already. You shouldn't be so naive. Yun Zhuo said disdainfully, with a glance. That ghost had died, miserably. At 16 or 17, he had insisted on traveling beyond the frontier to trade. After 10 years of hardship and luck, he had earned a considerable sum of silver, but on his return journey, he met misfortune and was devoured by a pack of wolves, leaving only some bones they couldn't gnaw. He had been away from home for many years and missed his parents dearly, so his soul lingered nearby. His luck was not bad when he encountered her. The man had left behind a large amount of silver, which she could have kept entirely. But as the head of the Hidden Sect, she could not be greedy. So she made a pact with the little ghost to return most of his wealth to his parents, acknowledging his years of effort and success and conveying the news of his death. Essentially, she came back to pierce his parents' hearts. After all, his father and mother had always complained about his spending and called him useless. From Yun Zhuo's perspective, the ghost was quite naive. Even in death, he did not realize that his fate was doomed by malevolent forces. Before leaving, Yun Zhuo pocketed all the silver notes. The little ghost had traded in rare treasures along the border and earned tens of thousands of taels as capital. The jewels in her bag were just the goods he had not had time to sell. The jewels were her reward. The total amount of universal silver notes she was about to distribute now exceeded 60,000 taels. I have been away from home for 10 years. Before I left, my family sold cloth. My father was always busy with the shop and was gone half the year. Every time he saw me, he forced me to study and made me keep the accounts. Once, I heard my mother coughing for days, so I spent 1,000 taels on medicine, only to find out it was fake. Though I was deceived, my intentions were good. When my father learned of this, he beat me severely. They never stopped talking about money. So I thought in the future, I would earn more silver than my father and be better than him, and then see how he would scold me. In a fit of anger, I packed my bags and left. The little ghost sighed. Do you regret it? She asked. Of course. Silver is not so easily earned. And when you are away from home with no one to rely on, you must be cautious and self-reliant. Many times, I nearly lost my life, but narrowly escaped. I thought I would always be so lucky, but in the end, I died in a foreign land. Yun Zhuo, hearing that he had spent 1,000 taels on fake medicine, wanted to beat his father herself. 1,000 taels, how many talismans and cinnabar could that buy?
À prodigal son.
The little ghost rambled on, telling many old stories. After a while, Yun Zhuo arrived. This house is quite grand. Has my family changed? When I left, the road in front of the door wasn't this wide. Now it can even fit so many carriages. The little ghost floated over to the plaque above the Hu residence gate. There were quite a few people gathered at the entrance. Could it be that the Hu family was celebrating a joyous occasion today? Yun Zhuo did not stop anyone to inquire but instead allowed the little ghost to drift inside for a while. After the spirit returned, it exuded an aura of melancholy intertwined with complexity. It turned out that today was the day of my sister's engagement. In the blink of an eye, she had already turned 17. When I left, she was still a child. Yun Zhuo did not enter, but many passers-by nearby had gathered, and she overheard some valuable information. The Hu family, it seemed, had changed somewhat since the little ghost had run away from home. Now, they were among the most prominent merchants in the capital. The Hu family was still in the fabric business, with shops spread across various regions, and they were the renowned proprietors of the Xuanshen cloth mill. Yun Zhuo had traveled extensively and was somewhat familiar with Xuanshen cloth mill. This establishment was unparalleled in fabric production. A few years ago, the mill had developed a type of golden cloth as thin as cicada wings, which was selected by the imperial court for the emperor's garments. The fabric was smooth and breathable, much favored by the emperor, who bestowed generous rewards. This golden cloth was exclusively for the palace, alongside other precious fabrics such as Luoyuan brocade and Xiu gauze, which were in high demand. Yun Zhuo gazed at the spirit drifting in midair. What a fool! With a mountain of gold and silver at home, he chose instead to go to the borderlands to sell his labor as a merchant? Earning tens of thousands of taels of silver was indeed substantial, but what was it compared to the prestigious reputation of Xuanshen cloth mill? Today, the mill's proprietor was celebrating, and numerous guests had arrived with invitation letters. Yun Zhuo stepped forward, but was stopped by a young gatekeeper. She calmly spoke. I have no invitation, but I am a friend of your esteemed young master. Kindly inform your lord that I have been entrusted by Hu Sheng to deliver a letter. As Yun Zhuo conversed with the gatekeeper, Hu Sheng's ghost appeared even more anxious than she, peering eagerly inside, fearing the family would deny her entry. To Hu Sheng's astonishment, the gatekeeper did not hesitate and led Yun Zhuo inside at once. Our master and lady have searched for the young master for many years without a trace. If you truly possess a letter penned by our young master, the master will surely reward you handsomely, the gatekeeper added without forgetting to mention. Yun Zhuo's expression remained unchanged, unsurprised. Just from the name of the cloth mill, it was evident that the little ghost's parents must have had deep feelings for him. At that moment, the Hu family patriarch and matriarch were entertaining guests. When the gatekeeper conveyed the message, the couple quickly instructed the steward to continue handling trivial matters while they, accompanied by their daughter and future son-in-law, went to the side hall to meet Yun Zhuo. Clearly, they did not wish to miss any chance of finding their son. However, upon seeing Yun Zhuo, a flicker of disappointment crossed Mr. Hu's eyes. This young girl, barely 16 or 17, could hardly be the friend of his unfilial son. You say you have a letter for my son? Mr. Hu asked again. His son had run away in anger 10 years ago, and during all these years, he had tried hard to find him. Yet, the world was vast, like searching for a needle in a haystack. Even if the person before him seemed unreliable, he could not bring himself to send her away outright. Master Hu, Madam Hu, Yun Zhuo greeted politely, then without further ado, produced the seal left behind by Hu Sheng before his death. I have come to deliver Hu Sheng's keepsake. A keepsake? Mr. Hu drew a breath, while Madam Hu stumbled slightly, nearly losing her footing, supported by their daughter and future son-in-law. The prospective son-in-law glanced at the seal and said immediately, Uncle Hu, this seal appears to be the very piece you once selected for Sheng. How could Mr. Hu not recognize it? He had thought this was another ploy to swindle money from him, but unexpectedly, the true keepsake from his son had been brought. Moreover, there was some silver as well. Yun Zhuo took out the silver notes and, following Hu Sheng's wishes, explained, he said that back then you were obsessed with money and called him a good-for-nothing prodigal son. But now, after 10 years, he has finally saved some wealth to prove he is not the worthless person you claimed him to be. Upon finishing these words, Hu Sheng's spirit seemed to dim somewhat. Yet Mr. Hu's face turned ashen, as if all the blood had drained away, and he appeared instantly aged. Is my son truly gone? Mr. Hu could hardly believe it. Perhaps his son harbored resentment and sent someone to frighten him? Maybe his son would appear any moment. Among these silver notes was a paper detailing where his remains were buried. He died in the belly of wolves, and by chance, I came upon him and took care of his body. Yun Zhuo spoke plainly. Wait. Aren't you Sheng's friend? If he is dead, how could he have sent you to deliver a letter? Mr. Hu, still sharp, immediately grasped the issue and hurriedly asked. Upon hearing this, Madam Hu's hope grew, clinging to the belief that their son was still alive. Meanwhile, the Hu family as son-in-law sighed. Sheng truly has a hard heart. Over a small quarrel, he abandoned his family for so many years. Now, after finally getting news, he still plays such tricks. How can he face uncle and aunt with a clear conscience? But uncle, please do not be angry. No matter what, he has finally made an appearance. Whether out of resentment or seeking money, he is your only son. Please do not push him away again. Hu Sheng sighed, a chilling wind blowing past. After all these years, his family still did not believe him. I do not care about this money. The unfilial son's father was filled with grief and rage. Was 10 years not enough? Because of a single reprimand. Has he held a grudge until now? The silver notes fluttered to the ground, appearing no different from ordinary paper. Yun Zhuo glanced silently, then smiled. I have conveyed my message. Whether you believe it or not, I have nothing more to say. But since I have received considerable benefits from Hu Sheng, I must see this transaction through to perfection. The world is full of wonders. Surely, Master Hu, after years of business, has encountered a few extraordinary things. Your son's spirit lingers because of his unfulfilled wishes, and it is only through my cultivation that I've sensed it and come to help him find peace. Yun Zhuo did not reveal that Hu Sheng's spirit was nearby. There is a distinction between the living and the dead. Suddenly declaring the spirit's presence might frighten the parents or awaken their greed. Blood ties are hard to sever. And if they develop any resentment obstructing the spirit's passage, it would cross boundaries, causing chaos between yin and yang, and she, as the soul farrier, would bear the consequences. She had worked hard to conclude this matter, both for the money and to gain merit in guiding souls, not to invite trouble upon herself. Mr. Hu, hearing her solemn words, sank further into despair. He knew there were indeed individuals capable of controlling life and death and communicating with spirits. Is the young lady not deceiving me? Mr. Hu is truly uncertain. Hu Sheng felt somewhat distressed. His already one spirit grew even gloomier. Looking at his father, he muttered, when I left back then, I left letters saying I was going to the border to trade. I told him not to worry, that I would return after earning a fortune. I was angry because he always scolded me, but I was determined to make big money. When I left, there was no need to argue with him. Why does he doubt me so much? And I also sent letters to the capital. I knew we weren't short of money, so I didn't boast about my wealth, only that I was safe. But how could my letters have failed to reach him? That shouldn't be. He had indeed sent few letters over more than 10 years. Only 4 or 5 at most. But they should have reassured his parents somewhat. Listening to the spirit's foolish words, Yun Zhuo could not help but be amused. This ghost was too naive. Earning so much silver purely by luck, surviving 10 years wandering before finally dying. That was lucky indeed. Master Hu Sheng did send 4 or 5 letters back. You should check to see if someone with ill intent intercepted them. Yun Zhuo spoke candidly furthermore. Your son's fate is afflicted by malevolent forces. There must be more to his departure from home than meets the eye. Given the deep bond between you and your son, it ought not to have deteriorated into mutual reproach. Perhaps you ought to reflect carefully. Could it be that someone has been sowing discord between you? As he spoke, Yun Zhuo's gaze shifted toward the future son-in-law of the Hu family. The man's countenance was far from pleasant, his eyes flickering with cunning, bearing the unmistakable mark of a usurper. Under Yun Zhuo's penetrating scrutiny, the man grew visibly uneasy and hastened to protest. You suspect me? I have lived with the Hu family since childhood, been the recipient of their great kindness, and am as close to Hu Sheng as a brother. Hu Sheng had long since perished. Now, the only pillar of support he had was Yun Zhuo, the master, whom he trusted more than any former kin. At this moment, Hu Sheng's restless spirit swiftly conveyed to Yun Zhuo, before I left home, I entrusted a letter to Brother Lin. He expressed faith in my ability to make a name for myself, and was the one who told me that the prospects for wealth were greater near the western border of Guanxi. He said that region was rich in gemstones, and by trading back and forth a few times, I could earn a fortune. Within a few years, my father would see me in a new light. In his youthful impetuosity, Hu Sheng had disregarded warnings from Brother Lin, who cautioned him about the dangers near the western frontier. Ultimately, it was Hu Sheng's own stubbornness that led him to go. Over the years, he never doubted Brother Lin's intentions. One grain of rice nurtures gratitude, another grain, enmity. It seems the Hu family has but one son. Now that he is gone, only this young lady remains. And this son-in-law is no longer young. Having stayed with the Hu family all these years, how could suspicion not arise? Moreover, Master Hu, you might investigate whether this young man has received any letters from the western border over the years. Those letters would be from Hu Sheng, Yun Zhuo said forthrightly. Mr. Hu frowned deeply. He truly did not know that his son had sent letters. Feng Lin was the son of a close friend who had passed away from illness. Mr. Hu had taken him in out of compassion, not wanting the boy to be left without care. The child had been sensible and mature from a young age. His temperament the complete opposite of Hu Sheng's. While Hu Sheng was still at home, he had been extremely obedient to Feng Lin. His own son was not particularly brave, just overly naive and reckless. Indeed, if no one had egged him on, Xuansheng should never have dared to run away. Yet in the past, Mr. Hu had thought perhaps he had scolded his son too harshly, imagining the boy would return after a while. How could he suspect another? Over the years, Feng Lin had shown great filial piety, treating Mr. Hu and his wife as if they were his own parents. After all, he was a child they had raised. He surely would not harm the family. Knowing his background and seeing his devotion, they had even hoped to entrust him as a son-in-law to carry on the family legacy should their son never return. "Uncle, I am not Feng Lin," the young man hastened to deny. Just as he was about to explain, the Hu daughter, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke up. "You are. I once saw a letter in your study that had been mostly burned. There was a partial seal on it, and the remaining paper was of the unique color found only at the western border of Guanxi." She spoke with absolute certainty, her eyes blazing with fierce anger. Her family, after all, was engaged in commerce. Her father had taken her to meet countless visitors from north and south. She had seen all manner of things. She could not have mistaken the paper, nor the seal's size and pattern. They matched perfectly with the seal her father kept in his hand. The only reason she had not suspected earlier was that she did not know her elder brother was at the border. She was too young when he left to remember the seal. Although she cherished brother Feng and had decided to entrust her future to him, the thought that he had concealed her brother's whereabouts instantly turned her affection into fury. She wished she could pry open his heart to see if it was black inside. The Hu family had done nothing to wrong her. "Is this true?" Mr. Hu was startled, casting an angry glance. He knew his daughter's nature well. She would not lie. Moreover, with his son gone, Feng Lin had indeed benefited considerably over the years. Mr. Hu's heart wavered for a moment. His gaze fixed unblinkingly on Feng Lin as memories of past events flooded his mind. Suddenly, he slapped Feng Lin across the face. "Uncle, I'm not." Feng Lin immediately denied. "Seize him, surround his courtyard, and search it thoroughly." Mr. Hu ground his teeth. "We cannot rely on mere words." Yun Zhuo said no more, merely sitting down to drink tea and observe the unfolding events. Today was the Hu daughter's engagement day. Such a scandal had erupted, and the guests outside sensed the tension. Mr. Hu acted decisively, taking advantage of the crowd to personally inform everyone that the marriage was called off. Some matters cannot withstand scrutiny or reflection. The more one thinks, the more gaps emerge. Xuansheng's spirit darkened visibly, clearly enraged. He had not sent Yun Zhuo money to torment his parents. His true intention had been to tell them that he was not so despicable. But now, he realized that it was often Feng Lin who instigated trouble. Whenever he erred, Feng Lin was the first to appear, either urging him to flee or speaking on his behalf with a sarcastic tone. The more sensible Feng Lin seemed, the more foolish Xuansheng appeared. No wonder their parents grew to despise him. He was no longer the reckless youth of old. Having struggled outside for 10 years, how could he have remained so naive? Seeing his growing stubbornness and the resentment brewing within his soul, Yun Zhuo said calmly, "When you were alive, you were foolish. If in death you continue to burden your parents, you might as well never have existed. I do not mind dispersing your spirit to prevent harm. It is normal for the dead to harbor some attachment. But if such feelings turn into resentment and intensify unchecked, one becomes a malevolent ghost capable of harming the living." He was blood kin to the Hu parents. If he became a vengeful spirit, it would bring ill fortune upon them, causing hardship in their old age. Yun Zhuo's words chilled Xuansheng's soul to the core. He had intended to harbor resentment, but dared not now. Feng Lin was at fault, but ultimately, Xuansheng's own impetuousness had caused his parents years of guilt and worry. "Thank you for your guidance, young master." Xuansheng relinquished his anger and spoke obediently. Then, turning to his parents, he added, "Please convey to them that I was at fault and caused them worry. If there is a next life, I will be a dutiful son. Deliver this message now." "Whom do you intend to frighten?" Yun Zhuo retorted, noting the inconsistency with what Xuansheng had just said to his parents. Xuansheng was momentarily stunned. Then he understood.
"Please do me a favor. Tonight,
let me send a dream. In the dream, I will have my parents pay you a talisman fee." "Very well," Yun Zhuo nodded. "You have paid quite a bit already. But this is a separate matter. Ghostly dreams are common, yet dreams are illusions prone to collapse or alteration by the dreamer's mind. Many spirits wish to send dreams, but without the right timing, they cannot enter them. Even if they do, they cannot always convey their message accurately. Yet Yun Zhuo can allow spirits to enter dreams. With some limitations, ideally, the dreamer must be a blood relative or someone closely connected, sharing compatible energy. The Hu household was thrown into turmoil. Feng Lin continued to vehemently deny everything, but seeing the Hu daughter's unwavering suspicion, he suddenly turned his accusations toward Yun Zhuo. "Uncle, Aunt, Xiang, After all these years together, do you not know what kind of person I am?
Ah,
I remember now, I met this girl before. She begged me for alms. And I refused. Surely she harbors a grudge against me for that. Feng Lin began to spout nonsense. No one is beyond reproach when scrutinized. Within his courtyard, all traces of Hu Sheng's letters had long vanished. Yet over the years, working at the Hu family's workshop, Feng Lin had secretly accepted benefits, inevitably leaving evidence that proved his dishonesty. The young master's aura bore the mark of a lover's charm. Does this suggest he has a second wife? Yun Zhuo spoke with an expression neither joyful nor angry. At your age, to have endured until now before becoming betrothed is indeed no small feat. Yet that hardly justifies keeping a mistress outside and fathering children with her, does it? Deceiving someone into marriage. Truly, you are less than a beast. Hu Sheng's spirit sneered inwardly. Feng Lin, this lad, if he refuses to admit it, so be it. Why provoke the master?
see,
The truth has come to light once again. Fortunately, the master arrived in time. Had he come only after my sister's marriage, the Hu family would have been utterly ruined by Feng Lin. The Hu family's parents and the young lady stared in shock and fury, their gazes nearly overwhelming Feng Lin. Feng Lin himself was momentarily stunned. He had concealed it so well. How could this woman already know about his mistress and children? Could it be that she had thoroughly investigated him from top to bottom? This was the end, completely over. Seeing his expression, what more did old master Hu need to understand? At that moment, he wished he could drag Feng Lin down and chop him into mincemeat. This man had harmed his son and now sought to destroy his daughter. He had raised him with good intentions, only to receive such a dreadful betrayal in return. Anger, resentment, regret. All these emotions surged through him, nearly causing him to faint. Yet his constitution was remarkably strong, and he managed to endure. Still, his face was ashen, utterly unsure how to face his wife and daughter. Unconsciously, night had fallen. The Hu family's servants had also ransacked Feng Lin's courtyard, uncovering numerous items sufficient to prove his ill intent, that he was no honest or upright man. However, Hu Sheng was not killed by his own hand. Even if the Hu family harbored hatred, at most they could confiscate his belongings and expel him. Old master, who was overwhelmed with grief and fury. Miss, who had been comforting her parents, though she too was a victim. She managed to conceal all her emotions at this critical moment. A truly remarkable feat. Please keep this talisman paper, Madam Hu, and carry it with you closely. Yun Zhuo said before departing, handing over the item. Old master, who would surely be unable to sleep tonight. Madam Hu, being physically weaker, already seemed faint and drowsy, prone to slipping into dreams at night. Yet a spirit's visitation in a dream also damages one's vital energy. Madam Hu would likely suffer a mild illness afterward. Fortunately, her complexion was good and her longevity assured, so the impact would be minimal. With just a few words, Yun Zhuo exposed Feng Lin's true nature. Though Madam Hu did not know the talisman's purpose, she had no strength to ponder further and harbored not a shred of doubt. She accepted it carefully. Miss, who was resolute and steadfast in character. Having escaped this calamity, she would surely enjoy future blessings. Yun Zhuo then addressed her once more. Young lady, having passed through this great trial, your path hereafter will be smooth and favorable. Though your marriage was delayed, your children's blessings and virtues shall come in due course. Thank you for conveying the message to my elder brother today. May I ask your name and where you reside? If you do not mind, you are welcome to stay temporarily at my humble abode, Hu Xiangxiang said hurriedly. My surname is Xiao, and my given name is Yun Zhuo. There is no need for accommodations. If your household requires anything in the future, you may seek me at the former Prince Run's mansion, Yun Zhuo replied.
pausing briefly.
When I say require, I refer to matters of the supernatural that defy ordinary resolution. Being newly arrived and knowing few people, she felt compelled to promote her services. Many bore the surname Xiao in the capital, but mention of the former Prince Run's mansion left no one unaware. After all, there was only one prince who had been executed for illicit relations with palace maids during the day. Very well, Hu Xiangxiang nodded swiftly, making a note. She did not dare to inquire directly about Yun Zhuo's connection to the Xiao family. Judging by her modest attire, she was hardly the mistress of that household. Perhaps she was a distant relative who had traveled thousands of miles to seek refuge. After Yun Zhuo finished speaking, she took her leave. Hu father hastened to support Hu mother to rest. At this moment, Hu Xiangxiang had no time to grieve over the broken engagement. Her mind was filled with the strange words of the Miss Xiao. This person's behavior was peculiar. She wondered whether the preparations had been made in advance, or if she truly possessed the ability to communicate with spirits. If the former, it demonstrated Miss Xiao's remarkable courage and meticulous nature. If the latter, then her abilities were truly extraordinary. Today, with her parents' sorrow, there was no opportunity to inquire further, but she felt deeply that a generous expression of gratitude was owed. Chief Steward, send a few people out to investigate this Miss Xiao's background. Also, prepare more fine brocade and ready-made garments, selecting the best quality. Prepare double sets, so that if she is indeed a relative staying temporarily, we may send a generous gift to the Xiao family to avoid causing her any embarrassment, Hu Xiangxiang instructed. The chief steward promptly complied. Although the Hu family were merchants, they annually presented gold and silk to the palace and therefore had connections with court officials. Furthermore, Hu family's Luyan brocade and ziyugaz were only affordable to the wealthy and powerful. The Hu family also maintained specialized intelligence channels, enabling them to clearly understand the familial relations of these households, the quantities of fabric they required each year, and so forth. Thus, investigating the Xiao family's situation would not be difficult. When Yun Zhuo returned home, it was already very late. Moonlight cast a chill upon the air. Miss, someone from Madame S side came by today to inquire about your background, Dong Qi reminded her before bedtime. Fortunately, early that morning, the young lady had specially designated a room as a storeroom and locked it securely. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to prevent them from rifling through, and perhaps even stealing the gold, silver, and jewels. Did they say anything else? Yun Zhuo inquired. They wanted me to keep an eye on your movements, observe your habits and preferences, and learn what you did before. They also said that if she provides useful information, Madame will reward her handsomely. Dong Qi added. She had indeed followed the young lady's instructions before, slapping Chunping's face to earn money, but she was no fool. She knew the importance of seizing an opportunity firmly, without wavering. Having already received the young lady's reward, she dared not be distracted, lest she risk losing everything in the end. Moreover, as the young lady's foremost maid, her position was one of great trust and responsibility. She could not harbor divided loyalties. Very well, I understand. If people come from the main residence in the future, handle them as you did today. If you cannot refuse outright, accept the reward but report to me. I will handle the rest. Xiao Yunzhuo found Dong Qi amusing, greedy yet principled. I will obey the young lady. Dong Qi answered with a bright smile. The room was warm, the charcoal fire of notably better quality than last night's, without any smoky odor. The bedding was tidier, evidently just freshly smoothed with a fire poker. Dong Qi had been busy today, exhausted from a long day's toil. Yun Zhuo soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Upon waking early, she felt refreshed and serene, as if time itself had slowed to a tranquil pace. She leisurely ate her morning meal while outside. Plum blossoms were in full bloom, their fragrance permeating the air. She even had the leisure to have some petals gathered, contemplating making a fragrant balm. Though the household was somewhat troublesome, she could not deny that having a place to call home was a blessing. Her constitution was unique. From birth, she had opened her heavenly eye, able to perceive things invisible to ordinary folk. Yet being raised at home, and with her great-great-grandfather having spent his life as a warrior slaying countless foes, imbued with potent killing energy that served to ward off evil, she was much like any other child in her youth. But everything changed the moment she was cast into the bone mound. Desperately, she clawed her way out of that small coffin, only to behold all manner of strange and eerie sights, especially as her body grew weaker and she neared death. An overwhelming tide of restless spirits threatened to engulf her entirely. At that moment, countless shadows of the dead invaded her body. From then on, not only could she see these spectral beings, but she also attracted their attention. The sinister energy within her ceaselessly gnawed away at her vitality. Over the years, in order to survive, she had to fill herself with various protective talismans. Yet, even so, whenever her vitality waned, formidable spirits would still disturb her, their incessant clamoring echoing in her ears. Such moments of tranquility were exceedingly rare. Yun Zhuo was so relaxed and carefree that even the maids in the courtyard brimmed with joyful delight. The masters of the mansion each bore their own temperaments. The elderly lady was serene, the master stern, and the eldest young master was impeccably disciplined and highly ambitious. Working in their courtyard was more arduous, with early rises and late nights being commonplace. Meanwhile, the mistress appeared amiable, but in truth, she held extremely high demands for the servants, particularly disliking those who were attractive. In her presence, one had to keep their head bowed, behave with utmost docility, lest they incur punishment. The remaining two young masters were the mistress's cherished ones. Any slight inadequacy in service would result in the servantess' dismissal. Originally, it was assumed that this suddenly emerged eldest young lady, even if not eccentric, would be a capricious and unpredictable person, yet after serving her for 2 days, it was genuinely pleasant. The eldest young lady smiled warmly at everyone and scarcely ever lost her temper. She was even more beautiful, like sunlight glistening on winter snow, exuding a chill yet imbued with subtle warmth. There were more than a dozen plum trees in the garden outside. Let us pick some and bring them back. Several maids were delighted and hurried out in twos and threes. Yun Zhuo was surrounded by several large winnowing baskets brimming with plum blossoms. They even tucked a branch into her hair, leaving her quite content. However, not everyone shared her joy. In the main courtyard of the Jiang family and in the elderly Lady S. Jiwei Hall, the servants all cowered with tails between their legs, cautious and wary. Yesterday, Xiao Wenyue and Xiao Wenyan suddenly began fasting, a practice they were utterly unaccustomed to, yet out of filial piety, they could not refuse. Besides fasting, each day they had to attend to the elderly Lady S' illness for a brief period, though she was their biological grandmother. Over the years they had heard numerous disparaging remarks about her. The wet nurses around their mother said that the elderly lady was outwardly kind, but inwardly cruel. Having tormented their mother for many years, her current illness was, in their view, retribution. Moreover, the Hu family, the elderly Lady S' natal clan, treated the two of them with great severity whenever they visited, never uttering a word of courtesy. They were not dogs raised by the Hu family, yet they were repeatedly lectured by them. It was truly vexing. It was all that rustic woman, Xiao Yunzhuo's fault. Xiao Wenyan was furious. The air in grandmother's chamber reeked of medicine, which he detested most. Xiao Wenyue glanced at him, but did not reprimand. Instead, he spoke with a certain nonchalance. It's only for 3 days. Once we endure it, no one will gossip anymore. Even the Hor family won't have the face to accuse this young master of being unfilial. If you think that way, our little sister isn't foolish either. It seems she is quite considerate of us. Hearing this, Xiao Wenyan frowned and glanced toward the elderly lady's room. Then he said, "Is grandmother really at the end? When she spoke to us earlier, she seemed quite spirited. Although I dislike grandmother, she is still our kin. To wish for her to die soon would not be decent," he added, feeling somewhat guilty. After all, the sight of the elderly lady lying there was truly pitiful. Xiao Wenyue was indifferent. Whether she lives or dies doesn't matter much to me. Even if she is lively, it's none of my concern. But if she remains alive, the ties with the Hor family won't sever, and they will always weigh on us. The elderly lady was the Hu family's grandaunt, someone the elder generation of the Hu clan could never rest easy about when they passed. The fasting rituals were numerous. Fasting on food was one thing, but Yun Zhuo even required them to recite scriptures thrice daily. "Second brother, have you heard of such customs? I think she is doing it on purpose." She is clearly siding with eldest brother. If eldest brother passes the imperial examination and becomes an official, she will surely become even more arrogant. Perhaps even trying to dominate us indefinitely. What right does she have? Xiao Wenyan was infuriated. There is some cunning in her, Xiao Wenyue sneered. "Second brother, was she always like this?" Xiao Wenyan asked again. Xiao Wenyue furrowed his brows, recalling memories of their sister. He was only 2 years older than Yun Zhuo, but vaguely remembered that as children, he liked her very much, while eldest brother always competed with him, often taking her to grandmother's place at every opportunity. Their mother forbade him from going to Jiwei Hall, but he desperately wanted to see his sister, so he would wait outside Jiwei Hall alone. When dusk fell, eldest brother would lead her out, but each time she was reluctant, unwilling to return to their mother's side with him. Yun Zhuo was very afraid of their mother back then. Recalling the past, Xiao Wenyue felt somewhat uneasy and said coldly, she always favored eldest brother a bit more. The snacks I carefully saved for her to eat, she would secretly stash them away to give to eldest brother. She even lied to eldest brother, saying they were from mother, hoping to please him. Sadly, that little head wasn't very clever and didn't realize that eldest brother was very proper. Upon receiving gifts, he would go to mother to thank her, and mother would bluntly reveal the truth, making things even more embarrassing. Once grandmother's affairs are settled, just watch how I deal with her. Humph. Xiao Wenyan thought to himself that he must never let her succeed again, lest she grow ever more domineering day by day. How could that be tolerated? Xiao Wenyue said nothing. Back then, when he had a mild illness, Yun Zhuo had promised to keep him company, not to find eldest brother, nor to fuss over grandmother, but she had run off while he was asleep. He deserved to be abandoned. Now that she had returned, she was cold and indifferent to him, yet her attitude toward eldest brother was entirely different. Since she was heartless, why should he care for someone who did not see him? Each brother harbored their own thoughts, feeling stifled and bored in Jiwei Hall. In the main courtyard, Mrs. Jiang was now furious. Her favorite teacup had been shattered as she ordered the steward, "Immediately send someone to prepare a gift and apologize at Magistrate Li's house in the Ministry of Punishments."
Aunt Jiangwan sighed deeply.
Who would have thought she had such audacity? She had only just returned and dared to invoke her father and brother's names to have magistrately investigate the case. I have met that Master Kongchan myself. I even bought a glass lotus lamp from him. Yet she insisted that the master was a fraud.
Whose face does she want to slap?
This is clearly an attack against me. Mrs. Jiang was truly incensed. Rumors flew thick and fast early this morning. Now that the master had been arrested and the case remained unresolved, the truth no longer mattered. If the master had been wronged, the Xiao family would inevitably be blamed for failing to educate their daughter properly and for humiliating the master. How would they ever hold their heads high again? Conversely, if the master was truly a scoundrel, then Yun Zhuo had trampled her own reputation into the dust, effectively telling everyone that the lotus lamp she had painstakingly obtained was stolen property. And I sincerely hope Cousin S' judgment is correct. Many in the capital have praised Master Kongchan, and we are not the only ones deceived. Your filial piety toward the elderly lady is beyond doubt, Jiangwan said hurriedly. Jiangwan was also very angry. It was one thing for Xiao Yunzhuo to disgrace herself at home, but to cause a commotion outside was another matter entirely. Though she had been the young lady of her branch family for years, the entire capital regarded her as a daughter of the Xiao family. Her disgrace was also a stain upon them. How could such a fool exist? So impatient and reckless as to embarrass herself publicly. Who did she think she was? Just because she claimed Master Kongchan was a fake, was that enough? Then Lord Li. It is only out of respect for your uncle-in-law that you are willing to entertain this case. He merely sold a bit of face. Yet surely it would be unthinkable to truly harm a venerable, enlightened monk for the sake of our family's reputation, would it not? Lady Jiang truly had never imagined that Xiao Yunzhuo would possess such audacity. Yesterday, the reason she did not prevent the young girl from leaving was simply because the child had just arrived in the capital, unfamiliar with her surroundings, and at most would carry some silver coins to purchase a few items or indulge in some amusement. Who could have foreseen that she would dare to cause a disturbance at the Ministry of Justice? Lady Jiang could not help but feel a headache and turned to Jiangwan, saying, although Master Kongchan may not compare to the priests of the Imperial City Temple, many wealthy families in the capital have recently been praising him, and his reputation has been quite prominent. One should never lightly offend someone so close to the Buddha. Moreover, your uncle-in-law is a military man by nature, known for his strict and formidable demeanor over the years, hardly a man of compassion. With this girl's outburst, people outside will inevitably think our entire family is composed of ungrateful villains. Her husband, Xiao Zhenguan, was quite amiable in his youth. But after his father-in-law was sentenced to death, the whole family relied on him alone, and he had no choice but to shoulder the responsibilities upon his shoulders. To prevent the Xiao family from being humiliated, he gradually adopted a colder demeanor. Even toward her, his tenderness has diminished considerably compared to before. The master has worked so hard to bring some improvement to the household, yet the moment that wretched girl returned, the Xiao family acquired a reputation for reckless folly.
Aunt,
what shall we do now? Jiangwan asked immediately with concern. What else can we do? From today onward, that wretched girl must not be allowed to leave the house. Lord Li's side will send some gifts to apologize, then dispatch someone to the Ministry of Justice to clarify the matter and personally escort Master Kongchan out. The master has been imprisoned, tainted by misfortune. Such a festival cannot simply pass by so easily. Lady Jiang pondered for a moment, then added, I recall that a few years ago, the younger generation of the Hor family presented the matriarch with several sutras, and supposedly some relics. Those things are of no use kept here. Once the family affairs settle, we shall select one to present to Master Kongchan as an apology. The matriarch will not live much longer, and after her passing, those items can be disposed of at will. Master Kongchan's reputation is strong recently, but he is ultimately only a wandering monk, with few valuable possessions. If the family is willing, the master will surely assist in restoring our reputation. Having said this, Lady Jiang sent someone to carry out the plan. She even specially dispatched the family's chief steward to deliver a substantial gift to Lord Li. Lord Li had been busy all night yesterday and had yet to report to the office at this hour. The steward arrived just in time. Upon meeting Lord Li, he immediately began apologizing on behalf of Xiao Yunzhuo and conveyed Lady Jiang's sentiments with sincerity and an expression of guilt. Lord Li, the entire capital knows that our young mistress was lost since childhood and has been wandering outside all these years. She only recently returned and knows nothing of the ways here. Perhaps upon returning, she encountered Master Kongchan and mistook him, thus causing this misunderstanding. Early this morning, when the family went out to shop, they happened to overhear rumors outside. Our Lady then learned of the report filed and immediately sent me to apologize. Please, Lord Li, do not take offense, the steward said helplessly. Lord Li regarded him with a complex expression. You mean to say that your lady has no knowledge whatsoever of this? Exactly so. Our lady even received a pair of glazed lotus lamps from Master Kongchan earlier and had some dealings with him. How could she possibly suspect the master to be a fraud? It's utterly baffling. The steward added promptly. Lord Li exhaled and muttered in exasperation. That is indeed strange. When your young mistress came to report the case, she told me with her own lips that the blood-colored stains on the glazed lotus lamps were suspicious. So after consulting with the matriarch and her elder brother, she was sent to the office. Our matriarch has been in poor health lately and barely speaks. So this was entirely the young mistress's decision, the steward replied awkwardly. As the official in charge of criminal affairs, it is my duty to clear wrongful convictions. I had assumed the matriarch had solved this case and was about to pay my respects, only to discover it was the Xiao family's young mistress who initiated it. Lord Li said. Being a sharp man, he immediately discerned the Xiao family's true intention from the steward's demeanor. This Lady Xiao was not a doting mother. The case had just erupted. The truth was still unclear, so some commoners indulged in wild speculation, believing the Xiao family's daughter to be reckless. Meanwhile, Lady Xiao only blamed her daughter and hastened to seek his clarification, clearly trying to distance herself from the matter. Though Lord Li had agreed to meet the young lady out of respect for the Xiao matriarch and Xiao Zhenguan, he would not arrest anyone lightly. Miss Xiao was neither servile nor arrogant, and dared to assert that the monk was suspicious. Only after his investigation did he take action. Lady Xiao's eagerness to send someone to apologize was not merely disdain for her own daughter, but also a judgment that he was a corrupt official who bowed to power and rendered false judgments. Lord Li felt decidedly displeased. The steward sensed something amiss in Lord Li's words and asked dazedly, My lord, you intend to express thanks? For what reason? Suddenly, the steward realized the matter was more complicated than he had imagined. The monk was indeed an impostor. After his arrest and overnight interrogation, it was revealed that this man not only impersonated a monk but was a heinous criminal who had murdered his own wife and the true Master Kongchan. The murder weapon was the glazed lotus lamp, and the burial site had been confessed. Lord Li was about to dispatch a swift letter to the local authorities to exhume the body for verification. The steward's smile froze on his face. Your family's apology gifts, I really cannot accept them. Please take them back, Lord Li said with a smile. Such a fine young lady. Born under the wrong star. How pitiable. The steward was at a loss for how to respond, his face flushed with embarrassment. Pressing forward to apologize had only made the family lose face. How could he possibly linger further? Hastily, he took his leave and hurried back to the Xiao residence. Just as he reached the Xiao family gate, several carriages were parked at the entrance. The Hu family's servants were moving items inside. The steward was utterly baffled but overheard the Hu family say they had come to offer thanks and brought quite substantial gifts. Unable to decide on his own, he promptly entered to inform Lady Jiang. Lady Jiang had just taken a sip of calming tea, her mind somewhat at peace. Upon hearing the steward's report, he said tremblingly, Madam, I went to Lord Li's household, but unfortunately, Lord Li refused to accept our gifts. Refused? It seems he is displeased. We must wait for the master to return before deciding, Lady Jiang said, her brows knitting tightly. He insists the lady is not at fault, the steward said. Lord Li confirmed the monk was indeed an impostor. Thanks to the young mistress, the heinous criminal was caught. Lord Li further stated that the fake monk confessed to killing with the glazed lotus lamp. The steward's heart leapt to his throat. Sure enough. Lady Jiang stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with disbelief, fury blazing fiercely. Does that not mean Lord Li was made a great fool? Yun Zhuo's report was correct, yet she not only obtained the lotus lamp from the culprit but even defended him? Lady Jiang felt dizzy, as if a lightning bolt had exploded in her mind. So furious, she was speechless.
How could this be?
That wretched girl just returned to the capital and barely knew anyone. How could she have known the truth about the fake monk's crimes? Lady Jiang could not fathom it. Her anger found no outlet and ultimately transformed into resentment and blame. That wretched girl, knowing the truth, did not inform her first. The Xiao family was small, and Xiao Zhenguan's rear courtyard had only Lady Jiang as his legitimate wife. For many years, the matriarch had been uninvolved in affairs, so everyone in the household obeyed Lady Jiang's commands. Even Xiao Wenyu, who was notoriously strict with his two younger brothers, showed great restraint in her presence. Thus, Lady Jiang rarely suffered defeat. Yet today, she had lost so much face. The mere thought of others' mocking glances filled Madame Jiang with such shame that she wished she could vanish into the earth itself. Madam, there is another matter, the steward reported. On my return, I happen upon the people from Gaoshan cloth shop bringing gifts. The items appear numerous, all exquisite fabrics and ready-made garments. I was uncertain how to proceed, so I had them wait outside. The steward continued, though the Hu family deals solely in textiles, they are reputable merchants. Xuanshen Cloth Shop frequently releases special, limited edition fabrics, coveted by many ladies in the capital who vie to secure them in advance. Wearing their garments in social gatherings often elicits envious admiration. This family truly knows how to conduct business, Madame Jiang mused. Could it be that they are aware that our eldest son is about to take the spring imperial examinations and have come to offer congratulations in advance? She furrowed her brows slightly. Very well, bring them in. Exhaling softly, Madame Jiang regained her composure and instructed the steward to fetch the visitors. Unfortunately, the old lady's days are numbered, and lately she has only been able to wear simple attire. This might even delay your apprenticeship at the Qin Pavilion. A yen. Madame Jiang lamented. Aunt, it's nothing serious. I can practice diligently at home, every day just the same, Jiang Yan replied nonchalantly. Once the mourning period concludes, I shall find a way to invite Master Ing Qin to our home. You, Yan possess both talent and virtue. Master Ing Qin will surely be pleased to take you as a disciple. No matter the cost, I will ensure it happens, Madame Jiang said generously. Renowned Qin masters are few, and those willing to accept female apprentices even scarcer. Thank you, Aunt, Jiang Yan said quickly, pausing briefly before tentatively inquiring, what about my cousin? Should she also learn something? She helped Lord Li with a case, showing great attention to detail. Perhaps she will learn faster than I. That one? Madame Jiang scoffed. With her reckless nature, what could she possibly learn? Better to have her stay home and learn to read a few characters. The marriage cannot be delayed. Once the master returns and meets the guests, we must consider arrangements. It would be better for her to marry outside the capital rather than remain here. Madame Jiang pondered and then added, Yen, prepare yourself shortly. Accompany me to the Imperial City Temple to offer prayers for the old lady's soul. Although I was deceived by that false monk into buying the glazed lotus lantern, I still fear gossip-mongers may slander me and tarnish my reputation. Not only must we go to the Imperial City Temple, but we must do so with great ceremony, she continued. Let everyone know that although I erred in the purchase, my filial piety is beyond question. I shall follow your lead, Aunt. Wherever you go, I shall be by your side, Jiang Yan responded promptly. As they conversed, the Hu family's steward was ushered inside. Madame Jiang's demeanor was imposing as she surveyed those present and declared, I accept your goodwill from Xuanshen Cloth Shop. But I hear the quantity is considerable. Let us settle this. Go to the accounting office and collect some silver. We will purchase everything. Madam, you misunderstand. These are gifts from our master specifically for Miss Xiao as a token of gratitude, the steward hurriedly explained. Our young master died far from home, and it was thanks to the young lady's help in delivering the message that we remain eternally indebted. Our master said the household holds no rare treasures, only accumulated fabrics, which we hope Miss Xiao will kindly accept without disdain. Madame Jiang's lips twitched slightly. The Hu steward, now wary, added cautiously, please forgive us. Madame Jiang, our master instructed me to deliver these items personally to Miss Xiao and to convey a message. Miss Xiao's identity astonished our master, madam, and young lady. We had assumed she was a distant relative of the Xiao family, but to discover she is the legitimate eldest daughter was quite a shock. We even inquired among the Xiao household servants and learned that this miss was lost for 12 years before her return, a truly pitiful circumstance. Originally, these goods would have been delivered to the Xiao household and given to anyone there, but our young lady felt it improper. If Miss Xiao were truly favored at home, she would not have left dressed so shabbily on that bitterly cold day, her cheeks reddened by the frost. Further inquiries revealed that upon her return, the housekeeper reprimanded her, and many old garments were discarded at the side entrance, gifts from the family's cousin to the legitimate miss. Thus, these items must be handed directly to the benefactress. If they fall into Madame Xiao's hands, Miss Xiao would never even touch them. At this, a chill flashed in Madame Jiang's eyes. Did these scoundrels think that, as the head of the household, she would allow her own daughter's belongings to be swallowed up by outsiders? Preposterous. My child is, after all, a young lady of the inner chambers. She should not accept gifts from strangers lightly. We shall take them back. Madame Jiang's tone grew markedly colder. If Madame finds it inconvenient, we shall wait outside and deliver the gifts personally when Miss Xiao goes out, the Hu steward said humbly. Madame Jiang felt these people were unable to discern right from wrong. They were conspiring against that wretched girl and her. Yet, since the gifts had already attracted considerable attention, to bring them back only to have to send them again upon meeting Yun Zhuo would arouse suspicion among the neighbors. Such a great kindness should not be refused. Very well, have them carry the items over. Madame Jiang could scarcely bear it. The child had only been at home for 3 days. yet she felt as if it had been 3 or 5 decades. Every day was a torment, with the girl meddling in everything, headstrong and untamable. How could she endure it? Truly, she could not last a single day more. Madame Jiang ordered the items to be packed away, while Jiang Yan returned to her courtyard, preparing to go to the Imperial City Temple. Yet, watching the steward from the cloth shop bustling about, Jiang Yan paused and glanced down the path she must take. That glance stirred a complex storm of emotions within her. Previously, the steward had reported many items, but Jiang Yan had not imagined it could be so many, just a few bolts of cloth, nothing unaffordable. But seeing it with her own eyes told a wholly different story. The owner of Gaoshan Cloth Shop was positively mad, as if he had emptied his entire warehouse. While no golden cloth, reserved exclusively for imperial use, was sent, there were 6 bolts of silver moon brocade, a fabric as rare as gold, its texture like ice and patterns resembling celestial garments. Although not as costly as the drifting cloud brocade, it was extremely hard to procure. Last year, Jiang Yan had someone watch the shop every day for a month and had only managed to secure 1 bolt, and that with a common pattern.
Now,
6 bolts were being sent to Yun Zhuo. There were also stacks of drifting cloud brocade and purple jade gauze, along with several chests of finished garments. She had even glimpsed an open chest containing a fox fur coat of exceptional quality, a treasure of the month at Gaoshan Cloth Shop. The coat was pure white and soft to the touch, intended for a distinguished guest. A distinguished guest? Yun Zhuo? She was merely a messenger. How could she deserve such splendid items? Watching these fabrics and garments, so rare that even wealth could scarcely procure them, being carried endlessly into Yun Zhuo's courtyard, Jiang Yan felt as if a great piece of her heart had been torn away, the pain unbearable. Her face could no longer maintain the serene and delicate composure she had worn before. Yun Zhuo was already strikingly beautiful, even when clad in coarse cotton clothes. She possessed an ethereal grace. Her complexion was fair and flawless, making her beauty impossible to ignore. Now, with so many fine fabrics bestowed upon her, who would look at Jiang Yan when she went out with Yun Zhuo? Would she not be overshadowed completely? Fear not at Jiang Yan's heart. In her view, talent might earn praise, but most men in this world were driven by lust. If one's appearance was lacking, no amount of talent would draw their attention. Unconsciously, she found herself frozen in place, her gaze fixed intently. Yet Jiang Wan remained entirely unaware that the gifts from the Hu family had originally not been so numerous. It was all because last night, Madame Hu had a dream. Last night, Master Hu tossed and turned, unable to find rest, while Madame Hu, frail in health, had fallen into a deep sleep early on. Yet once she entered her dream, she saw her son, Hu Sheng. In the dream, Hu Sheng first wept before his mother, lamenting his impulsive departure from home years ago and expressing shame for having failed to show filial piety over the years. He also fiercely rebuked Feng Lin, the one who had urged him away. After a brief reunion, Hu Sheng asked his mother to remember to send some silver to Yun Zhuo, and to burn a few extra offerings for him so that his days in the afterlife might be more comfortable. Madame, who is not one to dream often, and last night was not only filled with dreams but unusually verbose ones at that. Upon awakening, she could recall nearly every word her son had spoken, tears welling in her eyes. Only then did she seek out Master Hu to recount the dream. Upon hearing this, and recalling the talisman Yun Zhuo had given, Master Hu ordered the gifts to be increased several-fold. The Hu family was already preparing for the funeral rites. Since Hu Sheng's remains were buried too far away, it would likely take 4 or 5 months to retrieve them. Therefore, the Hu family planned to first exhume the coffin, and once the bones were brought back, arrange them properly. Yun Zhuo's residence was distant, and moving the belongings took quite a while. The Hu family had previously investigated the Xiao family's situation, and now, upon stepping inside, they felt even more pity for the young lady of the Xiao household. In other families, the matron would keep a close watch over her daughter, fearing that the daughter's courtyard might lack necessities. Yet the Xiao family, once ennobled, was so well established that the young lady's courtyard was not only far off but also desolate, with few attractive decorations save for some plum blossoms, which were at least seasonally appropriate. At this moment, Yun Zhuo was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the Hu family to be so generous, bestowing such an abundance of gifts at once. The offerings were somewhat excessive, he thought, frowning slightly as he spoke. Not excessive, not at all, the steward quickly replied. The master sent me to convey his gratitude. Were it not for your assistance, our young master would have been condemned to wander as a lost spirit. In half a year's time, the young master should be able to return to his homeland. Though it is a somber occasion, it is far better than a lifetime of silence and neglect. You have already paid for the talisman, she said earnestly. You need only cover that cost. 10 taels of silver will suffice. Miss Xiao, please do not be so polite. Our master also said that while these fabrics may seem precious to others, they mean little to the Hu family. Our eldest young master appeared in a dream last night specifically instructing us to pay the talisman fee. You and our young master have met and are friends. When friends arrive in the capital, the Hu family ought to extend hospitality. However, as we are preparing for a funeral, it would be inappropriate to invite you to stay. We can only send these items as a token of our goodwill. The steward was about to add that, given Miss Xiao's youth and her friendship with the eldest young master, she could be considered a junior relative of the master. And it was customary for elders to present gifts to juniors upon meeting. Yet recalling that the Xiao family held official status, the steward feared such a claim might seem presumptuous and retracted the remark. The steward's manner of addressing her as Miss Xiao caused her slight discomfort. Though she had introduced herself, it was the first time in so many years she had heard such a rare form of address. The steward stepped forward again and produced 10 taels of silver, offering it as an additional payment. Yun Zhuo accepted the silver ingots. Yet the expenses Hu Sheng had incurred on errands were not insignificant. The batch of goods he had procured before his death was of excellent quality. Among them were over a dozen gold bracelets set with gemstones, each pair worth approximately 300 to 500 taels. There were also silver inlaid combs, hairpins, pendants, and even numerous gold locks, along with small pearl strings and unpolished gems of various kinds. Altogether, their value was no less than the silver notes she had sent to the Hu family. Of course, more than half had already been spent, leaving about 20,000 taels worth of valuables. This was indeed a substantial fortune, though there were many places where the money had been spent, for example on the road. A large portion was donated in Hu Sheng's name to county magistrates, village chiefs, and for public works such as bridge and road repairs and charitable deeds. Among the spirits she had encountered, there were some as wealthy as Hu Sheng, but inevitably, she also met those utterly destitute, who could neither offer payment nor even cover her expenses. She understood that in business, losses were sometimes unavoidable. What she could do was to squeeze out some savings, so that when her body was free of energy and she no longer feared an early death, she could retire to a picturesque place to live out her days in peace. Now, with so many gifts from the Hu family, she considered returning the favor. Before long, Yun Zhuo retrieved from her storeroom several talismans she had accumulated. These are to be delivered to your master on my behalf, Yun Zhuo said, selecting several. Among them were talismans for wealth attraction, fortune enhancement, disaster relief, home protection, personal safety, and others. More than 10 types in total. All were gentle and harmless, and wearing them regularly would surely bring benefits. The steward hastily accepted them, expressing gratitude before departing. Miss, with so many clothes and fabrics, you have enough to last a decade. Winter Qi, who had just left, said with relief. Yun Zhuo felt a twinge of melancholy. The gifts were plentiful, but since they came from others and consisted of rare fabrics, it was difficult to pawn or convert them into silver. Such a heap could never be worn entirely and would have to be stored away. She decided to take a few bolts to her grandmother's place and carefully store the rest. After some thought, she realized that upon returning to the capital, she would inevitably have more social interactions, and gifting some to close friends and relatives would not be a bad idea. What about Madam and your cousin? Winter Qi tentatively reminded her. My mother and cousin would never care for my things. There's no need to bother, Yun Zhuo replied bluntly. Winter Qi was somewhat worried. After all, Madam was an elder, and she feared that if the young lady appeared too direct, rumors of being unmanageable might arise, making it difficult to find a suitable match in the future. Miss, should you not try to curry favor with Madam? You may suffer little hardships here. But what about the future? Marriage is a matter of parental arrangement. What if Madam's displeasure ruins your whole life? Winter Qi's voice grew rougher, yet softened deliberately, as if afraid of frightening the pitiful young lady before her. Yun Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. She had never considered her own lifelong prospects. When she had emerged from the coffin in the bone pile, she faced a silent, desolate ridge, strewn with fallen leaves and endless energy. She stumbled for an unknown length of time, unable to escape, nearly trapped to death. Later, she encountered a spirit, her master. Her master was the leader of the Hidden Sect, who, during the final years of the previous dynasty's turmoil, descended from the mountains to save lives but ultimately perished outside. His remains ended up in the bone pile. Due to his cultivation, his spirit neither reincarnated nor dissipated but absorbed energy and became a powerful ghost within the bone pile. It was her master who guided her to find the Hidden Sect's token, shielding her from the devouring spirits and protecting her all the way to the sect's old site. The sect's disciples had scattered due to war, leaving only a few families as guardians. When she appeared with a token, the guardians accepted her as their own and cared for her for several years. She learned her master's spiritual skills, and only when she was strong enough to protect herself did her master release her, sending her into reincarnation. All these years, her mind had been full of learning and survival, never once contemplating marriage. Winter Chi's words made her realize that in the eyes of the Jiang family, she was little more than a possession, unwanted now, easily discarded in the future. Although she possessed the ability to leave the Xiao family, the lofty status that came with her identity filled her with a certain disdain. Moreover, she had no desire to depart. She was determined to honor the ancestral lineage here, to be sheltered by the ancestral tablets of her forebears. If one wished to be a pitiable little creature who could be casually dismissed, one must either rely on favor or wield one's own voice. Her master had once said that strength dictated all, for someone like her, abandoned by those closest. This truth was even more pronounced. Thus, the former was but a fleeting illusion, while the latter allowed one to seize control of one's own destiny and live longer.
Do as I say.
From now on, not a single leaf or blade of grass in this courtyard shall be touched by my mother or cousin without my consent. Yun Zhuo soon calmed herself. Marriage was predestined by heaven. If it was meant to be, it would be. But to force it was to defy the heavens. A sin that would bring no good fortune. The servant understands. Dongqi nodded hastily, hoping that when the master returned, he would treat the young lady better. Otherwise, with only the frail old lady and the young master at home, how could they possibly support the young lady? While Dongqi was lost in anxious thoughts, he busied himself with storing the items. The remaining maids in the courtyard became even more occupied, and Yun Zhuo set about crafting plum blossom scented ointment. Not far outside, Jiang Wan had just regained her composure after sorting through the mountain of gifts. She sent her personal maid to tidy up and immediately went to Jiang's side. Upon seeing Jiang, she hesitated to speak. Jiang immediately sensed something was amiss. What is it? And I just saw several carts of goods delivered from the cloth shop, including several bolts of silver moon brocade and flowing cloud silk. These fabrics are far from cheap. If my cousin accepts these, might it affect her reputation? Jiang Wan asked cautiously. Jiang was momentarily stunned. These aren't ordinary fabrics? Isn't a single fine white fox fur coat alone worth thousands of taels? Jiang Wan lowered her voice slightly. Jiang was equally shocked. Could it be that that reckless girl is bribed under your uncle's name?
No.
Jiang quickly shook her head. Your uncle is a military man. He has no say over merchants outside. Even if gifts were given, it wouldn't involve our household as steward. They said it was a great favor? Though the gift is somewhat grand, Gaoshan Cloth Shop is quite wealthy. Giving more is understandable. If it's just out of gratitude, then I'm relieved. Jiang Wan exhaled. I must have been overthinking it. By the way, Aunt, you and my cousin haven't seen each other in years. If she sends anything later, please don't take it too seriously. You little thing. You want that fox fur coat, don't you? Jiang patted her hand. Having raised the child herself, she could somewhat guess her thoughts. Wan adored beautiful things, something Jiang was well aware of, so she did not take offense. No, that fox fur coat is far too precious, best suited to your radiant and dignified presence. Before you, Aunt, I am but a humble jade maiden. Even if my cousin casually gifts me some fabric, I would be overjoyed. Jiang Wan said coquettishly. Of course, she desired the fox fur coat, but she knew what was proper to want and what was not. As expected, Jiang's gaze grew gentler after hearing this. I would gladly give you the finest things under heaven. Yun Zhuo was raised in a rough place and is unsuited to wear such delicate garments. Knowing Yun Zhuo had received gifts, Jiang did not rush to the imperial city temple. The aunt and niece sat down to converse for a while. However, as time passed and evening approached, still no one from the Xiao family had come to deliver anything. Jiang grew restless. Aunt, please don't be angry. Surely my cousin does not understand these customs. Jiang Wan quickly said. She hadn't expected Yun Zhuo to be so foolish. Which young person, upon receiving fine things, would not first offer the main portion to their parents?
Someone.
Bring the eldest young lady here. Jiang called out, trying to restrain her anger, adding, have the kitchen prepare some refreshments for her. Ignorance of etiquette was one thing. As a mother, she would teach her properly. The servants hurried to fetch her. But soon after, they returned dejectedly. Facing Jiang's questioning and the prepared refreshments, the servants could only speak frankly. Madam, the eldest young lady is busy making scented ointment and says she has no time to come. She also said that you and Miss should not look down on her gifts, so she won't bring them over to embarrass herself.
How dare she?
Jiang was furious, pounding the table until her hand went numb. Her eyes reddened, as if on the verge of tears. Who said Yun Zhuo didn't understand? She clearly did. but was doing this on purpose. Jiang Wan remained silent, watching her aunt's expression. Send a letter to the master. Tell him this child is beyond my control, insolent and disrespectful to elders. If I remain in this house one more day, my health will not hold. From today, I and Wan shall go to the Imperial City Temple to pray for the old lady's blessing. Leave the household affairs to him. Jiang gritted her teeth and finally declared. That damned daughter could no longer be tolerated. Previously, she had cared about the family's reputation. But now she thought she should have spread that girl's ill repute long ago. She had just returned home. Even if she had some bad reputation, it was due to her wild behavior outside, not because the Xiao family had failed to raise her properly. Jiang regretted bitterly that her own daughter treated her so. Had she known this would happen, she would have rather never borne her. Jiang was a woman who valued her face. Since Yun Zhuo refused to give her the gifts, she lacked the face to ask. With the departure preparations nearly complete, she sent for a carriage and, accompanied by a retinue, headed grandly to the Imperial City Temple. Jiang Wan accompanied them, though she felt somewhat reluctant. Her aunt seemed formidable, but had achieved nothing. Yun Zhuo had thrown away the clothes she gifted, and her aunt had stormed in to scold her, even threatening punishment. But after Yun Zhuo whispered something in her ear, she had backed down with no further action. This incident was no different. After venting her fury, she simply left. Yun Zhuo had received a great many fine things. Without a mother nagging, perhaps life was even more pleasant for her. Aunt, how long will we stay at the Imperial City Temple? Jiang Wan asked cautiously. The temple was stifling. With only vegetarian food, she could not endure a long stay. Since we are here to pray for the old lady, we shall remain until her condition improves or until she passes, Jiang replied. It won't be long. The old lady has been ill for so long. She won't make it to the new year. Lately, you must be diligent. Attend the morning prayers daily and listen to the masters preach. This Imperial City Temple is unlike others. Many noble ladies come to worship. If you show enough piety, someone will surely notice you. Word will spread, and many will be waiting for you to choose from, Jiang advised. This niece was always obedient and sensible, already known for her virtue. Were it not for the loss of the family's title and the fact that only the master remained in office, her future would be even brighter. Her late father had been lecherous, with 7 or 8 concubines who bore children and countless paramours outside. Yet only the old lady had borne an heir. Everyone said the old lady was virtuous, but Jiang doubted it. Had she truly been virtuous, the master would have had many legitimate siblings to support him. Jiang scoffed. Thinking that the old lady's days were numbered, her heart felt somewhat unburdened. Though Jiang had left home, the steward managed affairs as usual. The next day, the steward sent word to the military camp. When Xiao Zhengguan first entered the imperial military camp, he was already advanced in years. He possessed no military achievements whatsoever. Had it not been for the support of his ancestral Xiao family and the backing from the Hui clan, he would have had to start from the very bottom as a mere soldier upon enlistment. After years of arduous toil, he had risen to the rank of a 4th-rank military officer, though his position was far from commanding respect. Originally a descendant of a duke, he should have been closer to those second-generation hereditary officials. Yet, due to the disgraceful death of his biological father, he was inevitably shunned by those hereditary military officers. Similarly, his comrades who had clawed their way up through their own merit looked down upon him, a scion who advanced through connections. Thus, upon his initial entry into the camp, his standing was exceedingly awkward. However, after so many years, Xiao Zhengguan had grown accustomed to this state of affairs. Upon receiving a letter from home, Xiao Zhengguan's typically stern visage remained as solemn as ever. Yet as he unfolded the contents, his brows furrowed deeply. Mother and daughter at odds? Jiang Shi had actually taken that girl Jiang Wan to the Imperial City Temple? If his memory served him right, he had only recently received news that his daughter had safely returned home. Why then had Jiang Shi's attitude changed so abruptly in such a short span? Xiao Zhengguan continued to read. The steward had written the matter quite clearly. Upon arriving home, his daughter had discarded the items Jiang Shi had prepared, then left the house without permission. She had recklessly reported a case without consulting the elders, privately accepted substantial gifts from the cloth workshop, and had shown blatant disrespect toward her elders. The final point was that she intended to perform a ritual at home to cure the old lady's ailment. A ritual? Xiao Zhengguan's hand trembled slightly as he scrutinized the letter to ensure he had not misread it. Although his daughter's time at home had been brief, she was quite adept at stirring up trouble. The prior issues at worst affected the family's reputation, but the matter concerning the old lady, that was his own mother. What ritual was she planning to perform? Unable to remain seated, Xiao Zhengguan hurriedly rose, preparing to request leave to return home. Yet numerous trivial matters bound him. Even if he took leave, he had to arrange for others to handle his duties first. It would be impossible to reach home in time for the ritual. Tomorrow, at noon, it was over. He feared he would not make it in time. Since enlisting, Xiao Zhenguan had taken leave only twice. Once for the joyous birth of his child, and the other 2 months prior, when the old lady fell ill. Therefore, when he proposed returning home this time, his colleagues' hearts sank. Their faces immediately clouded with sorrow as they mentally prepared the morning gifts for the Xiao family. Though others in the military might despise Xiao Zhenguan after years of coexistence, a few comrades maintained somewhat amicable relations with him, and now they looked upon him with genuine sympathy. He was going home to mourn. Feeling their gazes, Xiao Zhenguan found it difficult to explain. Could he confess that his daughter intended to perform a ritual for his mother, and he feared that if left unchecked, his mother might perish in bitterness, thus necessitating his swift return to intervene? Such an admission was unthinkable. My daughter, who has long been estranged, has returned. The child, longing for her father, compels me to return home and see her, Xiao Zhenguan forced himself to say to his superiors. They did not believe him. A few days earlier, he had already received the family letter, and the Xiao household servants had even delivered some items, claiming the child had been found. At that time, he had not intended to return immediately. I understand, his superior responded gravely, concealing his emotions. Transfer your duties properly and return tomorrow. If there are any unresolved matters, someone will inquire at your home in due course. In due course? No, he would return promptly. Rarely did Xiao Zhenguan's impassive face reveal helplessness, but now a faint trace of it emerged. He opened his mouth as if to explain, but ultimately said nothing. Once he returned and formally ended his leave, all would become clear. The 3-day fasting period had arrived, and Yun Zhuo was prepared. Xiao Wenyue and Xiao Wenyan stood before her, both pale and listless, yet their refined demeanor offered her some comfort. Where is the master? Xiao Wenyan was somewhat curious. How is the ritual to be performed? The courtyard is so serene. Even the servants have retreated. No monks or Taoists have come, have they? I am the master. Yun Zhuo replied earnestly. How has grandmother's condition been these past 3 days? The two always wore expressions of profound sorrow whenever they saw her. So she had refrained from visiting their grandmother, but she was well aware of the situation. You don't intend for the 3 of us to sit here chanting scriptures together, do you? If that could cure grandmother, I'd become an immortal. Xiao Wenyan exclaimed in shock. No, you're not qualified to chant scriptures. Even if you did, it wouldn't have any effect. That SYI alone will perform the ritual. You two just stand guard at grandmother's door, one on each side, Yun Zhuo declared firmly. Xiao Wenyan thought the person before him was no dear elder sister, but a madwoman. If she herself was crazy, so be it, but to involve them as well. Though young, he was not foolish. Should anyone witness the scene, he would be ridiculed for a lifetime. Xiao Wenyue's gaze toward Yun Zhuo shifted from disdain and displeasure to something more complex. After a moment's hesitation, he asked casually, How have you lived all these years outside? Could it be that you've been supporting yourself by these means? Yes, Yun Zhuo nodded. Not only had she supported herself, but she had also earned a considerable sum. At first, she had been misunderstood and scolded, but she was swift and strong, never suffering any physical harm. Xiao Wenyue's expression grew uneasy, and he snorted lightly. She was supposed to be the family's young lady, living a life free from want, yet she refused to heed advice. Though their mother forbade her from going out to see grandmother, she not only disobeyed but also cast aside her maid to venture out alone, ending up in this predicament. Was she not reaping what she had sown? Huh. Now you realize how harsh life outside truly is? Xiao Wenyue sneered, then stood at the old lady's door with arms crossed, adopting a casual, careless posture devoid of any decorum. Hey? Second brother, why are you listening to her? Xiao Wenyan shouted indignantly. Xiao Wenyue rolled his eyes. She only knows this one thing. Would she stop until it's done? Do you want to fast in this courtyard for the rest of your life? Come on, let us get this over with quickly. I have plans to meet friends. Xiao Wenyan paused, then thought he was right. This eldest sister was indeed a troublemaker, who knew what malicious thoughts she might conjure if her goal was not achieved. The two took their positions. Xiao Wenyue closed his eyes and feigned sleep. His delicate pallor appeared even paler in the sunlight, and his frail frame seemed barely able to support his clothing. Yun Zhuo ignored him and began the task at hand. The incense was lit. She retrieved the lotus lantern imbued with a fierce aura, arranged it carefully, then dipped her brush in cinnabar ink to begin drawing talismans. Her gaze was resolute, her cheeks slightly flushed. The cold wind numbed her hands until they turned pale blue. Despite wearing thick new garments, she seemed like a solitary flake of snow caught in the biting wind, lost and silent, falling softly to the ground, chilling to the core. Her brush moved swiftly and decisively, as though she had performed this ritual countless times before. Symbols emerged, incantations commenced. The 7 luminaries and 8 spirits, the supreme and vast malevolence, the long-headed giant beast. Grasping the imperial bell, the 3 divine owls slay demons and obliterate traces, the purple chi ascends to the heavens, the cinnabar clouds fiercely surge. Yun Zhuo chanted incessantly, the atmosphere around her growing eerie. Xiao Wenyue slightly opened his eyes to observe. Truly a skill to support oneself, just by appearances alone. This spectacle was intimidating, especially the burning talismans whose flames scattered as if capable of purifying all filth. Could there really be something unclean here? Second brother, I feel this place is strange. Do you sense a chilling coldness on your body? Xiao Wenyan shuddered. Blowing cold wind in this weather, it's no wonder we're shivering. Xiao Wenyue muttered. Indeed, Xiao Wenyan nodded. He simply sensed that the atmosphere in the courtyard had shifted, grown somewhat gloomier than before. The old lady had just coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Suddenly, Aunt Hui rushed out from the room. Xiao Wenyue and Xiao Wenyan both turned their heads in unison. Could it really be such a coincidence? Coughing up black blood. Was she dying? Frowning, Xiao Wenyue glanced at Yun Zhuo. If the old lady were to fall ill at this moment, it would mean nothing but misfortune for his sister. Her reputation would be utterly ruined from then on. With the ill omen dispelled, Yun Zhuo shifted her thoughts to reciting the sutras for spiritual relief. The scriptures flowed from her lips like a golden radiance enveloping her being. Her expression was devout, impervious to any disturbance. Gradually, the surrounding air cleared, and a faint warmth seemed to permeate the space. After a brief interval, Yun Zhuo rose and stepped into the old lady's room, where she placed the pre-prepared incense into the censer and lit it. Soon, the smoke began to curl and spread. You said you'd only perform the ritual, but this stuff can't be used. Xiao Wenyue couldn't help but voice his disapproval. It was one thing for her to mutter incoherent spells in the courtyard, but if she placed something in the old lady's room and the imperial physician caught wind of it, suspicion of poisoning would be inevitable. Her life would be at stake. This incense is for dispelling evil and healing. A short burn is sufficient, and it can withstand inspection, Yun Zhuo explained. The ingredients are all legitimate medicinal herbs: ghost arrowroot, celandine, earthworm, poria, white poria, frankincense, realgar, mugwort, and so forth, known for their heat-clearing, detoxifying, calming, and soothing properties. I said it's not allowed. Xiao Wenyue was about to seize the censer and remove it when a shadow appeared at the doorway. The broad silhouette made Xiao Wenyue's heart tighten. Turning to look, he found their father had arrived. His expression shifted. He withdrew his hand, glanced at Yun Zhuo, then bowed his head slightly. Father, you're back. Xiao Wenyan immediately stood still and obedient, his eyes avoiding any stray glance. Following their gaze, Yun Zhuo saw a robust, imposing figure, her father. The image in her memory was blurred, but seeing him with her own eyes now allowed the past and present to intertwine. He was handsome, yet the beard on his face added a ruggedness. His stern visage took on an intimidating, almost fierce demeanor, giving off an aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. She vaguely remembered that when she was a child, her father used to smile often. Why did he now resemble a grim reaper? Zuya? Xiao Zhengguan furrowed his brows and tentatively called out. The tension in his features eased slightly. Then he asked, "What are you all doing?" Xiao Wenyue cast a glance at the censer, hesitated, and replied, "We were about to move it outside, fearing it might bother grandmother." "That scent isn't like what your grandmother used to use," Xiao Zhengguan added sternly. Xiao Wenyan's face turned pale. He didn't understand why his second brother wouldn't tell the truth. The incense in the censer was clearly prepared by their eldest sister. She should bear the blame alone. Xiao Zhengguan was not one to neglect his children. Though his visits home were infrequent, each time he returned, he meticulously checked their studies, devoting almost all his energy to his 3 sons. They were fairly intelligent and often coped well, but when they failed to meet expectations, punishment followed. Xiao Wenyue recalled that before their father went to the military barracks, he was more approachable, majestic yet kindly. But after taking up a position there, he gradually changed. Each encounter became more severe than the last. His smiles vanished, replaced by a constant furrowed brow that instilled fear. "This is medicinal incense," Yun Zhuo said. Having encountered many, she could read her father's expression. He was about to unleash his anger. It was quite intimidating. Could it be that she could no longer remain at the Xiao family residence? Her birth mother's attitude toward her was already exasperating. With another adversary, the couple would surely conspire to make her life miserable, one vexation after another. Yet the mansion was undeniably comfortable. Yun Zhuo pondered. Since grandmother and eldest brother had invited her back, there would be no question of her sneaking away in defeat. If her father disliked her as well, then endure them until the end? Her heart twisted endlessly. Toward this closest bloodline, she held no hope. Xiao Zhenguan looked at his slight daughter, his anger and anxiety difficult to express. He spoke stiffly. I heard you intended to perform a ritual? Your grandmother is unwell. You must not act recklessly. Yun Zhuo was adept at sensing others' likes and dislikes. For instance, with Madame Jiang, no matter how lovingly she feigned, the disdain and resistance in her eyes, the physical distancing, the harsh words and reprimands, all felt like enmity. Yet Xiao Zhenguan did not seem to detest her so deeply. He was stern and cold. But he did not deliberately avoid her, maintaining direct eye contact, serious, yet resolute. You're late. I have already completed the ritual. My second and younger brothers helped guard the door. None shall escape. Xiao Wenyan immediately lifted his head to glare at her. The small flames of fury in his eyes barely concealed, his puffed-up cheeks resembling a small toad. Xiao Wenyua's expression also darkened. What kind of behavior is this from you two? Zhuo is new here and out of line. You know nothing either. You never showed filial piety to grandmother before. But these past few days you've been overly diligent, yet with no good intentions. Xiao Zhenguan spoke coldly, his eyes suppressing anger. Go to the ancestral hall at once. And kneel. Xiao Wenyua's frail frame seemed even more fragile. Xiao Wenyan was too frightened to retort and grew even more resentful of Yun Zhuo. When their father stayed home for more than 3 days, they were often forced to kneel for 3 consecutive days. Their mother was most sympathetic toward the second brother. He recounted that during those years of punishment, she would cry and plead with their father. Unable to argue with her, he would relent, lowering his hand gently. But after repeated offenses, even she grew weary, and no one could persuade him otherwise. To spare the second brother from kneeling, their mother resorted to many tactics, even having him feign illness multiple times. Originally, his constitution was not so frail, but those repeated provocations angered their father greatly. On one occasion, he threw the second brother into a pond to soak all night. His father's words were, if you want to be sick so badly, just die from it. The sooner you die and are reborn, the less trouble you'll cause your parents. Since then, the second brother's health worsened, and their mother dared not have him feign illness again. Even when truly ill, he seldom complained before their father. Her father was heartless, the coldest and most terrifying person in the world. Ancestral hall? I want to go too. Yun Zhuo's eyes brightened. I've been home for several days, but never visited. Grandmother's health should be improving. I'll visit her when she misses me. With that, Yun Zhuo stepped toward the door. The ancestral hall was a sacred place. Madame Jiang would never allow her entry. Yet she wished to see the ancestral tablets, to glimpse the plaque bestowed by the founding emperor and dispel the lingering shadows upon her. Stop right there. Xiao Zhenguan was momentarily baffled by her words. I haven't punished you, so you don't need to go. We haven't seen each other in many years. Stay with me and watch over grandmother until the doctor finishes the diagnosis. Yun Zhuo furrowed her brows. And then?
What more is there to say?
She had little to discuss with these so-called relatives. She knew grandmother cared for her. Eldest brother did too, and perhaps even her biological father harbored some concern. But she felt that maintaining a simple care was sufficient. Living under the same roof, exchanging occasional greetings was enough. Familiar scents fade. Distant ones turn foul. Fine then. I'll go later. Xiao Yunzhuo cast a glance filled with envy at Xiao Wenyu and Xiao Wenyan. Those two were truly fortunate. The brothers' figures appeared desolate from behind, yet they departed swiftly, vanishing before the father and daughter in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunzhuo sat before the incense burner, leaning in to inhale its fragrance. Xiao Zhenguan anxiously awaited the doctor's return with news. When the elderly lady had just coughed up blood, Nurse Hui had immediately summoned the physician, who was now bustling busily inside the room. Upon Xiao Zhenguan's arrival, he dared not interfere, fearing he might disturb the doctor's treatment. After quite some time, the family physician emerged, a look of surprise crossing his face upon seeing Xiao Zhenguan. General Xiao rarely returned home. Dr. Liu, how is my mother now? Xiao Zhenguan inquired with palpable tension. He had arrived late and was unaware of what his daughter and those two scoundrels had done to the elderly lady. Previously, whenever he saw Dr. Liu, the man had always appeared deeply worried and sighed heavily, but today his demeanor was different, unfathomable. Strange indeed. Peculiar as well. After the elderly lady coughed up that clot of blood, her breathing has become much smoother than before. A few days ago, her pulse was weak, like a flickering lamp, but today she shows signs of vitality and is no longer in grave danger, the doctor explained, then suddenly caught a whiff of incense. He leaned in to inhale once more and added, this medicinal incense helps regulate qi. It should be burned for about an hour each day. But do not let it be too close, lest the elderly lady find it overwhelming. Dr. Liu, you mean my mother's condition is improving? The situation is not serious? Xiao Zhanguan quickly sought confirmation. Hearing of recent joyful events at home, not only had the eldest young lady returned, but the two young masters also frequently guarded and cared for the elderly lady, was certainly good news. Elderly people often delight in the presence of their descendants. Seeing their young ones brings happiness, which naturally facilitates smoother qi flow and a stronger will to survive. The eldest young lady's seemingly absurd methods, if believed by the elderly lady, must indeed have a beneficial effect, Dr. Liu promptly added. Having spoken, the doctor resumed preparing medicine. Although the elderly lady's condition was improving, medication was still necessary, and since the illness had changed, so too must the treatment. Xiao Zhanguan understood clearly. Dr. Liu's implication was that the elderly lady had previously suffered from emotional stagnation and unhappiness, which caused her illness. Recently, the joyous occasions had lifted her spirits and thus improved her health. With this in mind, Xiao Zhanguan was overwhelmed with guilt. His aged mother had endured a lifetime of repression. In her youth, she had been a sought-after maiden in the capital, capable of marrying a good man. Yet, because the elders of the Xiao and Hui families were acquainted, a marriage arrangement was made. She had eagerly anticipated marrying his father, but in the end, his father never truly cared for such a dignified woman. At first, when the elders were present, his father behaved decently, but once they left, his father began to act recklessly. The Hui family had long intended for her to separate and return home, but she could not let go of him and endured hardship within the Xiao household. Over the years, his wife, Lady Jiang, had been excessively respectful yet insufficiently intimate toward the elderly lady, and the two sons she bore were even more so, treating the elderly lady as if she were a ferocious beast. Apart from his eldest son, no one else remained by the elderly lady's side. Wen Yu was soon to take the imperial examination and had been studying diligently for days, unable to fulfill his filial duties at her side. The vast courtyard felt desolate. It was no wonder his mother fell ill. Xiao Zhanguan's expression was cold, but his mind was deeply troubled. Once the doctor departed, he immediately entered the room to check on the elderly lady. She appeared much thinner than in recent days, yet now she seemed somewhat lucid, half awake and half asleep. Upon seeing him, she patted his arm gently. "Do not frighten Zhuo girl," she murmured. "Mother, it is all because your son has failed you." Xiao Zhanguan's voice was laden with sorrow. The elderly lady shook her head. "Your son has done more than enough." Because her husband was lustful, she had been strict in raising her son from his youth, teaching him that when he married, he must protect and be loyal to his wife, accompanying her for life without betrayal. He had learned well. Over the years, only Lady Jiang remained by his side. As long as they were happy together, she, as a mother, was content and harbored no regrets. Moreover, her son had no one to assist him, which was why he was so busy, diligent, and cautious, never daring to slacken. He was but a man, not a deity, unable to be in two places at once. If he managed his career, the household would inevitably be neglected. She blamed only her frail body for causing her son worry. "Where is Zhuo girl?" The elderly lady, unable to see, inquired again. "That silly girl is sitting outside by the incense burner playing. Your son will call her over right away." Xiao Zhanguan hurriedly responded. "No need. Let her play a while longer. The other day when I saw her, she fell asleep after only a few words. Go to my chest of drawers and retrieve the jade pendant your grandfather gave me. Pass it to her. After I am gone, let the four of them divide the rest of my belongings, and you arrange it," the elderly lady said with a kindly expression. "All the children have returned home. That means she must be about to die," Xiao Zhanguan thought. "Mother, please do not speak such discouraging words. The doctor just said you are improving," he exclaimed inwardly, suddenly realizing his presence might have caused a misunderstanding, and hastened to explain. The elderly lady sighed. "I know my own body." Xiao Zhanguan's eyelids twitched. "Know what? The doctor just said you are well, truly well," he said sternly. "Do not trouble yourself over me. Everyone must die eventually. Seeing Zhuo girl return safe and sound, I am already satisfied," the elderly lady spoke, her voice somewhat ethereal. "Before your grandfather and grandmother died, they both expressed regret toward me for having me marry your father. These years I have held resentment, but now that I am old, I have come to understand. Having you and the grandchildren makes all the hardships worthwhile." Xiao Zhanguan truly did not wish to hear his mother's final words. The elderly lady had been silent for a long time, and he had thought she would tire after a few sentences. But unexpectedly, once she began, she spoke more and more. After instructing about her belongings, she asked Xiao Zhanguan to bury her separately from that damned husband who had been sentenced to death. and to have her tombstone raised higher to enjoy a better view. Having been confined to the inner chambers all her life, she hoped for a broader vista in death. She then mentioned Xiao Wenyu, lamenting that she was dying at the wrong time. Soon the new year would arrive, and the spring imperial examination was imminent. Missing this spring exam meant her grandson would have to wait another 3 years, a true pity. Muttering on for quite a while, Xiao Zhenguan initially grew anxious, but eventually calmed himself and dutifully tended to his mother, helping her take medicine and drink porridge. Outside, Yun Zhuo waited, not feeling bored. After inhaling the medicinal incense, she produced a small booklet from her bosom and sat before the doorway, reading intently. This little booklet was a treasured volume from the secret hidden sect. When traveling, she always carried 2 books with her, studying them diligently. Unfortunately, the journey back to the capital was long, and the next volume would not arrive for several months. She resolved to cherish it and read slowly. After a long while, Xiao Zhenguan emerged, his expression somewhat complex. The elderly lady was still awake. After eating porridge, she even had more strength and asked Nurse Hui to prepare paper and pen, intending to write a letter herself to the Hui family. While she still had energy, she wished for someone from the Hui side to accompany her on her final journey. The elderly lady believed she was experiencing a final return of light and would not live until tomorrow, hence the arrangements. Nurse Hui was following her wishes, preparing the letter but not sending it, fearing that if the message were misunderstood and the Hui family's younger generation arrived in mourning, it would be as if she were dead before her time. If by tomorrow morning the elderly lady found herself still well, she would no longer make arrangements for her passing. Xiao Zhenguan glanced at the booklet in Xiao Yunzhuo's hands and discovered that the characters inscribed were beyond his comprehension. What is written here? Xiao Zhenguan was somewhat curious, attempting to glean some understanding of the daughter who had been separated from him for so many years. This is the secret text of our sect. Saying this, she carefully tucked it into her bosom. Her waist was slender, and though she carried many items, she showed no sign of bulkiness. Xiao Zhenguan, for once, did not wear a cold expression. Instead, he forced a stiff smile and said, "You have a sect? Then what position do you hold within it? How many disciples are there in the sect?" He did not take his own words seriously. The daughter, barely 16 or 17, had wandered outside for many years. Surely, merely securing enough food and clothing had been a challenge. Having drifted so long, she might have encountered some wandering heroes and admired their formidable skills, which perhaps explained these naive ramblings. "I am the sect leader," Xiao Yunzhuo replied immediately, though with a hint of embarrassment. But now, aside from the mountain guardians, there are no disciples left in the sect. What do the mountain guardians do? Xiao Zhenguan continued coaxing his daughter. They protect the sect, preventing outsiders from entering. They also safeguard the hidden books and they take care of me. When I was a child and couldn't cook or sustain myself, it was entirely thanks to the mountain guardians. Xiao Yunzhuo did not conceal anything she could share. Xiao Zhenguan nodded with a complex expression. The mountain guardians she mentioned were likely her foster parents, after all. She had been lost at the age of 4. How could she have survived without adult care? In the future, you may invite the mountain guardians to the capital. I will certainly treat them well, Xiao Zhenguan said patiently. This child had grown so much. When she was young, she was always around him, either climbing onto his shoulders to pull his hair or demanding to raise a pony. She had scribbled all over the books in his study, and though she could scarcely read a word, she dared to take the books out to burn them, insisting that the books were too difficult, so she needed to eat them to unite with the knowledge. They are to guard the mountain for generations and must not leave. Xiao Yunzhuo said, then asked, "Father, is there anything else you wish to discuss with me? If not, I would like to go to the ancestral hall." Xiao Zhenguan was somewhat taken aback. Had his daughter become so taciturn? She had once been a little chatterbox. He felt a twinge of loss but still maintained the solemn demeanor of an elder and spoke earnestly. "The doctor said earlier that grandmother's condition is improving, likely because you have been tending to her. Therefore, you must come often to fulfill your filial duties. But those rituals you performed, please do not repeat them. Also, I heard you went to the Ministry of Justice in the names of your elder brother and me to see Lord Li, and even accepted lavish gifts from merchants?" The letter he had seen was vague and unclear, shocking at first glance. Yet now, seeing his daughter, so small, obediently crouching there, utterly harmless, he could not believe she was capable of the reckless acts described in the letter. Xiao Zhenguan hoped it was all a misunderstanding. In his eyes, his daughter was different from his son's in 2 ways. First, she had always been intelligent and strong-willed. Second, she had endured much hardship outside and had only just returned home. As a father, he did not wish to fill his words with reproaches. Listening to her father, Xiao Yunzhuo could not help but laugh. No wonder father was so anxious to return. It turned out someone had been speaking ill behind her back. I did nothing wrong in performing the rituals. My elder brother even agreed. As for the other two matters, they are true.
When I saw injustice,
I naturally had to intervene. Besides, that fake monk sold the murder weapon to grandmother. I could not ignore that. If I had not used the Xiao family name, it would have taken much more effort to achieve my goal. To save time, I borrowed the names of my father and brother. If you dislike it, next time I will only use my brother's. Yun Zhuo stood firm, not yielding an inch, even speaking with righteous confidence. Regarding the acceptance of gifts, she thought carefully and found no fault in herself, so she continued seriously. I traveled thousands of miles to help recover the bodies of their relatives and deliver messages. Such great kindness deserves some token of gratitude. Moreover, I sold many talismans. It was a fair transaction. What wrong is there in that? Yun Zhuo was not a woman of few words. If she met a spirit she could converse with, she could talk through the night. The things she had done these past days were her duties. She had to make herself understood. Therefore, she had not held back in speaking. The one who abandoned her back then was not the man before her, the biological father. Since he was willing to ask, she was prepared to speak truthfully. Yun Zhuo's words were not difficult to comprehend, but Xiao Zhenguan discovered many things he had never known. The letter had exaggerated how reckless the girl was and how much she angered her mother, but it never explained the cause. Murder weapon? What is it? Xiao Zhenguan hurriedly inquired. The glazed lotus lamp, Yun Zhuo replied. Xiao Zhenguan's gaze darkened. He knew that item. Earlier, during his leave, grandmother had spoken before him, saying that the Jiang family treated her well and had specially procured a pair of Buddhist lamps to ease his mind about family affairs. And the Jiang family had often extolled how difficult it was to acquire those lamps. Yet, it turned out to be a murder weapon. Xiao Zhenguan did not believe the story that the weapon could cause harm by mere contact. But he disliked the idea of such a filthy object being placed before his mother. If this was true, then his daughter's report had been motivated by filial piety. Whether or not the murder weapon claim was a misunderstanding, Jiang's family should not have blamed his daughter for her recklessness. Furthermore, since she was a daughter of the Xiao family, it was only right to use her close blood relation's name for convenience. He, as a father, was incompetent, still only a minor officer in the army. Had his grandfather been alive, Lord Li of the Ministry of Justice would have shown even more respect to their daughter. He worked diligently for the sake of his children's future, as long as she did not commit evil deeds oppressing the people. It was acceptable to use any name necessary. If his wife was angry because of this, it was unjust. As for the gift acceptance, his daughter had explained clearly. Helping to recover bodies and convey messages was a great kindness. No gratitude was too much. Regarding the sale of talismans, Xiao Zhenguan pretended not to hear, thinking it merely childish mischief. As your father, I know you were used to making decisions on your own when you were outside. But now that you have returned home, any trivial matters must be reported to your mother and explained to her clearly. He sighed helplessly. Madame Jiang has a habit. She never allows her husband and children to become distant from her. She likes to keep them close and watch over them to feel at ease. Surely, her feelings toward you are the same. She must have been angry because she felt you were not close enough, he added. Father, have you ever thought that mother's behavior is strange? Yun Zhuo smiled at him. Xiao Zhenguan frowned slightly. When my elder brother learned I was going to perform the rituals, he tried to stop me. Only after I repeatedly promised not to disturb grandmother did he relent. And you, knowing I was going to do something so outrageous, hurried back from the barracks, worried I might harm grandmother.
Mother?
She did nothing to stop me. How is that concern? Yet she sent you a letter blaming me for such reckless conduct. I understand it, father, do you? Yun Zhuo provocatively challenged. She knew her mother had not opposed her acts. Such indifference was no sign of concern. Yet, she had sent letters to blame her. Could her father comprehend this? Xiao Zhenguan was shaken to the core. Did his daughter mean that Madame Jiang's filial piety toward grandmother was false, so she did not prevent her from acting? Perhaps even waiting for grandmother to be worn down? And that Madame Jiang's dislike of his daughter was genuine, hence the letter of reprimand? I've said this much. I believe you can understand a little. If you do, then do not expect me to be a dutiful daughter. If I have to explain everything to her, I fear my lips will spark fires from constant talking, Yun Zhuo sneered. Having spoken, she rose, unwilling to continue the conversation with her father. What does it matter if her father showed some concern for her? The couple had shared years of marital affection, and Mrs. Jiang was still her biological mother. Did he truly believe that Mrs. Jiang would callously cast aside her own flesh and blood? Even if he did, what then? Should they tear apart their family ties, would Xiao Zhenguan blame Mrs. Jiang's cruelty or her daughter's lingering resentment over past grievances? Even if he did not reproach her for unveiling the truth, she feared he would still demand she yield, admonish Mrs. Jiang lightly, and urge her not to dwell on it. As children, The only role ever expected of them was to concede. They were one family, and she, having returned halfway through the journey, could never presume that a few words would suffice to unravel the solid bonds that held them together. Of course, she was not one to swallow grievances silently. Some matters she was bound to raise, though the time had yet to come. Xiao Yunzhuo's indifference arrived swiftly, chilling Xiao Zhenguan's heart. A daughter who spoke ill of her mother was deemed at fault in the eyes of others. So she requested to kneel at the ancestral hall herself. "Father, is that all right?" Xiao Yunzhuo turned back to ask once more. Her father appeared cold on the surface. Yet beneath that exterior lay a certain softness. Gifted but constrained by ambition, most in this world, to achieve fame and fortune, must possess a heart hard enough, not merely toward themselves, but toward all others. Her father, bound by affection and the responsibilities of wife and children in the capital, could no longer hope for a bright future. If he never dared to take a bold chance in this life, the dream of restoring the glory of their ancestors would remain just that, a daydream. This time, Xiao Zhenguan did not stop her. "You look terribly thin. Don't kneel for too long. Return with those two before the hour of the dog, and accompany your father for dinner." Xiao Yunzhuo did not refuse and left happily. Watching her light-hearted figure disappear, Xiao Zhenguan felt an immense weight upon his heart. His daughter's words were peculiar, yet undeniably intelligent, and her judgment of Mrs. Jiang was not without merit. He recalled that before he secured his position, Mrs. Jiang often suffered in silence. The nursemaid confided to him that it was because of the old lady's torment. She forbade Mrs. Jiang from seeing you and disparaged her as lacking talent and virtue. Mrs. Jiang, unwilling to worry him, spoke little of these matters. It was true that Lady Lao Tai had raised Wen, and he felt some guilt toward his wife. So, at that time, he mainly sought to comfort her. Naturally, he did not believe his mother to be such a villain. Those years were truly fraught with difficulty. Later, as his mother no longer wished to see Mrs. Jiang often, the tension gradually subsided. After he joined the military, every time he returned home, harmony prevailed. The old lady refrained from speaking ill of Mrs. Jiang before him, and Mrs. Jiang began to show filial piety, always delivering the finest goods from the city to the old lady. His comrades in the army had heard of Mrs. Jiang's filial reputation and envied him greatly. Yet, if one were truly filial, one's reaction during the daughter's ritual ceremonies should not have been so. Xiao Zhenguan had planned to return the next afternoon, but, now filled with doubts, after careful consideration, he decided to stay a few more nights, waiting until the old lady's health improved to inquire thoroughly. Soon, Xiao Yunzhuo arrived at the ancestral hall. Inside, two figures knelt upright. One could not help but admit the formidable authority of their father, for at the sound of footsteps, the two immediately straightened their posture, their previously careless and unambitious demeanor vanishing without a trace. Xiao Yunzhuo regarded them intently. Xiao Wenyan waited a while but, hearing no voice from their father, boldly glanced back quickly, only to find Xiao Yunzhuo, which infuriated him immediately. "You traitor!
What are you looking at?"
Surely, she was gloating, her malice unmistakable. Xiao Yunzhuo tilted her head and gave a thumbs up. "I'm merely admiring the contrast between your outward appearance and inner nature. It's truly remarkable. I must learn well from you." Her master had said, when traveling abroad, never underestimate anyone, even a child, for they might possess hidden strengths. Today, seeing you two, my master's words ring true. These survival skills were honed over many years by the two brothers, and now that I have witnessed them firsthand, I must study hard. More skills mean more lives. Xiao Wenyan understood the stinging bitterness in his heart. He had never hated anyone so much. "We were punished because of you. If you had no shame, fine, but to gloat before us, how could there be such a vile and detestable woman in the world? You must be the reincarnation of a viper and scorpion." Xiao Wenyan cursed, though he dared not move his knees an inch. Xiao Yunzhuo would surely report to their father. Xiao Yunzhuo then walked over naturally, chose a cushion, knelt down happily, and devoutly gazed at the portrait and plaque above, sincerely kowtowing. Afterward, she turned to Xiao Wenyan. "You were not punished because of me, nor did I gloat. Moreover, I am not the reincarnation of a viper and scorpion. You're just a child, unable to see through yourself. So how could you understand others' karmic cycles? Don't boast." Xiao Wenyan's eyes reddened with fury. Second brother. Look at her, utterly shameless. Xiao Wenyu was also shocked, never having encountered such brazen shamelessness. A few words had set his younger brother ablaze with anger, claiming she did it deliberately, yet her attitude was sincerely earnest. "If you hadn't insisted on performing the ritual and told father that we were involved, would he have punished us?" Xiao Wenyu looked at her, his mind still somewhat clear. But Xiao Yunzhuo was even clearer. Second brother, after all these years, you seem much duller than before. She expressed her disdain with utmost seriousness. A girl like me, neglected by our mother, could I really command you all? Think carefully. It was mother who sent you to the Jiwei Hall to serve the sick, to leverage the old lady's accumulated reputation. You, in your muddle-headedness, willingly guarded the door after just a few words from me. Ultimately, it's your own foolishness, not my concern. She had survived all these years and certainly knew how to shirk responsibility. Xiao Wenyu was momentarily stunned, his expression stiffening. Fasting, chanting sutras, attending to the sick, these were the customary duties of descendants when elders were ill. So their mother-s sending them was indeed for reputation's sake. They instinctively thought that since they heeded Yun Zhuo's words to come to Jiwei Hall, they must obey her in performing the ritual. But in truth, once they arrived, none of that was necessary. Their mother had given no such orders. They had been played. Everything is your own choice. Your own karma to bear. It's what you deserve. Yun Zhuo felt a profound sense of relief. She liked this place. The plaque bestowed by the founding emperor brought her comfort, and the merits and fierce aura of her great-grandfather, who had defended the nation and vanquished enemies, suppressed any sinister energies within her. Here, she could lie down for a lifetime. Xiao Wenyu truly had not expected to be outwitted by his sister. You say we are hypocritical, but what about you? Aren't you scheming in secret as well?
He scoffed.
Just like when we were young. Always scheming for grandma and eldest brother. I am straightforward. Yun Zhuo grinned. See? I'm kneeling in the ancestral hall too. She spoke and acted with a clear conscience, telling nothing but the truth to their father and brothers. Xiao Wenyu's heart tightened, his face paling as he grew angry. The two brothers flanked her, the atmosphere intensely heavy. Especially Xiao Wenyan, who seemed to wield his fierce demeanor as a warning to keep Yun Zhuo at a distance in the future, frequently glaring at her, making faces, and muttering curses under his breath. The face reveals the heart. Yun Zhuo gave him a warning. By harboring such disdain for me, you are only damaging your own state of mind. In time, even your fortunate appearance will fade. I refuse to listen to your nonsense. Xiao Wenyan felt as if an impenetrable wall stood between himself and his elder sister. The words she spoke were utterly unbearable. He was truly infuriated. Even if you wish to hear it, there is much more I cannot say. Yun Zhuo maintained an expression of uprightness, calm and serene, as if no anger could ever touch her in the slightest. Xiao Wenyan, like a small dog whose tail had been stepped on, barked out in frustration. If you hate us so much, why did you come back? When you weren't here, Mother wouldn't have been so angry as to go to the Imperial City Temple, and Sister Yan wouldn't have been secretly upset and anxious. If not for you, Father wouldn't have punished us either. Yun Zhuo, why are you so utterly lacking in self-awareness? People like you might as well die out there. A faint smile curved Yun Zhuo's lips, her demeanor remarkably composed. She sought life, never death. Were a deity to descend now and tell her that by slaying this noisy younger brother beside her, she could live a long life, she would not hesitate to send him to the underworld. In the ancestral hall, before their forebears, a few harsh words mattered little to her. Though a trace of coldness crept into her eyes, a smile both mocking and inscrutable, it would be best if we never met outside the Xiao family. Who are you trying to scare? Xiao Wenyan, still enraged, lifted his chin and shouted. Enough! Xiao, when you interjected sternly. Do you want father to come and witness your wild behavior? When that happens, do you have enough skin to withstand his punishment? Xiao Wenyan shuddered at the thought, reluctantly clamming up. He was not afraid of Yun Zhuo, but of father. Humph. Silence enveloped the ancestral hall. A chill breeze wafted through the window, causing even Xiao Wenyu to shiver. He glanced at Yun Zhuo, who was dressed far more neatly today. Her cotton blouse, adorned with a subtle peony pattern in a lotus hue, lent a delicate charm to her small face, though she still appeared fragile. Yun Zhuo knelt quietly, pulling out her small booklet to continue reading. Before long, Xiao Wenyan began to fidget restlessly, as if tiny insects crawled beneath his skin. His fleshy little face contorted with discomfort. It must be said, though Jiang was their birth mother, she was hardly competent even towards these two. The eldest brother raised by their grandmother was vastly different from these two before her. The second brother was also born full term and was quite robust in childhood. But now he was only marginally better than skin and bones. After kneeling a short while, he had already coughed several times and could not bear the breeze. Beside him, Xiao Wenyan was equally delicate, rubbing his hands and shifting his weight, sneezing repeatedly. Though the two were chilled to this extent, the servants outside had not closed the windows. Yun Zhuo suspected it was by their father's order. As dusk deepened, the steward arrived, respectfully addressing the three kneeling figures in a row. Second young master, Miss, young master, the master requests you come for the evening meal.
Upon hearing this,
Xiao Wenyan's expression changed. Do we really have to go? I can still meal here. The dishes have already been prepared, the steward replied helplessly. Hearing this, Xiao Wenyan's posture collapsed, his spirit utterly drained. Xiao Wenyan's face was no better, as if facing a formidable enemy. Yun Zhuo did not understand. Why be so tense over a mere meal? She was hungry, after all, though unwilling. The three did not delay, and soon went to see their father. As expected, the table was laden with a variety of sumptuous dishes. Yun Zhuo casually seated herself, and once Xiao Zhanguan gave the word to begin, she bowed her head and started tasting the food. As the head of the household, her father's meals were far superior to those she had at her place. After the meal, bring me the assignments I gave you last time. I want to examine them carefully and see if your handwriting has improved recently. Xiao Zhanguan immediately adopted a stern tone. As he leisurely continued eating, he asked, Second son, have you memorized the books I asked you to read last time? Tell me, what are the 6 virtues and the 3 treasures? Yun Zhuo looked up in shock. Exams during dinner? Now she understood why these two brothers always appeared so despondent. Xiao Wenyan's expression was complicated as he forced himself to answer. Benevolence, righteousness, loyalty, faith, courage, and wisdom constitute the 6 virtues. Great farming, great craftsmanship, and great commerce are called the 3 treasures. Explain in detail. Xiao Zhanguan nodded slightly, somewhat satisfied. Xiao Wenyu opened his mouth but could not utter a word. I've been busy reading scriptures lately, and Haven T studied this passage carefully. The atmosphere instantly darkened. Not studied carefully? Your elder brother studies diligently every day and never causes worry.
And you?
How many times have you been to school in the past month? How many times have you met the tutor? Today I asked your elder brother's attendants, and they said you have been neglecting your duties, playing with the illegitimate son of the Marquis Yonghuai, and even withdrew nearly 1,000 taels of silver from the account. Is this true or not? Xiao Zhanguan's voice was fierce and threatening. Yun Zhuo could hardly believe her father was inciting resentment against her elder brother. She understood the family dynamics. When their father was away, the eldest brother had to care more for his younger siblings. The steward and servants around the eldest brother were arranged by their grandmother and father, so Jiang could not threaten them. Xiao Wenyu's face turned pale as he lowered his head in silence. Despite the abundance of delicious food before him, he found it hard to swallow. Remember 30 strokes of the cane. Xiao Zhanguan's anger was genuine, but considering his daughter had just returned, he was careful not to frighten her, and thus the punishment was not too severe. Yes, Xiao Wenyu replied meekly. Zhuo, do not think your father is harsh. The Xiao family is no longer as it once was. To ensure the family prospers, I must discipline you strictly. Unfortunately, I cannot be home every day. So, I can only ask you children to be sensible yourselves. Xiao Zhanguan's tone shifted as he continued. Girls and boys alike cannot be blind or deaf to the world. You learned a few characters as a child, and now you can hold a booklet and read. I believe studying is no issue for you, so you must not slack off in the future, understand? Do not speak while eating or sleep without words. Shall I stop eating and wait for you to finish speaking? Xiao Yunzhuo thought he was truly tiresome. Xiao Zhanguan was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Wenyu and Xiao Wenyan looked at her in shock. Indeed, she was new here, ignorant and fearless. Their father always felt time was limited. So, whenever he came home, even during festivals, he might suddenly throw out a question. Xiao Yunzhuo had no objection to their father's scolding, but she could not endure it. I have a weak constitution and must take care of my health. When you scold me, I become unhappy. My qi stagnates and does not flow smoothly, damaging my 5 internal organs and spirit. This will shorten my life, she said earnestly. The three were momentarily stunned. Xiao Zhanguan had never expected his daughter to be so straightforward, giving him no face at all. Yet, was there not some truth in her words? Over the years, these two sons had always endured obediently, never daring to speak the truth to him. Instead, they only schemed to deceive him with excuses, which only made him angrier. He was not one who could not bear the truth. After a pause, Xiao Zhanguan said calmly, Then I shall test you after dinner. That one to do. I performed many rituals today, and need to recuperate my energy. I plan to rest early tonight, for I must leave tomorrow and want to have time to follow your instructions, Xiao Yunzhuo replied. Xiao Zhanguan furrowed his brows slightly. Where are you going? You are but a young lady. It is hardly proper for you to be roaming about incessantly. Father's words struck me as exceedingly peculiar. Only moments ago, he declared that women and men are alike, yet, in the blink of an eye, he sought to fetter me with an iron chain upon my leg. I am no caged bird bred for domesticity. I have grown these long legs precisely to run freely from place to place. Xiao Yunzhuo found himself deeply perturbed by this. She might forgo such lavish meals, but she would never abstain from venturing outdoors. The heavy aura of Yin that clung to her could only be temporarily avoided by hiding within the Xiao household. It was not a permanent solution. She must go out more often and accumulate virtuous deeds to dispel the darkness. Moreover, the Xiao family's fortunes had waned compared to yesteryear. The lingering prestige of their ancestors was uncertain to endure for many more years. She must prepare accordingly. As your father, I do this for your safety. If you doubt me, ask your second elder brother. Was it not only recently that a thief nearly abducted the legitimate heir of the Marquis of Yonghuai's residence? That child always traveled with a dozen or so attendants, yet he almost did not survive. Had fortune not smiled upon him in the form of the third prince, who knows if he would still be alive? Xiao Zhanguan promptly cited this example, continuing, although I am stationed at the military camp, my comrades and I are well informed of important matters beyond the barracks. Your daughter is fair and comely. How can we be certain she'll not encounter ill-intentioned men? Xiao Wenyu recalled his mother's attitude toward his little sister and felt that his father's words must have pierced her heart deeply. Yet Xiao Yunzhuo's eyes suddenly brightened as she turned to fix him with a gaze. Second brother, that young lord was frightened ill? What symptoms did he display? Xiao Wenyu was somewhat reluctant to entertain her inquiry, but with their father present, he had to feign some semblance of cooperation. Yes. After being abducted, he was confined in a dark cellar for 2 days. Upon release, he appeared somewhat deranged. He spoke candidly, glancing at Xiao Yunzhuo before adding, I heard from Ping Zhang that in recent days, this younger brother has been shouting at everyone he sees and, in severe moments, lunging forward to scratch others, utterly incoherent. It seems unlikely he will recover. He knew far more about this matter than others did. Xiao Yunzhuo took careful note. Xiao Zhanguan did not dwell upon it, merely assuming her curiosity was strong and emphasized, it's not that you are forbidden to go out, but never again as recklessly as last time. Without even a word of warning. Rest assured, if I lacked the means to protect myself, I would not be here now, Xiao Yunzhuo replied confidently. Hearing this, Xiao Zhanguan furrowed his brows even more deeply. This child was difficult to manage. His daughter was delicate, and he could not discipline her as roughly as his second or third sons, yet she refused to heed advice. It was truly a vexing matter. He intended to say more, but Xiao Yunzhuo had already immersed herself in her meal. When he recalled her earlier admonition about not speaking while eating, his own words were immediately stifled. He had only raised a daughter for 4 years and still did not fully comprehend the thoughts of a young lady. Once back at the military camp, he resolved to consult his comrades on how to prevent his daughter from straying down the wrong path and how to correct her peculiar habits. Xiao Yunzhuo, decisive and unhesitating, finished her meal and went to rest. Unbeknownst to her, behind her, Xiao Wenyu and Xiao Wenyan harbored envy. They dared not refuse their father so bluntly, and as a result, were punished with a night's worth of homework, longing only for their father to depart early the next day to alleviate their suffering. Yet at dawn the following day, Xiao Zhanguan was already calmly practicing with his spear and training his body, as if resolved to remain at home indefinitely. Xiao Wenyu and his brother had barely slept 2 hours before being dragged out for morning exercise. Soon, they were both struck down by their father, unable to rise. Thanks to you two tending to the ailing matriarch, she was able to recover. From today onward, after your morning exercises, you shall go to Jiwei Hall to dine with her. You must strive to show filial piety on your father's behalf. Xiao Zhanguan even issued this as a formal charge. Previously, he had only focused on instructing them academically, neglecting many other aspects. He vowed to amend this. Father, grandmother does not like us being around. She finds our foolishness vexing, Xiao Wenyan whispered softly. Your grandmother hails from the Hu family and is well versed in the classics. With the eldest brother away recently, she has more leisure. Teaching you ignorant ones is no trouble. Consider it a way to pass the time. Xiao Zhanguan declared without a hint of doubt. The brothers exchanged bitter looks. Grandmother's health was frail. She spent her days in a semi-conscious state. How could she possibly instruct them? So, father, perhaps we should not trouble her, Xiao Wenyu suggested. The two had been sent early the previous day to the ancestral hall and had studied through the night, oblivious to their grandmother's condition. Yes. Grandmother sleeps all day, and no one hears us when we read, Xiao Wenyan quickly added. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhanguan laughed heartily, his previously stern countenance softening with joy. Grandmother has already recovered as of yesterday. Nurse Hui sent word that she rose with the dawn, full of vitality, and even strolled in the courtyard. There is nothing to worry about. Grandmother has recovered. Xiao Wenyu was startled beyond measure. That cannot be true. I stayed at Jiwei Hall for 3 days and saw her condition firsthand. She was clearly on the brink of death. He even suspected that perhaps the rituals Yun Zhuo had performed truly had an effect.
But how could that be?
They were merely incantations and talismans. How could they possess such healing power? Xiao Wenyu was deeply skeptical. Xiao Wenyan was equally bewildered. After some time, both remained half doubtful, half convinced. Yet when forced to visit Jiwei Hall, they saw their grandmother, who had previously lain as if barely breathing, now sitting serenely. Her brow lifted in a gentle smile as she beckoned them warmly. Second brother, could grandmother be a revenant? Xiao Wenyan whispered pitifully, hiding behind Xiao Wenyu, gazing at her as if beholding a specter.
Don't speak nonsense.
If father hears, he'll beat you to death, Xiao Wenyu said, equally alarmed. What miraculous elixir could have such an effect? The two brothers only ever saw grandmother when father was home, so their encounters were usually awkward and dull. But this time was different. Their doubts made them regard her with newfound seriousness and curiosity, as if deeply concerned for her well-being. Grandmother, unaware of the cause, was nonetheless delighted. Nothing pleased her more than filial grandchildren, and she immediately lavished praise upon them in a familiar and affectionate manner. Watching the scene, Xiao Zhanguan breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that having them visit daily was indeed the right course. Xiao Wenyu and Xiao Wenyan, seeing grandmother's joy, realized their earlier reactions had caused misunderstanding. Yet, with things as they were, they could not so easily distance themselves now and had to grit their teeth and maintain the status quo. Harmony reigned in Jiwei Hall.
Meanwhile,
Yun Zhuo had already left early. She now rested outside the most prosperous pastry shop in the capital. Earlier, she had generously purchased all the fragrant fruit cakes available inside. In this season, fruits were costly, yet these pastries, made from fruit juice, were delicious and expensive. The shop produced only about 100 portions daily, selling out quickly. Yun Zhuo had spent a considerable sum on these cakes. Setting out early, she had deliberately cast a divination. If she wished to enter the Marquis of Yonghuai's residence, she must bide her time and wait patiently. Therefore, she remained unhurried, surrounded by a large pile of pastries, eating as she waited. Sure enough, within less than an hour, a young girl stepped down from a sedan chair and approached the pastry shop's entrance. Sorry, young lady. The sweet fruit cakes have all been bought by the young lady sitting over there, the waiter said, pointing toward Yun Zhuo. The girl turned in puzzlement, her gaze falling upon Yun Zhuo wrapped in oil paper packages, her expression one of surprise. Truly, it was a strange and curious scene. After some contemplation, she stepped forward and spoke. Fair maiden, might I trouble you to part with 2 portions of your pastries? My younger brother has been clamoring for them. And should you be willing to spare 1 or 2, I am prepared to offer you additional silver coins. You are Miss Meng of the Yonghuai Marquis? Yun Zhuo fixed his gaze upon her and inquired bluntly. Miss Meng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I am. And may I ask who you are? At a glance, she discerned that the garments he wore hailed from the Gaosheng cloth workshop, crafted from the exceedingly rare flowing cloud brocade, whose intricate yet elegant patterns lent an overall simplicity that belied its steep price. My surname is Xiao, and I am a diviner. Yun Zhuo mused briefly before responding and continuing. Miss Meng, there is a red mark at the root of your nose. Did you encounter fire early this morning? Meng Yongxi's heart jolted. How do you know? Naturally, I divined it. Furthermore, I perceive that not only did you witness fire, but you have also recently suffered a blood calamity, one that stems from a close kin. Yun Zhuo continued to weave her tale. Meng Yongxi was astonished. Indeed, before dawn, my younger brother awoke from a nightmare in distress and suddenly caused an uproar. In his frenzy, he accidentally overturned a candle, nearly setting the entire house ablaze. Fortunately, the servants acted swiftly to save us. I hurried there as well, finding my mother weeping while cradling my brother. Unexpectedly, he held a pair of scissors and attempted to stab my mother to death. I rushed to intervene, injuring my right forearm in the process. Now that my brother has taken medicine and fallen asleep, my mother's sorrowful demeanor leaves me utterly helpless. I wish to step out for a breath of fresh air and to buy some pastries my brother adores. Her wound had long since been bandaged and concealed beneath her clothing. Such an event had only just transpired, so how could this Miss Xiao possibly know? Meng Yongxi stared at Yun Zhuo in shock, racking her mind to recall if they had ever met before. Why did Miss Xiao seem so intimately acquainted with her affairs? Have several imperial physicians examined your brother's condition already? Yun Zhuo inquired further. Indeed, Meng Yongxi nodded softly. But why do you pry into my family's matters? You deliberately purchased all the pastries. Could it be that you were waiting for me? Lately, there have been many troubles at home. I rarely venture out. And today was a sudden whim that brought me here. Miss Xiao should have no means to track my movements, she thought. Seeing her suspicious expression, Xiao Yunzhuo felt somewhat aggrieved. Before coming to the capital, she had already made a name for herself in the Guangxi region, frequently visiting several villages where the locals treated her with utmost respect, all well aware of the renown of the sect leader of the divine concealment sect. Yet here, everything must begin anew. These people looked at her as though she were a brazen charlatan. To present herself more convincingly, Xiao Yunzhuo lifted her chin slightly, composed and mysterious as she declared, "Miss Meng, it is fate that I meet you today. You need only know that I can cure your younger brother." Meng Yongxi felt she might have encountered a madwoman. This girl was about her age, her eyes starkly black and white, shining with innocent clarity. Yet her audacious manner was utterly amusing. "Which family do you belong to?" "I shall send someone to escort you back," Meng Yongxi said sympathetically, pondering that perhaps Miss Xiao was mentally unwell, which explained her rare outings. She must have struggled to escape and, upon seeing delicious pastries, was unable to move, buying such a large quantity and stuffing them into her mouth as if risking her life. Quite pitiful, indeed. As she spoke, she hesitated to approach further. Such an unstable mind might mean unpredictable emotions. If she were to lash out like her brother, it would be unfortunate. Xiao Yunzhuo ground her teeth, cursing heaven for not granting her the appearance of a benevolent immortal.
Wait.
Xiao Yunzhuo hastened to reach out.
Give me a few copper coins.
"Are you still begging?" Meng Yongxi was startled. "Miss, your attire and the pastries you carry are of considerable value. How could you have such a habit? There are truly countless strange and peculiar ailments in this world. If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to take matters into my own hands." Xiao Yunzhuo's face flushed with anger, nearly losing the composed demeanor she had so carefully cultivated over the years. Meng Yongxi frowned. "It's only some silver."
Consider it a charitable act.
She turned to have her maid retrieve a purse and handed over a small handful of fragmented silver coins. Xiao Yunzhuo accepted them eagerly. As Meng Yongxi prepared to leave, she promptly began, "Miss Meng, since I have received your silver, I must perform a divination for you." Meng Yongxi's expression grew somewhat awkward. She had not ventured out to seek fortune-telling. Yet her sedan chair was still several yards away, and if she hurried to leave and this woman persisted, it would be even more embarrassing in such a public setting. "Miss Meng, your romantic fate is fraught with hardship," Xiao Yunzhuo began immediately. Meng Yongxi was taken aback. "Judging by your countenance, you have encountered many vexations over the past year. The romantic prospects surrounding you are abundant, but none are genuine. The gentleman you recently considered is incompatible with you, a veritable flower disaster. If you cannot evade it, your life will be ruined," Xiao Yunzhuo continued. Meng Yongxi's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Yunzhuo went on. "May I see your hand more closely?" Meng Yongxi hesitated, perhaps recalling something. Though she wished to leave, uncertainty held her back. After a moment's pause, she extended her hand. Xiao Yunzhuo examined the lines carefully and remarked, "Miss, the mount of gen on your palm reveals faint blue veins. Do you often have a poor appetite and seldom eat much?" Meng Yongxi's mind sank. "The Ming Tang is cold, your palm pale, your heart fire insufficient. When heart fire wanes, yang energy diminishes. Your constitution is heavily cold. Has any physician told you that you may have difficulty conceiving in the future?" Xiao Yunzhuo's voice softened considerably. Meng Yongxi tensed and quickly withdrew her hand, casting a panicked glance at her. "Where did you hear that?" Every time her menses arrived, she suffered excruciating pain. Later, her mother sought a doctor who diagnosed her with potential infertility. Her mother was alarmed and paid the doctor handsomely to keep silent, so no one but mother and daughter knew. Should it become public because of her frail health, her mother was deeply concerned about her marriage prospects. Before her brother's illness, many suitors had been considered, mostly from average families, but after careful inquiry, many were dismissed. Eventually, her mother favored the legitimate son of her maternal aunt's family, who had come to seek refuge. There were already signs that her mother intended to marry her off. That cousin appeared gentle and refined, though the aunt's family lived far from the capital. Her mother said she would explain the situation to him when the betrothal was imminent. If he agreed to marry her, more dowry would be brought. Yet she worried that being so far away meant enduring hardships without anyone to advocate for her, leaving her uneasy. Now, this young lady spoke of a flower disaster and had even discerned her physical ailments. It was impossible not to believe her. "Miss Xiao, could you be a physician?" Meng Yongxi probed cautiously. "I prefer you call me master and regard me as a sage beyond this world." Xiao Yunzhuo quickly established her image. "Do you believe my words now? If not, give me your birth data, and I shall reveal your entire life, leading you to profound enlightenment." "No need. I believe you," Meng Yongxi replied, now feeling that those clear, innocent eyes had become somewhat eerie. It was as if under her gaze, no secret could be kept. Miss Xiao, please, join me in the sedan chair for a moment. Meng Yongxi spoke cautiously, and upon finishing her words, she realized how audacious she had been to invite a stranger to accompany her home. All right. Xiao Yunzhuo nodded in agreement, then glanced back at the surrounding array of pastries. He selected only 2 packages to present to Meng Yongxi as a gift, before adding, please have the maid by your side hire someone from the pastry shop to deliver the remainder of these to the Xiao residence. The Xiao residence? Which Xiao residence? Meng Yongxi was momentarily taken aback. The very Xiao residence that was stripped of its noble title, Xiao Yunzhuo said without any attempt to conceal the truth. Meng Yongxi's mouth opened slightly, hastily covering it with a handkerchief, though the widening of her eyes betrayed her shock. I've heard that the Xiao family's long-lost daughter has returned, she murmured, scarcely able to believe it. If the Xiao family had not lost their title, they would be extraordinarily esteemed, far beyond my own family's standing. This mysterious Miss Xiao was a peculiar sort, even attempting to seize her money. It seemed more fitting to call her a rogue of the underworld. Meng Yongxi's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. It was said that this Miss Xiao was remarkably bold. She had gone to the magistrate's office to report a case and had a monk arrested. When the monk was first taken away, many claimed the young lady was mad, abusing her family's name to commit mischief. Yet the very next day, the magistrate's office dispatched officials to search the monk's residence, retrieving all the gold and silver belongings back to the office. Rumor had it that the authorities were currently tallying the amount, and once the count was complete, those who had been defrauded could register at the office. And if the claims matched, they would reclaim their money. These official actions served as proof that Miss Xiao was in the right.
Consequently,
this Miss Xiao had suddenly become a figure of fascination. Recently, there had been matters at her own household, and a close friend, hoping to cheer her up, had sent a letter early that morning mentioning amusing happenings in the capital. Among them was a reference to Miss Xiao, noting that the prominent families of the capital were eagerly awaiting the Xiao family to present this daughter in public, so they could witness the demeanor of the esteemed Judge Xiao. At the mere thought of the fearsome titled Judge Xiao, her mind conjured an image of a ruthless demon. Yet, looking at the face before her now, though Miss Xiao tried her best to appear profound and carried an air of mystery, her presence was hardly intimidating. She seemed more like a carefree young lady, akin to a clear mountain spring deep within a valley, crystal clear, cold and aloof, yet refreshing and soothing, utterly devoid of any trace of menace. Meng Yongxi instructed her maid to follow Xiao Yunzhuo's orders.
meanwhile,
She and Xiao Yunzhuo boarded a sedan chair bound for the Meng residence. Miss Meng, might you tell me about your younger brother's condition? I heard he was nearly abducted before. When he was found, was there anything unusual? Xiao Yunzhuo inquired. Hearing this, Meng Yongxi suddenly recalled something. Her gaze toward Xiao Yunzhuo grew more complex. Miss Xiao, perhaps your own elder brother would know more about this matter, she could not help but say directly. My mother has been married into the Marquis's household for many years, and only my brother and I are her children. My brother is only 6 years old this year. Before he was born, my mother lived with her head bowed, overshadowed by my father's eldest son born to a concubine, who is also my father's cousin. Because of this, my mother's life has been difficult. On the contrary, that elder son almost got recorded under my mother's name. Were it not for my brother's birth, he might have inherited the title. Your second brother, Xiao Wenyue, often visits my home and is well acquainted with our affairs, Meng Yongxi said as she studied Xiao Yunzhuo intently. She truly did not understand what the Xiao family's intentions were. Xiao Erlang and her elder half-brother were close, to the point of collusion. Yet Miss Xiao had taken the initiative to approach her. She could not help but wonder if Miss Xiao, like Xiao Wenyue, had been bribed by her half-brother, and whether her entry into the Xiao household was a scheme to harm her younger brother. Such thoughts caused the faint relief on Meng Yongxi's face to be replaced immediately by tension and vigilance. I asked about your brother's abduction. Why are you telling me all this? Xiao Yunzhuo regarded her calmly before speaking frankly. Are you worried that I and my second brother might side with your half-brother? Wouldn't you? Meng Yongxi sneered. That's your own blood brother. My brother is no good, Xiao Yunzhuo said without denial. Meng Yongxi's words caught in her throat.
how could she respond to that?
Blood ties aside, I cannot dispel your doubts. But I believe if I truly intended to harm your brother, I wouldn't be foolish enough to come right to your doorstep and let you watch me act. Xiao Yunzhuo had nothing to fear if her conscience was clear. Miss Xiao, not only do we have different stances, but what exactly do you want? I admit your fortune-telling skills are impressive, but why help my brother without reason? Meng Yongxi remained skeptical. Her words immediately sparked Xiao Yunzhuo's interest. She was ready to answer. I want a great deal. After all, your Meng family is a noble household. I cannot do errands for free, can I? Moreover, if anyone ever needs to exorcise evil or cleanse misfortune, I should be recommended. Shouldn't I? Xiao Yunzhuo responded without hesitation. Errand fees? Meng Yongxi was astonished. The Xiao family was not impoverished. A proper Miss Xiao from the Xiao household should not be forced to become a charlatan for money. She was even dressed in flowing cloud brocade. We can sign a contract. When I see your brother, if I confirm I can cure him, we can even draw up a death pact. As long as you are assured. Xiao Yunzhuo was infinitely patient. Her words made Meng Yongxi unsure whether to continue doubting. Who would be foolish enough to sign a death pact just to help a half-brother harm someone? Meng Yongxi's mind was in turmoil. Her eyes furtively glanced at Xiao Yunzhuo, who remained as composed as ever, gradually soothing her apprehensions. Since her brother's fright, the imperial physicians had examined him, all saying he was simply shocked and needed gradual care. Yet, despite several acupuncture treatments, the effects lasted only briefly. He still frequently relapsed into frenzy when provoked. To cure him completely might take a year or more, and they would need to find the cause of his triggers. If the episodes occurred too often, he might never become a normal child. Her mother wept daily, and her father rarely came to care for her brother anymore. She truly was at a loss. Since Miss Xiao claimed she could help, perhaps she truly could. She might even be able to diagnose her own ailments. There was a slim chance, 1 in 10,000, that her brother could be restored. Miss Xiao, if my brother truly recovers, I am willing to personally visit your brother to apologize, Meng Yongxi said earnestly.
No.
Even if you held a knife to his throat, I wouldn't mind. Just remember to pay me. Xiao Yunzhuo thought Meng Yongxi was out of her mind. She had already said her second brother was no good. Apologize? I'd rather kill him, Xiao Yunzhuo declared firmly, which made Meng Yongxi feel somewhat reassured. Soon, they arrived at the Marquis Yonghuai's mansion. When the doctor said my brother was frightened, my mother wanted to seek divine help by worshipping and even considered taking him to the Imperial City Temple for treatment. But my father was concerned with appearances and feared others would learn how severely my brother was afflicted, so he stopped her. Miss Xiao, could you please, in the name of my friend, enter the mansion to visit? Under no circumstances must my father know your true purpose, Meng Yongxi said anxiously.
Oh.
Xiao Yunzhuo nodded. Before anything else, one must first venture inside to take a proper look, yet she could not guarantee that this matter would remain concealed from Marquis Yonghuai. Xiao Yunzhuo followed Meng Yongxi through the doorway. The grandeur of the Marquis Yonghuai's residence was, in truth, somewhat more modest than that of the Xiao family. When the late emperor decreed the death of her grandfather, he refrained from reclaiming the duke's estate, hoping instead that the descendants of the Xiao family might one day produce a figure as illustrious as their great-grandfather, thereby restoring the family's honor. Though the Xiao family was sizable, it could not rival the imposing presence of the Meng household. The number of servants within the Meng estate was greater, and each one appeared more disciplined than those of the Xiao family. Even the garments they wore were fashioned from finer fabrics and designs. In contrast, the Xiao family had been living beyond their means in recent years, maintaining furnishings and social practices reminiscent of their great-grandfather's era, resulting in some financial strain.
Consequently,
the expenditures within the inner quarters were inevitably frugal. Though Xiao Yunzhuo had not been home for long, she had a keen understanding of her family's affairs. Soon, she arrived at the courtyard of Lady Meng. The moment Xiao Yunzhuo stepped inside, a shard of white porcelain hurtled toward her. Meng Yongxi was startled. She reached out to intercept the flying object, but grasped nothing. As the shard threatened to slash across Xiao Yunzhuo's face, Meng Yongxi felt as if her breath had ceased. Before she could cry out, Xiao Yunzhuo's fingers deftly caught the porcelain shard with steady grip. What a close call. Meng Yongxi hurried forward to retrieve the fragment. Fortunately, Xiao Yunzhuo's quick reflexes had averted disaster. Otherwise, she would have been unable to compensate for the ruin of such a face. A woman's beauty is paramount, and the thought of nearly destroying someone's life in a single moment filled Meng Yongxi with overwhelming dread. It's nothing. What is there to fear? Xiao Yunzhuo replied with a calm smile. You truly have great courage, Meng Yongxi could not help but remark. The next moment, as she watched her younger brother being restrained by the maids and servants, she felt at ease enough to lead Xiao Yunzhuo further inside. Then, she inquired of the servants. Where is my mother? The Lady Aunt has arrived at the residence and has taken Lady Meng with her, a servant promptly answered. Meng Yongxi's expression darkened. The frustration she felt had nowhere to vent, so before Xiao Yunzhuo, she did not conceal it. This Lady Aunt is my grandfather's sister. She insists on meddling in every family matter. My father is soft-hearted and nearly persuaded on several occasions. Now that she has come, she must have heard of my brother's grave illness and intends to coax father into registering my half-brother under my mother's name sooner rather than later. According to our dynasty's laws, the title can only pass to a half-brother if all legitimate sons and grandsons have perished. The bloodline must remain pure. Even if registered, it would be of no effect. Xiao Yunzhuo was well versed in the law. Indeed, they simply believe that my brother's frail constitution may not allow him to survive into adulthood. Meng Yongxi's face bore a trace of sorrow. Her brother's body was indeed delicate. He was easily frightened and had suffered fevers induced by fright 3 or 5 times since birth. Xiao Yunzhuo's gaze fell upon the tantruming young Master Meng. His eyes seemed to perceive something terrifying. He screamed wildly and desperately tried to grasp whatever objects lay nearby, hurling them around. Yet, following Xiao Yunzhuo's arrival, the situation improved somewhat. His emotions gradually stabilized. With tears and mucus streaming down his face, he began to weep plaintively, as if releasing his fears and discontent. The child's mental turmoil was not without cause. For instance, Xiao Yunzhuo could clearly see a female ghost clad in red, slowly turning her head. Sensing the peculiar aura emanating from Xiao Yunzhuo, the specter floated toward her with a slow and menacing demeanor. Xiao Yunzhuo stood motionless. As the ghost drew nearer, as if tasting a delicacy, she suddenly lunged, her gaping maw wide as though intent on devouring Xiao Yunzhuo. Yet the moment her hands touched Xiao Yunzhuo, they appeared to be scorched by flames, emitting wisps of black smoke. In pain, the ghost recoiled repeatedly, emitting incoherent cries. At that instant, a gust of cold wind swirled around the ground, carrying shards of stone that pelted toward Xiao Yunzhuo's feet. The wind has risen. Help the young master inside. Do not let him catch a chill, Meng Yongxi hastily instructed the servants. Then, turning to Xiao Yunzhuo with a helpless expression, she said, Miss Xiao, please do come in and rest for a while. Since her brother fell ill, their father had refused visits from friends and relatives. Even when visitors came, they were only received in the front hall, lest they witness the young master's bouts of madness. Their father considered it a disgrace. Your brother's birth chart must be entirely Yin then. Was there anything unusual at his birth? Xiao Yunzhuo asked softly as she entered. Meng Yongxi was profoundly shocked by the question. Her brother's birth chart had indeed been altered. Because it was excessively Yin, her mother had changed the birth hour, even without her father's knowledge. At that time, father was away from the capital, and mother's health was poor. Hence, the household affairs were managed by Aunt Zhao. I recall one evening, a stray cat appeared in the courtyard, meowing incessantly. Aunt Zhao and several others chased, and eventually killed the cat in mother's courtyard. I later heard from the servants that the cat was pregnant with unborn kittens. This gruesome scene shocked mother, and that very night, my brother was born. Aside from this incident, there was nothing else. Aunt Zhao was reckless, but mother's attendants were arranged by her maternal family, so the delivery went smoothly. Meng Yongxi recounted thoughtfully. All living beings with sentience can harbor resentment. Thus, in many households, it is customary to avoid killing during joyous occasions, fearing it may bring misfortune. Your brother's Yin birth chart meant he was steeped in resentment from birth, making him more susceptible to fright, what is commonly called soul loss, Xiao Yunzhuo explained.
Yes.
My brother cannot endure even the slightest fright, Meng Yongxi quickly affirmed. In that moment, she felt she had found the right person. Xiao Yunzhuo could perceive everything. She must be able to cure her brother. Healing him would not be difficult, but it would be best if his biological parents assisted in the process, Xiao Yunzhuo added. Of course, it is not absolutely necessary for the biological parents to retrieve the soul, but this method is the simplest and most direct. Otherwise, it would require far more time and effort. Since both parents are alive and well, why seek help elsewhere? My mother will certainly be willing. But my father Meng Yongxi hesitated. If I tell him, he will surely become angry. Miss Meng, although I have never met Marquis Meng, I can infer from your demeanor and expression some things. You must share some bond with your father, though it has gradually faded over the years, correct? Xiao Yunzhuo inquired. That is true. Things were quite good before, but after my brother's birth, he still favor my half-brother and Aunt Zhao, Meng Yongxi said frankly. If you have not completely given up on your father, and you wish for your brother to receive his care, then this matter must be handled by your father himself, Xiao Yunzhuo stated. Meng Yongxi was perplexed. Her father paid no attention to her brother. If he was unwilling, she could not force him. When your brother was born, Marquis Meng was absent. When he fell ill, Marquis Meng showed no concern. Therefore, the paternal bond will only grow more distant. This is not because you and Lady Meng have done poorly, but because no affection arises without cause. You must first make him invest emotionally. Only then will he feel attachment and pain, Xiao Yunzhuo continued. If you do not seek this paternal affection, you may calmly pretend Marquis Meng does not exist. This will bring you greater peace and openness of heart. Yet, evidently, Meng Yongxi could not bring herself to do this. She even hoped her father would turn his gaze upon her and her siblings. Meng Yongxi pondered for a moment, reflecting carefully. Xiao Yunzhuo's words were not without merit. At the outset, father had indeed focused his attention on my younger brother. But mother cherished him so dearly that she managed everything personally. Thus, matters concerning my brother required no intervention from father, and over time, father grew increasingly indifferent toward the son. I shall beseech father, Meng Yongxi declared, as if summoning great resolve. Xiao Yunzhuo produced a talisman. Have your brother carry this close to his person. It will help stabilize his emotions. Without hesitation, Meng Yongxi accepted it. Now utterly free of doubt, the talisman was a ward against evil spirits. Once worn, the female ghost would no longer be able to approach young Master Meng. The child had already lost his soul and was haunted by the ghost's presence, leaving his mind frail and vulnerable. He suffered frequent hallucinations and sometimes glimpsed a terrifying apparition drifting nearby. Though indistinct, it was enough to drive the child to madness. Meng Yongxi carefully placed the talisman inside her brother's embrace. Since Xiao Yunzhuo's arrival, her brother's demeanor had calmed considerably. He no longer resisted and appeared dazed but obedient. A pang of sorrow tightened Meng Yongxi's chest, strengthening her determination. Miss Xiao, please rest in the guest room next door for a while, she said through gritted teeth, her tone resolute. I shall petition father. If he becomes vexed and utters words that offend you, I beg you not to take them to heart. Afterwards, I will spare no effort to make amends. Xiao Yunzhuo nodded. To earn money and accumulate virtue was no easy feat. She could endure a few idle remarks, especially since no one had demanded she obediently follow orders like a puppet. Before departing, Meng Yongxi arranged for food to be sent to her, even selecting several travelogues for her to read, fearing she might grow bored and sneak away. Xiao Yunzhuo waited patiently. The female ghost who had earlier threatened to consume her hovered outside the window, its head turned toward her, blood-red eyes fixed unwaveringly. Xiao Yunzhuo understood. She was a delectable morsel. Young Master Meng bore an ominous fate, destined to encounter strange phenomena. Yet with diligent study and martial practice, the influence of his ominous destiny would diminish as he matured. She, however, was different. She was like a vessel absorbing energy. The malevolent spirits and resentful energies were irresistibly drawn to her, much like fish to water. From her pocket, Xiao Yunzhuo retrieved a talismanic token, rubbing it twice between her fingers. It was the Lord's token of the divine concealment sect, capable of dispelling evil and warding off malevolence. Yet having lain lost in the Bone Ridge for many years, its power had waned, rendering it a mere protective charm rather than a formidable magical artifact. Moreover, she bore upon her person numerous talismans she had drawn herself, all designed to prevent ghostly intrusion. So the female ghost wished to devour her? She would find herself unable to bite through. That vengeful spirit lacked much reason, like a wild dog fighting over a bone. Seeing food, it would instinctively lunge forward, yet instinctively feared the power she carried, unwilling to relinquish the tempting prize, lingering nearby in watchful anticipation. Xiao Yunzhuo had long grown accustomed to such eerie encounters, her expression unchanging. Meanwhile, Meng Yongxi had arrived in the front hall. The lady of the house regarded Madame Meng with displeasure. It is not that I insist on meddling in my natal family's affairs, but you younger generation behave so disgracefully. If the child were not gravely ill, would you deny me even a single glance? I too wish for a legitimate son to inherit the family, yet young Jing's constitution cannot bear such blessings. You should have heeded my counsel earlier. Had you raised Pingzhong by your side when Si was born, would you still fear his future ingratitude? Madame Meng sobbed mournfully. Lord Meng cast a glance at his wife, his brows furrowed tightly, yet remained silent. Meng Yongxi lifted her head and dashed forward, kneeling before her father without a word. Previously, she had always been mindful of propriety, wary that her manners might not surpass those of a concubine's daughter, but now, she cared little for such formalities. Father, please save mother, please save my brother. Tears streamed down Meng Yongxi's cheeks. She knew her brother was frail, but he was still alive. If, at this moment, the eldest son were recorded under mother's name, would that not be tantamount to abandoning her brother? I heard mother say that before my brother was born, you yearned for a legitimate son like yourself, strong and upright. Though my brother's constitution is weak and he cannot match father, he is still your flesh and blood. As she spoke, she discreetly pinched her own thigh. Lord Meng had never seen his eldest daughter in such a state, and was startled. She was his only legitimate daughter. Though not close, she had always been composed and sensible. Had she not been frightened, she would not have been so distraught. Aunt's words are remembered. But Jinger is ill, and such matters are difficult to discuss. Lord Meng said to the lady of the house, thinking of the pitiful state of his legitimate son. The lady of the house glared at Meng Yongxi. Just as she was about to speak, Meng Yongxi interjected, "Father, my brother has just improved somewhat. Please go see him. As the head of the household, your presence will surely comfort him." Lord Meng was somewhat surprised. His wife and daughter both cherished the child dearly. They always feared he was unreliable as a father, worried he might favor Zhao and the concubine's son over the legitimate heir. Thus, whenever he visited his son, his wife wore a worried expression and repeatedly reminded him of Jing's importance. The frequency of such reminders had grown tiresome. "Well, I shall go see him," Lord Meng said without refusal. He wished his legitimate son to survive. Though young, the capital S customs prized legitimacy. Having a concubine's son inherit would invite scandal and dishonor their ancestors. Meng Yongxi breathed a sigh of relief and hastened to follow her father, even grasping her mother's anxious hand and whispering in her ear, "If mother wishes for my brother's well-being, entrust his fate to father. Let father bear the worries and the pain." Miss Xiao was right. My brother is not the only child father has borne. If he is spared from worry and toil, how can he truly feel love and concern? Madame Meng, frail and distraught since her son's illness, deferred entirely to her daughter's counsel. The three of them hurried to see the child. The lady of the house, having waited patiently for her chance, also seized the opportunity to follow.
By now,
Young Master Meng's emotions had stabilized. His eyes were swollen and red from crying, vacant and filled with confusion and fear. Yet he appeared far more docile than before, like a naive infant, stirring pity in the hearts of those who looked upon him. Upon seeing this, the lady of the house frowned sharply. "Is he to become a fool? Do you intend to let a fool inherit the marquisate?" "Father," Meng Yongxi suddenly spoke. "I know you care deeply about family honor, and I would never wish my brother to bring you shame. That is why today, against your wishes, I have insisted on summoning a master. She claims she can heal my brother. Even if there is but 1 in 10,000 chance, I wish to try. I beg your approval." "A master? What master?" Lord Meng did not think much of it, assuming his daughter had found a renowned physician. Meng Yongxi exhaled sharply and said to the maid, "Please summon Miss Xiao." The maid immediately went to the nearby guest room. Upon hearing this, Lord Meng frowned. "Miss Xiao? Father, please forgive me. The master I have summoned is skilled in certain arcane arts." She was the young mistress of the Xiao household who had long been estranged, but was only recently reclaimed. Though youthful, she truly possessed remarkable talent. It was she who unraveled the counterfeit monk case in the capital. It was said that with but a single glance, she discerned that the monk was not genuine. Meng Yongxi strove to embellish the story, hoping to bestow upon Yun Zhuo an aura of mystique. Yet, upon hearing this, Lord Meng's fury flared instantly. "Nonsense. You actually dare to believe the words of a mere girl? If you had sought a physician's counsel, that would be one thing. But to place faith in those outside rumors, how utterly foolish." He had also heard that the Xiao family's young lady had gone to the Ministry of Justice to file a complaint, accusing the false monk of selling deadly weapons to her grandmother. The matter was indeed handled correctly, but for a young girl to be so audacious and reckless was truly beyond measure. Though the monk was indeed a fraud, it was likely mere coincidence. Who outside would genuinely praise that young lady? Yet his own daughter not only believed it, but even went so far as to summon the person back? How could he possibly save face if such news spread? Meng Yongxi's complexion paled, but he remained resolute. "Father, please trust your daughter just this once. Only this once. If Miss Xiao fails to cure my younger brother, I am willing to bear any punishment or scolding. I only ask for your cooperation in allowing Miss Xiao to treat him." At these words, Lord Meng finally understood why his daughter had summoned him so unusually. She had been so thoroughly deceived by that Xiao family girl. "Your concern for your brother is understandable, but you must not be so blind. This matter ends here and now, and you shall never mention it again. That so-called Miss Xiao must be driven out at once, and from this day forward, no further contact is permitted." Lord Meng declared with indignation. The heiress of the Xiao family? She was but distantly related. The young lady had been raised away from home all these years, never having learned proper etiquette or decorum. Her reckless and unruly ways bore the mark of a wanderer's spirit. Such a person, if indulged, would only corrupt your daughter. Before Yun Zhuo even stepped through the door, she had already overheard these harsh words. Lord Meng turned his head upon hearing the voice and was momentarily taken aback. The girl's eyes were modest, her demeanor quite demure. Yet to deceive his daughter to such an extent was simply unforgivable. "You are the Xiao family's young lady? I suppose you heard what was just said. In that case, I shall take my leave." Lord Meng snorted coldly. Beside him, Lady Meng, the family matron, scoffed derisively, her wrinkles deepening into a broad smile. I always thought you were clever and sensible, see, but how could you do such a thing? What if some outsider were to harm your brother? How would your conscience bear that? Meng Yongxi ground his teeth in frustration. Aunt Zhao, the concubine, had been raised by this very matron. Since the matron bore no biological daughters, she had nurtured Aunt Zhao closely in her youth, often bringing her to reside at the manor. Over time, Aunt Zhao became Lord Meng's concubine. This was why the matron favored her so greatly. She secretly wished for the young master's early demise. The mouth is the seat of one's fate. Madam, I observe a dark, ominous aura around your lips, a portent of grave misfortune. Soon, you will be beset by serious illness, a malady difficult to cure. Even the arrival of a divine healer would not suffice to revive you. I advise you to hasten home and prepare for the inevitable. Upon encountering Lady Meng, Yun Zhuo spoke candidly. When one faces death, fate cannot be altered. Some secrets must be revealed. Naturally, it would be better if a little silver changed hands as well. Alas, the matron appeared enraged and would likely not pay for fortune-telling. Lady Meng's fury erupted, and she lunged forward, raising her hand to strike Yun Zhuo. Meng Yongxi quickly stepped before her. Madam, Miss Xiao would never speak falsely. How dare you, a mere junior, curse me? Who taught you such insolence? The matron glared fiercely at Meng Yongxi. Yun Zhuo hid behind Meng Yongxi, showing no intention of standing her ground. Yet her words continued unabated. 2 of your trusted aides have died from illness within the past month. This is the consequence of your many transgressions. Everyone must die, but the manner of death varies. From what I see, neither you nor those around you shall die peacefully. You will suffer greatly before passing. Madam, the matron's attendant gasped in alarm, startling both Lady Meng and Lord Meng. The old nurse cast a fearful glance at the matron. What if what she says is true? The matron was ruthless by nature, meddling not only in her natal family's affairs, but also in her husband's household. Though she had never killed with her own hands, she had driven many to death. For instance, the young mistress's mother, the birth mother of Aunt Zhao, died ignominiously due to the matron's scheming. Moreover, the matron had already taken 3 daughters-in-law. The first 2 had met tragic ends. One withered away in sorrow. The other died during childbirth due to lack of proper care. In this very month, 2 long-serving nurses had passed away, both after months of excruciating illness. Lady Meng's face contorted with unease as she fixed her gaze on Yun Zhuo, as if she wished to devour her alive, blaming her for the nurses' deaths. Staring at me, one T changed the facts, Yun Zhuo retorted, harboring no fondness for the old woman. This woman had never harbored a shred of goodwill in her life. By the way, if you give me some silver, I could also tell you your son's fate. After all, evil begets evil. He will bear some karmic retribution, Yun Zhuo shamelessly added. Lord Meng was stunned. He had thought the young girl harmless and obedient, but now it seemed she was utterly unruly. With such a daughter, General Xiao would never have peace in his lifetime. Meng Yongxi regarded Yun Zhuo as a sole hope. Hearing her words, he was not frightened but leapt up, turning to his own father. Father, Miss Xiao is right. Even Nurse Wang's expression has changed. Something must be wrong at home. Besides, they have mistreated the step-aunts before. Isn't that wickedness? This is already the 3rd one. In that moment, Meng Yongxi forgot all propriety. She only knew that Yun Zhuo could save her brother. Lord Meng found himself at a loss for words. He understood his elders to some extent. It was true that the matron had been harsh to her daughters-in-law, but he was unsure whether anyone had died recently. He did recall that the matron's usual attendant was not the one present now. You're talking nonsense. The matron's face fell, her hands trembling. For some reason, after hearing the girl's words, memories of her past deeds involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Her heart raced with panic. It's impossible. I've always been healthy. I cannot be ill. Absolutely not. The matron was mentally unsettled, her spirit disordered. Yun Zhuo witnessed the old woman's unraveling mind and chaotic aura. TSK, another misfortune. You will face a blood disaster today. I advise you to speak less and be more open-minded, lest your luck worsen, she said without restraint. You shameless, ill-omened wretch. I don't care whose daughter you are. I'll make sure someone tears your mouth apart. With that, the matron commanded her attendant to strike. Meng Yongxi was shocked beyond measure and immediately shielded Yun Zhuo. Yet Nurse Wang was also in turmoil, fearful that she too might meet a grim fate. As she advanced, she stumbled, tripping over her own feet and collapsing. Yun Zhuo grabbed Meng Yongxi and swiftly moved aside. Madame Wang abruptly toppled the tea saucer, her immense force causing the teacup to tremble. Flustered and fearful of being struck by the cup, She hastily tried to shield herself, but in doing so, the teacup changed its trajectory and hurtled toward the lady behind her. The elderly matriarch, frail and lacking agility, was unable to evade in time. The teacup struck her nasal bridge with a harsh impact. As the cup fell, blood began to trickle from her nose. Meng Yongxi's eyes widened in alarm as she excitedly grasped Xiao Yunzhuo's arm. She's bleeding. She's bleeding. Lord Meng swallowed hard and shot his daughter a stern glance. Even though he harbored no fondness for this aunt, she was still a senior family member. How could the younger generation rejoice so gleefully at an elder's injury? Such behavior was utterly improper. Yet, inwardly, he felt unsettled. "Aunt, are you alright?" Lord Meng found himself uncertain, unable to grasp the situation fully. How could this young lady from the Xiao family be so uncanny? Just moments ago, there was talk of a bloody calamity, and now it had come to pass? Terrified, the elderly lady could no longer remain. With a fearful gaze, she pushed past Lord Meng, her steps unsteady. Ignoring even Madame Wang, she fled as though she had seen a ghost, breaking into a hurried run. After a while, Madame Wang also scrambled out in a disheveled state. "Lord Meng, shall we have a divination?" Xiao Yunzhuo spoke leisurely, his aura serene and ethereal, as if he were a celestial being. Lord Meng was momentarily stunned. The steadfastness in his eyes had vanished. Could it all be mere coincidence? He realized his heart could no longer accept such a notion. "I heard the bad things you said about me just now. I am not one to endure submissively. So, if you wish to have a fortune told, I'd appreciate it if you paid extra. By the way, that lady just now was your aunt. Might I trouble you to visit and collect the fee for the divination? I fear her old bones might not withstand the debt owed to me." Lord Meng's lips curled into a bitter smile. He could not bring himself to humiliate himself by apologizing to a young girl. "I've heard that the more one seeks to divine fate, the thinner one's fortune becomes. So, father, perhaps you need not proceed? Or rather, it would be more urgent to save your younger son first. As for the debt owed by your aunt, you could just send someone to speak with her." Meng Yongxi's eyes sparkled as she glanced at her father. "You are right. It might be better not to have the fortune told." Xiao Yunzhuo concurred with Meng Yongxi's reasoning. Fate does not wane by divination itself. Rather, once one perceives it too clearly, hesitating and cautious, life loses its vigor. "Miss Xiao, how might one save the young master?" Lord Meng's tone was more sincere. "There's a way, certainly. But since you tried to send me away earlier, how could I presume to linger?" Xiao Yunzhuo immediately took a stance. "Everyone has their pride. It's acceptable to speak ill of me, but responsibility must be borne. An apology is due, I assent to it?" Lord Meng looked at this clever young lady. Though it was he who lost face, he found himself sympathizing even more with Xiao Jingguan. That man valued his dignity far more, always wearing a stern expression. He would surely endure frequent displeasure from his own daughter in the future. "My earlier behavior was discourteous to you, Miss Xiao. Please forgive me. I apologize." Lord Meng glanced at his son's direction before bowing his head. The legitimate son was only 6 years old, still small and fragile, evoking a pang of pity. If there was a chance to save his son, as a father, he could not stand idly by. "You are too kind, Lord Meng." Xiao Yunzhuo is easily appeased. At once, he raised his hand to perform a divination. "Please prepare yourselves. At the hour of the rat tonight, accompany the lady to the place where the young master was previously held captive, so that we may summon his soul." Xiao Yunzhuo immediately set about his task. "Very well." Lord Meng nodded in agreement. "Sending someone is no great difficulty. I still need to observe the household's layout and require some items. Please have them ready." Xiao Yunzhuo added. Lord Meng did not refuse. Meng Yongxi exhaled in relief, her eyes full of admiration for Xiao Yunzhuo. She had anticipated difficulty in persuading her father, but with just a few words, he had cooperated. Though the cost was frightening away the elderly lady, she felt the old woman deserved it. After Lord Meng nodded, Xiao Yunzhuo set to work selecting a location attuned to the young master as astrological chart for him to rest within, ensuring the soul summoning would proceed smoothly. After surveying the surroundings, he settled on a vacant courtyard not far from the main residence. That evening, the Meng couple prepared themselves. They rode in a carriage, accompanied by Xiao Yunzhuo, to the place where the young master had been confined. The female spirit still hovered nearby, but was left undisturbed for the time being. After being abducted, the young master had been hidden in the cellar of a dilapidated house. The surrounding neighborhood was populated by people of various disreputable trades, making the authorities' search arduous. Fortunately, the third prince was fond of wandering incognito in plain clothes, which led to the fortuitous discovery. Otherwise, even if the young master had not been sold, he might have perished from fright. At this moment, the house was deserted, save for dark, Dried bloodstains left by the traffickers at the doorway, yet to be washed away. The dim lantern light cast an eerie glow over the stains, filling Lady Meng with dread. Yun Zhuo had the Meng family prepare a large cloth satchel filled with various items. From within, she withdrew a large oil paper package, taking out pre-prepared wood ash and scattering it to cover the bloodstains. Since the young master was timid, the blood blocking the entrance would deter him from stepping forward. Concealing it would prevent his soul from panicking and fleeing. Next, Yun Zhuo produced a small bowl, a knife, and 2 soul-calling bells. She handed the bells to the couple, then passed them the knife. Please draw some blood. I need it to inscribe a talisman. The Meng couple, feeling as if driven like ducks to be slaughtered, complied with her request. Under the moonlight, the blade glistened coldly. Even before cutting, it caused a pang of pain. Lord Meng gritted his teeth and let blood as instructed. Yun Zhuo mixed the prepared cinnabar with the fresh blood and swiftly inscribed several talismans with fluid precision. Keep these talismans close. When I give the signal, you two will shake the bells and walk back, calling the young master's name every 3 steps at a normal pace, she instructed. This place is quite far from the mansion. Wouldn't that mean walking until dawn? Lord Meng was startled. Yes, Yun Zhuo nodded. Lord Meng hesitated. At daybreak, the city gates would open, and many townsfolk would be about. If the couple were seen, the matter would surely become the talk of the capital. He lingered indecisively, but Lady Meng, reminded by their daughter, knew they must obey Yun Zhuo's instructions and promptly agreed. Even if I must kneel on the way back, I am willing. If my lord feels uneasy, perhaps a veil could be found to cover us. Yet in her heart, she felt a deep chill. Could their own son truly not outweigh appearances? Had it not been for her daughter's counsel to avoid quarrels over their son's matter, she might have succumbed to the hidden sorrow and anger within. Sensing his wife's rare concern, Lord Meng sighed. Very well, we shall proceed veiled. If I do not act, and our son perishes, my wife and daughter would surely despise me. Lady Meng exhaled in relief. Yun Zhuo descended into the cellar of the residence, enveloped in utter darkness. Only when the lantern in her hand emerged did a faint glimmer coalesce around her. She cast the soul-summoning curse into the air. The cursed flame ignited briefly before turning to ash, the smoke drifting toward a certain spot. Muttering incantations under her breath, Yun Zhuo soon witnessed the faint apparition of young Master Meng's soul materialize in the corner. Fragile as a flickering flame on the verge of extinguishing, his entire form curled inward. Please, Marquis and Madam, retrace your steps, Yun Zhuo whispered softly. In the next moment, the couple called out Meng Pingjing's name. Thrice in succession. The spirit stirred faintly, but having departed from its body, it was weak beyond measure. No longer the mischievous, clever boy he had been in life. Rather, he vaguely followed the voice etched in memory and the bloodline's silent summons, slowly rising and stepping outside. The parents led the way, with the diminutive soul trailing behind. Yun Zhuo sat vigilantly upon the carriage at the rear. Halfway along the journey, Marquis Meng donned his veil hat. Meanwhile, the female ghost still hovered beside Yun Zhuo. Yet as young Master Meng's soul drew nearer to his corporeal form, the ghost finally reacted. Her agitation spiked abruptly. She surged toward the soul's direction, desperate to halt the unfolding events. Without hesitation, Yun Zhuo produced a soul-binding talisman and cast it, imprisoning the ghost close by, preventing her restless wandering. Do you intend to snatch another's child? Yun Zhuo regarded her displeased. You are no bride, yet you perished clad in red. Surely you harbor grievances? If you wish to share your resentment and injustice with me, I shall listen. But if you seek to seize the living from my hands, you shall endure hardship. The ghost struggled to flee, only to find herself immobilized. She snorted and howled in fury, her face pale, eyes bloodshot. She unleashed a piercing scream that threatened to deafen all who heard it. Her rancor transformed into a tempest of chilling wind and furious rain, descending from the heavens. Outside, the Meng couple felt as if their bones would shatter from the cold. Fortunately, they were not far from home. The ghost's shrieks persisted. But Yun Zhuo paid her no mind, choosing to tend first to the living's affairs before addressing the dead's. Matters must be handled one at a time. Yet amid her busyness, she forgot one crucial detail. Her own father had not yet returned to the military camp. Xiao Zhenguan had sat with a sullen countenance throughout the night. When his daughter announced she was going out, he did not stop her. But she never mentioned she would be gone the entire night. What family's daughter possessed such audacity? Having just arrived in the capital, without kin or allies, Xiao Zhenguan was utterly perplexed as to her whereabouts. That afternoon, the pastry shop's waiter had delivered an abundance of fruit cakes, such generous portions that one might think she intended to offer them to the heavens themselves. Xiao Zhenguan's mind raced through every conceivable method of disciplining his daughter. At first, he resolved to punish her severely, deeming 30 lashes no more than fitting. Yet he reconsidered, knowing excessive harshness might only drive her away. But when midnight passed and Xiao Yunzhuo still had not returned, Xiao Zhenguan's regret deepened. He should have stopped her from kneeling at the ancestral hall yesterday. With no affection between them, greeting her with a scowl at every encounter. How could she feel secure staying at home? Perhaps she found him too cold, his brothers too ruthless, and thus, disheartened, had left? Xiao Zhenguan's agitation bordered on frenzy. Have you found her yet? He barked at Steward Tian, who stood below. He immediately ordered more portraits to be painted. With guards stationed near the city gates, under no circumstances was the young lady to leave the city. Though Tian wore a respectful expression, inwardly he was unconcerned. In the dead of night, where could one possibly find her? Moreover, if the young lady truly intended to abscond, she would not have purchased so many pastries to send home. Clearly, she had only gone out to have fun. The Xia household employed 3 chief stewards. One was the elder steward, advanced in years, retired and cared for by the family. He had witnessed Xiao Zhenguan's upbringing and was his most trusted confidant, though seldom seen nowadays. The other 2 were Steward Ma, who oversaw the estate's external affairs such as land and shop accounts. He was the elder steward's son, intimately familiar with the family and more trustworthy than the Xiao sons themselves, yet often away inspecting the estates, and Steward Tian, who managed the domestic servants, household finances, social relations, and had been personally trained by Madame Jiang. Thus, Tian was most loyal to Madame Jiang and well aware of her disdain for Xiao Yunzhuo. Seeing Xiao Zhenguan's distress, Tian seized the opportunity to speak cautiously. Master, please temper your anger. This humble servant hesitates to speak, but speak. Xiao Zhenguan snapped irritably. Previously, the young lady's frequent absences had driven Madame Jiang to the imperial temple in frustration. The young lady was no longer a child, and the family's reputation, including that of the cousin, must be preserved. Should such incidents recur, the household would descend into chaos. Therefore, before Madame Jiang departed, she hoped the servant would advise Master to be more stringent with the young lady and discipline her thoroughly. Tian spoke with great delicacy. Xiao Zhenguan's brows knitted so tightly they seemed capable of crushing a fly. He and his wife held opposing views. The daughter had just returned. What did she understand? She required patient instruction. Moreover, he was not unaware that his wife exhibited great patience with their second son. If only she could extend half that patience to Yun Zhuo, the mother and daughter would not be at odds. Madam is confused. You, as steward, should counsel her well. The young lady is the mistress of the household, not an object to be disposed of at will. The last letter you sent was full of exaggerations and nonsense. Should you dare again to speak ill of the young lady, the family rules shall be enforced. Xiao Zhenguan reprimanded sternly. Startled, Tian did not expect that Madame Jiang's departure would not concern Master. Tian bore no fondness for the newly returned young lady. Firstly, his allegiance lay with Madame Jiang, to whom he owed obedience. Secondly, he had orchestrated the episode when Madame Jiang lost the young lady years ago. If the young lady dared to bring it up again, Tian would surely face punishment. If he could convince Master that the young lady was deceitful, selfish, and unfilial, then even if she mentioned the matter, Master would not believe her. He even wished she would never return, rather than merely be out enjoying herself. Of course, he made no earnest effort to locate her. Sensing Xiao Zhenguan's wrath, Tian quickly admitted fault and feigned urgency, summoning many servants to search, demonstrating his concern for the young lady's welfare. Do not conduct a loud and conspicuous search for now. Let them inquire discreetly, checking every inn and the main roads and alleys near the residence. Perhaps she is merely lost, Tian advised meekly. Xiao Zhenguan groaned. A conspicuous search would be tantamount to announcing to the entire capital that my daughter is out all night. Such a thing would tarnish her reputation. Tian nodded promptly. Yet once outside Master's watchful gaze, Tian conferred with a few trusted aides. Master valued the young lady's reputation, but Madame Jiang cared little, and had already remarked that the wild girl had just returned. Losing her reputation early would sever ties with the Xiao family, thus posing no threat to the cousin's future. Moreover, a penniless young lady without honor would be easier to send far away. Xiao Zhenguan's anger was of no consequence to Tian. Though Master's fury was intimidating, he seldom stayed home and would likely depart in a day or two. Ultimately, Madame Jiang ruled the household. Soon, those charged with finding Xiao Yunzhuo were dispatched, knocking on doors and making inquiries deep into the night. At the break of dawn, the Meng couple had already returned to the Ho residence. The living soul, once near the body, had been drawn back inside. And with a talisman prepared by Xiao Yunzhuo affixed to him, the soul would no longer wander aimlessly. The red-clad female ghost stood nearby, glaring helplessly, her ghastly face, tinged with a bluish hue, appeared even more terrifying. The young master had long since fallen asleep, occasionally letting out faint sobs as if haunted by a nightmare. Let him rest a while longer. Ample rest would be beneficial for his health. This child's fate was frail. Lord Meng could select a fine jade artifact and take it to the Imperial City's temple or one of the major Taoist temples for consecration. Then have the young master carry it with him. Moreover, it would be best to assign a few valiant and robust warriors to accompany the boy to strengthen his yang energy. Once he regained his health, he should practice martial arts and study diligently, so as not to fear any malevolent spirits. If Lord Meng had the time, he could also spend more moments by his son's side, Xiao Yunzhuo added. Lord Meng had journeyed for quite some time, and his throat was hoarse from calling out. Compared to the hardships of the journey, what Xiao Yunzhuo suggested now seemed far simpler to him. Xiao Yunzhuo did not speak so merely to curry favor with Lady Meng. The young master's constitution was inherently weak. Having both parents to shield him would be beneficial to his body and mind. Parents are the pillars and confidence of their children. If a child wishes to be spirited and courageous, the father must rise to the occasion. Meng Yongxi and Meng Pingjing were her employers. Since she was being compensated, she was determined to accomplish the task flawlessly. After completing these arrangements, Xiao Yunzhuo returned to her guest room to rest for a while. She could not leave before the young master awoke. Yet Lord Meng could not help but harbor doubts. He had seen no formidable rituals performed by Miss Xiao, nor sensed any divine aura. Could simply taking a detour really cure his son? The entire family remained by the child's side, never leaving. The young master slept straight through until noon before awakening. Little brother? Meng Yongxi was filled with apprehension, cautiously shielding her mother behind her to prevent her brother from lashing out again. The young master's eyes were dazed as he looked at them, then obediently asked, "Sister, I'm so hungry. I want to eat fresh fruitcake." "Brother." Meng Yongxi, overcome with emotion, grasped Meng Pingjing's arm tightly. During his previous fits of madness, the young master's hostility toward their mother had been the most severe. "Mother," the young master called out, puzzled. Suddenly recalling something, he plaintively added, "I had a nightmare last night. I dreamt of a wicked woman in red trying to capture me. Mother, I was so scared." Upon hearing this, their mother burst into tears. "My son, don't be afraid. Mother is right here. I will always protect you." Lord Meng observed closely and noticed that his son truly seemed much better. No incoherent ramblings, no wild shouts, and even the color of his face had improved significantly. Could it be that his son was genuinely cured? Xiao Yunzhuo, having rested all morning, arrived just in time to witness this heartwarming scene. "He should still take the calming medicine," she added softly from behind. "Thank you, young lady, for your miraculous skill. I am deeply grateful," Lord Meng said sincerely. Xiao Yunzhuo promptly replied, "It is not a miracle." The young master was frightened. As long as his parents comfort him and he gets sufficient rest, his emotions will stabilize. The doctor's methods are truly effective. Acupuncture regulates the qi. When qi flows, the spirit steadies and the body recovers. However, the young master's ailment was fundamentally psychological. If both parents cooperate with the doctor and care for the child together, the boy, sensing their presence, will feel differently within. Over time, he will also be cured. Her sudden humility and politeness took Lord Meng by surprise. Just yesterday, when she cursed his aunt, she had shown no such demeanor. As he pondered this, the steward came to report. With Xiao Yunzhuo present, Lord Meng did not summon the messenger inside, but went to the courtyard himself. "The lady of the residence, your cousin, fell ill after returning yesterday and summoned a doctor overnight. The diagnosis was not optimistic," the steward said evasively. Lord Meng felt something was amiss. Illness must have a cause. She seemed fine yesterday, yet today her condition had deteriorated rapidly. He pressed for details, and the steward reluctantly whispered, "I also found it strange, so I inquired carefully. Nurse Wang said the lady had a long-standing, embarrassing health issue causing frequent difficulties with bowel movements. She had endured it for some time, but developed mild abdominal pain after returning yesterday, which she could not relieve. Only then did she call the doctor. The swelling had become a tumor, and the illness was long-standing and difficult to treat. It will likely worsen over time." He dared not speak crudely, but essentially, the lady was constipated, blocked by a mass. Now she suffered abdominal pain and bloating. The condition was severe. Long-term medication might help somewhat, but due to her advanced age, her body might not tolerate the harsh drugs well. Hence, the days ahead looked grim. Lord Meng was stunned. "Send some gifts to visit her. I will go myself tomorrow. As her nephew, I must see her. There was one more thing." After the doctor's diagnosis, the lady accused Xiao Yunzhuo of cursing her. The steward added cautiously. Lord Meng's brow furrowed. Without Xiao Yunzhuo's words yesterday, even if his aunt had some abdominal pain, she would not have called a doctor over a bowel issue. In fact, it was Xiao Yunzhuo who helped her detect the illness early. How could it be called a curse? Ridiculous nonsense. The Xiao family girl and the lady had hit it off immediately and stayed as guests in the residence. There was no enmity between them. How could she curse her? Send someone to explain to my aunt and cousin to watch their tongues. The Xiao family may have lost the rank of Duke Renan, but they are not without power. Such slander against my daughter will not go unpunished by General Xiao. Lord Meng's move was not for Xiao Yunzhuo's sake but his own. To offend a prominent family for the sake of an aunt.
He was not that foolish.
Though Xiao Zhen held a modest rank, he was still a scion of the Xiao family and commanded some military prestige. Moreover, the family's eldest son, Xiao Wenyu, reputed to be talented, was about to take the imperial exams. If he succeeded, he would become a scholar under the emperor's patronage. Both the Xiao and her families would undoubtedly support him, promising a boundless future. His own family, though noble, had a young legitimate heir and an unremarkable illegitimate son. This was no time to make enemies. The steward immediately understood. Lord Meng glanced inside. His son had regained his senses, and his daughter was overjoyed. Now expressing gratitude to Miss Xiao. This Xiao family girl was somewhat unconventional. If his daughter associated with her too much, she might pick up some roguish habits. Yet her abilities and insight were extraordinary. It was unclear under whose tutelage she had acquired such arcane skills. Given the debt of gratitude, they must treat her with courtesy. At this moment, Meng Yongxi still gazed at Xiao Yunzhuo with admiration, stars shimmering in her eyes. Reflecting on their first meeting yesterday, it felt like a dream, or rather divine mercy, that sent Xiao Yunzhuo to save her brother. Miss Xiao, though we met through a transaction, my brother's life is not something to be measured by silver or gold. From now on, you're like a sister to me. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Meng Yongxi clutched Xiao Yunzhuo's hand, reluctant to part. She had already prepared a token of gratitude. But how could a mere gift suffice? Meng Yongxi was deeply moved, yet Xiao Yunzhuo remained remarkably clear-headed. Her gaze swept toward Lord Meng outside, and with a smile in her tone, she said, "To call us blood sisters would be an overstatement. After all, your family is not composed solely of you and your younger brother. With such a large clan of relatives, I simply cannot bear it. However, we may become friends. After all, the more friends one has, the more paths open before them." Meng Yongxi finally relaxed completely at that moment, the tension and sorrow on her face fading, replaced by a delicate shyness and sincerity befitting a young lady. Listening to Xiao Yunzhuo's words, she understood that the latter found her family too complicated, but was not angry. In her eyes, Miss Xiao possessed a pair of eyes capable of seeing through the human heart. Such a person could tolerate no impurities. Her own parents appeared kind on the surface, yet harbored more conflicts and filth beneath. By the way, a few days after the New Year's festival, the capital will be quite lively. The renowned first female Qin master of the realm will hold a gathering at Xingbo Pavilion to connect with friends through music. Many young ladies plan to attend, and I have already secured a seat early on. Would you care to join me then? Meng Yongxi asked hurriedly. Though many young ladies in the capital were not intimately acquainted, most had met a few times. Xiao Yunzhuo, having just arrived, knew no one, and with the reputation of being the Judge Xiao, it would not be easy to make friends. While she could read faces and divine fortunes, she was, after all, a woman of similar age, and could not spend every day solemnly healing the sick or summoning souls. Very well. Xiao Yunzhuo did not refuse. I quite enjoy listening to music. Her ghostly master had once told her that in the past. The people of the Divine Concealment Sect possessed not only mysterious Taoist arts, but also delighted in studying various refined skills such as qin music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Most disciples were individuals with unusual fates who, after enduring hardships in the mundane world, chose to hide away in the mountains, learning cultivation arts and hobbies to pass the time. Yet, while secluded from the world, they could not forget it. When wars broke out, vengeful spirits multiplied. The sect's successive leaders, born with the ability to communicate with gods and intimidate ghosts, would travel the world to dispel all possible resentful and malevolent energies. After joining the Divine Concealment Sect, her master, fearing his own soul could not endure, forced her to study diligently every day. She thus came to know many collections and classics and learned some melodies. But after her master's passing, she focused on sustaining herself and rarely played anymore. Having made the arrangement with Meng Yongxi, Xiao Yunzhuo decided to take her leave. Just before departing, Meng Yongxi suddenly grasped her arm and, somewhat embarrassed, whispered, "Miss Xiao, I know you are a perceptive person, so I take the liberty of saying a few more words in your ear. Your second brother and my half-brother could be called birds of a feather, though with some differences. Your elder brother is more scheming, she hesitated. My half-brother is not very clever, yet this time, the matter regarding the human traffickers who harmed my younger brother was executed flawlessly. Do you suspect my second brother's involvement? Xiao Yunzhuo asked bluntly. I cannot be certain, but even if he did not assist, he must be aware. I do not know how your relationship with your second brother stands, but if it is good, I hope you can persuade him. My half-brother is a troublemaker. It would be best to avoid him. If not, Miss Xiao, you should also be cautious. In noble families, sibling bonds can be precious but also cheap, Meng Yongxi said as she accompanied Xiao Yunzhuo to the door, speaking more than she intended. She had not wished to speak, but thinking of Xiao Yunzhuo's recent return home, she feared she might be quite dependent on her family. And Xiao Wenyue was indeed no good. If it were merely watching from the sidelines it would be one thing, but what if there were sinister designs? Xiao Yunzhuo certainly knew her second brother was a man of complex thoughts and far from a gentleman, but she could not imagine him harming his own sister to such an extent. After all, she was no obstacle to him. If anyone, perhaps the eldest brother might be capable. Xiao Yunzhuo fell silent. While Meng Yongxi knew it was improper to speak ill of others, but could not understand why two siblings with the same mother could be so different. In the blink of an eye, the two were about to step outside when three figures entered from beyond Meng's estate. Meeting face to face, Xiao Yunzhuo's gaze locked directly with her own biological second brother. An awkward expression immediately surfaced on Meng Yongxi's face. She had just spoken ill of Xiao's second brother, and now they met. The feeling of guilt surged, and her face paled somewhat. Meng family's eldest illegitimate son, Meng Pingzhong, led Xiao Wenyue and another person inside, his face alight with excitement. Upon seeing Xiao Yunzhuo and Meng Yongxi, he halted. Third prince, this is my sister. Meng Pingzhong said obsequiously, then looked at Meng Yongxi. Why Haven Tu quickly paid respects to the third prince. If not for him, your younger brother's life would have been lost long ago. Hearing it was the third prince, Meng Yongxi immediately bowed. Your humble servant greets your highness. And thanks your highness for saving my younger brother. It was true that the third prince saved her brother, but she did not understand why her half-brother was with the third prince. The third prince was an extremely carefree individual. He said casually, no need for formalities. It was a small matter, unworthy of such attention. Had it not been for a chance encounter passing by with Xiao Erlang, I would not have discovered your brother. Your elder brother already invited me to dine at Xingchuan Pavilion to express thanks, but I heard he acquired a fine steed, so I came to have a look. I hope it will not delay your brother's recovery. Everyone knew that Prince Chong, the third prince, was not a man of rules. He spent his days in indulgence, fond of pleasure and luxury, but whatever caught his interest, he always involved himself. A dignified prince, yet fond of making friends from all walks of life. Lacking no companions from the 3 teachings or 9 classes. Even beggars by the roadside might have called him brother. This man had a kind nature, generous and unpretentious, often causing people to forget his status. Because of this, His Majesty trusted and doted on him greatly, pitying his loss of mother in childhood, sending him to be raised by the Empress. At 16, he was granted his princely title and residence, unique among the Emperor's sons. My brother's health has greatly improved. The physician just said there is nothing serious. We thank your highness for your concern, Meng Yongxi promptly said. She cast a glance toward her half-brother. Indeed, his once confident expression momentarily faltered. You just said the third young master has fully recovered? He asked. Early that morning, he had received news and learned that the reason the third prince saved his younger brother was due to guidance from his good friend Xiao Wenyue. The feeling of betrayal surged in his heart. At dawn, he rushed out to confront Xiao Wenyue. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wenyue brought him along to meet the third prince. They claimed it was all coincidence. Xiao Wenyue had indeed inadvertently led the third prince there, but now that his brother had recovered, they had become familiar, chatting all morning, even treating the prince as a sworn brother. In this light, it was not a loss. But now he was told that Meng Pingjing, the stumbling block, was well. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Wenyue's frail body was shaken by the wind, and he coughed weakly twice. His cough snapped Meng Dalong awake from his daze. Hastily hiding his displeasure, he feigned joy. Why was I not informed? Which famous doctor was consulted? With the eldest brother away, of course, he was unaware. Meng Yongxi secretly rejoiced, fortunate to have obtained a miraculous elixir from Miss Xiao. After taking it, her brother had returned to normal. Their father was now playing with him. She dared not speak the truth for fear of tarnishing Xiao Yunzhuo's reputation. After all, summoning souls and fortune-telling sounded too mystical. Meng Dalong's sharp gaze fixed on Xiao Yunzhuo. So this is the young lady you mentioned who possesses the miraculous elixir? And is your friend? How is it that your brother has never introduced her to me before? Meng Dalong ground his teeth in anger, but maintained a facade of tolerance. If Meng Gongzi were known by all, he could already serve in the magistrate's office capturing thieves. Xiao Yunzhuo spoke with a tone neither warm nor cold. Meng Pingzhong cast a disdainful glance at him, then turned to Meng Yongxi with a concerned expression and said, "The imperial physicians have come to the palace several times, yet none could help. How is it that this young lady cured the girl with just a single pill? A sister? Could it be that this little girl has deceived us? I've heard there's a kind of pill on the market that temporarily restores clarity, but once taken, it renders one utterly foolish forever. What pill? That's obviously his fabrication. Father is always busy with official duties and knows nothing of these matters. I think we should still exercise caution. Why not invite this young lady to stay at our home for a few days? If anything happens to my younger brother, at least someone would be responsible." Meng Pingzong wished he could immediately have that wild girl of unknown origin seized and beaten to death. What kind of nonsense was this, coming to his home to deliver medicine? Upon hearing this, Meng Yongxi glanced toward Xiao Wenyu. Xiao Wenyu himself was quite shocked. Yesterday, the household was in an uproar. His father had dispatched people to search everywhere for Xiao Yunzhuo, even suspecting she had run away because she found home unbearable. In the past, whenever his father returned home, he would seize every opportunity to reprimand him and their third brother incessantly. Yet last night was different. His father's face was much more tense, and upon seeing them approach, he immediately sent them back to the courtyard to read. This morning, Xiao Wenyu left early, and his father had no chance to intervene further. The servants of the Xiao family were still searching with the portrait, weren't they? And this lost younger sister has come to the Ho residence to deliver medicine? He could not comprehend it, but to him, it was certainly not a favorable matter. Sure enough, the next moment, Xiao Yunzhuo spoke. "Second brother, do you think I should stay at the Meng residence for a few more days?" "Second brother? What second brother?" Meng Pingzhong exploded, staring at Xiao Wenyu in shock, then at Xiao Yunzhuo. Stammering with fury, he said, Xiao's second brother. Don't tell me this is your own sister?" He had been chatting with Xiao Wenyu just this morning, congratulating him on finding his sister. He even said that if it came to it, he would go to the Xiao family to propose marriage, so that their brotherhood could be further sealed by family ties. Yet Xiao Wenyu, that scoundrel, had not responded, waiting here for him. Knowing full well that the matter with Meng Pingjing was Xiao Wenyu's doing, he had first promised to keep it secret, then sought the third prince's help to save him, and now he had his own sister delivering medicine. Which side was he truly on? Originally, Meng Pingzhong had come to terms with Xiao Wenyu's partnership with the third prince to rescue the boy. He believed Xiao Wenyu's claim that it was a coincidence, and besides, having the third prince involved was beneficial. He had suffered no loss. But now, with his family's little fool cured, could everything really remain the same? Xiao Wenyu could offer no clear explanation. How could he say he didn't know his sister had a miraculous medicine? Even if he did, why would she come to the Meng residence? Being a newcomer, how could she have any connection with Meng Yongxi? What a coincidence that second brother happened to save the young master Meng together with the third prince. And I treated the young master's illness. In that case, my brother and I can both be considered benefactors to the eldest son of the Meng family. Can't we? Xiao Yunzhuo's words were adept at striking at one's heart. Meng Pingzhong felt as if his back had been slashed multiple times. Indeed. Meng Pingzhong forced a stiff smile. If it weren't for the third prince's presence, he would have confronted Xiao Wenyu outright by now. There was no way this good brotherhood could stand. Xiao Wenyu looked at her speechlessly. "Father is looking for you. You'd better return soon. If you stay any longer, young Master Meng will be driven to death by anger." "No." Meng Pingzhong was adamant. "Precisely, Xiao's second brother. I remember you. We were talking about your sister earlier today. You promised to give her to me as my wife. Can I keep my fiancé for a little while? There's no one else here, and we can have the third prince as a witness. I'll come to your home this afternoon to formally propose." Xiao Wenyu's face stiffened, his gaze growing colder. "Eldest brother. Marriage is arranged by our parents. Since when does the eldest brother have the authority to decide?" Meng Yongxi grew anxious. The third prince perceptibly sensed the tension in the air. Were they quarreling? How amusing. He loved a lively scene. His ears perked up slightly. However, Meng Pingzhong's behavior was somewhat unscrupulous. No matter how reckless, one must not trifle with a lady's reputation. To be honest, although the Xiao family young lady had been adrift for many years, she was naturally graceful and refined. Compared in appearance and demeanor, young Master Meng was hardly her match. Yet the third prince said nothing. After all, there were still members of the Xiao family present. Why should he meddle? I didn't expect second brother to care so much for me. Having spent a few days together, you've already planned out the rest of my life? Yun Zhuo's voice turned markedly colder. But when my father and eldest brother are no longer around, it won't be too late for you to meddle. With that, Yun Zhuo cast a cool glance at Meng Pingzhong, then added without the slightest courtesy. The Meng family has buried several illegitimate children who never saw the light of day, haven't they? You filthy and despicable man, just standing there makes me feel nauseated. Better keep your mouth shut, and spare us the disgust. Having said this, Yun Zhuo strode past Xiao without looking back. She was not angry. She simply refused to be vexed. Too much anger would only compel her to return and torment her enemies. Meng Yongxi immediately followed. Xiao felt a sudden breeze at his side and tensed. Turning his head, he saw his sister leave without hesitation, his fist clenched beneath his sleeve. Your prize steed, my lord, shall wait for another day, the third prince remarked, finding the scene somewhat dull. He turned and departed. Meng Pingzhong hurried to see them off. At the gate, Yun Zhuo and the third prince's two carriages parted ways, and soon the surroundings fell silent. Meng Pingzhong glanced sideways at Yu, no longer concealing his emotions. Xiao's second brother, what do you mean by this? Do you truly look down on me? Though your sister is legitimate, having been away for so many years, who knows if she is still pure? I took her in out of kindness. Isn't that a good thing for you? His words were laden with anger and provocation. Yu's expression turned cold, his slender eyes sweeping over him. Very well, I shall let you marry. With that, Yu departed calmly, his frail figure carrying a hint of loneliness. Meng Pingzhong was momentarily stunned. Let him marry? What did that mean? Was Yu truly willing to marry off his own sister? Could it be that he was not deliberately siding with Xiao Pingjing against him? Yet that damned girl from the Xiao family was indeed peculiar. How did she know about the matters in the backyard? Meng Pingzhong was the same age as Yu and had yet to marry. Not for lack of desire, but because he was waiting. Once Meng Pingjing, who overshadowed him, was dead, he would become the primary heir, no longer a mere illegitimate son. The girl he matched with would then be of suitable status. But not marrying did not mean he lacked concubines. Before the legitimate wife's arrival, he could not have illegitimate children. He would not be like his father, who, being an illegitimate son himself, was unable to find a bride of equal standing. Over time, inevitably, concubines would become pregnant. If the child could not survive, it had to be aborted. How many children had been lost in this way? Even Meng Pingzhong himself did not know. To him, it was a woman's matter. Meng Pingzhong's mood was foul, deeply depressed. Especially after returning home to find that Meng Pingjing had indeed been cured, his frustration was beyond measure. Yet he could not reveal this in front of Lord Meng, and had to feign happiness, which was utterly humiliating. In his heart, he cursed the Xiao siblings countless times. Meanwhile, Yun Zhuo returned home bearing her gift. For summoning the soul of the young Master Meng, she received a fee of 500 taels of silver, along with some venison and tea snacks from the Ho residence. Of course, the Meng family was willing to pay more, but this price had been agreed upon in advance. Yun Zhuo disliked going back on her word, and besides, 500 taels was far more than she had ever earned back in Guanxi. One must understand that when ordinary commoners come to her for assistance, the earnings amount to no more than a few coins, perhaps several dozen. Those rare spirits like Hu Sheng, who can afford tens of thousands of silver pieces as a runner's fee, are as scarce as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The majority of ghosts possess nothing. Often, they require her to subsidize the costs out of her own pocket. As usual, Yun Zhuo first sets aside nearly half for her own future sustenance. Of the remaining sum, more than half is allocated for charitable deeds when the need arises, while some is reserved for use during the soul-passing rituals. Her recent financial fortune has indeed been exceptional, much to her delight. Yun Zhuo's steps as she returned home were notably light and buoyant, yet she remained unaware that the atmosphere within her household was heavy and oppressive, like a raging tempest sweeping across the skies. The young lady has returned. Upon her appearance, the servants exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly went to spread the news. Yun Zhuo wore a puzzled expression as she wandered confusedly back to her own courtyard. Soon after, Xiao Zhanguan strode in briskly. His demeanor was impetuous and fiery, yet he resembled a colossal block of ice and stone standing before her. His broad shoulders exuded an imposing presence, and the dark circles beneath his eyes betrayed his fatigue. Upon seeing her, he scrutinized her carefully before speaking with a tone tinged with helplessness. Zhuo, where did you go last night? Earning money, Yun Zhuo replied candidly. As she spoke, the female ghost she had brought in from outside gently floated aside. Her father, after all, had spent many years stationed in military camps, and the cold, lethal aura he exerted a certain deterrent effect even on spirits. Simply put, his yang energy was abundant, his physique robust. And combined with the protective talisman bestowed by the late emperor along with the ancestral malevolent aura guarding their family, the ghost, cornered within the residence, was left trembling and lacking confidence. Were it not for the binding curse Yun Zhuo had placed, the spirit would have fled long ago. Of course, not everything granted by emperors carries such power. The founding emperor bore immense merits and was naturally extraordinary. Her ancestors had slain countless enemies, a hero in chaotic times. And their authority was formidable. Were it not for the combined protection of these two factors, her grandmother, who had lingered on her sickbed for so long, would have long since succumbed. Xiao Zhanguan was caught off guard. Could the household really be shortchanging your food and clothing? He instinctively asked. Then, noticing the garments she wore were gifts from the Gaoshan cloth workshop, he grew concerned. Earlier, unable to locate his daughter, he had summoned his trusted butler to investigate. Only then did he realize that upon returning home, she had not even a decent outfit. I have always lived like this outside. If father thinks my behavior improper, I can change my attire and refrain from using the Xiao family name. I will address myself politely without claiming to be Xiao Yun Zhuo, she explained. She understood that prominent families valued their reputation. Yet she could not avoid going out, as her life depended on it. Therefore, she would restrain herself as best as possible to strike a balance. Do you know how long the household has searched for you through the night? I am not forbidding you to go out, but nighttime is perilous. You are but a young girl. It is unwise to loiter outside. From now on, I will not prevent you from going out during the day, but when the hour grows late, return early. Can you agree to that? Xiao Zhanguan asked with furrowed brows, genuine worry shining in his eyes. Xiao Yun Zhuo paused. She had enjoyed freedom for many years without restraint. Her ghostly master was always busy teaching her, seldom concerned with other matters. Even he did not believe she was in grave danger outside. As the head of the spirit concealment sect, born with the power to sever the yin and yang, she ought not to harbor fear. If I cannot return next time, I will send someone to inform the family, she said calmly, averting her father's gaze. Xiao Zhanguan sighed. That would be best. He wished to ask more, where she had stayed last night, whom she had met, what had transpired, but found himself at a loss for words. Although this child was of his blood, she remained a stranger to him, guarded toward their family. As her father, he lacked the authority to interfere too deeply. If only she had not been lost all those years ago. The old lady is in good health. I have sent someone to the Imperial City Temple to fetch your mother home. Once they return, do not harbor resentment, he said, reaching out to touch his daughter's head. Yet Xiao Yun Zhuo tilted her head aside, dodging the gesture with carefree nonchalance. Understood. I am busy every day, with no time for idle anger. Father should return to the barracks soon and not worry about me. It is unnecessary. Xiao Zhanguan's hand froze midair, awkwardly withdrawn. Why did the mere mention of Lady Zhang cause this girl to push everyone away? Was it solely because Lady Zhang favored Jiangwan? A vague sense of unease gnawed at him. Seeing that she was unharmed, Xiao Zhanguan did not linger. He immediately ordered the butler to recall all the servants sent out to search for her. Master, did you quarrel with the young lady? Butler Tian asked with concern upon noticing the unsightly expression on Xiao Zhanguan's face. Xiao Zhanguan's gaze swept over Tian, his emotions unreadable. After a moment of silence, he inquired, has the lady treated the young miss since her return? Of course, well, Tian replied promptly. But where? The residence is remote and desolate. Her clothes are all gifts from outsiders. Aside from a few meals, has the lady prepared anything else? Xiao Zhanguan suppressed his confusion and anger. Master, it is the young miss who refuses to accept the Lady South attempts to grow close. The young miss remains distant. Tian broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the young miss has already spoken out? Xiao Zhanguan knew Lady Zhang's strict nature. She tolerated no grievances, demanding her husband's and children's wholehearted love and devotion. Yun Zhuo had a stubborn temper and was not one to speak softly. Lady Zhang had always been the harshest on her daughter. Thus, he had mentally prepared for their strained relationship. Yet he had never anticipated it to be so severe. Though Lady Zhang had shown sorrow and longing over her daughter's disappearance over the years, prompting him to consent to raising Jiangwan nearby now. Upon witnessing the current state, there was no sign of cherishing a lost treasure. Xiao Zhanguan's face darkened. Butler Tian grew uneasy. Soon, Xiao Zhanguan dismissed Tian and proceeded to the front courtyard, summoning the elder butler, Ma. Though aged and long retired from daily affairs, the household's informants were plentiful. After calling him forth, Xiao Zhanguan asked, Uncle Ma, that Tian Yurong is untrustworthy. I do not believe him. have you discovered anything from your inquiries? The old butler, bent with age but sharp-eyed, replied immediately, Master, if it is for the young Miss S. good, Tian Yurong must not remain. Xiao Zhenguan's body stiffened as he fixed his gaze on him. The old servant found out that last night, Tian Yurong had someone carry the young Miss S. portrait to places like the Xuanshen Pavilion to seek someone. Though he did not mention that the person in the painting was the young Miss of our Xiao household, a curious person might discover it, and the young Miss S. reputation would be utterly ruined, the old butler's hoarse voice continued. Smack. Xiao Zhenguan slammed the table, rising in fury. What is the Xuanshen Pavilion? Only the most wretched women in the world end up in such places. I merely instructed Tian Yurong to inquire at inns and the like. Yet this scoundrel acted behind my back. Xiao Zhenguan truly did not expect Tian to have such audacity. Until now, he had trusted Tian Yurong. Lady Zhang was not adept at managing the household. The Xiao family's orderly state owed much to Tian's competence. But now, he had proven too capable. Send someone to bind Tian Yurong at once. Xiao Zhenguan commanded. Then, turning to the elder butler, he added, Uncle Ma, I must trouble you to oversee the household affairs once more. In his childhood, his father was negligent, utterly failing to fulfill the duties inherent to fatherhood. More often than not, it was Steward Ma who stood by his side, a figure nearly equal in status to his elders, imparting much wisdom to him. Now, as Steward Ma advanced in years and his own son had become the household steward, he still found himself worrying over the young ones, a burden that filled him with profound guilt. As long as the master still requires the service of an old servant, this old man would spare no effort, even if it means risking his life.
Steward ma hastened to declare.
Xiao Zhenguan's heart was heavy with concern. Capturing Steward Tian was no difficulty, but dealing with the matter was another. Mistress Jiang would surely make a fuss. First, silence him and lock him in the wood storage. Once the lady returns, we shall decide what to do. Xiao Zhenguan hesitated briefly, ultimately deciding to afford his wife some dignity. After all, Steward Tian was someone Mistress Jiang trusted, so even in punishment, it must be done with her consent. Old Steward Ma wanted to speak, but stopped himself, bowing his head in silence. From his perspective, the master was impeccable in every way except one. He was far too sentimental. The master had been deeply influenced by the late patriarch, having witnessed firsthand the old man's lustful indulgences that ultimately led to the ruin of the family's reputation and even his life. Thus, after marrying Mistress Jiang, he loved her with an intensity bordering on reverence, fearing she might suffer even the slightest grievance. Yet, as the head of the household, he ought to prioritize the family's future. Indulging Mistress Jiang at every turn was tantamount to placing the entire family's fate in the hands of a woman. Had Mistress Jiang possessed the magnanimity and erudition of the late matriarch, such a choice might not have been so flawed. But she did not. She was the daughter-in-law chosen by the confused old patriarch, fundamentally unreliable. This, however, was beyond persuasion. They say harmony in the family breeds prosperity. If the master himself does not awaken to this, external provocations will only deepen the family's conflicts. Steward Tian was already uneasy, especially upon learning that Steward Ma had been called upon by the master. His anxiety peaked. Sure enough, before long, he was bound and restrained. It must have been the young mistress who lodged the complaint. Terror gripped his heart. Yet, this fear did not last long. The master only confined him to the wood storage to be watched over, evidently awaiting the lady's return. And once she arrived, there would be nothing to dread. After all, the tasks he carried out were all under the lady's command. Upon returning, Yun Zhuo recounted the household's recent events to Dong Qi. She was somewhat astonished that her mere absence on a small errand had escalated to a city-wide search. Her father's concern felt sudden and overwhelming. Evidently, she would have to be more mindful of the family's affairs in future outings. When Steward Tian was seized, no one knew the precise cause. Dong Qi finished and then expressed indignation. Serves him right. This man, emboldened by the lady's favor, nearly regarded himself as master. On the day you knelt at the ancestral hall, I feared you might catch a chill and wished to have the kitchen prepare some tonic, but Steward Tian forbade it. The young lady of the house eating tonics and the steward denying it. Unheard of. What misdeed did he commit to be arrested? Yun Zhuo's curiosity was piqued. Steward Tian's arrogance stemmed from the indulgence of her parents. Thus, without a grave offense, her father would not have acted against him. Especially since her father was tightly controlled by her mother, Mistress Jiang, who, though stern and severe in appearance, was in truth quite feared by him. Anyone daring to cross Mistress Jiang was surely courting domestic strife. Dong Qi had not heard of the matter. Being new, she knew few people, and news traveled slowly. Xiao Yunzhuo paid it little mind. Household matters were not hers to meddle in. Meanwhile, at the Imperial City Temple, Mistress Jiang, accompanied by Jiang Wan, found relative comfort. The temple housed some elderly women she was familiar with, who gathered daily to chant sutras and pray for blessings. Mistress Jiang presented herself as the dutiful daughter-in-law. Despite the scandal of the false monk being widely known throughout the capital, no one blamed Mistress Jiang for acquiring the murder weapon. Those aware of the situation sympathized with her, perceiving her as a sincere and devoted daughter-in-law who had simply purchased the wrong item and was now trapped by fear. Perhaps it was the late matriarch's outward kindness, but inward severity that compelled Mistress Jiang to tread so cautiously. And did uncle send a message? How is the matriarch? Jiang Wan inquired anxiously after a servant from the Xiao family delivered a letter. Mistress Jiang first opened the letter, which was penned personally by Xiao Zhenguan. It stated his intention to take an extended leave and not return to the military camp for the time being. Mistress Jiang's brow furrowed deeply as she continued reading. The gentle smile on her face vanished without a trace. Xiao Zhenguan claimed the murder weapon incident was a mere coincidence and misunderstanding, urging her not to dwell on it. He also reported that the matriarch was now eating and drinking well, with no significant issues remaining. Since she was much improved, he advised Mistress Jiang to return home soon, especially as their daughter had just come back. Her prolonged absence might wound the child's feelings. Not a word considered her feelings. When I left, the matriarch was still in a daze. Wasn't he she? How could she have recovered so quickly? Mistress Jiang, growing anxious, demanded. She has been ill for more than 2 months. Yet after just a few days away, she suddenly recovered. How is that possible? The servant who delivered the message responded respectfully. The master and the 2 young masters dine with the matriarch daily. The master also moved the 3rd young master to live in the matriarch's courtyard for a while. The doctor said her spirits have improved greatly, and her health has followed suit. She no longer experiences fainting spells and is considered out of danger. Mistress Jiang's complexion changed drastically. Through gritted teeth, she hissed. You said the 3rd young master moved to the matriarch's courtyard? Only with a few sets of clothes. During the day, he still stays in the front courtyard. The servant hastened to clarify. Mistress Jiang felt as though a piece of her very flesh had been torn away, the pain piercing her soul. The old woman had already taken her eldest son. Now she wanted to seize her 2nd and 3rd as well. Return to the mansion. Immediately return. Mistress Jiang's voice rose several octaves, her heart soaring with urgency, desperate to reclaim her sons. Jiang Wan was startled, unable to comprehend how the matriarch could have suddenly recovered. And, please do not fret. Uncle must have his reasons. When you return, be gentle and avoid confronting him directly. Don't put him in a difficult position, Jiang Wan urged hastily. Indeed, everything was fine before. The moment that girl returned, everything changed. I have given the eldest son to the matriarch as agreed, but I must have full control over the other 2. Over the years, your uncle has always found fault with his 2nd and 3rd sons, treating them harshly upon his returns. I have endured this, but now to watch my own sons grow close to the matriarch. What's the point of bearing them? Mistress Jiang was utterly unable to compose herself. She could tolerate many things, but this was intolerable, especially the 2nd son, whom she had painstakingly raised, her beloved good son. She would never allow anyone to take him away. Mistress Jiang had already made preparations. They had brought some belongings, expecting to stay longer, and had purchased many items.
Now,
Packing was a chaotic scramble. Night had fallen, and the city gates were closed. Mistress Jiang could only suppress her temper and prepare to return at first light. At dawn, as the city gates opened, Mistress Jiang's carriage entered the city. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Jiang Wan resolved inwardly. If she were to marry, finding a good family, a noble and gentle husband would be ideal. But if not, she must never marry her 2nd cousin. Her 2nd cousin was too favored. Should she marry him, the bond between aunt and niece would inevitably change, and she might no longer live as freely or be as dearly loved as she was now. By contrast, the eldest cousin, who had always opposed her aunt, might be the better choice. It was simply regrettable that there was an unnecessary old woman in the household. While alive, she was a nuisance. Once deceased, her mourning would impose upon the family. Truly, she was of no use whatsoever. When Madame Jiang returned in a whirlwind, Xiao Yunzhuo had only just arrived at his grandmother's side to dine. Madame Jiang promptly made her way to Jiwei Hall to assess the situation. Upon being invited indoors, she indeed found the elderly lady with a ruddy complexion. The old woman's face bore a kindly smile, devoid of any trace of illness. Beside her sat her 2 beloved sons and that ungrateful daughter. They were finishing their breakfast, seemingly engaged in light-hearted conversation, having just paused. Madame Jiang felt her own expression nearly falter. Mother's well. Her voice trembled slightly. The old lady looked at her daughter-in-law without any excess emotion. Calm as ever. You have returned. I heard from Zhengguan that you went to the Imperial City Temple to pray for me. You have truly worked hard. It is merely the duty of a daughter-in-law. Madame Jiang lightly tugged at her handkerchief. She glanced at her second son, who held a piece of fresh fruit cake. Immediately, she stepped forward and snatched it away. Your mother has told you before, this fresh fruit cake is both sweet and cloying. It causes phlegm, so you should not eat too much. Xiao Wenyue's hand was emptied, yet he offered no objection. Only a casual smile. The son will obey his mother. He had just arrived. Yesterday, after meeting Xiao Yunzhuo at the Meng family's residence, the two had parted on less than friendly terms. But early this morning, their father had commanded the younger generation to pay respects to the old lady, which was why they had gathered again, scarcely exchanging a word. The old lady paused briefly, and then set down what she was holding. The fresh fruit cake had been bought by her granddaughter, and was far too abundant to consume all at once. Fortunately, the cold weather allowed it to be preserved longer. The flavor was fragrant, and not overly sweet or cloying. Second son had only just taken a piece, and had yet to taste it. Madame Jiang did not ask further. Second son, your mother has not seen you for several days. She must miss you. Why don't you return with her? The old lady understood the daughter-in-law's implication. Third son, come with me as well. Madame Jiang's tone was somewhat urgent, but she forced a smile afterward. Mother, please do not misunderstand. They have grown accustomed to living with me. I am familiar with their diet and daily habits. If they eat too much of your food here, it might harm their stomachs. I will take them back to see the doctor for some treatment. The old lady's expression dimmed, yet she did not argue. These were her grandsons, born from Madame Jiang's womb. She never considered herself qualified to compete with Jiang. Her occasional concern was only to encourage the grandsons to study harder and strive more. However, every time she spoke, Jiang seemed as if facing a formidable enemy. Thus, she now knew the less she said, the better. At her age, she only wished for peace in the household. Xiao Wenyue and Xiao Wenyan rose simultaneously and hastened to take their leave. Xiao Yunzhuo sat motionless at a distance. Madame Jiang appeared not to see her at all, not even casting her a glance. Your father has punished Steward Tian. She must be upset for a few days. If you are afraid, why not stay with your grandmother for these few days? The old lady looked at Xiao Yunzhuo, always sensing she was a timid, obedient child. Xiao Yunzhuo devoured one pastry after another with great speed. After swallowing, she smiled and said, You are either reading scriptures or perusing books, as if imprisoned. I still prefer living in my own courtyard, where I feel more at ease. You little girl, how can you say such things? Though she spoke reproachfully, the old lady's heart was very glad. To speak so boldly meant she was not regarded as an outsider. Moreover, the granddaughter was right. This place was indeed dull. The household was tended by a group of elderly maids who appeared utterly lacking in vitality, no match for the vigor and liveliness of a group of teenage girls. The old lady's fondness for her granddaughter grew with every glance. She reached out to pinch the plump cheeks and asked again, Did you quarrel with your second brother? We did not exactly quarrel, just found each other irritating, Xiao Yunzhuo replied. But, grandmother, it would be a pity if you did not learn physiognomy, for you can discern such subtle matters so well. Why not join me in the Hidden Sect? I'll see to it that you are appointed Grand Protector. My master never mentioned any positions before the Hidden Sect dissolved. Now that she is the sect leader, is it not for her to decide? The old lady was amused by her teasing. You two sit there without even looking at each other. I can tell you are on the verge of fighting. Can you tell your grandmother why? The old lady pressed. Because second brother is ugly, Xiao Yunzhuo answered earnestly. His appearance is poor, he is ugly. The old lady was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. You little rascal, you really know how to talk nonsense. As for my grandsons, their looks are top-notch. Eldest son is strong and handsome, second son is delicate and beautiful, third son has yet to grow fully, but is fair and adorable. Where is the ugliness? Xiao Yunzhuo did not wish the old lady to worry. At her advanced age, worrying would only shorten her life. Life in Jiwei Hall was dull. After finishing her meal, Xiao Yunzhuo fled. Seeing her restless demeanor, the old lady felt somewhat melancholy. Had she become so decrepit and moldy over the years? She considered hiring a troupe to perform outside. The new year was approaching, and their household ought to be livelier. With a lively little treasure in the home, without some entertaining diversions, the child was unwilling to come. The old lady's spirits suddenly brightened considerably. Yet Madame Jiang's heart was on the verge of twisting itself into bleeding knots. The two brothers were escorted back to the main courtyard. But as soon as Madame Jiang saw her husband, before exchanging even a few words, he informed her that he intended to expel Steward Tian. I know you personally promoted Steward Tian and trusted him greatly. I once thought he was a good man, but last night, he sent someone with a portrait of our daughter to places like the Xuanshen brothel. He intends to ruin our daughter. Such a man must not be retained. Xiao Zhengguan said gravely. His brows furrowed tightly, his demeanor stern and cold. Madame Jiang was on the verge of tears. You only come home rarely. And when you see me, you do not ask if I have eaten well or am living comfortably. You immediately want to drive someone out of the house. You know Steward Tian was nurtured by me. If you are dissatisfied with him, isn't it because you are displeased with me? That is not what I mean. He is merely a servant. He cannot wound our daughter's heart. Xiao Zhengguan promptly replied. What about me? You do not care if my heart is broken. Madame Jiang could not bear such injustice, and tears began to fall. Our daughter has been secretly sneaking out to cause trouble. I could not control her. So I called you back. Yet you have failed to manage her. She even learned to stay out all night. You do not punish her, but instead say Steward Tian did poorly. How does that make sense? A master's fault is the master's business. But a servant must never be insolent. I told him to be careful in seeking her, not to make a fuss. Did he make a fuss? No. How our daughter grew up, who knows? It is quite possible she went to such places, and Steward Tian's suspicions were not unfounded. Madame Jiang said unhappily. Jiang Wenyu. Xiao Zhengguan suddenly raised his voice. Madame Jiang was startled, staring at him in disbelief. How can you imagine such things about your own daughter? No matter how bad she is still the lady of our Xiao household. If you, as her mother, think of her this way, what place would outsiders afford her? I do not ask you to care for her like you do for Jiangwan, but at least basic respect should be there. Xiao Zhengguan was somewhat angry this time. Madame Jiang felt her husband's coldness and grew increasingly disappointed. Indeed, that girl was a curse upon her. She would take everything from her. I bore her with great hardship. Am I wrong? Madame Jiang's voice softened, laden with despair and anguish as she implored. Yan is sensible. She understands how to care for me and has never once defied my wishes. My affection for her is only natural. Yet, the moment that girl returned, she refused to obey. In her eyes, I no longer exist as her mother. What am I to do? Xiao Zhengguan felt utterly powerless. Now we're discussing the matter of Tian Yurong. I have kept him here until now so that you could handle things personally as a matter of courtesy. From now on, the household affairs will be temporarily managed by Uncle Ma. However, he is getting on in years. You must find someone more capable to take over soon. If you have no suitable candidate, I shall make the arrangements myself, Xiao Zhengguan said, his voice heavy with resignation. He was aware of his wife's partiality and never expected her to change overnight. All he sought now was simply to dismiss a steward. But for Madame Jiang, her dignity was already shattered. She broke down in tears without end. Outside, Zhang Yan, along with Xiao Wenyue and Xiao Wenyan, were seated in the courtyard and overheard fragments of the quarrel. She really knows how to make a scene. Can she not behave more obediently? She is causing our parents to bicker. Xiao Wenyan muttered in displeasure.
But father is right.
That Steward Tian is incompetent. He ought to be dismissed. Second brother. Don't you agree? Was cousin really out staying overnight somewhere? Zhang Yan exclaimed. Did the steward find her at Xuanxiang Pavilion? Cousin's courage is remarkable. How could she go to such a place? Xiao Wenyan was momentarily taken aback. She did not go to such a place, Xiao Wenyue suddenly interjected. Zhang Yan was startled and quickly stammered in panic. I don't know. I only heard them arguing. It's all my fault. I thought cousin had done wrong. Second cousin, I didn't mean to cause trouble. Xiao Wenyue felt a surge of irritation. A disobedient servant deserved punishment and was nothing but an eyesore. Where was she that night? Father sent many people to search. It's impossible there was no trace at all. Xiao Wenyan's curiosity was piqued. Yonghuai Marquis' mansion. Xiao Wenyue replied. Yonghuai Marquis' mansion? The Meng family? Second brother, did you take her there? Xiao Wenyan was shocked. When did you become so considerate? Xiao Wenyue regarded his younger brother's astonishment with silent amusement. She and the Meng family lady are close friends. She spent the night at the Meng residence. I happened to see them there yesterday. Then why didn't you mention that father and mother have been arguing about this? Xiao Wenyan asked, then fell silent. If second brother does not speak, it must be because this matter does not concern them. Xiao Wenyue snorted coldly. Even if he wanted to speak, was he given the chance? Besides, Yun Zhuo probably wouldn't want him involved. In her eyes, he was nothing but a despicable villain, opposing the eldest brother's grandmother, wishing never to see him again. Inside, Madame Jiang and Xiao Zhengguan's quarrel grew fiercer. Xiao Zhengguan was increasingly baffled. He had only intended to deal with a servant, so why was it so difficult? The argument escalated until Madame Jiang even threatened to take her own life. Xiao Zhanguan was shocked himself. After all these years, he had always yielded to her. Previously, she had been upset over their son, which he could understand. But now, over a mere servant? It was beyond his comprehension. The couple parted in anger. Xiao Zhanguan, fuming, retreated to the front courtyard. At that moment, the two brothers entered, intending to console Madame Jiang. Seeing Madame Jiang's tear-streaked eyes, Xiao Wenyan immediately said, "Mother, please don't be angry." Second brother just said that Xiao Yunzhuo stayed at the Yonghuai Marquis' mansion and did nothing else. Xiao Wenyue tried to stop him, but failed. As expected, the next moment Madame Jiang glared furiously at Xiao Wenyan, suddenly raising her hand to strike him across the face. "Are you opposing me now too?" Xiao Wenyan was stunned, clutching his cheek, standing dumbfounded. He did not understand what he had said wrong. Xiao Wenyue calmly approached and said, "Mother, this is all Father's fault. I am certainly on your side. But you came back and immediately focused on Xiao Yunzhuo's affairs, abandoning me, didn't you?" Madame Jiang looked at her second son. "Did you see her go to the Yonghuai Marquis' mansion?" "I did, but who knows what she did there? I don't want to mention her. Let us talk about you instead. I met Third Prince yesterday. He greatly admires you and intends to recommend you for an official position," Xiao Wenyue said with ease. "Third Prince?" Madame Jiang's expression brightened considerably. "How do you know him?" "I've heard he is most righteous. If you have truly befriended him, your future is assured. Father always said you were inferior to eldest brother, but clearly, he was mistaken. My son is the best. Everything depends on you, my child." Xiao Wenyue's composed response quickly pacified Madame Jiang. Xiao Wenyan remained rooted to the spot, neither causing trouble nor crying. His mother rarely showed such anger toward him. That slap had genuinely stunned him. Don't be angry with your mother. I was just confused and lost my temper because of your father and eldest sister. It's all their fault. Can you forgive your mother?" Madame Jiang, her mood improved, hastened to explain. Xiao Wenyan was still young. Seeing his mother's sorrowful yet caring gaze, he lowered his hand and forced a smile. "Mother, I'm not hurt. You are your mother's good child." Madame Jiang immediately embraced her son. Inside, the scene was one of maternal affection and filial devotion, while outside, the wind and rain battered relentlessly. The dispute over Steward Tian's dismissal remained deadlocked. Neither husband nor wife would yield an inch. For several days, the atmosphere in the Xiao household was heavy and somber. Xiao Yunzhuo merely observed from the sidelines, showing no intention to intervene. She had even become more subdued, staying indoors all day and no longer wandering out. In the blink of an eye, the New Year's festival approached. Meng Yongxi sent her a letter, enclosing a small token of silver from the Meng family's matron. It was not much, just a scrap of small silver coins. The letter also mentioned that the Meng family matron was ill and howled daily, proving extremely difficult to care for. Several servants had fled. Since it was a terminal illness, the family's descendants awaited her passing. The Meng Marquis had visited, only to be scolded and sent away. He was furious, deeming the matron unreasonable. The letter added that the Meng Marquis had recently been on good terms with the young master Meng Pingjing, whose health was steadily improving, especially since several strong guards had been assigned to him, allowing him to escape danger multiple times. Meng Yongxi expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Xiao Yunzhuo. She also sent over some New Year's gifts, nothing lavish, just quaint items suited for a young lady. At that moment, Xiao Yunzhuo was busy packaging several bottles of plum blossom-scented ointment she had recently made, preparing to send them to Meng Yongxi as a reciprocal gift. It would not do to respond only with talismans, as those drained much of her energy. Cousin Miss has arrived," Dong Qi reported cautiously as Xiao Yunzhuo carefully sealed the porcelain bottles with wax. Xiao Yunzhuo put down her work. "Let her in." Jiang Yan entered gracefully, her brows and eyes soft and gentle. Upon seeing Xiao Yunzhuo, she smiled elegantly, as if greeting a cherished confidant, and stepped forward warmly. She handed a warming hand warmer to a nearby maid before reaching out and firmly grasping Xiao Yunzhuo's wrist. "Dear cousin, why do you stay cooped up inside all day, never coming to find me? Could it be that you don't like me?" Jiang Yan's tone was teasingly coy. Xiao Yunzhuo was startled. She clearly preferred the departed. Those spirits, upon seeing her, either regarded her as a delicacy or a benefactor, each with their own demands. One such spirit, a female ghost recently brought back from the Meng family, had been baring her teeth at Xiao Yunzhuo whenever given the chance in recent days. Her intentions clear and direct, much more tolerable than the present cousin. Xiao Yunzhuo forcibly withdrew her hand. "Speak plainly and refrain from physical gestures." Xiao Yunzhuo was decidedly displeased. Jiang Wan felt a slight setback, her eyes revealing a touch of disappointment as she softly said, "Cousin, There is a faint fragrance of plum blossoms in this room, subtle yet enchanting. From where does such a fine scent originate? Perhaps you might gift some to your younger sister? She was, of course, well aware that Yun Zhuo herself crafted aromatic bombs. Only a few days prior, the family's plum trees had nearly been stripped bare by her. Are you certain you wish to use it? Yun Zhuo regarded her with a hint of exasperation. You currently wear Duo Chun Xiang, a fragrance that conjures the bloom of countless flowers in spring and summer, even amid the harshest winter. It is not produced in the capital, making it exceedingly costly. If you truly dislike the Duo Chun Xiang in your possession, why not exchange it for my plum blossom bomb? I have no objections. Jiangwan was taken aback. Her cousin even knew of Duo Chun Xiang? She hardly seemed like someone who had endured years of hard labor to make a living.
Ordinary folk.
Upon smelling such fragrances, would at most offer a simple compliment. Her curiosity about Yun Zhuo's past grew ever more intense. Her uncle and eldest cousin believed she had suffered hardship and misfortune, yet how could a truly unfortunate soul possess such vast treasures? How could so many items be sent by Gaoshen cloth factory? Yun Zhuo paid no heed to her. Jiangwan drew a quiet breath, steeling herself before continuing. Cousin, are you aware of the recent situation at home? Uncle and aunt have been quarreling for several days. You just returned and might not know, but my aunt and uncle have long shared a deep affection. Uncle always yields to aunt and seldom provokes her anger. Jiangwan added, are you here merely to utter empty words? Yun Zhuo asked calmly. Certainly not. I came to ask for your assistance. Jiangwan was truly vexed by Yun Zhuo's attitude. Those were her own parents. Could she really be so indifferent? I will not help. Yun Zhuo refused, without hesitation. She was no fool. Although her father had not openly stated what fault steward Tian had committed, she knew well that the matter likely involved her. Since it concerned her, she was all the more unwilling to intervene. Cousin, Jiangwan wore an expression of bitter disappointment. Do you not know that steward Tian is my aunt's right hand? Uncle is unaware of many household affairs. Now, with a single word, he wishes to dismiss steward Tian. Such an action would deeply wound my aunt's heart. Were I in your place, I would help persuade uncle on aunt's behalf. After all, he is only a steward. Forgive him this once. If he errs again, expelling him would not be too late. If you speak, uncle will surely listen. And aunt will remember your kindness. Jiangwan hurriedly added, I only have your best interests at heart. How could I know what fault steward Tian has committed? Yun Zhuo sat there, sipping her ginger tea. It was the night you were away. Uncle sent him to search for you, but he failed to find you. Jiangwan did not speak the truth. If my father were a ruthless man, he would have risen to great heights long ago. Yun Zhuo found it amusing. He would never dismiss someone over such a minor mistake, nor would he quarrel with mother over it. Thus, in her view, steward Tian must have tampered with matters during the search. Let me guess, did he purposely conceal my whereabouts? Or perhaps he slandered me, amplifying my nocturnal absences? Jiangwan's expression stiffened. Could it truly be so? Yun Zhuo leaned more toward the latter. What angered her father so deeply must have been a matter of principle. The greatest consequence of her staying out late was the damage to her reputation, which explained her father's urgency. Steward Tian did not act with ill intent, Jiangwan continued. He has served the family faithfully for many years. If he is dismissed over this trivial matter, it will deeply wound the other servants' hearts, who then will sincerely serve our family. Jiang family cousin, this is my household, not ours, Yun Zhuo reminded her. Jiangwan's face turned deathly pale, as if she had suffered the gravest injustice. Does my cousin truly not tolerate me? If that is the case, then I shall inform my aunt that I am leaving. But for her sake, I beg you to reconcile them soon. My aunt has been weeping daily, and I am truly heartbroken. If you are willing to plead with them, I will pack my things and depart tomorrow. Jiangwan's voice was full of entreaty, her maid beside her eyes reddening as well. It seemed as though Yun Zhuo was utterly intolerant. Indeed, she was. Though young, she had witnessed more tears in her brief years than most, and she could discern sincerity from pretense. If you so earnestly wish for me to intervene, it is not entirely impossible, Yun Zhuo said with a faint smile, her inner calm as still as an ice-bound lake stretching for thousands of miles. Really? Jiangwan was somewhat surprised. Thank you, cousin. Let us go at once. They have been quarreling since I arrived. If we delay, it may be too late. Yun Zhuo did not refuse and followed Jiangwan out. Jiangwan quickened her pace, clearly anxious. Yun Zhuo trailed behind, her demeanor far more composed. They passed through winding corridors, the surrounding winter wind cold and unyielding, offering no warmth. Only a sliver of sunlight shimmered in the sky, distant and chill to the touch. At the main courtyard, the two paused briefly, overhearing the heated argument within. De Lang is about to return from the academy. I do not want him to witness this household chaos, lest it affect the spring imperial examinations. Madam, if you persist in your suicidal tendencies, I shall have no choice but to forcibly send Tian Yurong away. That would be decisive and final. Xiao Zhanguan declared. If you truly care for De Lang, you should heed my words. These past days, I have barely eaten, my heart heavy at the thought of you driving me to despair over such trivial matters. Remember, when calamity struck our family, I bore the disdain alongside you. We could not lift our heads when receiving guests. Since then, you vowed to bring honor to the household. And you have, yet you have neglected family affairs entirely. We have spent years apart, no longer sharing the affection of our youth. For the sake of our children's future, I have endured. But that girl's public disgrace and nocturnal absences have shattered all our efforts. Steward Tian only sought to distance himself from her to protect our family. Consider this. If she is now infamous, others will pity our early loss of children, rather than blame our upbringing. But if we conceal the truth, and disgrace arises again, the Xiao family will bear the burden. Jiang Shi's voice was filled with accusation. That is not right. Whatever the child has done, we should be their support. She has just returned home, and you want to cast her out, dividing the household between us? Is that the way of parents? Xiao Zhanguan remained unconvinced.
Fine.
I am a ruthless mother, Jiang Shi despaired. If you say it is for the children, then very well, for De Lang's sake, I will step back. Tian Yurong shall be severely punished. Beat him until he cannot rise for 3 or 5 months, so he may truly reflect. Is that acceptable? But I will never agree to dismiss him. Xiao Zhanguan was silent for a moment. Seeing his hesitation, Jiang Shi's tears burst forth like a broken dam. Husband, I love that girl too. Remember how much blood and energy I lost bearing her? It took years to recover. How could I not care for her? I simply do not yet know how to deal with her, especially since she is so different from a Yen. Jiang Wan's voice was filled with grievance. Xiao Zhanguan was at a loss. Jiang Shi had nearly stopped eating these past days, her complexion worsening. The last time she cried so was when he threw Lang into the water. Fine, she shall be beaten. But if there is a next time, I will not forgive him. Xiao Zhanguan gritted his teeth, ultimately choosing to concede a step. Outside, Jiang Wan's face was alight with delight. How wonderful, cousin. Uncle has also agreed to give Steward Tian another chance. Xiao Yun Zhuo cast her a deep, penetrating glance. So, calling her here was not to plead for Tian Yurong after all. The true purpose was to let her witness how her father was bested by her mother. To make her understand who truly held dominion over this household. Does my mother know that you brought me here? Xiao Yunzhuo smiled as she looked at her. Naturally. Auntie was unaware. It was because I felt pity for her. Jiang Wan appeared shy yet concerned. She simply wanted Xiao Yunzhuo to be fully aware of her standing. What if being the eldest Miss Xiao? In the end, she was not even worth as much as a servant. For the sake of her elder cousin's imperial examination and her aunt's health, even uncle would choose to abandon her. This was a truth she could never evade. Xiao Yunzhuo raised an eyebrow and stepped forward to push open the door. The noise inside startled those within. Xiao Zhanguan turned around, and, upon seeing Xiao Yunzhuo's cold and indifferent expression, his eyes flickered with a hint of panic. Then he furrowed his brow and immediately said, Zhuo, why have you come? Just now, your father was merely, no need to explain, Xiao Yunzhuo interrupted decisively. These are auspicious days. It is the spring festival. Grandmother's health is stable, and my eldest brother is about to sit for his exams. It would be unseemly for the matron of the household to cause a commotion. Everyone understands. Xiao Zhanguan gritted his teeth, feeling helpless. Indeed, for many years, the Xiao family had relied solely on him. Though he possessed strength, he lacked military achievements. Whenever a campaign arose, he dared not take the lead, enduring quietly and unremarkably. It appeared splendid on the surface, yet was merely endurance. What he sought was stability, hoping his sons would mature swiftly, so the family might flourish and no longer be scorned. At long last, his eldest son was nearing entry into officialdom. If the boy succeeded in the imperial examinations, he would finally have the chance to take bold steps, no longer fearing the absence of successors. Madame Jiang gently wiped her tears, regaining composure. Child, why did you not say a word before entering? Is it proper to eavesdrop on elders? She asked instinctively. The mistake made by Steward Tian is related to me. I assent to it? Should I not be the one to deal with it? Xiao Yunzhuo asked bluntly. Your father and I have already discussed this. You need not intervene. Madame Jiang replied immediately. Xiao Yunzhuo looked at Madame Jiang and smiled. Earlier, I heard father say we should give Steward Tian another chance. Cousin Jiang likewise advised me to wait until he errs again before punishing him. After much thought, I find this reasonable. She spoke earnestly. But what if he has already committed a grave mistake before? Would not this be the second time? If we continue to raise the matter lightly, it should no longer be acceptable, right? Madame Jiang's heart tightened. Yun Zhuo, your eldest brother's exams are imminent. Must you stir up unrest in the household? Yun Zhuo turned to look at her father. He was imposing and authoritative, yet somewhat cold-hearted, which explained why he had yet to ascend to great heights. Whether I cause a stir or not, some things have already happened. If one wishes to evade the past for a lifetime, one must live cautiously and quietly. If unable to do so, then one must prepare to face the truth. Yun Zhuo spoke with calm clarity, devoid of any vindictiveness, and continued quietly. You care about festive celebrations, the elder's health, and the child's future. But to me, these are merely excuses for avoidance. She gazed at Xiao Zhengguan. I do not care so much. Yun Zhuo's expression was serene, without joy or sorrow. She had returned to the capital for the sake of the grandmother she had not seen for many years, to give the old lady some closure and spare her regret at life's end. Another reason was to secure a stable residence for herself, though it need not necessarily be with the Xiao family. Madame Jiang had abandoned her long ago, an old grievance, though she harbored emotional knots. Her intent was not vengeance. She only sought understanding and comfort for herself. Anger breeding resentment was never the path she wished to follow. But this did not mean she would foolishly bear all burdens alone. Her master's teachings on survival never included such a lesson. Xiao Zhengguan listened with growing suspicion, feeling that his daughter and wife must be hiding something from him. What other mistakes has Steward Tian committed? He asked immediately. There are none. Don't throw all the blame on him just to drive him away. Madame Jiang grew anxious. Let her speak. Xiao Zhengguan sensed that this was no trivial matter. This must also be the cause of his daughter's estrangement from Madame Jiang, perhaps even more. Xiao Zhengguan could not help but speculate, but as such thoughts arose, he quickly suppressed them. After all, the daughter before him was their flesh and blood. He dared not imagine Madame Jiang could be so heartless. I heard that the entire household believes I was foolish and unruly when I insisted on going to see grandmother, which led to me getting lost. Yun Zhuo spoke plainly, then, ignoring Madame Jiang's murderous glare, continued. Although this happened over a decade ago, I still remember clearly. Mother called me over to speak, but soon grew impatient, pointed at my nose, and said I was unlucky and detestable. Then she had Steward Tian find 2 discreet women to lock me away. When I woke up, I was inside a small coffin, which rocked for a long time before settling on the bone hill. If that is the kind of mistake I made, can Steward Tian still remain here? Yun Zhuo asked calmly. At that moment, Xiao Zhengguan felt as if pierced by 1,000 arrows. The overwhelming shock and anguish made his head spin. He looked at Madame Jiang incredulously, eyes brimming with fury. Why? Faced with Yun Zhuo's straightforward words, Madame Jiang could not stop herself and instead became even more resolute. It's because she is unlucky, Madame Jiang declared bluntly. She is our own daughter. Xiao Zhengguan could not comprehend whether Madame Jiang hated their daughter or him more. I did not have such a child. Madame Jiang dropped all pretense. When I gave birth to the 3 of them, all went smoothly except for her. She was difficult to deliver, and I suffered for several days, nearly losing my life. The child I fought so hard to bring into this world is nothing like me and caused me to languish on my sickbed for so long. The family's noble standing was fine before her arrival. Once she came, it was lost. Though furious, Madame Jiang restrained herself and did not reveal the full truth. Xiao Zhengguan knew his wife had suffered greatly during childbirth and felt sympathy. Yet he could not fathom her thoughts. Bearing children was their choice as parents. The child had no say. Even if she harbored resentment, it should be directed at him, her husband, not transferred onto their daughter. At this moment, Xiao Zhengguan could hardly describe his feelings and found it unbearable to face Madame Jiang. Previously, he had thought Madame Jiang was too delicate and narrow-minded, but generally principled. Now, thinking of her resolute rejection of her own flesh and blood, he felt terror. If you do not want this child, then from today onward, you shall no longer interfere in her upbringing, Xiao Zhengguan said angrily, glancing at his wife and then at Yun Zhuo. This matter, your father has wronged you, and will surely give you an explanation. I am merely stating what I know, not asking father to decide for me. Yun Zhuo replied calmly. Self-reliance was paramount. She would not allow herself to suffer injustice. Xiao Zhengguan sighed. I will first go see your grandmother. Oh. Yun Zhuo responded casually. Xiao Zhengguan left before her, swishing his sleeve, his stern demeanor intimidating, leaving his intentions unknown. Once he was gone, Madame Jiang glared venomously at her daughter. Are you happy now? Quite happy, Xiao Yunzhuo answered. Xiao Yunzhuo had initially regarded the matter as trivial. Yet since Madame Jiang inquired, she promptly lifted the corners of her mouth in a faint smile. It was your cousin from the Jiang family who insisted on dragging me here to witness the commotion and beseech my assistance in resolving this issue. Upon careful consideration, is it truly worth the two of you quarreling over a mere steward named Tian? It would be far better for me to see him off. What say you? At this moment, the stewardess affairs no longer hold much significance, do they? The previous steward, Tian, could be retained or dismissed at will. But now the circumstances have changed. To have lost the mistress of the household is a grave offense, one that even the authorities would hesitate to investigate. Jiang Wan stood just outside the door, her face pale as paper. She hurriedly stepped forward, her voice tinged with sobs. Aunt, I merely wished for my cousin to intercede on my behalf. Little did she know of the old grievances that lay between her aunt and Xiao Yunzhuo. No wonder her aunt had previously avoided punishing Xiao Yunzhuo. She must have been holding some leverage over her. Yet, in her ignorance, she had hoped Xiao Yunzhuo would come to witness the spectacle, inadvertently forcing her to reveal the truth and bringing such disgrace upon her aunt, who would surely be angered by her now. Madame Jiang found herself somewhat at a loss, but in Xiao Yunzhuo's presence, she was unwilling to forfeit her dignity. With a bitter laugh born of fury, she retorted, Zhuo, I am, after all, your mother. What good can come of you causing me such harm? Your father would never divorce me. I shall forever remain the matriarch of this household. And you, unfilial child, your father indulges you only for the moment. What did she have to fear? In this household, she was the sole mistress. Her eldest son was preparing for an important examination. Her second son had gained favor with the third prince, and Xiao Yunzhuo's injuries were her own. Their honor and disgrace were intertwined. This matter would never be allowed to reach the outside world. Her dignity would remain intact. It was merely a matter of enduring a period of suspicion and anger from her husband. With this in mind, Madame Jiang felt somewhat relieved. With one less lever to hold over her, could this troublesome girl still threaten her in the future? Xiao Yunzhuo frowned as she regarded her. Perhaps the bond between herself and Madame Jiang was too intricate. She could read other divinations and physiognomies with remarkable accuracy, yet Madame Jiang remained an enigma. Do you deem me ill-fated merely because of some coincidental misfortunes in our household? Xiao Yunzhuo wondered aloud. Madame Jiang neither practiced physiognomy nor the art of divination. How could she be so certain? Even if she considered her unlucky, it should not have led to such hatred as to cast her aside. Madame Jiang's gaze hardened as she shot her a glare. You are nothing but a jinx. Xiao Yunzhuo chuckled softly. She had entered the hidden sect because of her innate ability to discern yin and yang. Later, she absorbed countless essences of yin energy, which forged a unique constitution within her. By a stroke of fate, her master had saved her. Yet that was all. Her premature death was caused by circumstances after birth, bearing no relation to her innate fate. Her master had long since calculated her birth chart. Not only was she not ill-fated, but were it not for a certain calamity in her destiny, she would surely bring prosperity to her family, enjoying longevity and smooth fortune. Madame Jiang wished to make her doubt her fortune? She would never, in this lifetime, suffer self-doubt due to fate or fortune. You are the one who is ill-fated. Xiao Yunzhuo retorted, then turned away with unruffled grace, leaving Madame Jiang with the image of a resolutely rebellious figure. As she departed, Jiang Wan cautiously approached.
Aunt.
Who told you to meddle? Madame Jiang barked once more, venting her frustration before softening her tone. Enough. I wish to be alone now. You should leave as well. Jiang Wan felt utterly wronged, believing herself cursed. Xiao Yunzhuo was truly capable of causing trouble, though she had planned everything in her heart and knew all along. She still feigned innocence, causing Jiang Wan to be scolded by her aunt. In the Xiao household, save for Xiao Yunzhuo, no one was joyful. With the arrival of the new year, Xiao Yunzhuo once again ordered small lanterns to be hung throughout the courtyard, creating an atmosphere of festivity. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhenguan, a robust man, was nearly driven to tears in anger. Now kneeling before the matriarch, he first urged her to take her heart-protecting pills before gathering the courage to reveal the matter. It was his own son's incompetence that had allowed Madame Jiang to commit such an act. Xiao Zhenguan was filled with remorse, but truly helpless. I have already instructed my son to beat Steward Tian half to death and abandon him in the manner to fend for himself. But in the future, I do not know how Jiang's son will regard her. The matriarch was likewise stunned. She held an opera playbill in her hand, intending to select a fine performance for the evening to entertain the young ladies. Who would have expected that before the story on stage could begin, drama would erupt within the household itself? She was dumbfounded. Though she knew Madame Jiang was not particularly virtuous, she had never imagined such unreliability. When the child was lost back then, Madame Jiang had cried bitterly. The matriarch felt a chill run down her spine. Zhuo has suffered tremendous injustice. Abandoned by her own mother, how has she endured all these years? If you, as a father, do not give her an explanation, how cold will her heart grow? I dare not imagine. No wonder. Since her return, she had kept a measured distance, thinking she was simply not yet adjusted. But now it seemed she was more perceptive than anyone, aware that old wounds could not be healed, and thus trusted no one. Could she trust her father to seek justice on her behalf? Or believe that her brothers would oppose their own mother for her sake? From the girl's perspective, she must feel like an abandoned child. Xiao Zhenguan felt ashamed to face his own daughter. The thought that this child had been found with great difficulty, only to be subjected to criticism from both him and his wife, filled him with profound humiliation. The fault lies with my son, Xiao Zhenguan said gravely. The matriarch deeply regretted her past leniency. In earlier years, burdened by her husband's disdain and the harshness of life, she had lamented the hardships of womanhood and hoped Madame Jiang would avoid her own path, thus constantly yielding to her, which had only emboldened Madame Jiang's recklessness. You have faults, but so do I. Madame Jiang was chosen by your father. How could she have a gentle disposition? Over the years, I feared I might take out my grievances on her because of your father, hence my tolerance. But now it is clear that Madame Jiang's temperament is utterly unacceptable. For the first time, the matriarch voiced such words before her son. With matters having come to this pass, she could only contemplate how to make amends. What will you do? Xiao Zhenguan was uncertain. As the mother of several children, if dealt with harshly, resentment would surely arise among them. He feared the discord this might sow. In his youth, he had harbored affection for Madame Jiang, but she often wept and worried over his conduct, fearing he might stray. When the family lost its noble title, she even opposed his seeking employment outside. Her frequent tears had gradually dampened his heart, and over time, his feelings toward Madame Jiang had become more a sense of duty than love. Upon learning the truth, the matriarch's mind cleared with remarkable clarity. After a moment of silence, she spoke solemnly. If the birth mother remains so oblivious, the children will be ruined sooner or later. In the past, my excessive kindness only harmed the children. From now on, this must never happen again. She could endure many things, but not the notion that Madame Jiang would harm her own flesh and blood. Now that Madame Jiang had crossed her bottom line, everything must be reconsidered. Xiao Zhenguan had even contemplated divorce, yet he understood this could not be done lightly. Whether separation or divorce, the Jiang family must be informed, and they would surely demand a reason. The daughter had already suffered much injustice in this matter and must not become the pretext for divorce, lest her reputation be forever tarnished. Mother, I entrust the household's affairs to you. Madame Jiang will be sent to reside for some time at the Qingxi nunnery outside the city, citing health reasons. When Qingxi nunnery was renovated, our family contributed a considerable sum. Madame Jiang's stay there should avoid gossip and slander, Xiao Zhenguan finally declared. Apart from that, there was no other recourse. The Jiang family's reputation had always been impeccable. To punish her by other means would inevitably invite wild speculation from outsiders. Moreover, the children were growing older and needed to establish their own families and careers. If their biological mother were to be divorced or tainted with a malicious reputation, it would be detrimental to them all. The elderly lady sighed deeply, but voiced no objection. Let us wait until after this new year, she added. After leaving the elderly lady, Xiao Zhenguan did not return to see Lady Jiang. Not only that, but he also instructed the servants to pack up her belongings, and he took residence in the front courtyard. Lady Jiang felt somewhat guilty, but did not admit fault. That very evening, she summoned a physician who diagnosed her with a condition of suppressed melancholy, one that might shorten her lifespan. This diagnosis seemed to be deliberately conveyed to the front courtyard. This tactic was one she had often employed before, especially early in her marriage. Her husband liked to stay up late reading, particularly military strategy books, to the point of neglecting sleep and food. If she constantly sent people to urge him, it would make her seem less virtuous. Thus, she feigned illness. After repeated instances, Xiao Zhenguan came to believe she was genuinely unwell and was less inclined to anger her. Over the years, aside from his firm stance on their son's education, Xiao Zhenguan had generally heeded her advice. This was something Lady Jiang took great pride in. Among the noble women of the capital, no matter how respectable, there were always concubines or sisters in the household. She alone had a harmonious marriage, united with her husband, never wavering. Yet this time, Lady Jiang waited through the night without seeing Xiao Zhenguan, and those she sent to inquire reported that he had not even left to study. After a sleepless night, her frustration grew more intense. I'm this ill, and he still wants what for me? Does he intend to wait until I am laid in the coffin before he will forgive me? She felt deeply wronged. Jiangwan felt a twinge of fear and confusion. She could not fathom why her aunt had acted with such cruelty. If she could abandon her own child, what hope was there for her, a mere niece? Suddenly, Jiangwan felt that the affection she currently enjoyed was fragile and ethereal, liable to vanish at any moment. Aunt, if my cousins learn the truth, will they side more with my cousin and disregard you? She asked anxiously. Not at all. I am their mother. Over the years, I have been cold to eldest brother, yet he still shows me respect and filial piety. Second brother is obedient and would never defy me for anyone else. As for third brother, he is young. Whoever treats him well, he likes. Old grievances may stir temporary waves, but will never prevent me from reclaiming my position. Lady Jiang replied dismissively. Jiangwan hoped this was true. Despite her aunt's harshness, she remained her sole support in this household. Aunt, may I dare to ask, when you abandoned cousin, did you truly feel no pain? Jiangwan ventured cautiously. Lady Jiang hesitated, then merely sneered. How could I feel nothing for my own flesh and blood? After all, I am human. But the master said that girl was a monster draining my vitality, a foe robbing my fortune. As long as she remained before my eyes, my health would never improve. Xiao Zhengguan stayed by me when I was alive. But what if I died? The children were young. My husband would surely remarry, and everything I possessed would belong to others. Moreover, after abandoning that child, my health improved markedly, proving the master's words were true. When you marry, you'll understand. To live well, your husband and children must devote themselves wholly to you. A child who turns away only brings you headaches and unrest. Her tone relaxed, eyes glinting with sarcasm. Look at what kind of life the elderly lady has endured all these years. Her husband does not love her. Her sons only care about their own families. She can only endure in solitude by the flickering lamp. If she hadn't taken my eldest brother, what meaning would her life have? Jiangwan nodded thoughtfully. Though her aunt's deeds were terrifying, if given a choice, she would not wish to live as the elderly lady did. At this moment, Lady Jiang was angry but patient, confident her husband would come around, and it would not take long. Meanwhile, the mansion began to be festively decorated. Xiao Zhengguan summoned Xiao Wenyue to deliver some silver notes to Xiao Yunzhuo. Xiao Wenyue's expression was complex. He did not understand his father's intentions. Xiao Yunzhuo had previously run out at night and failed to return home, yet not only was he not punished, he was even rewarded. He himself had once been a truant. Why was he not given any reward? Xiao Wenyue raised his head slightly, casually examining the silver notes and watching Xiao Yunzhuo's reaction to receiving the money. You're really something. You make mistakes. Yet father seems afraid they're not serious enough and eagerly sends you silver, he said sarcastically as he handed over the money. Xiao Yunzhuo stared at the silver notes in a daze. Was this because she had said she wanted to go out to earn money? And so her father intended to bind her with silver? The notes were all small denominations, but together they amounted to 700 or 800 taels. That was quite a sum. Could it be that her father not only wanted to prevent her from running away and embarrassing the family, but also intended to silence her, to stop her from speaking ill of her mother? She glanced at Xiao Wenyue, then at the silver notes. Without hesitation, she tucked them into her bosom. Please thank father on my behalf. I accept this kindness and promise that, in your and eldest brother's eyes, mother will still be a good mother. Her father was sensible, knowing how to use money to keep her quiet. In comparison, her mother was rather dull. If only when she first returned home, more gold and silver had been given, and the attitude had been proper, perhaps she would not have caused such a fuss. Huh. Xiao Wenyue glared at her. What nonsense are you talking? He muttered. Since he had come, he did not want to leave immediately. His steps were stiff, but he feigned ease and sat down in Xiao Yunzhuo's courtyard. The plum tree overhead had very few blossoms left, making the yard seem even more desolate. As soon as he sat, the female ghost that Xiao Yunzhuo had nurtured for several days floated toward Xiao Wenyue. The entire specter approached, its hand reaching out to touch the second brother's face. The volatile female ghost was now peculiarly gentle, circling him again and again, sometimes stroking his hair, sometimes touching his shoulder. On that terrifying face appeared a profound semblance of motherly love, never leaving his side. Second brother's body was frail, his yang energy weak, thus allowing the ghost to touch him. Go away. Xiao Yunzhuo endured for a moment, then could bear it no longer and whispered sternly. The red-clad female ghost, having been forced to listen to her chanting daily, had regained much of her consciousness. At these words, her body stiffened and drifted back slightly, though she still looked at Xiao Wenyue with lingering attachment. Xiao Wenyue's face darkened, his gaze grim and cold. You have quite a temper. But you don't realize it will bring trouble upon yourself. Do you know what kind of man Meng Pingzhang is? A scoundrel. If he says he wants to propose marriage, he would dare to come. Once father leaves, do you think this marriage will succeed? Father's taken a long leave, Xiao Yunzhuo said quietly. Xiao Wenyue was startled. A long leave? Father, who hated staying away from the barracks even for a day, would actually take a long leave? His days were likely to become difficult. Don't think that with father making decisions for you, everything will be fine. You still need to be more restrained. Stay out of the Meng family's affairs, Xiao Wenyue added. The Meng family's matters are more than just that young master. That Meng marquis may seem soft-spoken, but he is selfish and self-serving. Xiao Yunzhuo held a branch, idly sketching on the ground, crafting intricate and enigmatic patterns. As he practiced his technique, he remarked, "My affairs, second brother, are none of your concern, especially regarding the marriage." Xiao Wenyu clenched his fist and abruptly rose.
Indeed.
He would rather trust outsiders than believe in him. Moreover, she claimed to possess some miraculous elixir, yet thought only of strangers unrelated to the family, never considering that her own brother might be unwell. I misspoke earlier. Meng Pingzhang is not a good man, but he is the legitimate eldest son of the Ho family. If he were not deliberately provoking me, someone of your status wouldn't even glance his way. Xiao Wenyu sneered and swept his sleeve before departing. Xiao Yunzhuo watched his retreating figure and arrived at a singular conclusion. Second brother is ill, gravely so. Before Xiao Wenyu had even stepped beyond Xiao Yunzhuo's courtyard, he collided headlong with a servant. The latter hurried in, startled upon seeing Xiao Wenyu, and quickly spoke, "Greetings, second young master, second young master. Bad news, the eldest young master fell into the water last night and has just been carried back." Startled, Xiao Wenyu turned to look at Xiao Yunzhuo, as if searching her face for signs of panic or distress. Yet she nodded calmly, tossing the branch in her hand aside and brushing off the dust, as if it concerned her not at all. This eased Xiao Wenyu somewhat. The eldest brother always competed with him, constantly flaunting his scholarly talents, abilities, and their father's favor. When they were young, he even boasted that their sister preferred him. But now, seeing how indifferent Xiao Yunzhuo was to their brother's fate, things felt far more equitable. The eldest brother falling into the water. How fitting. During the New Year celebrations, at last a piece of good news. Xiao Wenyu brightened considerably. Our eldest brother is in trouble. As his younger brother, I should pay him a visit. Little sister, you should come along. If anything happens, at least we'll see him one last time. Dream on. Xiao Yunzhuo glanced at him. What dark thoughts occupy your mind all day? With such a gloomy disposition, why not crawl into a corner and writhe like a twisted worm? Xiao Wenyu took no offense, walking alongside Xiao Yunzhuo with a light step toward their elder brother's residence. Xiao Yunzhuo was not without concern but knew worry was futile. As they walked, she calculated silently. At worst, elder brother had caught a chill. His life was surely not in danger. She had even given him protective charms beforehand. As long as he obeyed, they would surely work. When Xiao Yunzhuo arrived, the entire family had already assembled. Madame Jiang cast her a cold and indifferent glance, tinged with sarcasm and provocation, as if to say that all her struggles and complaints were in vain. That scrutinizing and disdainful gaze was so brazen that Xiao Yunzhuo found it unbearable to meet. How the family treated Madame Jiang was none of her concern, nor did she harbor any hope for change. But if this woman continued to vex her, she would consider summoning a little spirit to blind her eyes. Even if there were some karmic retribution due to blood ties, she would show no mercy. Xiao Yunzhuo returned the glare without hesitation, her entire being radiating stubbornness. I am truly unharmed. Though I fell into the water, I was quickly rescued. There is no serious harm. Only the teacher's needless fuss, insisting someone carry me back. Xiao Wenyu said helplessly. The matriarch's heart tightened. Winter water is bitterly cold. Such a plunge must have chilled him badly. Grandmother, rest assured. My regular martial training has some effect, Xiao Wenyu replied, glancing at Xiao Yunzhuo. In fact, I owe my safe return largely to my sister. At this, everyone turned to Xiao Yunzhuo in surprise. You gave money? You deserved it, Xiao Yunzhuo smirked, pleased with his compliance. Had he not worn the talisman she gave him daily, he surely would not have escaped so easily. You really are money-grubbing. Just returned and already profiting from your elder brother, and today your father sent you 500 taels of silver. What kind of fortune does your family possess to afford such extravagance? You came home with a lavish amount of gold and jewels. Now it's clear where your wealth truly comes from. Madame Jiang sneered. 500 taels? Xiao Yunzhuo glanced at her second brother. She had said it, this man was ill. Others pocketed money. He did the opposite, saying nothing and yet still speaking out of turn. Silence. The matriarch's anger flared. Suddenly, The matriarch's stern voice startled Madame Jiang. It was the first time in many years she had been scolded by the old lady. Since your health is poor, return to your quarters and rest. Do not come out to annoy others. It is the new year, and as your elder, I do not wish to quarrel with you now. Let all matters wait until after the holiday. If you continue to chatter incessantly, you might as well return to the Jiang family. No one here will keep you, the matriarch declared solemnly. Madame Jiang stiffened instantly, as if she had imagined hearing such words. The matriarch had reprimanded her openly before so many witnesses. If you think I, as an elder, am cruel, so be it. From now on, stop using your past faults to anger me. Zhuo is your daughter, no doubt, but I am still your mother-in-law. If you continue to bully her by virtue of your status, don't expect any kindness from me. The matriarch had no desire to maintain even a facade of peace any longer. Had she not avoided confrontation long enough? And what was the result? Madame Jiang acted recklessly and even abandoned her granddaughter. Worse still, she locked her in a coffin and sent her to a place like the Bone Ridge. This was tantamount to wishing death upon Yun Zhuo. If not for the child's strong constitution, she would have been a skeleton by now. Each time she thought of this, regret overwhelmed her. At this moment, not only Madame Jiang was shocked, but Xiao Wenyu, and the others were equally incredulous. Especially Xiao Wenyu, who had been close to the matriarch and knew her to be gentle and accommodating. Even if the mother had done wrong, the grandmother never spoke ill of her. Yet today, she had changed so suddenly. What had transpired at home while he was away? Embarrassed, Madame Jiang turned her gaze to Xiao Zhenguan, her eyes pleading and sorrowful, full of grievance. Master, mother is right. If your health is poor, you should go back and rest. Xiao Zhenguan's expression remained impassive, his gaze cold and unfamiliar, as if he had lost all patience overnight. Madame Jiang felt as if her breath had stopped. Fine, I will go, she said, struggling to endure. Second brother, help me back. They were all angry, thus treating her harshly with no warmth. She just needed to endure a few days. She refused to believe Xiao Zhenguan would always treat her this way. Xiao Wenyu was also puzzled. If it was merely because of Steward Tian's matter, things should not have escalated so far. Yet, he had to heed his mother's words. He obediently stepped forward to support Madame Jiang as she left, casting a glance back at Xiao Yunzhuo, who kept her gaze fixed on their eldest brother. At that moment, Xiao Wenyu thought his 300 tales of secret savings might as well be thrown into the river. It would at least make a sound. With Xiao Wenyu gone, Xiao Wenyan naturally followed eagerly. Grandmother, what has happened at home? Why are you suddenly treating mother this way? Xiao Wenyu asked, perplexed. You know your mother despises your sister. She has gone too far. I merely reprimanded her to prevent her from becoming worse, the matriarch said, not revealing the whole truth. Then asked, you just said you owe your safe return to your sister? Why is that? Mentioning this matter, Xiao Wenyu felt astonished. As the new year approached, several gentlemen from the academy took a few of us students on a boat ride to admire the nocturnal scenery along the riverbank. However, misfortune struck. The railing on the boat was loose in one section, and as my fellow student and I were standing there, he nearly fell into the water due to a momentary slip. With swift reflexes, I grabbed him back, but in doing so, I lost my footing and plunged into the icy water. The cold was biting, and having consumed some wine earlier, my senses were dulled, my limbs cramped, and I almost sank beneath the surface. The elderly lady listening to the tale felt her heart tighten with worry, and then, Xiao Yunzhuo muttered quietly, foolish. What do you mean, a momentary slip? Clearly, someone was plotting against him. Earlier, my sister had gifted me this stone. Xiao Wenyu hastily produced the object. Though it appeared unremarkable, once submerged, it shimmered with iridescent hues. My clothes were dark, making me difficult to spot in the water, but thanks to this stone, it caught the attention of others, enabling a swift rescue. He was a competent swimmer and thus dismissed my sister's warnings of a watery misfortune as mere superstition. Yet, no matter how skilled one is in water, it is of little use when the mind is clouded and the legs are seized by cramps. On such a frigid day, even a brief immersion left my bones stiff. Without that stone, it would have taken much longer to be found, and I likely would have fallen gravely ill. That was truly a close call. The elderly lady clasped the stone as if it were a treasured heirloom, sighing repeatedly. Brother, haven't you considered that the reason others did not notice you immediately wasn't because of your dark clothing, but because someone deliberately concealed you? That's why they couldn't see you struggling in the water. Xiao Yunzhuo spoke matter-of-factly. You've been having bad luck lately, troubled by malicious people. You've been set up for sure, he added. Xiao Wenyu had indeed pondered this, but he refrained from voicing his suspicions to grandmother and father, fearing their worry and lacking concrete evidence to accuse anyone unjustly. Hearing his sister speak so bluntly was somewhat painful. Your sister is quite right, eldest brother. One must always be wary of others and must never let fleeting affections blind one's judgment. Xiao Zhanguan spoke with grave sincerity, imparting a lesson to his son. Xiao, when you felt the atmosphere in his family shifting, grandmother seemed unsettled, and father even more so. Father, who had always taught him not to be as sentimental and indulgent as grandfather, to value loyalty and righteousness, to make friends, but not to covet women. Yet, after such a short absence, he now preached caution and distrust? Though he doubted his father's sudden change in counsel, lacking proof, he resolved to keep his distance and guard himself in the future, vowing never to be caught off guard again. Xiao Wenyu responded with an unexpectedly mature air. However, Yun Zhuo shook his head. No, eldest brother, you're speaking prematurely. I believe you will still fall victim to harm. Your recent misfortunes attract malevolent forces. The ill omens have formed. Trying to evade them forcibly may only worsen matters. I suggest you spend some money to dispel the troubles, minimizing the damage. Even if there is some loss, it will be slight. Xiao Wenyu was taken aback by this advice. Xiao Zhanguan hesitated to speak. Because of the Jiang family, he felt he had lost authority before his daughter and lacked the right to reprimand her. He harbored many thoughts, but could not bring himself to voice them. The elderly lady pitied Yun Zhuo, feeling that the more nonsense she uttered, the more miserable she seemed. But Xiao Wenyu was different. Having suffered once from watery misfortune, he thought that since his sister had mingled in the martial world for many years, she might truly possess some divination skills. Even if her words were nonsense, listening posed no harm, and indulging her made her happy, why not? Thus, Xiao Wenyu smiled indulgently and beckoned his servant to fetch an inkstone from the bookcase, placing it in Yun Zhuo's hands. My own means are limited, but this inkstone was a gift from a dear friend, which I now pass to you. I ask, dear sister, that you help me dispel some of this misfortune, he said gently. He had come to understand that the stone his sister gave him previously was likely prompted by his spending 50 taels of silver. So, as per custom, Yun Zhuo accepted the inkstone with utmost seriousness, casting a most obedient smile at her elder brother. Brother, you will be traveling in the coming days. One to you? She began earnestly. After the new year, students from distant provinces arriving in the capital to take the imperial examinations trickled in. These travelers, weary from their journey and facing unfamiliar surroundings, were feared by the academy as officials to suffer from maladaptation or mishaps. Thus, local scholars were appointed as hosts to welcome them at the city gates and escort them to suitable inns. Xiao Wenyu spoke candidly. I must be there to greet them and lead some students to find lodging. For these outsiders, fierce competition existed among themselves, but for the court, they were fresh blood vital to the realm's future, not to be endangered. Naturally, not everyone could host these visiting scholars. Only those recommended by the masters were qualified. Moreover, competition was temporary. Once entering officialdom, good connections could determine one's achievements. Though his own scholarship was not the finest, Xiao Wenyu was well liked in the academy. The masters appreciated his frank nature and granted him a quota. The identities of the 3 students he was to host had long been decided, and they were expected to arrive within days. He must be waiting at the city gate. Have you booked an inn in advance, eldest brother? Yun Zhuo inquired. Of course, the Zhuangyuan Inn. It has always been the most favored by students, and more top scorers come from there than other inns. Xiao Wenyu replied, matter of course. Let's South choose another place. Yun Zhuo said, consulting her calculations. The heavenly leader's star clashes with misfortune. A fire spirit has entered the scene. This arrangement is unsuitable for crowded places. It's best to pick a quiet inn with ample water to soothe the heart's fire. Xiao Wenyu caught the last part and considered it. Our residence has such a place. The northwest corner of the courtyard has a separate gate, and the pond's water surrounds that area. It's too quiet, though almost never visited. Seclusion is good. Quiet is better for study, Yun Zhuo nodded. Then I will have someone prepare that courtyard. I wanted to invite them to stay at home, but worried others might think I was trying to curry favor. Xiao Wenyu said helplessly. Brother, your learning is not poor and our family has some standing. Even if it is currying favor, it's others currying favor with you. You overthink, Yun Zhuo said bluntly. Xiao Wenyu looked at his dear sister and softened. You're right. I shouldn't care so much about others' opinions. Inviting the 3 students to the side courtyard would be more convenient for care and far better than the noisy Zhuangyuan Tower, where focus was impossible. The elderly lady and Xiao Zhanguan listened to the siblings' back-and-forth conversation, both striving to conceal their expressions. Especially Xiao Zhanguan, who now felt a touch of admiration for his eldest son. The boy had learned much from grandmother and had now mastered subtlety that even she did not comprehend. The soothing words he spoke, one after another, seemed genuine. No wonder Yun Zhuo preferred this elder brother so much. The physician had been busy today. After attending to Lady Jiang, he also examined Xiao Wenyu. His constitution was robust, and there was no cause for concern. Yun Zhuo was quite content with the inkstone, which appeared ordinary but carried a hint of scholarly righteousness. Though modest, it could help gather spirit. When drawing talismans, placing such an object nearby aided concentration. However, the favors given by her elder brother were generous. But settling accounts with the silver bestowed by her father and second brother would require some effort. If it were only 3 to 5 taels, she would not hesitate to refuse. But they gave far too much. To refuse would be a matter of conscience. Yun Zhuo returned to the courtyard and nestled inside her room, pondering deeply. After an entire day of contemplation, she finally resolved what kind of gift to return. Gifts should be things the recipient needs. For example, this silver was something she cherished. Since her father had paid 500 taels of silver, naturally, she had to present him with something of fine quality. Thus, she spent the night drawing 3 talismans that pleased her heart's desire. The efficacy of these talismans lay in their ability to harmonize the surrounding 5 elements' energy. When used properly, they granted smooth sailing in one's affairs and unceasing fortune. Yun Zhuo placed the 3 talismans into a single-scented sachet, and their combined effects promised to be quite potent. As for her second brother, she found herself in a quandary. A petty heart is not a matter for talismans to cure. Her second brother's appearance was unattractive, and his mind was riddled with scheming thoughts. Should he employ these talismans of good fortune, he would assuredly become an insufferable nuisance despised by all. Therefore, under no circumstances could she gift him the talismans. Yet, having lived in the martial world for so many years, she had never returned money once it had come into her hands. In the end, Yun Zhuo took from the treasures Hu Sheng had given her a fish-shaped agate pendant, worth roughly 300 taels, and considered it as repayment of the silver. At dawn the next day, Yun Zhuo instructed Dong Qi to deliver the gifts to them. The New Year's atmosphere was jubilant everywhere. The household was no exception. The matriarch had even invited an opera troupe. The first time in many years that it had been so lively. Jiang Shi, feeling the festive ambience, naturally believed the ordeal had mostly passed, and she was much more at ease, no longer indulging in tearful distress. However, on the 3rd day after the New Year, Xiao Zhengguan ordered the old steward Ma to bring people to the main residence. Early in the morning, Xiao Zhengguan had Xiao Wenyu take Xiao Wenyan and Jiang Wan out for amusement. Yun Zhuo, unable to sit still these past 2 days, was also away from home. With no children present, Xiao Zhengguan conducted his affairs with much greater decisiveness. Jiang Shi was startled to see so many people storming into the courtyard. Most of these servants and maids had come from the matriarch's side. Zhengguan, what are you intending to do? Jiang Shi had a bad premonition. The arrangements at Qingxi Nunnery had already been made. You should go live there for a while. Xiao Zhengguan's tall shadow loomed before Jiang Shi, the oppressive aura utterly unfamiliar to her.
Why?
Jiang Shi was momentarily stunned, then immediately understood. Just because I lost that wretched girl, she is still alive and well. I am her birth mother. Her life is mine to give. Yet now, for her sake, I am being persecuted as a mother? Where in the world is there such injustice? I do not wish to quarrel with you. Over these years, I have obeyed you in everything. Those trivial matters I could overlook, but this matter is absolutely unacceptable. Xiao Zhengguan's demeanor was icy. It was not entirely for his daughter's sake. Rather, the truth of his daughter's abandonment reminded him of his own father, who had nearly dragged the family into ruin. His father was also such a man, selfish and self-centered, caring only for his own happiness, utterly indifferent to the fate of others, which led to the loss of the family's south title and entire estate. Jiang Shi was a woman of the inner quarters, though incapable of such catastrophic deeds as his father. She had disregarded her own daughter's living life with such cruelty and malice. If she did not reform, it would affect his children. Who knew what else she might do in the future? Xiao Zhengguan had been lenient in the past only because no great calamity had occurred within the family. He was naturally willing to maintain a facade of peace. But now was different. The presence of Yun Zhuo constantly reminded him of his own mediocrity and the deception he had suffered all these years. The calmer his attitude, the firmer his resolve. Jiang Shi's eyes reddened with fury as she rushed forward, beating fiercely on Xiao Zhengguan's chest. I am your lawful wife. You promised to care for me for life, and now you have forgotten everything. Have you taken a mistress? Are you trying to push me aside to make room for them? Xiao Zhengguan furrowed his brows. Utter nonsense. He could not comprehend why Jiang Shi had, from the day of their marriage, always suspected that he was surrounded by concubines and paramours. Had his attitude over the years not been resolute enough? How could she have no trust in him, even to this very moment, still blaming other women? I knew it. You and your father are both faithless men. The promises you made mean nothing. When I was ill, my heart burdened with sorrow, I lost the child. So many years have passed, yet you want to drive me to death over it? How cruel you are. Jiang Shi clutched her chest, weeping bitterly. Though she had borne 4 children, she had maintained her health over the years and retained her allure. She looked no older than 30, with scarcely any fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Her tears lent her a delicate, sorrowful beauty that evoked pity. Xiao Zhenguan's heart trembled. So this was how she thought of him. He exhaled deeply, then looked toward the maids. Please escort Madame to Qingxi Nunnery. No matter what he had done, he was still the blood of his father. Therefore, in Jiang Shi's eyes, he was also an untrustworthy man? How laughable. Jiang Shi was terrified and struggled desperately. But today Xiao Zhenguan was prepared. Even the main residents as servants had been sent away. The maids advanced, gently covering Jiang Shi's mouth and nose with a handkerchief.
Before long, she fainted.
They then courteously helped her out. Watching his wife being taken away, Xiao Zhenguan's heart was a tumult of emotions. His footsteps heavy. He went to report to the matriarch. When the eldest son and his brothers married, she would need to intervene. Hopefully, she would reflect deeply and cease demeaning her own daughter. It was the first time the matriarch had undertaken such a task. Her mood was solemn. After Jiang Shi left, Jiangwan would be difficult to keep. After some time, they would send people from the Jiang family to take Jiangwan away. What do you think? Following his mother's advice, Xiao Zhenguan's expression remained composed. Meanwhile, Jiangwan was entirely unaware. She clung closely to Xiao Wenyue's side, one hand still holding Xiao Wenyan's, and had just received a flower lantern. Joyfully, she pointed at the sugar figurines painted not far off. The 3 of them wandered through the street, reveling in the festivities. Second cousin, the eldest cousin has been busy lately and cannot accompany cousin. You both stay with me. But what about cousin? Should we go find her, so she won't be lonely or bored? Soon, Jiangwan's hand held yet another item. Xiao Wenyue was somewhat distracted. Sis, you're too kind. On such a lively day, can we just not mention her? I don't want to see her. Nothing good ever happens when she's around. Xiao Wenyan was entirely unwilling. Jiangwan's gaze swept to the pendant at Xiao Wenyue's waist. The jade ornament he usually wore was gone, replaced by a fish-shaped agate. All of second cousin's belongings were prepared by his aunt, who favored jade-colored items. Thus, this agate fish must have been a gift from someone else. Second cousin, what do you think? I heard cousin also likes the festivities and has been going out daily to see the sights, leaving early and returning late. No one knows where she goes. If she could come along with us, she'd surely be very happy, right? Jiangwan asked again. Suit yourself, he replied, bored. Jiangwan was momentarily stunned. She had not expected him to agree. Cousin, look. There's a lion dance in front of the jade shop. They must have new stock today. Your agate fish pendant is a bit tacky, and surely wouldn't he like it? Let us go pick out a piece of white jade. Jiangwan naturally tugged on Xiao Wenyue's arm. Xiao Wenyue, feeling somewhat annoyed, withdrew his hand. You go by yourself. This one works fine for me. Jiangwan was somewhat surprised. When did the title of aunt become useless? Could this agate fish have been a gift for my cousin? I heard she brought back quite a collection of gold, silver, and jewels when she returned home. Aunt had been worried before, suspecting these items might have dubious origins. Yet she dared not confront her. If she knew you had accepted something of uncertain provenance, she might very well be angry. Suddenly, Jiangwan thought of Yun Zhuo. It seemed that second cousin had recently grown distant from the Meng family as illegitimate son. For some unknown reason, they hadn't interacted for several days. In previous years at this time, they would gather to eat, drink, and revel together, but this year, he had remained at home, keeping company with her and a yen. Therefore, this item likely wasn't a gift from an outsider. It could only have come from Yun Zhuo. That man appeared to be aloof and noble, yet unexpectedly, he was secretly currying favor with second cousin. How annoying! Xiao Wenyu was troubled by her incessant chattering. Go on, and enjoy yourselves. I have business to attend to, so I'll leave first. Was it necessary for her to say more about Mother's temperament? Since childhood, everything he ate or used had to conform to Mother's preferences. His eldest brother enjoyed martial arts, so he was forbidden from practicing it because Mother found it dirty. He wanted to study harder than his eldest brother, but if he studied for an hour, Mother would nag beside him for half an hour. Every day, she would either complain to him about Father's coldness or speak ill of Grandmother's cruelty. Or else, she gossiped about this neighbor or that, treating him no better than a pet cat or dog. People in this world always find all sorts of excuses to satisfy their selfish desires. It's truly sickening and nauseating. Just like Jiangwan before him, occasionally pretending to be innocent and cute could be somewhat amusing, but once that seemingly gentle face was filled with impatient, self-serving thoughts, it became utterly repulsive. Jiangwan was startled. She knew second cousin was not as easy to deal with as eldest cousin. Eldest cousin was steady and open with his emotions. Even when angry, he maintained decorum and propriety. Second cousin, however, was different, sometimes obedient and gentle, but when his temper flared, it was chillingly cold. Hence, Jiangwan dared not intervene at that moment. Yet, seeing Xiao Wenyu leave abruptly, she couldn't help but feel resentful. They had been fine just moments ago, and now he was angry for only one reason. It had to be because of Yun Zhuo. Unlike a Yen, who had never met Yun Zhuo and regarded him as a stranger, second cousin had spent time with that younger sister. She remembered when she first came to the Xiao household, second cousin was extremely critical of her, constantly comparing her to Yun Zhuo. Only after realizing that Yun Zhuo was truly irreplaceable did he gradually accept her. A Yen, am I superfluous? I always seem to inadvertently anger second cousin. But I don't mean to, I only want what's best for him. Jiangwan's eyes reddened, and she stood there helplessly. Xiao Wenyan was somewhat annoyed as well. Sister, don't be upset. Our second brother's temper is always strange. We just ignore him. I shouldn't have mentioned cousin. Jiangwan felt utterly dejected. A Yen, am I so much worse than cousin? Cousin is beautiful, and the grandmother, aunt, and eldest cousin all adore her. When she makes mistakes, aunt overlooks them. If it were me, I'd probably have been cast out long ago. Xiao Wenyan was still puzzled, unable to comprehend how the atmosphere had shifted from cheerful to gloomy in an instant. He quickly glanced around and noticed a crowd gathering nearby. In my heart, you are the only sister I truly acknowledge. You are the finest woman under heaven. Don't be unhappy. You belong to our family, and no one can drive you away. Sister, it's quite lively over there. Let us go see. Jiangwan forced herself to rally. Xiao Wenyan's words comforted her greatly. The household atmosphere had been strange lately, and mood swings made her restless. At her age, this was a crucial period, and she did not want her circumstances to worsen because of Yun Zhuo. The two hurried toward the crowd. Upon closer inspection, a dazzling acrobatic performance was underway, eliciting gasps from the surrounding townsfolk. Jiangwan watched with some interest, but the crowd was too dense, and before long, they squeezed out. Jiangwan quickly found a spot to stand, and was about to call Xiao Wenyan back when she turned and saw Yun Zhuo not far away. Yun Zhuo was seated beneath a large tree in a corner, with a simple table and chair before her. Her attire was peculiar today, her jet black hair casually pinned up with a wooden hairpin, exuding a wandering, almost roguish aura mingled with a serene ease. On the table lay paper and brush, and beside it stood a small banner inscribed with the 4 large characters fortune-telling and character analysis. It was a modest stall. No customers had come yet. Yun Zhuo buried her head in a book, occasionally glancing around. She picked up a few pieces of dry grass, casually weaving them into small trinkets to place on the table. Such a strange, yet leisurely existence. A Yen, look over there. As Xiao Wenyan pushed his way forward, Jiangwan tugged him toward Yun Zhuo and pointed. Xiao Wenyan was shocked. Was she ill in the head? Why would she come here and set up a fortune-telling stall? Sister, let us leave quickly. If she calls out to me, I'll be so embarrassed. Jiangwan was pulled twice by him, but rooted firmly in place. Can you really hide forever? Cousin used to stay out all night. Now she's only set up a stall. Compared to before, what's the big deal? Jiangwan's gaze burned as she stared over there. A Yen. Aunt and uncle have been quarreling fiercely lately, all because of cousin, haven't they? Yes. Xiao Wenyan was angry, too. I really feel for you and second cousin. You have to be so cautious because of her. If aunt found out cousin was showing herself again, who knows what would happen at home? Jiangwan was deeply worried. Xiao Wenyan furrowed his brow tightly. But what can we do? Yun Zhuo is eccentric and father spoils her. We're powerless. Do you remember the gold and silver jewels cousin brought? Aunt always said their origins were questionable. Cousin doesn't even understand fortune-telling or character analysis. Why would she pretend to run a stall? Is she trying to make some shady deal? I heard some swindlers disguise themselves as mystics to cheat people out of money. Could cousin be doing that? Jiangwan truly believed Yun Zhuo's earnings were dubious. She was always secretive, surely engaged in some unspeakable deeds. Xiao Wenyan immediately grew anxious. A swindler? His own elder sister? With that outfit, it did look somewhat plausible. Their gaze was too obvious, making it impossible for Yun Zhuo not to notice. The two whispered conspiratorially, clearly up to no good. But today, Yun Zhuo still had work to do, and was too indifferent to pay attention to those two meddlesome fools. Little immortal, tell my fortune. After a while, the person Yun Zhuo awaited arrived. Sitting opposite her was a man in his mid-30s, dressed in a long gown with a jade thumb ring. Beside him was a striking woman whom Yun Zhuo recognized, the proprietor of a nearby small tavern, Xuanshen. Yesterday, Yun Zhuo had already read fortune for Xuanshen, because her prediction had been accurate. The other party even gave her quite a sum of money and said she would bring her suitor today so she could take a look and see whether this marriage was truly a good match. Sanyang said, "Your readings are accurate. If what you say today is good, I won't forget your reward." The man beside her looked full of spring breeze confidence and carried himself with great composure. However, the female ghost who had been following Yun Zhuo suddenly became agitated. These past few days, Yun Zhuo had been chanting scriptures for her every day, gradually calming much of her resentment. The female ghost rarely bared her teeth anymore with the intent to devour people. Yun Zhuo acted as if she did not notice the change in the ghost. Calm and unhurried, she smoothed a sheet of paper and placed it in front of the man. "Write a character." The man smiled and, with a bold stroke, wrote a single character on the paper, fan meaning trade sell. "You want to ask about your financial fortune?" Yun Zhuo asked. "That's right." The other party smiled with full confidence. Yun Zhuo held a tree branch in her hand and pointed at the character. This character is composed of shell and reverse. Shell represents money and wealth, while reverse implies reversal and repetition. In other words, the money that enters your hands keeps circulating and turning over. You must constantly expend effort just to retain it. Your financial fortune is not good. The man's expression darkened slightly. Yun Zhuo did not care whether he was happy or not, and continued, "Your handwriting is rushed and careless. Compared to that, the left side is written decisively with heavier ink. Although your wealth luck is poor, you do have some side income. However, this side wealth is large outside but small inside. Money comes in but people die. Your eyes are narrow and long. There is someone in your family bedridden with illness. Now look at the right side. The final stroke resembles a green dragon, but it lacks a sharp edge, meaning everything will end in misfortune." Sanyang listened and, although she did not understand much, instinctively felt none of it sounded good. She unconsciously stepped a little farther away. "Afraid you don't understand? Shall I explain more clearly?" Yun Zhuo smiled faintly and said directly, "Sir, your wealth comes from improper means. In your family, someone was once seriously ill in bed. You not only refused to save them, you seized their money and caused them to die in resentment. Look at this character, it means trade. The two dots under the shell are drawn so large they resemble a human figure. At first glance, it looks like you are involved in human trafficking." "Shut up. It's a good day. Don't say such unlucky things." The man roared angrily and raised his hand to flip the table. Yun Zhuo pressed down on the table in time, her gaze turning cold. "Not only did you seize their wealth, you also sold their children. Your hands are not clean."
Are they?
Her hands were not large, yet once she pressed the table down, even with the man exerting force, he could not overturn it. The man became angry and embarrassed, then glanced nervously at Sanyang and snapped, "You told me she was some little immortal and that her readings were accurate. Listen to what nonsense she is saying." At this moment, Sanyang looked at him with deep suspicion. Wu San and the little immortal. Of course, she believed the little immortal. Yesterday, when she came for her fortune reading, this little immortal had clearly and accurately revealed her entire past. She was already convinced. If fate had not delayed her, she would not still be unmarried at this age. She was no naive young girl anymore. What she wanted now was stability in her later years, and she needed to choose carefully. Moreover, Wu San, your elder brother, died of illness, right? I heard he also had 2 sons? Sanyang asked uneasily. Wu San flew into a rage. "Good. So, now you're questioning me?
Fine.
This marriage is over. I can't marry a suspicious woman like you." Sanyang opened her mouth, but truthfully, she no longer had much desire to marry him either. The inheritance of the elder brother's family did not matter much, but from what the little immortal implied, his brother may have been murdered. Yun Zhuo did not react to his anger. Instead, her gaze fell on the jade thumb ring on his hand. This jade thumb ring is no ordinary object. The inner surface should be engraved with scriptures or mantras. Although it was never consecrated before a deity, the craftsman who made it must have been highly skilled. All things possess spirit, the lifelong craftsmanship of that master condensed into artisanal energy, giving it some protective effect. That is why you have remained unharmed until now. But even the best objects have limits, especially now that you have met me. From today onward, you will likely experience what karmic retribution means. From the moment he sat down, the simple formation of talismans around them had already taken effect. Wu San felt a sudden shock and instinctively touched the jade ring. This item was his elder brother's relic. His family had once lived by gathering medicinal herbs. When his brother was alive, he had been a herb merchant. He was skilled in identifying plants and protecting himself, traveling through mountains and waters with ease, accumulating considerable wealth, and living a comfortable life with wife and children. As for him, he had been unlucky since childhood. He was not as clever as his brother and earned far less money. Once, while following their second brother into the mountains to collect herbs, the second brother fell to his death while saving him. After returning home, their father nearly beat him to death. From then on, the family treated him coldly and guardedly, barely teaching him survival skills. Later, the elder brother, who had inherited all of their father's abilities, lived far better than him.
But why?
Those herbal skills belonged to the Wu family. He was also Wu blood. Perhaps heaven favored him. The elder brother, despite earning so much, was still not satisfied and went deep into the mountains again. This time he returned injured, his leg crippled. While his brother was recovering, he secretly sprinkled poison powder on the wound, preventing it from healing and causing it to rapidly worsen. When his elder brother was dying, he still believed he had accidentally touched poisonous plants in the forest. In his final moments, he called for his younger brother, handed him the ancestral medical records, and asked him to take care of his two nephews. Only then did he lean in and tell him the truth. He watched as his brother's expression changed in shock and rage, blood surging, before he died right in front of him. This jade thumb ring had been personally given by his brother as payment for taking care of the children. It had originally been exchanged from an old craftsman for a wild ginseng root. He had long coveted it, and only because of his brother's dying request did he finally obtain it. But how did this strange fortune-teller know all of this? The inscriptions inside the ring were so small that outsiders could not possibly see them. You little fraud really do have some tricks for spreading superstition, Wu San sneered. I see it now. You must have investigated me beforehand to trick money out of me.
Spit.
I, Wu San, conduct myself properly. Even if karma exists, it won't reach me. He raised his voice deliberately. Seeing people around him watching, he shouted even louder. Everyone knows I'm righteous. My brother died, and I still raised his children for 2 years and taught them skills. Even my sister-in-law never once said anything bad about me while she was alive. After speaking, he spat on the ground and stormed off. Yun Zhuo watched his back and did not stop him. Instead, she released her control over the female ghost. The female ghost brought back from the Meng family was none other than Wu San's sister-in-law, Qin Yang. These past few days, Yun Zhuo had been chanting scriptures for her daily, gradually purifying her resentment and restoring her sanity, allowing her to remember what she had experienced. Qin Yang had been only 12 or 13 when disaster struck her hometown. Her entire family fled toward the capital. Because her younger brother fell ill, her family forcibly sent her to a pharmacy, only asking to exchange her for a few medicinal herbs to save him. Wu Da happened to be selling herbs at that pharmacy and took pity on her, bringing her home. A few years later, they married and had 2 sons. The couple had deep affection for each other, but no one expected Wu Da to suffer an accident and die. Before her husband's final moments, he entrusted the entire family to the care of Wu San. Hence, she placed immense trust in this young uncle-in-law. She routinely allowed him to instruct her sons, yet, to her dismay, within a span of 2 years, both her children met with successive misfortunes. Her eldest son accompanied Wu San on herb-gathering excursions, only to be fatally bitten by a venomous snake. The Wu family's trade was perilous, indeed, but they also possessed protective medicinal pills. Tragically, her son's pill had been left at home that day, and fate took a cruel turn. Although Qin Yang was heartbroken, she bore no resentment toward Wu San, for he had suffered injuries himself while carrying her son back home. After the loss of her eldest, Qin Yang resolved that her younger son should no longer pursue this dangerous path. She wished him to receive an education. The silver left by her late husband was sufficient to support several years of schooling. Learning to read more characters and becoming an accountant in the future would be a respectable prospect. Yet, scarcely a month after making this decision, her younger son too disappeared without a trace. Despite the authorities' extensive search, the child's whereabouts remained unknown. Racked with agony, at this moment, Wu San took advantage of the darkness to enter her room and violated her. Qin Yang, consumed by fury, intended to report him to the officials, but Wu San threatened her with knowledge of her child's fate. Wu San tormented her for several days. One night, she dreamt vividly that her younger son, like a soulless corpse, came seeking her. In a daze, as if guided by an unseen force, she discovered her son's skeletal remains in a nearby dried-up well. Yet, it was Wu San who arrived first, his silver tongue deceiving everyone. He confined her within her home, forbidding her from leaving. Having lost both sons and her honor, Qin Yang longed to seek justice through the law but knew Wu San's cunning made it impossible to gather evidence. The immense grief shattered her health. She began coughing up blood repeatedly. Realizing revenge was futile, she donned her wedding gown and hanged herself at home. It is said that when a person dies with unresolved grievances, their spirit lingers, cloaked in red, heavy with resentment. Having found no hope in life, she yearned for fulfillment in death. Yet, her hatred was so intense that, unexpectedly, the jade thumb ring given by her husband, now in Wu San's possession, barred her from approaching him or even remaining in that household. Thus, for years, Qin Yang's spirit hovered near the dried well. The young master Meng's south residence was very close to that well. The boy's fate was ill-starred, and his age was roughly the same as Qin Yang's sons at their deaths. Consequently, the restless spirit unintentionally clung to him. Though she bore no ill will toward the young master, her overwhelming resentment instinctively drew her near, unwittingly hastening his demise. Yun Zhuo had recently inquired about this. Qin Yang's sons had died over a decade ago. Had they lived, their ages would be close to that of her second elder brother. Hence, on that day in her courtyard, Qin Yang lingered persistently around her second brother. The Wu family's string of tragedies had aroused suspicion toward Wu San, yet hearing that he had wept and fainted multiple times at the funeral and had since rejected many marriage proposals, remaining unmarried to observe mourning for his brother and sister-in-law, he played his role impeccably. Those doubts gradually vanished, and even the neighbors grew to believe Wu San was a loyal and honorable man, holding him in high esteem. Old matters like these were exceedingly difficult to unearth evidence for. Since the righteous path was blocked, only the crooked road remained. The one to be guided was Qin Yang, not Wu San. Thus, she would proceed as Qin Yang pleased. However, should a vengeful spirit kill, it would sever its cycle of reincarnation, plunging into endless torment until eventual oblivion. This was something she wished to avoid, so she resolved to safeguard Qin Yang's fate. At this moment, Yun Zhuo quietly observed Qin Yang following Wu San back. Beneath the red garment, her pure hands reached toward the neck encircled by Wu San's embrace. Little deity, is Wu San truly not a good man? I heard from the matchmaker that he is very devoted and loyal. The villagers speak no ill of him. Many believe he is a worthy gentleman, Qi Sanyang sighed. At her age, finding an unmarried man was no easy feat judging by her appearance. You indeed have a favorable match nearby. Though his current circumstances are poor, lacking wealth and family backing, he is honest and resolute. You might do well to observe him more closely, Yun Zhuo advised. Qi Sanyang managed a tavern and appeared somewhat flamboyant and casual, yet in truth, she was a rare and virtuous woman. Were it not for the need to care for her ailing mother and sustain the family business, she would not have been delayed for so long. Upon Yun Zhuo's reminder, Qi Sanyang grew contemplative. A new employee had recently been hired at her tavern, quiet and diligent, but somewhat taciturn, always keeping his head down and rarely speaking a word. She had entertained certain thoughts but, seeing his reticence, had set them aside. What traits does this destined match possess? Qi Sanyang hurriedly asked, producing 1 or 2 silver coins from her bosom. Little deity, if I can marry a worthy man, I shall surely bring you this matchmaking fee. May I have your birth details? Yun Zhuo inquired. Qi Sanyang quickly wrote them down, her handwriting crooked due to limited literacy. After a glance, Yun Zhuo began a careful divination. Not far away, Jiang Wan and Xiao Wenyan had been watching intently. The woman had just given some silver to her cousin, and judging by her demeanor, this was hardly the first time. Is my cousin really a con artist? Jiang Wan concluded in her heart. Xiao Wenyan was equally astonished. From afar, unable to catch Yun Zhuo's words, she only saw the stranger's obsequious and flattering manner. Clearly deceived badly by Yun Zhuo. This destined person is currently experiencing misfortune. You are a benefactor in his life, offering support and renewal. Moreover, he is somewhat younger than you. If this union does not materialize this year, your marriage will have to wait at least 3 years. But there is no need to rush. Your life will present more than one opportunity for love. As long as you do not drift aimlessly, your prospects will not falter. Yun Zhuo assured her. Qi Sanyang was intelligent, with a pleasant appearance and sufficient virtue, and possessed great resolve. Even if faced with ill fortune, she could extricate herself swiftly. How could her life be anything but good? These words struck a chord with Qi Sanyang's chosen match, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Thank you, little deity,
she said politely.
Having received what she desired, Qi Sanyang prepared to leave. At that moment, Jiang Wan and Xiao Wenyan hurried forward.
Miss,
I saw you hand over quite a bit of silver just now. Could it be that you were deceived? Jiang Wan spoke quickly, then turned to Yun Zhuo. Cousin, ordinary folk earn their money with difficulty. Judging by this lady's attire, her family is modest. How could you ask her for money? Qi Sanyang was stunned, glaring sharply. Xiao Yunzhuo arched an eyebrow and quickly tucked the silver coins from the table into her bosom, preventing these inconsiderate women from snatching them. Why don't you pay for her then? Xiao Yunzhuo cast a silent glance at Jiangwan before adding, Oh, I forgot you eat and wear things for my family. My cousin's only possession from her parents is her skin and bones. Everything else, well, Xiao Yunzhuo left the sentence hanging, making it more cutting than if she had finished it. Jiangwan's face showed grievance yet stubbornly fixed her gaze on Qi Sanyang. Miss, I'm just trying to help. My cousin has suffered much hardship and was forced into such things. I asked her to return your money. Please don't hold it against her, all right? Are you crazy? I spend my money as I please. I just like the auspicious words the little deity said. Mind your own business. Qi Sanyang declared, laughing as she turned back to Xiao Yunzhuo. I never intended for you to return the money. With that, she hurried away. A young gentleman and lady of uncertain origin appeared remarkably extraordinary. After she uttered a couple of scolding remarks, she ceased. It was unwise to offend her further, lest she suffer a loss. Yet, the tone of this lady from a wealthy family was truly arrogant. She immediately declared that her family was impoverished. Her tavern business was quite prosperous, netting at least 1 or 2 taels of silver daily. How could she be poor? The person fled so swiftly that Jiangwan was caught off guard. In her view, ordinary folk with limited means would strive in every possible way to seek profit. Her presence was clearly an opportunity for the other party to reclaim what was owed, so why was this elder sister so ungrateful? Cousin, how could you do such a thing? Those gold and silver treasures you brought home earlier, where did they come from? We should return them quickly. If someone reports this to the authorities, it will be disastrous. Jiangwan spoke anxiously. Xiao Yunzhuo had already met the person he intended to see today, so he decisively packed up his belongings. The stall was rented from someone else, so there was no need to worry. He just needed to take his things and leave. Yen, please persuade cousin. Seeing Xiao Yunzhuo ignore her, Jiangwan hurriedly implored Xiao Wenyan to intervene. Facing Xiao Yunzhuo, Xiao Wenyan felt utterly unfamiliar. If it were not for Sister Wan insisting he step forward, he would have preferred to stay out of it. Yet Sister Wan's intentions were kind, and after all, this elder sister was still a member of the Xiao family. If she committed wrongdoing, the Xiao family would not be able to keep clean. Go back and explain to father and mother the origin of those gold and jewels. Perhaps they can find a way to cover for you. Otherwise, prepare yourself to go to prison. Xiao Wenyan's tone was harsh. Sister Wan and I are only trying to help you. Can't you stop being so ungrateful? Xiao Yunzhuo looked at Xiao Wenyan seriously. This younger brother seemed quite easy to intimidate. After some thought, he beckoned him over. Come here. I'll secretly tell you where my silver came from. Xiao Wenyan sighed and reluctantly stepped forward. I want to keep your secret. I truly don't understand why you, a grown young lady, constantly do such inexplicable things. Why can't you learn from Sister Wan? She asked so before he could finish. As he approached, Xiao Yunzhuo landed a punch squarely on his face. The sudden attack knocked him to the ground before he could react. I told you last time, it's best not to let me see you outside the Xiao household. Right? Xiao Yunzhuo warned, then swiftly kicked Xiao Wenyan twice. Xiao Yunzhuo, why did you hit a yen? Jiangwan was terrified, shouting immediately. Yet her body did not shield Xiao Wenyan, as if afraid of being caught in the crossfire. You're not surnamed Xiao. If I hit you, I'd probably have to pay compensation, so consider yourself lucky. Xiao Yunzhuo cast her a meaningful glance. Behave yourself and stop coveting what belongs to others. When a person's heart turns malicious, beware of descending into an abyss of no return. She disliked Jiangwan but never intended to oppose her. Setting aside Jiangwan's current deeds, Xiao Yunzhuo regarded her as somewhat unfortunate. At such a tender age, she had been sent by her parents to the Jiang family's side. The temperament of the Jiang household brooked no disloyalty from those around. Jiangwan, living with the Jiang family, had inevitably learned to flatter and navigate moods to avoid displeasing the Jiang matron, or she would not have survived until now. Therefore, Xiao Yunzhuo felt only estrangement toward Jiangwan, never hostility. Yet her tolerance had limits. If this person's scheming became nauseating, she would have to find ways to create some peace for herself. Xiao Yunzhuo's words chilled Jiangwan's heart. For some reason, she could not help feeling uneasy. But she quickly steadied herself and whispered, I don't understand what cousin means by that. We only warned you out of kindness. How can it become our fault? A yen is, after all, your own little brother. How could you be so cruel? Don't you have any pity? Xiao Yunzhuo sighed. Looking at the fallen Xiao Wenyan, she bent slightly and asked, Do you think the same? You wicked woman. How dare you hit me? I will never forgive you. Xiao Wenyan was furious, feeling both humiliated and defeated. He shouted at Yun Zhuo in a panic. Yun Zhuo pursed her lips. After a moment's hesitation, she grabbed one of Wenyan's legs, then dragged him as she turned to leave. Wenyan's small head scraped along the ground. Although the street was smooth, the hard surface numbed his scalp. He writhed and struggled. Crazy woman! Let me go! You wicked woman! I'll kill you! Wenyan cried out in pain, shock, and anger. Jiangwan was alarmed. Earlier, in order to spy on Yun Zhuo's actions, she had sent the servants away, leaving no one to help. Someone, please help my brother. Woo woo. Jiangwan burst into tears. However, Yun Zhuo swiftly led Wenyan into a narrow alley. When Jiangwan finally aroused the sympathy of passers-by, explained the situation, and went to assist, she found Wenyan already tossed upside down into a discarded bamboo basket. After much effort pulling him out, those present faced the young boy's face in silence. On Wenyan's forehead, the fiery red ink of cinnabar spelled out 2 large characters. Fool. At that moment, Wenyan's face flushed crimson. The swelling from the earlier blow was even more pronounced. Though he could not see himself, he imagined how utterly ridiculous he must appear. A yen? Jiangwan rushed over, clutching Wenyan as she wept bitterly. I want to go home. Wenyan shouted, sensing the gazes of the crowd. He felt as exposed as a naked savage, mocked by all. He shouted again, I want to go home. He vowed never to forgive Yun Zhuo. How dare she strike him and humiliate him so? He would, without fail, exact revenge. Tears welled in Wenyan's eyes as he stared down the alley. The flames of anger rose 3 fathoms high, eager to engulf Yun Zhuo's retreating figure. Yet at this moment, Yun Zhuo felt a profound sense of relief. Since arriving in the capital, she had never felt as free as she once did in Guanxi. Her birth mother despised her, which she endured. Her father was muddle-headed, yet she dared not strike him. She even had to feign some obedience and understanding, striving not to disgrace the ancestors of the Xiao family. But others were one thing. She would not tolerate even her own younger brother riding roughshod over her. She wiped her hands, knowing this matter was far from over. But it was of no consequence. Children were ignorant. A few beatings here, and there would suffice. If he dared to shout at her in the future, she would beat him until he could neither open his mouth nor speak, until his cries were hoarse, and peace would naturally follow. That night, Yun Zhuo sent someone to deliver a warning letter to the Xiao household, then did not return. Instead, she took up temporary residence near the Wu family's dilapidated courtyard, keeping a close watch on the restless spirit of Qin Yang, lest the ghost lose control and kill Wu San. Meanwhile, Jiangwan supported Wenyan as they hurried home. Upon entering, Wenyan began to wail, heading straight for the Jiang family's main courtyard. However, his mother was absent, and his father sat firmly, his expression grave, as if he had something important to say. Father. Wenyan's walnut-shaped eyes were red as he touched his swollen cheek. Please make a decision for me. Yun Zhuo hit me, and even wrote on my face with ink. Many people saw it. She nearly beat me to death. Please drive that hateful woman away. I don't want that cruel and detestable elder sister. Within the confines of Xiao Town Pass, Zhenguan found himself somewhat taken aback. His daughter, with her innocent and delicate demeanor, had actually dared to lay hands on someone? Had she not gone out with her second elder brother? How could she have encountered Yun Zhuo? Zhenguan paid little heed to the injury. In his eyes, it was merely a superficial wound, destined to swell for a few days before subsiding. A trivial matter indeed. Moreover, a true man ought not to weep over such minor troubles. Especially since the Xiao family boasted illustrious military ancestors. Bleeding without shedding tears was their creed. His third son was, in his view, far too delicate. Wenyan felt deeply aggrieved, his face contorted as if scorpions were incessantly stinging him. Recalling the humiliating scene just moments before, he wished fervently to seize a great sword and seek vengeance against Yun Zhuo. Father, Yun Zhuo is no good at all. She is involved in all sorts of deceitful and underhanded schemes. If you doubt me, ask Sister Jiang. I saw her cheating our poor eldest sister out of her silver. Also, you don't know this, but when she came into our family, she brought with her a great many gold and silver treasures, surely plundered from elsewhere. If you don't take control of her, our family will soon become a den of thieves. Wenyan, who had once feared his father, now, in his rage, threw caution to the wind and spoke boldly. He raised his voice, crying anew, I was only trying to persuade her with good intentions, but she, without a word, came and struck me. Look at my face, she has ruined it so badly I look like no one. If you don't send her away, I won't get up any more. Having said this, he sank to the floor and began to wail aloud. With a loud bang, Xiao Zhenguan slammed his hand upon the table. Startled, Xiao Wenyan flinched, and Jiangwan hurried forward. Brother-in-law, please do not be angry. Wenyan is merely feeling wronged. He truly worries about our cousin. This time, cousin did indeed go too far. I couldn't even stop her. Stop crying. What a pitiful display. Xiao Zhenguan expressed profound disappointment. Xiao Wanyan's heart trembled. It was Xiao Yun Zhuo who was wrong, father. She bullied me. What did you call her? She is your elder sister. You call her Xiao Yun Zhuo with your mouth, yet have you learned any respect? Am I the governor sent by the imperial court, or a mere constable? Opening your mouth only to accuse your sister of deceit and fraud. If I were her, I wouldn't just hit you. I'd kill you without hesitation. Xiao Zhenguan's voice was icy. Shock and confusion filled the walnut-shaped eyes of Xiao Wenyan. In that moment, he felt as though he were not truly of their bloodline. Was he at fault? Was he not acting for the sake of the Xiao family? Father had always taught him to be upright and honest, to abide by the rules and never engage in unclean deeds. Otherwise, he would break their legs.
Yet now,
Xiao Yunzhuo had clearly done wrong, so why did father not chastise her and instead blame him? Father! Xiao Wenyan shouted in anger, tears flowing even more freely. I want mother to stand up for me. At the mention of Lady Jiang, Xiao Zhenguan's anger abated somewhat. After a pause, he spoke with solemn composure. Your mother's health has been frail of late. To spare her from worry over family affairs, the grandmother and I have decided to send her away to recuperate. From today onward, if you have any matters, go to your grandmother. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Wenyan and Jiangwan were stunned. Jiangwan's complexion grew even more anxious, a wave of unease washing over her, leaving her pale and ill at ease. She hurriedly inquired, brother-in-law, Anna's health was fine not long ago. How could she suddenly be sent away? She never mentioned this to me. Your aunt did not wish to trouble you, which is why she kept it a secret, Xiao Zhenguan said, regarding his niece with a noticeably gentler attitude. Jiangwan, having been raised in his household, though he had seldom returned home and seen her only a few times, was evidently closer to him than other relatives' children. Moreover, Jiangwan was sensible from a young age, fond of reading, and of a quiet disposition. His 3 sons, eldest mature beyond his years, the second reserved, and the third a mischievous imp, made the sight of the obedient Jiangwan a comfort to his heart. Yet now that his wife had been sent away, he pondered how to arrange for this child. She was not close to the grandmother, and with no matron to guide her, over time, the child's heart would surely suffer. It would be better to send her back to the Jiang family, where, when she married, she could bring a substantial dowry. Jiangwan understood Lady Jiang better than anyone. Hearing Xiao Zhenguan's words, she immediately sensed falsehood. Her mind raced to the incident where Xiao Yunzhuo was lost, suspecting that Lady Jiang's departure was connected. Alarm gripped her heart. Anne had always thought the matter insignificant, yet who would have imagined Xiao Yunzhuo could anger brother-in-law to such an extent, disregarding even the bonds of a long marriage? Now, no one knew where Lady Jiang had been sent. Soon, Jiangwan's thoughts turned to a dreadful consideration. If aunt was gone, what of her? Throughout these years, her life in this household had depended entirely on her aunt's care. Brother-in-law, I am so worried about aunt. How is her health really? Why not send me to tend to her? Jiangwan's voice trembled, on the verge of collapse. Over the years, aunt had cared for her devotedly. When she was ill, aunt stayed awake all night, guarding her bedside. Her biological mother cared only for her younger siblings, never for her. To Jiangwan, aunt was her true mother. How could a daughter live at ease while her own mother was ill? Her plaintive cries were filled with sorrow and longing, overflowing with concern for Lady Jiang. Deep down, she was terrified. She could never return to the Jiang household. Though her birth parents were not unkind to her, the Jiang family was not what it once had been. Since her grandfather's passing, their fortunes had waned. Her father was but a minor official, unable to hold his head high amid the many dignitaries of the capital. She returned home several times a year, and each time her mother would admonish her repeatedly, urging her to cling tightly to the Xiao family's great tree. Even if the Xiao family had lost its noble title, it still possessed abundant wealth and countless connections. Her eldest cousin was mature and steady. Even if he could not restore the family's former glory, he would live far better than the Jiang family ever could. In the Xiao household, she was destined for a grand marriage. Returning to the Jiang family would mean a drastic decline in her future husband's standing. Jiangwan wept bitterly, as though Lady Jiang were dying. Such heartfelt sorrow moved even Xiao Zhenguan, who saw in her a sensible and conscientious child. He could not help but sigh. When your aunt's health improves, I will let you see her. But Awan, you have been with our Xiao family for many years now. Haven to you?
Over 10 years, I believe.
I'm so nervous, Jiangwan cried. You are, after all, a daughter of the Jiang family. You cannot always be separated from your parents. Before Xiao Zhanguan could finish, Jiangwan suddenly knelt, striking the ground with a heavy kowtow towards him, her sincerity as if facing death palpable. Her reddened eyes brimmed with sorrow and reluctance. I understand your meaning, brother-in-law, but over these years, my parents have long regarded me as Anna's child. There is no place for me in the Jiang family. I beg you, please do not send me away. Just treat me like a little kitten or puppy and let me stay in the courtyard. If you think I have taken anything that belongs to my cousin, I will give back all the clothes and jewelry Aunt gave me. I only ask you to keep me here. Saying this, Jiangwan kowtowed several more times, her forehead flushed. Xiao Wenyan had not expected that with his mother ill. Sister, one would also have to leave. Seeing Jiangwan's tear-streaked face, he seemed to forget the injury inflicted by Yun Zhuo and immediately shouted, I don't want sister, wanna go. Why must sister Yun Zhuo come and drive away my sister? Father, you are too heartless. When Yun Zhuo had been lost years ago, Lady Jiang had been deeply saddened, and members of the Jiang family had come one after another to offer comfort, bringing along the young Jiangwan. Jiangwan and the Jiang clan got along very well. The Jiang family had many children and Mrs. Jiang took the initiative to request Jiangwan from the Jiang household. The Jiang family, hoping to maintain a good and lasting relationship with the Xiao family, was delighted to keep the child. These matters only came to Xiao Zhengguan's attention afterward. But by then Jiangwan had already been raised in their home for half a month, making it awkward to send her back. Suddenly sending her away now would make the Jiang family seem like ungrateful traitors. Listening to his son's cries and seeing Jiangwan's sorrowful and pleading expression, Xiao Zhengguan felt deeply troubled. Jiangwan, it's not that your uncle does not want to keep you, but your aunt isn't here, and there is no one to attend to your daily affairs. I fear you would be neglected. Awan understands, but this is my home, and I do not wish to leave. I am willing to serve the matriarch. If anything happens, I will report it to her. Uncle, I beg you. Jiangwan hastened to say. The thought of having to please the matriarch made Jiangwan uneasy, yet there was no other path to follow. Who would have expected her uncle to be so heartless as to send away his own wife? However, pleasing the matriarch might not be a bad thing. Behind the matriarch stood the Hui family, whose current standing surpassed even that of the Xiao family. She could endure for 2 or 3 years at most. As she grew older, the matriarch would surely arrange a marriage for her. Over the years, she had gained considerable reputation, and with continued effort, she could certainly rise above her circumstances. But through this ordeal, Jiangwan suddenly understood many things. Relying on the affection of others was ultimately futile. No matter how kind her aunt was, she could leave at any time, abandoning her without support. From now on, she must seize every opportunity within her grasp and never again allow herself to fall into such a humiliating and pitiful state. Father, if you insist on letting Sister Awan go, then you might as well drive me away too. Nearby, Xiao Wenyan was still throwing a fit. Xiao Zhengguan pondered carefully. After all, Jiangwan had been raised in the Xiao household for so many years. Sending her back abruptly would easily cause gossip. Some might even believe Jiangwan had erred, which would damage her reputation. Furthermore, since Mrs. Jiang had already been sent to the convent, if Jiangwan returned, the Jiang family would inevitably send someone to inquire. If old matters were dragged up, it would create trouble. Now that Jiangwan was willing to stay with the matriarch. If you have made up your mind, then from now on stay close to the matriarch. Everything in your courtyard shall remain as it is. Keep everything your aunt gave you. If there is anything you desire, do not hesitate to tell the matriarch. Xiao Zhengguan relented. Jiangwan breathed a great sigh of relief. Thank you, uncle. No sooner had she spoken than her frail body suddenly lurched, and she fainted. Xiao Wenyan was extremely anxious. Father, Sister Awan's health has always been delicate. Today she was frightened badly by Xiao Yunzhuo, and upon returning home, she was nearly driven out. Look at how terrified she is. Quickly take the young lady inside to rest, and summon a doctor. Xiao Zhengguan had never expected Jiangwan to be so emotionally affected. As a man, he lacked such sensitivity. He had always believed that a child belonged to the one who gave birth to her, and no matter how good the conditions, nothing compared to having one's biological parents nearby. Compared to being a dependent here, perhaps Jiangwan would rather return to the Jiang family. He never imagined Jiangwan's feelings for the Xiao family would be so profound. In that case, it was truly unwise to force her to leave. Jiangwan was soon carried back into the room. Not long after, she slowly regained consciousness, finding only a maid and Xiao Wenyan by her side. Jiangwan looked at Xiao Wenyan, knowing he was one of the reasons she could remain in the Xiao household. With her aunt just having left, her uncle was somewhat considerate of Xiao Wenyan's feelings, fearing that without his mother's care and the familiar presence of his cousin, he might be left bereft. That was why he had not heartlessly sent her away. Yen, judging by Uncle's attitude just now, he surely will no longer stand up for you. But don't worry, although Aunt isn't home, I will make sure to take good care of you in her stead. Jiang Wan's voice was hoarse, her gaze filled with concern. Xiao Wenyan's thoughts were not so complicated. Having been beaten by Yun Zhuo, he was angry and upset. But upon learning of his mother's illness, all other grievances were cast aside. Now that Jiang Wan mentioned it, he belatedly recalled his own sorrow. Mother's illness came on so suddenly. When I left this morning, she was perfectly fine.
Sister, you know her best.
Do you know what ails her? Xiao Wenyan asked anxiously. Jiang Wan pondered for a moment before reluctantly saying, Anne has always been in good health, but recently she and cousin quarreled more and more. She didn't know how to guide cousin, and often felt distressed. I suppose it must be a heavy emotional burden. It's all because of her. How long will she torment our family? Xiao Wenyan ground his teeth in fury. Jiang Wan remained silent. Meanwhile, the culprit Yun Zhuo was quietly dozing, sensing the overwhelming resentment emanating from the Wu family mansion not far away. Wu family. Since leaving that little immortal stall, Wu San had been restless. Although the family's old affairs had long passed and no neighbors suspected a thing, he never imagined that suddenly a little soothsayer would raise the matter and speak words that closely mirrored the truth. Returning home from the street, he felt a chill down his spine and an indescribable unease. Achoo! Wu San sneezed repeatedly, cursing inwardly, blaming that mysterious soothsayer for his distraction. That mad soothsayer must have guessed wildly. He had done everything cleanly back then. The authorities found no fault with him. His eldest brother had injured his leg and died on his own. His eldest nephew died from a snakebite. The younger nephew was declared by officials to have died from an accidental fall into a well. There was no witness or evidence proving he was responsible. The only person who knew the truth was his sister-in-law, but she had long since passed. Thinking of his sister-in-law, Wu San sneered again. What a foolish woman. If she had been more obedient, not spending money on the children's education, and had honestly handed over the family fortune to him, would he have needed to act? Before dying, she even wore a red dress to scare him. How laughable. When alive, she was under his control. Did she think that death would bring her freedom? With these thoughts, Wu San grew bolder. If ghosts truly sought revenge, they would have acted years ago. Alas, all these years. He had not even married because of this sullied reputation. Big brother, I am the only sprout left of our Wu family. You from heaven must not blame me but bless me to marry a capable woman soon. I cannot be like you, marrying a lonely girl like sister-in-law with no family wealth or support, unable to seek justice even after your death. Don't you agree? Wu San said bluntly as he stood before the ancestral tablets, burning incense. For the sake of reputation, he offered incense to the tablets of his brother, sister-in-law, and nephews. 3 incense sticks stood firmly. Wu San knelt as usual, respectfully kowtowing. He had done this countless times over the years, never feeling guilty or fearful. Yet, just as the incense was lit, it went out. A cold wind blew from behind, and the tablets on the table toppled to the ground with a clatter. Startled by the sudden noise, Wu San looked up, then irritably picked up the tablets, slapping them harshly. If you don't protect me, I will exhume the bones of your wife and children and crush them to dust. Wu San snarled fiercely. Unbeknownst to all, at this very moment, the vengeful spirit of Qin Yang gazed upon the scene with bloodshot eyes. As Wu San uttered those words, the ghostly figure seized his neck with a fierce grip, as if intent on wrenching it asunder. Wu San instinctively clawed at his Adam's apple and patted his chest. Surely, that little charlatan's words had enraged him so deeply that a heavy oppression settled over his chest and something seemed lodged in his throat, making swallowing a struggle. He carelessly returned the ancestral tablet to its place, devoid of any inclination to conduct another ritual. Having prepared some food, he produced 2 jars of wine he had previously purchased from Yang and began to eat and drink alone. Unconsciously, one cup followed another, until the world around him grew hazy. Staggering, he made his way toward the water vat in the courtyard, intending to scoop a ladle of water to quench his thirst. Yet, as he approached, a sudden heaviness weighed down his head. In the next instant, half his body plunged into the vat. He thrashed about desperately. Though his hands supported him, his head felt as if crushed by a massive stone, stubbornly refusing to rise. Terror gripped him as he widened his eyes underwater, striving to regain composure. But then, his gaze froze upon a crimson hue reflected at the bottom of the vat. After what seemed like an eternity, just as he was on the verge of drowning, his entire body was flung out, collapsing onto the ground. Despite the bitter cold, he was drenched in sweat. Wu Sen coughed violently several times, then struck his head hard twice. His vision must be deceiving him. He rubbed his face, still shaken to the core. Darkness gradually enveloped the courtyard. The faint glow of the lantern before the door cast an eerie light. The large gate nearby creaked twice under the wind's breath before suddenly slamming shut with a violent gust. Wu Sen swallowed nervously, a chill crawling over him. Damn that ghostly woman. It's that wretched woman's doing, frightening me so terribly. He exhaled sharply, feeling his limbs weaken. Turning to re-enter the house, he found his legs heavy and unresponsive, unable to move. Panic surged as he summoned every ounce of strength in his upper body, struggling to crawl indoors. But after great effort, he moved only a single step. Amitabha, Amitabha. Wu Sen's heart trembled violently as he began muttering prayers incoherently. Yet the sinister atmosphere persisted. Hissing sounds drew closer. Wu Sen recognized the noise well. It was the sound of snakes slithering. But it was winter, long before the awakening of insects. So, how could snakes be outside? Moreover, this was his own home, and he did not keep snakes. Fear seized him. He strained his eyes to see, but suddenly darkness engulfed his vision, as though someone had forcibly covered his eyes. In the midst of the silence came Wu Sen's piercing scream, disturbing the neighbors' peaceful slumber. Soon, someone knocked at the door, but Wu Sen was frozen in place, paralyzed by fright. After a long while, the gate was finally pushed open. The neighbors, witnessing his wretched state, were bewildered and rushed forward to assist. Yet Wu Sen caught a glimpse amid the crowd of a figure cloaked in red. Qin Yang. It's you. It's you. Don't come any closer. Stay away. Wu Sen flailed wildly. The onlookers were puzzled by his cries but found them odd nonetheless. Qin Yang was his sister-in-law, long deceased. Why would Wu Sen suddenly invoke her name, and in such a state? Qin Yang's face twisted into a sinister smile before vanishing. The master had said that as long as her hands did not touch the living's fresh blood, she could do as she pleased. She sought to make Wu Sen's life a living hell, demanding he pay the price for all she had suffered. Wu Sen tried to calm himself, but from that moment on, he lost all control. After being carried back inside, a kind neighbor summoned a doctor, but in his delirium, Wu Sen saw the physician grin malevolently and noticed that the bowl contained not medicine, but bright red blood. Finally, when he fell asleep, dreams of Qin Yang haunted him. She chased him, clutching his neck, intent on ending his life. Upon awakening, his neck throbbed painfully, and the bronze mirror revealed traces of bruising and purpling. She had come for revenge. Wu Sen found no peace. Terror plagued his sleepless nights, and by day he wandered dazed, sprinting through alleys, haunted repeatedly by that dreadful visage. More than once, he narrowly escaped meeting Yama, the king of hell. Under such torment, how could he maintain composure? Muttering prayers and pleas for mercy, within days rumors began to spread. The villagers were simple folk, and Wu De and Qin Yang had been kind-hearted in life. It was precisely for this reason that Wu Sen had feigned normalcy for so many years. But recently, his behavior grew erratic and his words incoherent. Old suspicions resurfaced, and the townsfolk began to whisper and cast judgment. On the 6th day of the lunar month, a day of great auspiciousness, the narrow alley was strewn with rotting leaves and red firecracker remnants, all glazed beneath a thin layer of frost. The air was thick with the pungent scent of fireworks. Yun Zhuo stepped deliberately toward the Wu residence, his footsteps crunching on the decayed foliage. Qin Yang's ghost still clung closely to Wu Sen. Come back, Yun Zhuo sighed. Firecrackers and burning herbs are talismans against evil spirits. You should not squander your strength so recklessly during the day. Qin Yang's hatred was so profound that she disregarded her own fate, tormenting Wu Sen even in broad daylight. It would be one thing if she merely followed him, but she had drawn heavily on Yin energy. If this continued, the spirit would not endure. Hearing the commotion, Wu Sen turned and saw her. His eyes blazed as if about to spurt blood, and he lunged with claws extended. It's you, isn't it? You're behind this. You've cursed me. Wu Sen shouted furiously, his face pale and haggard as if near death after just 2 days. At that moment, Yun Zhuo kicked him aside. This is your own retribution. You poisoned your elder brother's crippled leg, causing his death. You persecuted your 2 nephews and drove your sister-in-law to her demise after many years. At last, someone has come to collect this debt. He spoke each word with unwavering resolve, his gaze fixed upon Wu Sen. Qin Yang drifted down beside him, standing shoulder to shoulder. Yun Zhuo's tone was calm, but to Wu Sen's ears it was unbearably sharp. His terror of Qin Yang and desperate will to survive had stripped him of all restraint. Bloodshot eyes burning with murderous intent, Wu San dragged his fallen body sideways, snatched a stone from the corner, and sprang up like a venomous thief, hurling it towards Yun Zhuo. "I'll kill you," he growled, the menace in his voice chilling. Passers-by in the alley froze in shock. Wu San had indeed lost his mind. His incessant ramblings were bad enough, but now he was attacking innocent bystanders. That stone was huge. If it struck the young woman's head, it would have been fatal. Some cried out in alarm. Others rushed forward to intervene. Wu San aimed at Yun Zhuo with all his might, but Yun Zhuo swiftly dodged with ease. Wu San staggered twice and changed direction, his mind lost in madness, vowing not to relent until Yun Zhuo was dead. Yet as he struck again, Qin Yang tripped him. To ordinary eyes, he simply lost his balance and fell flat, his head striking the stone in his hand and immediately bleeding. Wu San's attempt to kill was a grave matter. It was not long before townsfolk fetched officials. Wu San had been fine before, but these last 2 days he has been shouting and raving, calling out for Qin Yang. Qin Yang, his sister-in-law. His brother and sister-in-law's family died so tragically. We had long suspected that the death of his elder brother's family was far from ordinary. Yet Wu San appeared genuinely grief-stricken, and with no arrests made by the authorities, we did not dwell on it further. However, in hindsight, it seems quite possible that Wu San himself is the murderer. Indeed. My home is right next door. And just last night I heard him say that his elder brother deserved what happened. Honorable officials, you must investigate thoroughly. The Wu family are truly good people, always kind and gentle to others. And as for that young maiden who happened to be passing by, luckily, she was quick to dodge, or she would have been struck down on the spot just now. The officers who arrived initially assumed it was merely a routine assault case. After all, the capital is teeming with people, and occasional acts of revenge or disturbances are not uncommon. Yet upon learning that an old murder case was entangled in this matter, they immediately grew alert and promptly took Wu San into custody. Yun Zhuo, the victim, was also summoned to the magistrate's office. She did not refuse. On the contrary, she followed along with a light step. Nearby, the ghost of Qin Yang hovered ahead of Wu San. Wu San's yang energy was now so weak that with just a slight exertion of power from Qin Yang, he could perceive her spectral form, which explained why he struggled and shouted loudly when being apprehended. For someone like Wu San, it would be best if the authorities could handle the matter. After arriving at the magistrate's office, Yun Zhuo assumed the demeanor of a meek and pitiable figure, much like an ordinary passerby frightened out of their wits, revealing no hint of suspicion. She was young, her expression harmless. After calmly recounting the facts to the clerk, she was free to leave, though she had to leave her identification behind for future questioning. Yet when Yun Zhuo disclosed her identity, the clerk was momentarily stunned, harboring some disbelief. Which family's young lady would wander into such a commoner's alley? And the Xiao family, her father's surname was Hua, apparently related to the former Ren and Gong's Xiao Clan, if memory served correctly. Yun Zhuo waited patiently at the magistrate's office. She sat obediently, her quiet demeanor seemingly without edge, though her eyes occasionally flicked around. The capital city was the very seat of the emperor's power, and the authority and prestige of the magistrate's office far surpassed those of the provinces. Even the most ordinary stone guardian beasts stationed outside the office possessed the power to intimidate wandering spirits. However, while the place was clean, it was not entirely so. The magistrate's compound was vast. Upon entering, Yun Zhuo could sense the aura of her surroundings, discerning where the archives were stored and where the interrogation chambers and prison cells lay. The prison area in particular exuded a heavy, sinister energy, yet was suppressed by a strong aura of righteousness overhead, preventing any of the malevolent energy from leaking out. Yet her own constitution had the ability to attract energy. Consequently, the aura from the prison surged within the magistrate's office, but was held at bay by the surrounding divine beasts, unable to approach her even a fraction. Still, the fluctuations of energy were strong today, and the inmates inside the cells would likely be clashing more fiercely than usual. This was also why Yun Zhuo dared not move recklessly, remaining seated quietly and obediently. From time to time, she touched the clan's order token and protective talisman she carried with her. After a while, 2 figures emerged from the rear hall. Both wore civilian clothes. One was older, around 30 years of age, while the other was none other than the third prince whom she had encountered previously at the Meng household. Third Prince Yuan Yao, resplendent in jewels and finery, fancied himself mature, though he was merely a youth of 17 or 18. He still bore a somewhat rakish air, and despite the bitter cold, carried a folding fan in hand, attempting to exude a carefree elegance that was incongruous with the season. Lord Hua, you need not doubt. I saw this young lady at the Meng family last time. Xiao Erling himself confirmed she is his sister. The third prince clapped his folding fan upon seeing her, his face filled with surprise. Huasun met Xiao Yunzhuo's gaze, scrutinizing her carefully. The matriarch of the Hua family was his paternal aunt. Thus, this young lady of the Hua clan was, in fact, his cousin. For this reason, upon encountering her at the magistrate's office, he could not help but come over to verify that she was not an impostor. Coincidentally, the third prince was also present. Upon hearing that she was from the Xiao family, he immediately claimed to know her and insisted on accompanying them. The third prince was fond of frequenting the magistrate's office, intrigued by all manner of peculiar affairs, and evidently regarded his cousin from the Xiao family as one such curiosity. Xiao Yunzhuo did not cause herself trouble, promptly performing a polite bow. Yet the third prince's gaze was rather unsettling, as if he were beholding a monster, his curiosity practically bubbling over. My surname is Hua. Our families are related. I am your elder relative. You may address me as sixth uncle, said Lord Hua with a refined bearing. Though only around 30 years old, he had grown a small mustache, which lent some maturity to his youthful face. Are you the prefect? Xiao Yunzhuo was not yet aware of this. Indeed. I heard a madman was chasing you with a stone. Were you injured? Sixth uncle Hua asked with some concern. This girl, when young, he had even held in his arms. At that time, her features resembled his aunt somewhat, but now that she had grown, she looked quite different. At present, she appeared quite well behaved, though evidently much frightened. No, Xiao Yunzhuo shook her head, secretly pleased. May I come often from now on? Having people at the magistrate's office certainly makes things more convenient. Sixth uncle Hua was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. Of course, since you have returned. You have yet to visit the Hua family, right? Our clan is large. Some members are not in the capital, but we do have children around your age. When you were young, you played with them. You must come frequently from now on. Even staying at the Hua household for some time would be welcome. I mean, may I come often to the magistrate's office? Xiao Yunzhuo pressed on, unabashedly. This place is truly imposing. Sincerely praising the sixth uncle, she showed much respect toward this elder. Sixth uncle Hua was somewhat puzzled, but, after considering the circumstances, realized that the child had just been frightened and was in a state of confusion and helplessness. At such a time, the appearance of a relative naturally inspired a sense of reliance. With this in mind, Hua's sixth uncle smiled warmly. Of course, the front offices here are for official affairs. If you wish to come, enter through the rear courtyard. I also have a daughter, 12 this year. You are close in age. Perhaps you two could play together. Very well. Thank you, sixth uncle, Xiao Yunzhuo replied earnestly, striving to be a well-behaved junior. In her line of work, she frequently encountered restless spirits with tragic pasts and often needed to liaise with the magistrate's office. Sixth uncle Hua regarded this young junior tenderly, but nearby, third prince Yuan Yao's expression was somewhat complicated. The last time he saw Miss Xiao, she was not at all like this. Facing Meng family as third son, she had been arrogant to the extreme, showing no respect even for her own second brother's face, exuding a wildness that was quite entertaining. Only a few days had passed, and now she had been tamed so thoroughly? Yuan Yao clicked his tongue. Last time at the Meng household, I left in a hurry and didn't get to know Miss Xiao properly. I did not expect to meet her again today. Since you are Lord Hui's cousin. What a coincidence. I am close friends with Lord Hua. Now that I see you, young lady, I cannot fail to show my regards. Here, take this jade as a token. With that, he produced a piece of white jade from his bosom and tossed it into Xiao Yunzhuo's hand. Huasun's temples throbbed. He was over 30 years old. How could he be friends with a 17-year-old youth? Clearly, Prince Chong was overly familiar, calling everyone brother and friend. His noble status commanded even the emperor's deference. There was no choice but to indulge him, treating it as a childish game. Yet who would have expected this youth to be so disrespectful to him, while adopting the manner of an elder toward his cousin? It was utterly bizarre. However, His Highness was no stranger to bestowing jade upon others. The piece he held was of superior quality, while his attendant carried some of lesser grade. Upon acquainting himself with a newcomer, he would distribute the jade according to personal preference. Fortunately, this individual was the emperor's child. Otherwise, no amount of family fortune would suffice for such lavish generosity. Huasun felt a slight headache coming on. Xiao Yunzhuo touched the jade in his hand, furrowing his brows. I do not desire this. Huasun's heart skipped a beat. If His Highness offers it to you, you should accept it. Xiao Yunzhuo was equally helpless. The item was indeed exquisite, yet she truly could not accept it. Firstly, the jade was of exceptional quality and highly valuable. But since the giver was a prince, to return the favor would be tantamount to indebting him. Secondly, the jade's sole merit lay in its fine material. Although jade possesses a spirit and can protect its owner, this particular piece was clouded with a grayish hue, likely due to poor mining methods or questionable provenance. If she took it home, she would have to expend effort to nurture it back to vitality. You do not like this one? It is shaped like a rabbit. I thought young ladies would adore such designs. Choose whichever you prefer. I have many more. Yuan Yao, true to his reputation for a kind disposition, produced several more jade pieces. Indeed, the variety was endless, ever unfolding. Were all these carved from the same jade stone? Yun Zhuo glanced over and inquired. Your eye is keen. Yuan Yao raised an eyebrow in approval. Last year, someone unearthed a supreme raw jade from the southwest and transported it over 1,000 li to my residence in the capital. I had artisans hollow out the entire stone, crafting it into pendants, each carved with a unique pattern. Huasun sighed helplessly. The third prince was naive and indulgent, never considering the immense human and material resources required to transport such a massive jade from so far away. Moreover, it was a tribute from a jade merchant in the capital. He wholeheartedly believed the merchant sought friendship and accepted the gift without hesitation. Naturally, they kept up frequent exchanges thereafter. Thank you, third prince, but I cannot accept gifts without cause. Yun Zhuo astutely averted her gaze. She was certain that before the large jade had been carved, some calamity had befallen it. If the giver were an ordinary person, she could speak frankly without concern, but with a prince, the matter was different. It was best not to involve the royal family too deeply. Yuan Yao was somewhat surprised. His gifts were rarely refused. The newly recognized niece evidently lacked appreciation. No wonder Xiao's second son had shown reluctance upon meeting her. Very well, if you do not want it, I shall not insist. Yuan Yao magnanimously had the items taken back. Yun Zhuo remained calm and composed. The current dynasty had not yet reached its first centenary. Many had perished in the previous reign's final days, so the present emperor ruled with benevolence to reassure the people, seldom resorting to massacre over trivial matters. Thus, she did not fear that her demeanor would provoke the third prince's wrath to the point of execution. Of course, the matter of her grandfather's imperial-sanctioned death was somewhat deserved. He had committed many transgressions and faced numerous accusations. The royal family had spared him several times out of respect for her great-grandfather, but his audacity grew until he openly flaunted his power within the palace. It was only the emperor's mercy that spared his entire clan. Huasun, a shrewd man, would not let the third prince feel neglected and promptly invited him to examine the case files of Wusan. It was said the third prince delighted in such novelties. After formally acknowledging her kin, Huasun summoned 2 constables to escort Yun Zhuo home. At home, even Xiao Zhenguan had grown somewhat numb. He could only comfort himself that at least this time, when his daughter stayed out overnight, someone had taken the trouble to inform him. You dare return. Upon hearing of Yun Zhuo's arrival, Wenyan charged over, pointing at her with indignation. Father, today when I was out, I overheard someone saying she once lived with the Meng family and had an improper relationship with Meng's eldest illegitimate son. You must punish her. Say that again? Who is spreading such slander? Xiao Zhenguan was startled. Meng family's eldest illegitimate son? I heard from De Lang that the second son is very close with the Mengs. You have a swollen face from being beaten, yet you still have the nerve to spy for gossip? Yun Zhuo looked at him in surprise, then glanced down at her hand. Could it be that I was too gentle? Wenyan's face flushed. I only heard it. You want to deny it? Sister Qian went out to meet friends today and heard it from others. She came back and told me. Then he asked his good brothers to investigate further. It's true. Someone said Meng Pingzhong was loudly declaring he wanted to marry her. Go fetch second brother. Xiao Zhenguan frowned deeply, sensing the gravity of the matter. That Meng Pingzhong held only the title of illegitimate eldest son. How could he be worthy of his daughter? Perhaps that scoundrel second son was running around making promises? Otherwise, how dare the Meng family youth speak so recklessly? Xiao Zhenguan was extremely anxious over his daughter's affairs, fearing she might truly stray from the right path. He had never met that Meng family boy, but according to his eldest son, his character was mediocre. Zhuo, I will surely arrange a fine marriage for you. Do not make your own plans. At this moment, Xiao Zhenguan felt the burden of being both father and mother. The cold expression he had borne for so many years softened considerably. Yun Zhuo scratched her head, thinking these two were hardly coherent. The elder fretted without cause. The younger leapt about foolishly. Weary. She glanced at them and then walked over to firmly tap Wenyan's head. This is the second time. Wenyan's head throbbed. Father.
Did you see?
She hit me again. I only spoke the truth.
Why does she hit me? I still need to talk with my friends. You two go chat among yourselves.
Yun Zhuo brusquely sent them off. Qin Yang had exhausted much energy dealing with Wu San. She needed help to nurture her soul, recite scriptures to dispel resentment, and once Wu San's case was resolved, Qin Yang could be sent on to reincarnation. Friends? Xiao Zhenguan's brows knitted into a deep frown. Was this child not just returned home? He wanted to ask more, but Xiao Yunzhuo would gently push them out. Embarrassed, Xiao Zhenguan had no choice but to leave her courtyard quietly, harboring a trove of grievances without uttering a single word. Soon, the second son arrived with an impatient expression. Seeing both standing at the gate, Xiao Wenyu could not help but sneer. "Father, are you two acting as gatekeepers here?" The family affairs grow stranger by the day. It was already remarkable that his father allowed his mother to leave home to recuperate. To see his father being bested was even more astonishing. Judging by his expression, he seemed less a father than a grandson. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken. Outwardly, Xiao Wenyu wore a facade of respect, albeit a thin one. "Second brother, why are there rumors outside about Meng Pingzhong and your younger sister?" Xiao Zhenguan asked bluntly, his gaze stern and oppressive. Xiao Wenyu was not surprised. With lowered brows and a compliant smile, he replied, "Father, why ask me? Don't pretend with me. Your eldest brother already told me you are close with Meng Pingzhong. The Meng family's legitimate heir was harmed, most likely by you." Xiao Zhenguan roared in anger. Xiao Wenyu remained unfazed. "Father, didn't you investigate further? I was the one who saved the Meng family's legitimate heir. I was just bored and decided to help him. My little sister brought good medicine to the Mengs and offended Meng Pingzhong. Now he won't even speak to me. If you come looking to settle scores, aren't you mistaken about the person?" The matter of the Meng family heir being abducted was something he was indeed fully aware of from beginning to end. Meng Pingzhong was his close friend at the time. So, naturally, he wanted to consider his friend's future. Why, then, would he have any reason to interfere? As for rescuing the person afterward, that was never his intention. It just so happened that he encountered the third prince, and he himself was in need of an opportunity to befriend the third prince. Compared to the benefits that came knocking at his door, his friend's future naturally became far less important. But did he commit any wrongdoing? No. Not only did he not, he actually did a great deed. Therefore, at this moment, being reproached by his own father, Xiao Wenyu felt neither shame nor guilt. Rather, he was perfectly untroubled and candid. Recently, the young Master Meng had been lively and spirited, which infuriated Meng Pingzhong. So, he merely wanted to disgust the young lady a little. If you truly wish for him to marry the young lady, I'm afraid he wouldn't even deign to look at her, Xiao Wenyu said, then added in a careless tone, "Besides, it's just a minor disturbance. What's the rush? Lord Meng has already planned to separate Meng Pingzhong from the family. Before long, Meng Pingzhong will be a cast-off scion of a noble house. Who would believe what he shouts?" Xiao Wenyue's face was calm, as if he knew everything. Inside, Xiao Zhenguan was engulfed by a storm of emotions. When did Lord Meng say he intended to separate him? Your information is truly outdated. Xiao Wenyue cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Wenyan. Meng Pingzhong secretly kept the East Yu Princess as bellyband. The king of Nanyuan went to Lord Meng to seek justice. After their families met, they discussed arranging a betrothal. The wedding should take place soon after the spring imperial examination. Xiao Zhenguan and Xiao Wenyan were both utterly confused. The East Yu Princess's notorious reputation was known throughout the land. She was the youngest daughter of the old king of Nanyuan and was very much favored. During the old king's lifetime, 2 marriages had been arranged for her. The first time, the East Yu Princess married the son of the governor of Danzhou. They were a perfect match in talent and beauty, and their life was fairly pleasant, but it did not last long. The princess whipped her in-laws, causing a rupture in the marriage, and was sent back. With the king of Nanyuan's intervention, the final outcome was a divorce. The second time, she married the previous newly qualified Jinshi scholar. But soon, marital conflicts arose continuously. That scholar even lost his mind, and on several occasions, he went to the Nanyuan royal residence to lament the princess's cruelty. After failing to resolve matters, he fought with the young princess, and both were grievously injured. The scholar was blinded, and the young princess had her hand chopped off. This scandal was extremely ugly, and neither side gained anything. After the old king of Nanyuan died, the princess's legitimate elder brother inherited the throne, but he was very cold toward his sister. Now, after the mourning period, the king of Nanyuan had no intention of keeping the spoiled, troublemaking, and maimed sister in the residence. He indeed intended to find another husband for her. But the young princess's ill repute was known outside the capital. They could not just pick any commoner to marry her off, so the marriage arrangement remained deadlocked. Unless Lord Meng had lost his mind, he would never tolerate such a daughter-in-law entering the household. The East Yu princess was still at odds with her second husband. The county marshal. He was too old and disliked by the princess. Once, the princess was caught in a compromising situation at the hot spring villa by Meng Pingzhong, who then stole her clothing. Xiao Wenyue was completely indifferent to how shocking his words were. That was 3 or 4 years ago. Meng Pingzhong was not yet 14 then and dared only to steal the belly band. He would not have dared to do anything else. Xiao Zhenguan bitterly regretted not covering his youngest son's ears in time. Where did you hear such horrifying things? Xiao Zhenguan was genuinely stunned and at a loss for words. Xiao Wenyue remained unshaken. Did I need to hear it? I saw it with my own eyes. Meng Pingzhong and I witnessed that scene at the same time. Meng Pingzhong was even more lustful. He craned his neck to look, and when he saw the belly band, his eyes sparkled. So I kept watch for him, allowing him to get the item smoothly. That thing. Meng Pingzhong has kept it hidden ever since and cannot bear to part with it. As Xiao Zhenguan listened, he gradually sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, his face darkened. Follow me to the ancestral hall. Xiao Wenyue was neither surprised nor resistant. He calmly and obediently followed his father's command. At this moment, what else could Xiao Zhenguan not understand? Meng Pingzhong was no fool. How could he have spread the secret of secretly keeping the princess's belly band? The only other person who knew must be his own son. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, Xiao Wenyue habitually knelt. You used underhanded means to push forward the marriage between the two families, didn't you? Xiao Zhenguan held the family law whip in his hand. What harm is there? Xiao Wenyue's voice was soft but confident. He deliberately told his father this because Meng Pingzhong would definitely come to settle accounts with him. Since he would have to endure a beating sooner or later, he might as well grit his teeth and get it over with quickly. If Meng Pingzhong could surpass the Meng family heir and take his place, then he still had some use. But Meng Pingzhong was reckless and brainless. And he dared to insult him using his sister's reputation? As if he deserved it. Xiao Zhenguan was shocked by his son's stubbornness and ruthlessness. All along, he thought his second son was merely weak-willed, a frivolous playboy without ambition, never imagining the boy could harm others so cold-bloodedly, without a flicker of remorse. Even if Meng Pingzhong was worthless, you should not use such vile methods against him. Everyone knew you were once the closest of friends, but you turned around and schemed to leave him utterly helpless. From now on, who would dare confide in you? With the king of Nanyuan's pressure, Lord Meng had no choice but to grudgingly accept this marriage. But if he knew it was you who had been scheming behind the scenes, would he let you off so lightly? Xiao Zhenguan spoke earnestly, filled with anxiety. He was wrong, terribly wrong. No matter the future, the family's honor, none of it could compare to the upbringing of one's children. Over the years, he had been so busy with official duties that he only forced them to study when he returned home each month, never truly paying attention to their true natures. Xiao Wenyue, however, felt innocent. His father's meddling was far too obstructive. Intrigue, whether covert or overt, was merely a means to an end. Meng Pingzhong was unkind and unjust. Why should he show him mercy? Xiao Wenyue remained the same, but since his father said he was wrong, then he would admit his mistake and not dare do it again. Xiao Zhenguan did not sense any genuine remorse. In fact, he felt his son had not grasped the meaning of his words. He was not saying that his son should not oppose Meng Pingzhong, but was shocked by how quickly and mercilessly he had turned against him. The moment he struck, Meng Pingzhong was left utterly defenseless. You have been close to Meng Pingzhong for years, their relationship akin to brothers. Don't you feel any discomfort in your heart for doing this? Xiao Zhenguan said gloomily. His son was deeply troubled. Xiao Wenyue straightforwardly gave the answer his father desired. He was not a fool. He would not let all his reputation be ruined by one Meng Pingzhong. So once his father finished punishing him, he would go see Meng Pingzhong. The leverage he held was not just the belly band. He knew better than anyone about Meng Pingzhong's involvement in the abduction of his own younger brother. If Meng Pingzhong did not want to die, he would have to behave obediently and respectfully toward him. It would be easy to keep this hidden from those unaware. Xiao Wenyue's compliant and repentant demeanor infuriated Xiao Zhenguan. When will you learn from your eldest brother? I have you study not just to discern right from wrong and understand the way of the gentleman, but not to learn how to harm others. Xiao Zhenguan furiously struck Xiao Wenyue's back with a family law whip. Xiao Wenyue gasped, the pain causing cold sweat to break out. If father is angry, then just kill me. Is it because mother and I have been obstructing eldest brother's path lately? So you want to get rid of all of us to avoid affecting his splendid future? It's already like this before even passing the imperial examination. When he enters officialdom, 1 corpses be used as stepping stones for him. Xiao Wenyue sneered. Upon hearing the words, Xiao Zhenguan's aged face twitched involuntarily. He gazed at his son with utter disbelief. Anger surged within him, tempting him to strike again with greater force, yet observing his son's indifferent, nonchalant demeanor. He found himself unable to raise his hand. In frustration, he cast aside the family discipline whip onto the ground and commanded, "Kneel down and reflect properly." Xiao Zhenguan was truly at his wit's end. Was he truly concerned about Meng Pingzhang's well-being? When it came to other people's children, he simply did not have the energy or inclination to meddle so deeply. What troubled him was his own son. Why would he harbor such heavy thoughts? His face was etched with worry, and to make matters worse, outside the ancestral hall, the reckless Xiao Wenyan was craning his neck to peer inside. The bruises on his face had yet to fade. Upon seeing his father emerge, he muttered softly, "Father, if mother were here, she definitely wouldn't have so easily spared Xiao Yunzhuo." What unmarried maiden would allow an ambiguous reputation with an outsider? Now that the young master of the Meng family is about to marry the princess, could Xiao Yunzhuo be thinking of becoming a concubine to the Mengs? Xiao Zhenguan was already furious. Hearing his youngest son's foolish words as he stepped out, he angrily kicked Xiao Wenyan.
You kneel down as well.
He thundered. That is your closest kin, and you cannot bear to see her well? Why was I cursed with such a heartless, brainless child like you? I suspect your second brother must have eaten your brains for you to be so foolish. Clutching his stomach in pain, Xiao Wenyan's tears streamed down uncontrollably. Had he not just spoken the truth? At that moment, Xiao Zhenguan felt a wave of despair. Were there no good sons among these two? A heavy weight pressed upon Xiao Zhenguan's chest. Though his sons were disobedient, he could still vent his frustration by administering a beating. But at home, there was also a daughter whom he could not bring himself to punish. This child was so playful and reluctant to return home. In the future, her marriage would be an even greater challenge. He truly could not emulate the old king of Nanyuan, who simply cast out his unruly daughter to wreak havoc on another household. What friends did the eldest miss bring home today? Xiao Zhenguan fretted, more concerned about his daughter's choice of company, and immediately inquired of the newly promoted steward. The steward was perplexed. The eldest miss entered alone, sir. However, Lord Hua did send 2 constables to escort her. Lord Hua? My 6th cousin? Xiao Zhenguan's mind raced. The Hua family was large. Among the direct descendants, there were 4 officials, 2 stationed elsewhere and 2 remained. One was the great-nephew of the old lady and her elder cousin, now serving as a minister. The other was Prefect Huisun, the 6th master of the Hua family mentioned by the steward. The Hua family was notoriously aloof and disliked socializing. It was unlikely they would suddenly cross paths with the eldest miss. Quickly investigate this matter, Xiao Zhenguan frowned, his heart heavy with worry. The Hua family disliked him, largely because they believed the old lady had suffered in her youth and, as he was his father's son, they bore some resentment. Whenever they met,
They would not look him in the eye.
Moreover, the Hua family were all civil officials, whereas he was a man of martial prowess. There was no common ground. Were it not for the old lady, the Hua family would neither assist nor hesitate to trample him. Yet today, they had suddenly sent someone to escort his daughter home. There must be something amiss. For the first time, Xiao Zhenguan realized that the troubles in this household were ceaseless. The children were growing up, and their thoughts increasingly complex. A moment's carelessness, and they slipped away like eels, vanishing without a trace, beyond his grasp. In such circumstances, a steady and reliable elder was all the more necessary to guide them. Yet Jiang Shi. Xiao Zhenguan sighed deeply. Unconsciously, he found himself standing before Xiao Yunzhuo's courtyard gate again. Outside, the young maid Dong Qi crouched vigilantly, her demeanor furtive and secretive. Why do you not enter to attend to the eldest miss? Xiao Zhenguan asked, looking down upon her with displeasure. Startled, Dong Qi hastily replied, Master, the eldest miss is reciting scriptures. We are too noisy inside, so she asked us to keep watch outside. Xiao Zhenguan opened his mouth but found no words. He dismissed Dong Qi, then entered silently. Yet the next moment, a tremor shook his heart as if a mountain were about to collapse. The sky was dimming, the cold sun casting a crimson glow upon the courtyard. Xiao Yunzhuo had affixed a circle of talisman papers around the space, sitting just outside its boundary, muttering to an empty, invisible place. I know you want to make Wu Sen's imprisonment unbearable, but the prison's malevolent energy is too strong. If you enter, your resentment will only intensify. Should you accidentally kill Wu San, it would be your own ruin. I can aid you now, but if you become an irredeemable, vengeful spirit, I will have no choice but to take you in, lest you lose control and harm the innocent. Trust my cousin, sir. I just examined his features. He is dignified and imposing, surely a just official who will uncover the truth. You say he seems weak and unlikely to use harsh methods? That may be, but Wu San carries such heavy energy that even in prison he will suffer greatly. Even if the authorities refrain from torture, Other inmates will torment him relentlessly. Xiao Yunzhuo spoke with a smile, but Xiao Zhenguan felt a chill run down his spine. Hastily, he withdrew, and turning to the naive Dong Qi, he asked gravely, "Does the eldest miss always behave this way? Talking to herself, preferring solitude?" "Yes," Dong Qi nodded. "The eldest miss is indeed a bit peculiar." A heavy gloom settled in Xiao Zhenguan's heart. This child must have endured great hardship while adrift, leaving her mind in disarray. He had also heard that prolonged repression could lead to such symptoms. In the barracks, he had occasionally seen others in similar states. For her condition to improve, she needed sufficient care and more exposure to lively scenes, so she would not feel abandoned. His anxiety deepened. After a while, the stewardess informant returned. "Master, the eldest miss went out for a walk today and was nearly struck on the head by a villain. Fortunately, the local townsfolk reported the matter promptly, and the scoundrel was apprehended. That is how Lord Hui came to encounter her," the steward reported. Xiao Zhenguan's expression darkened. "She was attacked by a villain?"
Yes.
"They say the assailant chased after the eldest miss, intent on killing her on the spot. Had she not been swift, she might not be here now." Even the new steward found the incident harrowing. "The eldest miss truly has been most unfortunate. That villain dared to assault an official's kin in broad daylight. He deserves death. Go inform Lord Hua that once the case is resolved, he must notify me immediately. I shall personally execute that reckless wretch." Xiao Zhenguan's fury burned fiercely. No wonder his daughter returned so shaken. She had suffered such a terrifying ordeal. "Prepare some calming tea to send to the eldest miss. Also, I heard that Madame previously held 2 seats at Zhenhua Tower. Now that she is absent, select another maid skilled in martial arts to accompany her. Ensure the eldest miss's safety at all times." Xiao Zhenguan instructed without delay. He did not know what Zhenhua Tower specialized in, but since Jiang Wan enjoyed going there, it was surely a place favored by young ladies. His own flesh and blood must not be neglected. The steward promptly agreed. Xiao Yunzhuo earnestly persuaded Qin Yang. At first, Qin Yang was stubborn, but under Xiao Yunzhuo's persistent nagging and firm restraint, she reluctantly settled down and continued listening to the scriptures. The next morning, a new maid appeared before her eyes. She was about 18 years old, her complexion not particularly fair, but her eyes exceptionally spirited. Xiao Yunzhuo glanced once and immediately knew she was a trained practitioner. "Young mistress, I, Song Chui, have been dispatched by the general to safeguard you. From this day forth, I shall remain steadfastly by your side without ever leaving your presence," she declared with unwavering resolve. Her mother had once been the general's appointed maidservant assigned to protect the lady, yet after merely 2 months, she was dismissed by the lady herself. The lady held no fondness for the general's personally selected attendants. Every maid had to be personally vetted by her. Left with no alternative, her mother found her father in the estate, married him, and bore her. From a young age, she exhibited a fondness for martial arts. But her parents always insisted it was futile. Her mistress had no use for such skills. She felt quite disheartened, believing her fate was to live like her mother, tending to the fields. Yet, unexpectedly, the young mistress lacked attendance. Seeing the young mistress fix her gaze upon her, Song Chui hurriedly added, "Young mistress, please rest assured. I have hunted great beasts alongside my father in the mountains. Henceforth, Winter Qi and I shall tend to you together, guaranteeing that no ill-intentioned soul shall ever approach you by so much as a single step." Xiao Yunzhuo was mildly surprised. Such spirit, truly the fearlessness of a newborn calf confronting a tiger. Must she be inseparable? Xiao Yunzhuo felt a twinge of concern. "You have quite the courage."
Don't you?
"I set out already prepared to lay down my life for you. I have bid farewell to my parents." Song Chui responded with boundless enthusiasm. "The general said the young mistress is unwell, that she is timid and easily frightened. Therefore, from now on, should anyone threaten the young mistress's safety, they must be dealt with immediately, eradicated without hesitation, so she shall never again be endangered." Looking at the young mistress's delicate, fair complexion, she truly appeared fragile. Such a pitiable young mistress, she would devote her very life to her henceforth. "Are you afraid of ghosts?" Xiao Yunzhuo hesitated, then asked cautiously, "If you saw one, would you run away?" "Even if the king of hell himself appeared, I would never abandon the young mistress." Song Chui exclaimed promptly. Nearby, Winter Qi, witnessing this, also declared immediately, "I am the same." Xiao Yunzhuo nodded slightly. As for Winter Qi, she could be excused. She simply worked to earn a living and usually took care of household chores. There was no need for this maid to live in constant fear over a mere pittance of monthly wages. But Song Chui's fierce spirit and martial fervor made her feel almost guilty for not letting her take the lead. Upon realizing Xiao Yunzhuo intended to keep her close, Song Chui's spirit soared. She promptly positioned herself just behind Xiao Yunzhuo, stepping forward with each of her steps, her eyes sweeping the surroundings like a hawk scrutinizing its prey. Xiao Yunzhuo found her quite amusing. Eldest miss, Master has arranged a seat for you at Xinhua Tower. Tomorrow you may go there with your cousin, Winter Qi relayed. Xinhua Tower? Xiao Yunzhuo recalled the prior arrangement made with Meng Yongxi. I will go with Miss Meng. You may tell Jiangwan not to wait for me, she said. Winter Qi acknowledged swiftly. At that moment, Jiangwan was accompanying the dowager to watch a play, her demeanor obedient and mature, executing her duties with just the right touch. The dowager, naturally a forgiving soul, could find no fault in her. Yet whenever she saw Jiangwan's perpetually gentle and compliant smile, unease crept into the dowager's heart. A girl of 16 should not appear so subdued. When Xiao Yunzhuo's intentions reached the dowager and Jiangwan's expression remained unchanged. Zhuo has already arranged to meet someone in advance. It is not that she is neglecting you, Awan. Please do not take it to heart, the dowager said, looking at her. Jiangwan understood well that unlike her aunt, the dowager would not tolerate any disparaging remarks about Xiao Yunzhuo in her presence. Thus, at that moment, she hastened to smile and said, Cousin has made friends so swiftly. I truly rejoice for her. We are all going to Xinhua Tower after all. It will be perfectly fine to sit together with Cousin and Miss Meng. By the way, there will be many zither masters and famous zither there. Awan knows a little about the zither and can help Cousin invite a master to come teach. She was gentle and gracious, her words and actions free from the slightest fault. You and Zhuo have different temperaments. She will do as she pleases. If you see a friend, just attend to yourself. There's no need to specially mind her, the dowager advised. Awan, you are the family's cousin miss. No less in status than Zhuo. Treat this house as your own home. There is no need to curry favor with anyone or to be concerned about others. Do you understand? Jiangwan paused briefly, then smiled and nodded. Awan understands. You and Zhuo are not siblings by blood, but living in the Xiao family. You are both good children of the house. I am old now, and in my remaining years, I will do my utmost to pave the way for you young ones. Though I admittedly care for Zhuo more in matters of the heart, whatever I can give you, I will treat equally, the dowager said, gazing deeply at her, hoping the young girl would comprehend. A family must never be torn apart by internal strife. Since this person remains in the household, she must be well taught. The dowager cherishes me. I am well aware of that. Awan will not disappoint you. Jiangwan responded earnestly. The dowager should have felt relieved and pleased hearing this. Yet for some reason, she sensed that Jiangwan might not truly take her words to heart. Jiangwan stayed with the dowager for quite some time. Still, the dowager felt she could not allow such a young girl to remain constantly by her side and forcibly send her back. Upon leaving the dowager's courtyard, Jiangwan's face showed signs of weariness. She knew she could choose not to curry favor with the dowager, but she understood even better that only by greeting her with a smile and performing excellently could she leave the dowager with no reason to dismiss her. They spoke so sweetly, claiming she was the same as Xiao Yunzhuo.
How could that be?
The dowager came from the Hu family and held many valuable things. Yet they had only bestowed upon her a single set of head ornaments. If she were truly regarded as a beloved granddaughter, the next step would be to take her to the Hu family to cultivate connections, would it not? This sense of discontent only surfaced once Jiangwan returned to her own courtyard. Thinking of Xiao Yunzhuo also attending Xinhua Tower, Jiangwan's frustration deepened. She had intended to invite Mastering to Xinhua Tower to return home and instruct her in the zither. If Xiao Yunzhuo disliked her and deliberately caused a scene to embarrass her, how could she possibly secure a master? A mere country bumpkin. Would she understand the intricacies of zither music? Xiao Yunzhuo's first visit to such a place would surely be in resplendent attire. With the garments sent by Gao Shen cloth shop, how could she possibly compare? Tomorrow's ensemble would require much careful thought. Contemplating her clothing, Jiangwan glanced at the pitch-black sky outside and suddenly remembered that Xiao Wenyan had not come to see her. Did second cousin and cousin kneel at the ancestral hall again? Jiangwan inquired. Yes, I heard it was once more on account of the young mistress. Her maidservant was brought from the Jiang family and is very loyal to her, came the reply. Jiangwan was about to rest, but immediately perked up. Bring some refreshments from the small kitchen and go see them. Xiao Yunzhuo's tendency to offend others was a good thing. The more fiercely she offended, the more her cousins would feel fondness for her. As long as this legitimate young mistress remained in the Xiao family, others would no longer care for her. The cousin miss. Therefore, no matter what, she must make Xiao Yunzhuo understand that having left the position vacant for over a decade, she no longer had the right to compete. Within the ancestral hall, Xiao Wenyu and Xiao Wenyan still knelt. Both looked somewhat unwell. having been severely punished this time, especially Xiao and Yu, whose clothing bore marks of having been torn by branches. Why was their uncle so furious this time? Even when they had to kneel before, they were at least allowed to eat. Hadn't their cousin spoken up for them? Jiangwan hurriedly delivered the items. Xiao Wenyan was now beyond tears. He deeply regretted ever speaking ill of Xiao Yun Zhuo. His father seemed intent on their demise. She cared nothing for their lives. Xiao Wenyan felt utterly helpless. With their father as their backing, he was certain he could never contend with her. Perhaps he should go beg her? Tomorrow she still has to go to Xinghua Tower to listen to the qin. I imagine her spirits must be quite high, Jiangwan whispered softly. She still has to go listen to the qin. How heartless. Xiao Wenyan exclaimed furiously. Seeing Jiangwan's expression falter, he hurriedly added, Awan. I'm not talking about you. I know you've long been prepared to go. You're not like her. What does Xiao Yunzhuo understand? This one tea do. We can't keep kneeling like this forever, Jiangwan said as she spoke. I'll stay with you all. I refuse to believe that uncle would punish me as well. Yan, I told you I would take good care of you. So naturally, I will share your fortunes and misfortunes. Xiao Wenyan felt touched deep inside. Awan, you're truly the best to me. With mother gone, you're all I have left. Jiangwan patted Xiao Wenyan's back. Cousin, you must know why my mother was sent away, right? At that moment, Xiao Wenyu suddenly spoke. Ever since mother left home, he had harbored doubts about the matter. It was absolutely impossible that it was because of Steward Tian. Jiangwan's hand trembled slightly, and she quickly forced a faint smile. I don't know either. Uncle, wouldn't he tell me?
Ha!
Xiao Wenyu sneered sarcastically. How could Jiangwan not know? Her sources had always been the most reliable. In the past, whichever friend he made outside, or wherever he went behind mother's back, Jiangwan could always relay the information accurately to mother. If she refused to speak, it must be because this matter was mother's fault. A grave mistake mother had committed. Xiao Wenyu needed no further contemplation to guess some truth in his heart. He only wished to hear the facts with his own ears.
Kneel properly then.
So greedy, be careful you don't choke. Xiao Wenyu glanced at Xiao Wenyan and casually knocked the snack from his hand. Then coldly said to Jiangwan, this is the ancestral hall of our Xiao family. Cousin, after all, you bear the Jiang surname. Do not enter casually. Jiangwan grew anxious, her eyes misted as she spoke cautiously. Then I'll be going now, Yan. I'll just watch for you at the gate from now on. Xiao Wenyan felt even more aggrieved. Why is this happening? Father is like this. Second brother is like this. They're both bullying him. He's hungry, just wants a bite of a snack. Must they starve him to death? Jiangwan quickly left, her heart still uneasy. She glanced back at her second cousin, who was still being punished on his knees, feeling as if everything she possessed was slowly slipping away to Xiao Yunzhuo. She must swiftly find her own purpose and settle her future life. Early in the morning, the Xiao family prepared 2 carriages. When the time came, Xiao Yunzhuo departed, with Song Chui trailing closely behind. Jiangwan had prepared early, sitting inside the carriage waiting. When Xiao Yunzhuo emerged, she immediately lifted the curtain, surveying her attire from head to toe. She found that Xiao Yunzhuo had not specially dressed up. She wore the finest embroidered garments sold at Gaoshan Cloth Workshop, well-crafted, but fairly common in style. Jiangwan breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, cousin elder sister was also going to Xinghua Tower. If you don't understand what's going on later, just nod and smile. I know many people, and will notify friends in advance. If anyone mocks you, Awan will stand up for you. Jiangwan's tone was gentle and caring, but her eyes carried a trace of sarcasm. Xiao Yunzhuo paused, turning her head to look at her. This person sitting in the carriage spoke as if from a lofty height, as if bestowing charity upon her. The last time they met outside, she only struck Xiao Wenyan and merely warned Jiangwan. After all, it hadn't hurt her personally, so Jiangwan never learned her lesson. Her patience had limits. She had given chances that were not treasured, so she could not be blamed for showing no mercy. Mrs. going out and even drawing money from the account? How much? Xiao Yunzhuo asked the steward, who personally saw her off. The new steward was startled and quickly bowed his head. Today at Xinghua Tower, there will be famous qin and musical scores for sale. Before Madame left, she said to give Miss a silver note of 1,000 taels for today's use. 1,000 taels? That's excessive. The eldest master's monthly allowance is only 50 taels. I took nothing on this trip. Miss is a guest. How can she use the family's money? Please ask Miss to disembark and repay the money. Xiao Yunzhuo said calmly. Does the family have mountains of gold and silver? A single trip requires 1,000 taels? The steward hesitated briefly, but immediately nodded in compliance. If anyone in the family spent the most, it was naturally the second young master and Mississippi. The eldest master had been studying outside, the old madam subsidized him, and he was diligent and frugal, often saving some of his 50 taels monthly. Miss was cherished like a treasure by madam. Take today as attire, for example. It was specially ordered by madam before. A new outfit for the new year, exquisitely crafted, warm yet light. The embroidered pink butterflies seemed alive. The accessories were no less remarkable. The hollowed ivory incense ball was a gift from the old madam to madam, then passed to Mississippi. The incense pellets inside were concocted by a famous perfumer in the capital, with a unique fragrance. Madam truly doted on Mississippi. If Miss returned to the Jiang family, she could never dream of having such fine things. The steward immediately had Jiang Wan's coachman pull aside. The young Miss commands that Miss not trouble us, the steward said in a weak tone. Jiang Wan's face changed. This was promised to me by aunt before. She also receives a monthly allowance, but only 30 taels each month, which she saves. Food, clothing, and lodging are all counted separately. You said it yourself. That was in the past. Yun Zhuo raised an eyebrow casually. Since you live in the Xiao family, you should consider the household's finances. Steward Yi, isn't the carriage a bit too extravagant? Too ostentatious. Our family has no noble title now. Such display is inappropriate. Remove all the excessive decorations. After saying this, Yun Zhuo felt quite relieved. The newly appointed steward, Yi, was extremely obedient. If steward Yi had not obeyed, she would have had to do it herself, which would have been too rash and rough. Having someone by her side was indeed much easier. Father arranging song chui for her was truly a blessing. You can't do this. Jiang Wan was frightened. But steward Yi had already ordered the removal to begin, and even agreed with the young Miss's decision. The Xiao family appeared prosperous on the surface. But the accounts were tight. The noble title was revoked, the public fields lost. Fortunately, the family was small, so it was not insolvent, but it could not withstand Miss S. extravagant spending. It's only a matter of willingness, not ability. Jiang Wan, I thought you understood. I have warned you that the road ahead is a chasm, yet you insist on stepping into it. This choice is truly foolish. Yun Zhuo frowned, glanced at her once more, then boarded her carriage and departed. Yun Zhuo left, but the steward remained. Jiang Wan was forcibly made to disembark from the carriage. The maids around her looked anxiously at her. Jiang Wan's face flushed deeply. She had no choice but to hand over the silver note, then grit her teeth and order the maids to return to the courtyard to fetch money from her private treasury. Aunt is not home. They all listened to Yun Zhuo. As an outsider, she could only allow Yun Zhuo to bully her. Yet clearly, Yun Zhuo had been cast out before. She was the one who had dutifully served aunt all these years and carefully read the Xiao family's moods. Why should she retreat and give way to Yun Zhuo as soon as she arrived? Watching her own exclusive carriage stripped down to plainness, Jiang Wan's handkerchief was nearly torn to shreds in her grasp. Yet she did not even have the leisure to pity herself. The Qin melodies of Xinhua Tower wait for no one. At the appointed hour, Yun Zhuo and Meng Yongsu met outside Xinhua Tower and entered together, perched by the lakeside. Xinhua Tower rose 3 stories high, commanding the finest scenery, birdsong in the air, the whisper of the forest, shimmering waves, and fish leaping as if stepping into a celestial realm. However, since it lay beyond the capital, one could not make a day trip. An overnight stay or 2 at a nearby villa was necessary. This time, the seats were hard to come by. Meng Yongsu leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, "This Qin master, barely 30 years old, is not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also possesses extraordinary skill and spirit. Many have come today just for her. By the way, she carries an ancient guqin she intends to sell at a low price to a talented junior." "What kind of guqin?" Yun Zhuo inquired with curiosity. "This qin is named Jiuxiao. It's quite old. Legend has it that before the founding of the previous dynasty, the land was plagued by relentless natural disasters. Particularly in the northwest, a severe drought lasted 3 years. A recluse, moved by the people's suffering, posted an imperial edict calling for rain. He played this qin continuously for 7 days, as if sending the people's plea up to the 9th heaven. After those 7 days, sweet rain descended, truly ending the drought. Alas, no one knows where he went afterward. Many say he coughed up blood and died following his supplication. Because of this, the Jiuxiao qin became renowned as the finest guqin under heaven. Should it truly be sold, few could afford it. The qin master only asks for 1,000 silver coins, hoping to find someone whose musical spirit resonates with hers. Meng Yongsu certainly knew much. Yun Zhuo listened to the tale and found it oddly familiar. Her master had once mentioned that their sect had a foolish leader. The power to beseech rain was not difficult for the lord of the Hidden Spirit sect. The question was whether the body could endure the toll. To entreat the heavens, one must possess sufficient cultivation or merit. Without it, one would merely exhaust oneself to a husk, and not a single drop would fall. That leader's ability was not exceptional, but he possessed a heart moved by the plight of the world. During the Great Drought, witnessing the people's desperate struggle, he was deeply shaken and spared no effort in praying for rain, a vast, prolonged downpour. Ultimately, the rain came, but his own strength was insufficient to sustain the offering. Thus, he perished. Subsequent sect leaders also lived short lives. The Hidden Spirit sect was already limited by fate, and after that sacrificial rain prayer, its fortunes declined further. Her master said such deeds were great acts of benevolence, but advised against emulating them. The master also remarked that this leader rarely cultivated, preferring to play the qin, recite poetry, and wander the world. Having neglected small virtues daily, he suddenly made a monumental request of heaven. That the rain fell at all was a miracle. It was fortunate he was not struck down by lightning on the spot. Therefore, without sufficient merit, one must never commit such self-sacrificing acts for the future of the sect. Yun Zhuo had previously regarded this merely as a story, never expecting to hear it recounted by others. She grew even more eager to see that Guqin, once carrying the people's suffering up to the ninth heaven. Her eyes brightened. As they walked and chatted, many passed by along the lakeside corridor. Occasionally, curious gazes lingered on Yun Zhuo, full of inquiry and intrigue. She met these straightforward looks openly and with composure. Though there were seats on the corridor, they were more remote, offering only faint qin sounds. The two proceeded toward Xinghua Tower, ultimately settling in a position somewhat forward. Seated beside Meng Yongsu was the famed Miss Xiao of the Xiao family, likely the Judge Xiao. Behind them, whispers arose. "Hush, keep your voice down. I only heard these past 2 days that her temper is terrible. Speak so, and she may bear a grudge. What's the fuss? They say she's greedy, got a lot of ill-gotten goods. Even Madame Xiao, her own mother, can't control her. We've met Madame Xiao too. She's gentle but fell ill from anger and had to recuperate. These seats are reserved long in advance. How could she be here?" Meng Yongsu seemed unaware of what had bewitched her. "She looks kind on the surface, but is truly wicked. When I arrived, I saw Jiangwan." "Jiangwan? What about her?" "Madame Xiao dotes on Jiangwan, though she's only a cousin. She's had no shortage of food or clothing these years, right? Guess what?"
Tell me.
"I saw her dressed plainly, her clothes and jewelry far more humble than before. When I casually asked, she shrank away in silence. Madame Xiao is absent. Who knows how Jiangwan's life will be from now on? She doesn't spare even her own cousin. Others are certainly ignored. She's truly from the bottom up, lacking both manners and generosity." Meng Yongsu could not fight, only catching fragments of the gossip, while Yun Zhuo heard every word clearly. At this moment, the maid stood outside awaiting orders, unable to approach lest even Song Chui overhear such idle chatter. Yun Zhuo glanced back. From the corner of her eye, she spotted Jiangwan, who had just arrived and sat 5 or 6 rows back. Jiangwan had changed clothes. The jewelry and finery she wore upon leaving were gone, replaced by extreme simplicity. Her eyes were still red-rimmed. Upon sitting, someone nearby looked at her with curious concern. She forced a tight smile, a mixture of grievance and endurance. "Miss Xiao, what is wrong?" Meng Yongsu asked, puzzled. In that puzzled gaze was also admiration. At this moment, Meng Yongsu's eyes held nothing but Xinghua Tower and the person before her. Miss Xiao was beautiful and kind-hearted. Now sitting beside her, Meng Yongsu had specially used the plum blossom balm Miss Xiao gave her. Their fragrances were the same. Since meeting Miss Xiao, she felt luckier. This was the first time she had such a mysterious friend. Yun Zhuo looked toward the two speaking ill of her. They fell silent for a moment, then nervously averted their eyes. They did not fear Yun Zhuo per se, but having heard of her reckless deeds, they feared she might do something astonishing in anger. They still cared about their reputations. "Is your bitterness because you bore a child before marriage?" Yun Zhuo fixed her gaze on the fiercest speaker, unflinchingly asking. The girl hesitated, then snapped, "Who are you talking about?"
You.
"Just now, you said I had a bad temper, right? Well, I figured I shouldn't let you speak unjustly without reply, lest others think you slander me." Yun Zhuo answered seriously. Meng Yongsu was shocked and quickly glanced over, as if pricked by a hedgehog. "Qi, did you speak ill of Miss Xiao?" Qi's cheeks flushed with discomfort. She had only whispered before, but now that it was pointed out, the feeling was different. Yet with several nearby watching, she could not back down. "I only said a few truths. Look at Jiangwan, what she has been put through. Only you are foolish enough to be deceived by her and bring her to such a place. And, did you hear the thing she just said? We're all daughters. She dared accuse me of bearing a child before marriage. If it were me, I would tear her mouth apart. She deserves it. Qi Wei bit her lip in fury. Meng Yongsu's expression flickered, then she cast a complex look toward Qi Wei. Miss Xiao's words must be right. Meng Yongsu placed immense trust in Xiao Yunzhuo. Qi Wei, considering the close bond between us, I think once you return home, you should have your mother investigate whether your fiancé indeed has a child. Meng Yongxi, have you lost your mind? How could you? How dare you insult me so? Qi Wei was taken aback. I had heard long ago that you were bewitched by this Judge Xiao. At first, I thought those rumors were exaggerated, but now seeing this, you are clearly possessed. She and your fiancé have been childhood sweethearts. The two families have always been on good terms. Although their family background cannot compare to yours, their character is noble. He has adored her since they were little. Yet Xiao Yunzhuo deliberately uses this to disgust her. Such malice is truly vile.
No.
You must believe me. Miss Xiao would never falsely accuse anyone. Meng Yongxi spoke earnestly. Besides, we are not close to Jiangwan. On what grounds do you defend her? Miss Xiao is my benefactor and dear friend. If you do not wish to fall out with me, you must never bully Miss Xiao again. Otherwise, we shall sever all ties. Xiao Yunzhuo quietly turned her head away. Their quarrel was rather childish. Qi Wei was infuriated by Meng Yongxi. They had been close friends, often gathering for small get-togethers. When Meng Yongxi's younger brother fell ill last time, she frequently wrote letters to comfort her. Yet, unexpectedly, she had turned her back on her friend. Qi Wei felt the sting of betrayal. Her eyes reddened slightly. I truly never imagined you to be such a person, to break ties with me over this wicked woman. Humph. Qi Wei, you shall not call Miss Xiao a wicked woman. Meng Yongxi retorted angrily. Isn't she? She opens her mouth only to ruin my reputation and marriage prospects. Isn't that vile enough? And Jiangwan, just you wait. Suddenly, Qi Wei rose and strode toward where Jiangwan sat. Jiangwan, like a leaf drifting in the wind, was gently pulled over by her. Look at Jiangwan. Isn't she being bullied by this Judge Xiao? Qi Wei, now beside herself with anger, momentarily forgot the many onlookers around. Miss Qi, thank you. But my cousin truly has not bullied me, Jiangwan replied cautiously, her demeanor frightened. I know you were frightened by her. When I saw you earlier, your eyes were red from crying. My maid spoke with your maid, who said Xiao Yunzhuo forbade you from wearing beautiful clothes and ornaments, fearing you would outshine her. Your maid also said you came in such a hurry because she was unwilling for you to spend money on a chain, even snatching away the silver your aunt prepared for you. Qi Wei exclaimed, her anger barely contained. Jiangwan bit her lip. It's not my cousin's fault. It's all my own doing. I shouldn't have spent the family's money. After all, that chain was very expensive, 1,000 taels. But if it could buy the 9 heavens, no price would be too high. How much affection did Lady Xiao once have for you? Now that Xiao Yunzhuo has returned, she treats you so coldly. I simply cannot stand it. Meng Yongxi, take a good look. Who you are defending is utterly arrogant and disdainful. Xiao Yunzhuo pursed her lips. She had come to listen to the qin, not to eavesdrop on gossip. However, since the accusations had been directed at her, she could not remain silent. Turning to Qi Wei and Jiangwan, she said, You think she is being bullied by me and is pitiable? Isn't that so? Qi Wei lifted her chin slightly. You are right. Xiao Yunzhuo looked at Jiangwan and suddenly smiled brightly. I cannot tolerate others, so from today onward, Jiangwan shall no longer return to the Xiao household. Miss Qi, you are magnanimous. Why don't you take her with you? Qi Wei was stunned. Is this how one argues? Shouldn't you immediately prove you have not mistreated Jiangwan? How could you instead drive her away? Jiangwan is not a kitten or puppy. She is your cousin, and you should treat her with courtesy. Qi Wei hurriedly protested, unaware of Jiangwan's utterly devastated expression. Being pulled out in public was bad enough, but now Xiao Yunzhuo treated her with such contempt. Qi Wei appeared to be helping her, but her method was foolish, robbing Jiangwan of all dignity in an instant, leaving her as a homeless wretch mocked by others. She is only my cousin, not an ancestor of my family. Why should I show her respect or courtesy? Xiao Yunzhuo said calmly and with conviction. You call me Judge Xiao, and I suppose others see me the same way. In that case, I see no need to endure so-called benevolence for the sake of an outsider. At that moment, Xiao Yunzhuo suddenly understood what it meant to be brazen and fearless. She had never imagined that the old lady and her father would tear apart their relationship with her mother over her past. She neither believed nor wished to harbor any hope. Yet the fact remained, the Jiang family was driven out. Though they did not avenge her or make Jiangwan experience the despair and pain she once endured, they had taken a step in her direction. That was enough to make her feel she still mattered. Thus, unconsciously, she felt that this was her home. Xiao Yunzhuo was somewhat surprised by these small emotions. ones she had never experienced before. This was the first time she had bullied others with her power. It felt rather good. Yun Zhuo appeared quite pleased, but Qi Wei was bewildered. Seeing Jiangwan bowing her head pitifully, she grew even more anxious. How can you be so heartless? Jiangwan cared for your mother for 10 years. How can you drive her out like this? Do you have no conscience? I do not. Yun Zhuo answered seriously. Qi Wei was at a loss. You are shameless. Yes. Yun Zhuo did not care about her reputation in this regard. After all, being called a judge was not exactly flattering. Jiangwan's tears streamed down her face as she began to speak. Yun Zhuo looked at her thoughtfully. You changed into this outfit today because I took all your belongings, correct? In that case, you need not go home to pack your things anymore.
No.
Cousin, I truly did not say those things. Jiangwan cried hurriedly. I was overthinking it myself. I was afraid that dressing nicely would outshine you, so I deliberately changed clothes. It was all in my mind.
Cousin, I am sorry. I did not mean to.
Yun Zhuo was utterly mad. She had no shame. What benefit could she gain from forcing her like this in front of so many people? Jiangwan was desperate inside, never imagining Yun Zhuo would act so recklessly and with such ruthlessness. With such a harsh reputation, was she not afraid that she would never marry? Yet she dared not confront Yun Zhuo head-on because of the things her aunt had given her. Those were her source of confidence, her future security. If she dared to bite Yun Zhuo now, that madwoman might seize everything she owned. Oh, so you were the one making wild guesses? Then why did your maid tell Miss Qi made so many things? Yun Zhuo asked, seemingly puzzled. That maid always overthinks, assuming I was bullied by you. But I really wasn't. After I return, I will deal with her. Cousin, I was wrong. It's all my fault. Jiangwan's head bowed low to the dust. Qi Wei was somewhat dazed, her wide eyes full of confusion. That maid truly was audacious. Telling others that I took your belongings. How detestable. Yun Zhuo cast a cold glance at Jiangwan, but if they wished to end such rumors, the best way was for us never to see each other again. For the sake of our family's relationship, it is also unsuitable for you, my cousin, to continue residing here. Don't you agree? Jiangwan clenched her delicate fists beneath her sleeves. She had expected her uncle would not keep her and that the old lady would send her away. But she had never imagined that Yun Zhuo would openly order her out in such a setting. She would rather have others deem her ruthless and heartless, leaving no room for compromise. Such mercilessness was never her intention. Yet, if she possessed any self-respect, she could not help but respond at this moment. To cling shamelessly to the Xiao family would only invite ridicule. With this in mind, Jiangwan could only silently straighten her spine, conceal the grievance and tears in her eyes, and say with weighty resolve, Cousin, you speak rightly. After returning tomorrow, I shall move out of the Xiao household. It is only that my heart remains deeply concerned for Aunt. Once she recovers and returns home, I will come to visit her. I hope Cousin can understand. She had confidence in her musical talents. If today she could obtain the qin belonging to mastering, or even receive guidance from her, the loss would not be too great. After all, Aunt was still alive, and Yun Zhuo would not be laughing in victory forever. Jiangwan lowered her head, while Qi Wei, seeing her timidity, grew exceedingly angry. In her eyes, since Yun Zhuo had bullied Jiangwan, she ought to show some backbone. Jiangwan was not an orphan without parents. Even if driven away, she had places to go. There was no reason to be pushed back again and again by Yun Zhuo. Fine. It was that maid stirring up trouble carelessly. And Jiangwan herself admitted it was a misunderstanding. Why are you still angry? Meng Yongxi brightened immediately upon seeing Jiangwan fall silent. Qi Wei, Miss Xiao is not the kind of person you think. She has a kind heart. At this moment, Jiangwan remained silent and promptly returned to her seat. The humiliation of today, she vowed, would one day be avenged against Yun Zhuo. Qi Wei snorted but obediently sat down as well. Yet Meng Yongxi turned back and whispered softly, You know, my mother has recently been arranging a marriage for me. I once thought my cousin from Aunt's side was quite suitable, but Miss Xiao said I have a peach blossom calamity recently. After careful thought, it must be linked to that cousin. So I investigated, and only then discovered that scoundrel cousin had not formally betrothed me but was secretly entangling himself with my maid. How could she endure such a thing? Consequently, that maid was driven away and fled to seek refuge with the cousin, who was preparing for the imperial examination.
Now,
he too had been expelled by his mother, and was lodging out in an outside. She even wished to tell Qi Wei that Yun Zhuo's insight was so keen that he could perceive even her constitution. But her infertility was an unseemly matter, so she could not speak it plainly. Should she dare mention it, Qi Wei would become like a firecracker. She would agree to anything except speak ill of her Qiu cousin. Qi Wei was about to continue arguing when a faint sound of qin music drifted down from the Shengguo pavilion. Instantly, everyone fell silent, and Qi Wei could only glare dumbly at Meng Yongxi and close her mouth. Xiao Yunzhuo followed the sound and saw, at the pavilion's scenic viewing area, many qin masters seated. Among them, one woman was the most striking. Her hands gently rested on the strings, lightly plucking, producing exquisite melodies. This must be the famed qin mastering Su, spoken of by many. Xiao Yunzhuo was not too far away, but could clearly see the woman's appearance. Mastering was slender, with a cool and aloof aura, and her beauty was breathtakingly unforgettable. Yet, what impressed Xiao Yunzhuo most was not her enchanting visage, but the spirit that seemed to be fading. The woman appeared like a dying lamp, dim and unclear. With little time left, the qin in Mastering's hands was likely the Jiuxiao. Such a treasured heirloom was rarely given away lightly, unless the owner knew her days were numbered and sought a new master for the Jiuxiao. Before turning 18, Mastering's fate had surely been harsh. Xiao Yunzhuo gazed and sighed involuntarily. Mastering was indeed a pitiable soul. Her father had once been the prefect of Anzhou and an accomplished scholar. Moreover, Mastering believed that women should not suffer under patriarchal oppression, so he had established a school for girls locally and detested families who drowned female infants. He had petitioned the late emperor multiple times to reform the law, but alas, his rigid character offended a corrupt official. He was falsely accused of rebellion and lost his life. Although the case was later overturned, it came too late, Meng Yongxi whispered. After Master Ng's father died, his wife followed him in death, leaving the young Master Ng orphaned. She first entered the musical registry, but after the case was overturned, she was freed and adopted by a close friend of her father. Yet this friend only sought a good reputation and disapproved of her father's progressive views, even looking down on women. This was intolerable to Ng Su, so she left. Since then, she had wandered far and wide. Thus, the qin melodies she played bore the clarity born of having tasted worldly suffering. The latter half of each piece by Mastering sounded especially distinct, capable even of inspiring birds to dance, painting a scene of exquisite beauty, though the weather was still cold, so such a sight was absent. Meng Yongxi continued to whisper her introduction. Xiao Yunzhuo nodded and listened attentively. By the end, she understood why Meng Yongxi spoke so. Because the latter half of the melody resembled the ancient melody of her Xuanshen sect. Some tunes could summon and soothe souls. Others could harmonize the 5 elements and benefit body and mind, akin to talismans, only differing in form. When Ng Su played, the surrounding yin and evil energy was somewhat dispelled. Simply put, at that moment, her vicinity became a naturally formed sanctuary, and living creatures were most sensitive to this. Thus, when birds or beasts were nearby, they were drawn toward the music. When Mastering finished playing, the audience remained in a daze for a long while. I sincerely thank all of you for coming today. I am deeply grateful. The qin I just played is the Jiuxiao, which I obtained by chance. I once promised my late master to find a worthy owner for the Jiuxiao. If anyone is interested, you may enter the pavilion to try your affinity with the qin. After a gentle bow to everyone, Ng Su spoke. Nearly every guest beneath the Shengguo pavilion was eager to try. They had not come solely for the Jiuxiao. Many renowned masters resided in the pavilion. These people were no longer short of silver, and were mostly of refined temperament. Even when accepting disciples, they chose only those who pleased their eye, which was the primary purpose of most present. Jiangwan did not rush forward first. People always scrutinized their purchases thoroughly, all the more so when selecting disciples. The first to step forward would only be a stepping stone. Your cousin's skill at the qin is quite good. At the princess's birthday, many young ladies were invited to perform, and she was among them. Even the princess praised her playing, Meng Yongxi reminded Xiao Yunzhuo. If she obtains the Jiuxiao, I fear her pride will soar to the heavens. If she can achieve that, I will hold her in higher regard. Xiao Yunzhuo replied with a composed attitude. She understood the qin intent Mastering sought, something Jiangwan did not possess. Yet if she did not seek the Jiuxiao, she could likely achieve a favorable outcome today. As Xiao Yunzhuo spoke, a brave soul had already stepped into the Shengguo pavilion. All present had come prepared. So soon after ascending, they began to play. The melodies were lofty, melodious, and deeply moving. I admit my skill does not match an ancient qin like the Jiuxiao. So I came only to listen to Mastering's music today. I am the second young lady of the Ningigua Duke's household. If Mastering is willing, you are welcome to visit the Duke's mansion in the future. My mother greatly admires talented women like you and has long wished to befriend you. I hope Master Ng will graciously honor us, said a girl, radiant and bold, her face confident and serene as she smiled. At her unrestrained voice, some could not help but glance toward Xiao Yunzhuo. Had Xiao Yunzhuo's grandfather not committed a grave error years ago, her status now would be as noble as that second young lady above. The advantages conferred by a noble title extend far beyond mere stipends or the privileges of public lands. Take, for instance, the young lady of the Ningyi Duke's household. Her grandmother hailed from a distinguished lineage, and her birth mother was a princess. Even if she were never to marry into the royal family, she would assuredly never be wed into a fallen house like the Xiao family, which had been stripped of its title. Generations of strategic alliances, uniting strength with strength, ensure that the family's prosperity will only grow, provided no foolish ancestor like the grandfather of the Xiao family appears to jeopardize it. Such proud heritage is a rarity not afforded to all. Yet, Xiao Yunzhuo could have possessed this, but tragically lost everything, which evokes a deep sigh of lament. At this moment, Master Ing Qin regarded the second young lady with great courtesy. I am grateful for your high regard. You are a straightforward person, and your melody is lively and spirited. I, Ing Su, feel humbled by your skill. Should there be an opportunity in the future, I shall not disappoint your invitation. Ing Su's words implied an open door for future guidance, though nothing more beyond that. Soon after, several other young ladies approached in succession, each with their own distinctive musical style. Ing Su listened attentively, revealing her genuine expertise. A mere brief observation enabled her to discern each lady's unique traits and even recommend suitable instructors for them. The atmosphere was warm and convivial. Before long, Jiangwan rose to her feet, though a hint of nervousness stirred within her. She had carefully observed Master Ing Qin's demeanor and noted that she bore no prejudice regarding social status. Though she admired the second young lady of the Duke's household, she treated the daughter of a minor 6th-rank official's concubine with equal kindness and respect. It seemed that what she valued most was the resilience of character. Jiangwan suddenly felt a measure of relief. Perhaps it was a blessing that she had dressed simply today. She lifted her head and straightened her posture, her eyes shining with a newfound light, exuding a spirit neither servile nor arrogant. Even Xiao Yunzhuo was taken aback by this sudden transformation. It must be said, Jiangwan was remarkably quick to read others' temperaments, managing in such a short span to discern Ing Su's preferences. Were it not for her own twisted and petty thoughts, she might have even admired this younger cousin. What a pity. I am the junior Jiangwan. I have long heard of Master Ing Qin's illustrious reputation. Upon learning that you are selecting disciples, I have taken the liberty to come and try my fortune. Jiangwan declared resolutely. Ing Su was somewhat surprised. Others had been more circumspect, inviting her only to a casual visit. Even those who aspired to the highest ranks never spoke so plainly. Yet this young lady displayed considerable boldness. Please, young lady, Ing Su said, casting an appreciative glance her way. Ing Su had endured many trials throughout her life. Orphaned at a young age was but the beginning. Later, when dependent on her uncle's household, they sought only to mold her into an obedient puppet, to be married off early when the time came. She had fiercely resisted, even to the point of severing ties, all to seek a path true to herself. Her parents had once told her, a woman is also a person. What a man can do, a woman can do too. She aspired to live by these words, to pursue her own heart's desire. She would never depend on another to live, and even if she fell into hardship, she would never trample upon her own soul. Thus, no matter how dire her circumstances, she never once regretted her choices. Now that she bore the name of Master Ing Qin, even public exposure brought no reproach. Yet after years of struggle, all she had attained was the freedom that ordinary boys were born into from the start. Therefore, whenever she encountered a woman as fiercely fearless as a blazing fire, she felt a deeper sense of concern. Jiangwan took her seat, fingers poised above the strings, and immediately began to play. As the melody unfolded, Ing Su's earlier admiration gradually settled into calm. The composition was intricate and profoundly mournful. Unless one had practiced diligently, it was difficult to express the piece fully. Yet Jiangwan played with remarkable fluency, not a single mistake to be found, evidence of considerable effort. However, this piece was entirely at odds with the demeanor she had just presented. Ing Su now discerned that the young lady was eager to showcase her ability, deliberately selecting a challenging piece. But complexity does not equate to superiority. If a piece does not suit her, no matter how many times she plays it, it will remain unsuitable. A 16-year-old girl, inexperienced and untested by life as hardships, could not truly grasp the spirit of the music. Her eagerness was premature. Ing Su felt a subtle pang of regret, but maintained a composed exterior. When Jiangwan finished, she stood before Ing Su once again, her demeanor open and dignified. I have heard of Master Ing Qin's life story and find myself somewhat akin to you. Whenever I face hardship or doubt, I think of your proud and unyielding spirit, which inspires and encourages me. To me, you have long been like a teacher. Yun Zhuo frowned. Ambition was commendable, but this cousin's words were ingratitude incarnate. You say our experiences are similar? Su was surprised. Most who come today are daughters of officials, aren't they? Mastering Qin, you too once depended on others in your early years, did you not? To be frank, I have lived with my aunt all these years. Though she treats me well, I can only rely on her alone. That is not truly my home, and it has its difficulties, Jiangwan admitted. Her words suggested she had suffered great hardship within the Xiao household, especially recalling Yun Zhuo's earlier brusque manner. It was not hard for onlookers to imagine Jiangwan's sorrow. It was truly excessive, like biting the hand that fed her. She did not even consider how Lady Xiao had treated her. An uninformed observer might have thought she was a biological daughter of the Xiao family. How could she now feign such grievous injustice?
It was all an act.
Meng Yongxi immediately grew indignant. She had resolved to move out of the Xiao residence and no longer needed to hold back. Yun Zhuo could not suppress a bitter laugh. Then he rose and strode toward Tsinghua Tower. Jiangwan sought to ascend the social ladder by leveraging mastering Su's name, a commendable ambition. But it was unseemly to trample upon her in the process. Meng Yongxi was shocked but quickly followed. She had invited Yun Zhuo to listen to the music, never expecting he could play, but now she did not object. If it was just a bit of a scene, she was not afraid to keep him company. Meng Yongxi, are you mad? Why accompany her? Behind them, Qi Yuer, seeing Meng Yongxi rise, hurried to catch up. This Xiao judge truly had zero tolerance for slights. And Jiangwan had merely spoken a few honest words. What was she trying to do? Was she planning to assault someone?
Don't stop me.
I will stand with Miss Xiao through thick and thin, Meng Yongxi declared, shaking off Qi Yuer's hand. Qi Yuer was dumbfounded. At that moment, she even began to suspect Yun Zhuo might be a man. How could he wield such charm to make Meng Yongxi follow him so recklessly? With no choice, she reluctantly trailed behind, cheeks burning with embarrassment. She was not trying to support Yun Zhuo. If anyone misunderstood, she would never dare show her face in public again. Why not try a different piece? The one you just played doesn't quite suit you. Try Autumn's Long Moon instead, though slow. It will open your heart and broaden your mind. Su offered Jiangwan another chance. Jiangwan's heart leapt with joy, and she readily agreed. That simple composition was naturally no challenge for her. At this moment, Su was not pitying Jiangwan's dependent circumstances. There were many pitiable souls in the world. One could not simply feel sympathy for anyone whose experiences resembled one's own. What she valued was Jiangwan's willingness to strive. Though her musical expression did not yet align with the highest standards, Su listened closely to her playing to better recommend a suitable master. The audience ascending the tower shared this intention, so she was determined to do her utmost, lest she waste others' time. As Jiangwan began to perform again, Su's regret deepened with every note. Autumn's Long Moon is undeniably a piece intimately entwined with the scenery, yet within its melody lies a vast and profound state of mind. When played masterfully, it bestows a serene tranquility upon the listener, evoking a profound enlightenment akin to awakening from a fleeting dream of grandeur. Such depths are beyond the reach of Jiangwan. Her spirit lacks the requisite subtlety to evoke this. As the final note faded, Yun Zhuo had already approached. Upon seeing her, Jiangwan was startled and inadvertently struck a string, producing a slightly jarring sound. I understand, cousin, that you dislike learning the zither, but I am still under the tutelage of mastering Qin. I humbly ask for your patience. If you have any grievances, we can discuss them once I return. Jiangwan said, neither servile nor defiant, but with a composed dignity. Meng Yongxi, witnessing her demeanor, felt a pang of frustration deep within. Yun Zhuo gently touched the strings. I was downstairs just now, and vaguely overheard you speak of being a dependent, likening yourself to mastering Qin. I could not help but come to see if your resilience has thickened your skin even more. Cousin, there are still many waiting below. Whatever punishment or reprimand I must accept, I shall bear it when I return. Moreover, I have promised you that I will move out of the Xiao household. So, I beseech you to cease your relentless pressure. Jiangwan's tone gained a newfound strength beyond what she had shown before. The more Yun Zhuo troubled her, the clearer it became that her life within the Xiao family was far from pleasant. Mastering Qin had already requested another performance from her, affirming that she was indeed distinct from others. Yun Zhuo's gaze grew colder. With a subtle lift of her hand, a gust of wind swept across Jiangwan's face. Cousin, you are being too cruel. Jiangwan clutched her cheek, her voice a mixture of grievance and indignation. Her eyes, stubborn and fierce, glared at Yun Zhuo. Master Qin, witnessing the scene, was taken aback and hurriedly pulled Jiangwan back. This young lady. Master Qin spoke with evident surprise, intending to intervene in the escalating tension. Did it not feel unjust to be struck for the sake of my family's ancestor? Xiao Yunzhuo cast her a cold glance. The zither you brought today was surely selected by my mother for you, something I never possessed. That is your fortune, but you ought not to desecrate it. If the Xiao family truly wronged you, you would not have the standing to make such brazen claims here. That much you should understand, and do not presume everyone to be fools, she said calmly. Meng Yongsu observed Xiao Yunzhuo with astonishment. This was a stark contrast to the image she had previously seen. On that day, her great-aunt had spoken harshly, provoking anger. Yet Xiao Yunzhuo had responded with calm retorts and refrained from physical retaliation. But now, her gaze toward Jiangwan bore unmistakable disdain. Clearly, Jiangwan's earlier words had struck a nerve. She had long since gathered information about Xiao Yunzhuo's circumstances within the Xiao household. It was originally assumed that Miss Xiao was distant and cold due to strained family relations, but the reality was otherwise. Her intolerance toward Jiangwan's slander of the Xiao family stemmed from genuine care for those at home. Yet, she was unwilling to admit it openly. Meng Yongsu suddenly grasped this subtle facet of Xiao Yunzhuo's temperament. Master Qin, I do not wish to cause you trouble. I shall regard my cousin's actions as if they never occurred. I have played 2 pieces already and hope you might offer some guidance. Jiangwan took a step back, embodying the utmost humility and stubbornness in her posture. Master Qin furrowed her brow. Having just witnessed the blow Jiangwan endured, she wondered if the young lady would even withstand hearing her true feelings. Perhaps I shall play a piece as well. Having met you today, Master Qin, you seem familiar. Maybe fate has brought us together. Xiao Yunzhuo smiled as she spoke. Master Qin met those eyes and inexplicably felt a strange sensation. Xiao Yunzhuo removed her cloak, her figure appearing lighter. Yet, upon a glance, Su noticed the token hanging at Xiao Yunzhuo's waist. Her pupils constricted, and her expression shifted slightly. Rather than stopping Xiao Yunzhuo, she immediately said, Miss, please try this zither. Jiu Xiao. May I? At these words, Jiangwan looked at Master Qin in disbelief. Even if others used a zither not their own, prepared by Xinghua Tower, why would Su allow Xiao Yunzhuo to try Jiu Xiao? Xiao Yunzhuo did not hesitate. She approached Jiu Xiao and noticed the body of the instrument was inscribed with runes only recognizable to disciples of the Hidden Sect. A faintly visible hidden inscription adorned one corner. This was, in fact, an instrument reserved solely for the sect's leader. Years ago, after Chuming, the sect master performed a rain ritual. This zither had been lost to the outside world. Because the master had expended such great effort, there was no opportunity to retrieve it. Now that it had fallen into Su's hands, and she had learned some internal zither scores, it was likely that scattered disciples had found it and used it to teach Su the art. Xiao Yunzhuo sat down and, gazing at Su's frail form, began to play the Qingxin melody slowly. The piece appeared simple, yet the sound possessed a heart-stirring potency. It was the power of talismans, harmonized with Xiao Yunzhuo's years of cultivation and merit, capable of guiding both ghosts and mortals alike. Though this melody lacked the mellifluousness of Master Qin's playing, it produced a similar effect, as if leading one out of a fog to sudden clarity, lifting the spirit and brightening one's mood. Turns out you can play the zither as well. Qi Yue was left momentarily speechless. No dazzling techniques, yet it sounds so soothing. How is that possible? Su could barely contain her excitement. She had not come to sell the zither today in hopes of meeting the sect master. Her constitution was weak, and she sensed she had only a few years left to live. She merely wished to find a successor with a serene heart who could play the Hidden Sect's melodies and carry on her skills. Unexpectedly, she had encountered the sect master herself. The late master had spoken. During the chaotic final years of the previous dynasty, the then sect master disappeared, presumed dead. Because sect masters possessed unique destinies and could discern yin and yang, no other disciples were qualified to shoulder such responsibility, and gradually the sect's spirit dispersed. Yet, due to the sect's distinct nature, the death of a master did not preclude the emergence of a new one. Su had seen the pattern on the master's token. Now, it matched the one before her. Xiao Yunzhuo. Miss Xiao, I have seen you before. Originally, Jiu Xiao was to be sold, but this instrument rightfully belongs to you. I should not have exceeded my authority in deciding its fate. Today, to return this item to you, I shall have honor before the late master, Su said respectfully, bowing deeply to Xiao Yunzhuo. Her words stunned everyone present. Jiangwan's heart jolted, her eyes wide with disbelief. With a mix of urgency and anger, she demanded, Master Qin, what do you mean? Jiu Xiao is to be given to Xiao, given to my cousin? When Xiao Yunzhuo played earlier, Jiangwan had been somewhat surprised, never having imagined that this cousin, long lost and adrift, could play the zither. Yet, beyond surprise, she felt chiefly anger. Xiao Yunzhuo had indeed come to disrupt her. She had played 2 pieces already, and Mastering Qin had clearly treated her differently from others. Had it not been for Xiao Yunzhuo's sudden appearance and insistence on playing, Zhu Xiao might well have been hers already. She had restrained herself to the utmost, but now she was told Zhu Xiao belonged to Xiao Yunzhuo. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Jiang Wan's sharp voice rang out. Mastering Qin was momentarily taken aback, but then replied calmly, Miss Jiang, your technique is indeed commendable, yet it does not align with the spirit of Zhu Xiao. Before she could finish, tears streamed down Jiang Wan's face. Mastering Qin said she was unworthy of Zhu Xiao, and Jiang Wan harbored no objections. Yet, her cousin's earlier melodies had not seemed particularly extraordinary. Why, then, was she deemed worthy? Jiang Wan looked deeply aggrieved. If my cousin truly earned Zhu Xiao by merit, I would rejoice for her. But today so many have come, many surpassing her in skill. Why was she chosen? It is truly perplexing. I only seek fairness. Yingxiu gazed at Jiang Wan with a hint of surprise. It seemed that Miss Jiang had not been truly attentive to the music just now. Since you have spoken thus, no matter how much I praise Miss Xiao's Qin melody, you would hardly be convinced. It is better to let others speak. Saying this, Yingxiu turned her gaze toward Qi Yuer over there. I observe that this young lady is not particularly close to Miss Xiao. Perhaps she can offer a fair judgment. Qi Yuer did not expect the Qin Mastering Xiu to suddenly point at her and felt somewhat embarrassed at once. Yet soon, Qi Yuer spoke with great candor. Upon first hearing the melody, I was somewhat astonished. Later, at some unknown moment, my heart calmed considerably and the myriad distracting thoughts vanished. My entire being seemed immersed within the composition, and when the music ceased, it was as if awakening from a profound dream. This piece is truly unique. Qi Yuer could not help but admit that she had been utterly captivated by the melody just now. It seemed as if the Qin music could dispel all restlessness. In that moment, all her resentment toward Xiao Yunzhuo vanished, her emotions swayed by the melody, and she was reluctant to leave that exquisite realm. Though she was unwilling to speak favorably of Xiao Yunzhuo, she was even less inclined to stubbornly deny the truth. The Zhu Xiao Qin's tone inherently carries a tragic compassion, a weighty solemnity and vastness. If one were to use this instrument to play ordinary pieces, the essence would be lost. The tune Xiao Yunzhuo performed just now was indeed more fitting with the spirit of the Zhu Xiao Qin. Qi Yuer looked at Jiang Wan, still steadfast in her opinion. Beside her, Meng Yongsu wore a radiant smile full of joy and agreement. Qi Yuer had always been like this. Once she was convinced of something, not even her own parents could easily change her mind. She believed Xiao Yunzhuo was a villain who bullied his cousin, so she dared to speak on Jiang Wan's behalf. Yet she was also fair. She would not dismiss everything about a person simply because she disliked them. This was precisely why she had once been friends with Qi Yuer. Qi Yuer's earlier dislike of Xiao Yunzhuo stemmed from her lack of understanding. What Miss Qi says is quite right. The musical meaning we heard today varied, but the Zhu Xiao Qin seemed as if it were born for Miss Xiao's melody. Mastering Xiu's decision, we all find nothing improper about it, said another Qin master. Everyone nodded in agreement. Jiang Wan's face paled. At this moment, she realized no one would speak for her. She truly had not listened attentively to that so-called musical essence earlier, but now, the matter had reached this point. If she insisted further, it would only provoke annoyance. I was merely upset as a junior, losing my composure. I hope Mastering Xiu will not blame me, Jiang Wan said. Since returning home, I have never heard her practice the Qin. I was just too shocked, which turned into a joke. Jiang Wan immediately looked remorseful. Congratulations, cousin, on acquiring the Zhu Xiao Qin. Her face still bore the marks of the beating she had received from Xiao Yunzhuo just now. Her delicate, youthful visage appeared especially pitiful and desolate at this moment. Once these few days' matters are settled, I wonder what Mastering Xiu plans to do next? Xiao Yunzhuo, ignoring Jiang Wan, asked Yingxiu in return. Yingxiu's constitution was frail, likely due to hardships endured in her youth that had damaged her health. Although the Hidden Sect possessed excellent medical knowledge and remedies, studying medicine was no simple matter. Yingxiu had only a limited understanding, mainly of prescriptions to expel evil and calm the spirit, and thus could not cure herself. Though talismans and formations could overturn fate, forcibly doing so would only worsen the consequences. Yingxiu was alone and drifting. This journey to the capital was merely to fulfill her master's orders and hand over the Zhu Xiao Qin. She had no further plans. Yingxiu looked at Xiao Yunzhuo again. Her late master had been a disciple of the Hidden Sect and had some skill in divination. Before dying, she calculated a location and timing. which was why Xiu had come to the capital to recruit disciples. Then would it be acceptable for you to temporarily reside at my home? Xiao Yunzhuo asked directly. There was still a vacant room in her courtyard. Her grandmother and father would likely not refuse. I would be most honored. Xiu's eyes curved into a smile. Her already beautiful features blooming like a flower in an instant, breathtakingly radiant. Xiao Yunzhuo's invitation to Xiu was not simply for learning the qin. Xiu knew the Hidden Sect's melodies and was herself from that sect. Her earlier demeanor clearly showed she regarded herself as a disciple. In that case, Xiao Yunzhuo felt responsible for arranging her disciple's food, clothing, and shelter. Although Xiu's health was poor, she was not without hope. Xiao Yunzhuo would find better doctors to treat her, and they would all strive to live long lives together. Yet upon meeting Xiao Yunzhuo's heart brimmed with anticipation. Many sect members had dispersed in the past, perhaps some had left descendants or taken disciples of their own. When sending off her master, Xiao Yunzhuo's only regret was that the Hidden Sect had become too desolate. She pitied her master. The worthy sect leader had no one to speak to. She also knew that her master did not wish for the sect's legacy to vanish. The Hidden Sect possessed numerous treasured texts spanning many fields. Yet Xiu alone could not possibly study them all nor fully realize their value. Her master had treated her kindly, even as a mere ghost at the time. He had brought her from the bone mound, taught her to prolong her life, to defend herself. Even without a soul now, since this was her master's wish, she was determined to fulfill it. Xiu agreed so readily, almost startlingly so. Little did anyone know, she was deeply curious about Xiao Yunzhuo, the new sect leader. To her, Xiao Yunzhuo was not merely the leader, but akin to a suddenly recognized family member. Except for the brief 2 years with her master, she had always been solitary, like a rootless floating duckweed. But at this moment, everything changed. Hence, the look in Xiu's eyes as she regarded Xiao Yunzhuo was filled with affection. Jiang Wan watched this scene, her heart aching painfully. Xiao Yunzhuo was truly overbearing, appearing only to snatch away everything she possessed. How was this fair? Master Xiu, may this junior respectfully request to become your disciple? I promise to study diligently, and will not contend with my cousin. I only seek to improve my qin skills, hoping to one day be as accomplished as you. Jiang Wan said. She still did not wish to give up. She had worked so hard for so long. Even if she could not obtain the Jiuxiao qin, being guided by Master Xiu would still be a great blessing. She shamelessly clung to this last shred of hope. Miss Jiang, it is not that I am unwilling to teach you, but our musical pursuits differ greatly. If you were to study under me, it would only hinder your progress. If you do not mind, I can introduce you to another qin master. Xiu replied apologetically. After hearing the two pieces, she had intended to refuse Jiang Wan all along. She could not teach someone who was not of the same path. Now that she had acknowledged Xiao Yunzhuo as sect leader, she was even more resolved to decline. If Xiao Yunzhuo were a malicious villain, she would never have become a master capable of guiding both the living and the dead. Since the sect leader was virtuous, the fault must lie with Miss Jiang. She did not seek to justify this to outsiders. Master Xiu's refusal was straightforward and decisive, causing Jiang Wan to feel utterly humiliated. Master Xiu's qin skills were unparalleled and deeply respected. She descended from a noble and loyal family. Even the emperor had once praised her prowess. Thus, though anger burned within her heart, she could show no displeasure on her face. Jiang Wan grit her teeth and accepted Master Xiu's kind offer. Although the Jiuxiao qin already had its owner, the remaining members still needed to select qin masters. This gathering was far from over. Xiao Yunzhuo also refrained from disturbing Master Xiu and the others as they exchanged their musical skills. After fending Jiang Wan, Xiao Yunzhuo descended the stairs. Cousin, I misunderstood you just now and thought you knew nothing. I never expected you to be so formidable. Jiang Wan pressed close, unwilling to give up. It was wrong of me to quarrel with you today. I also realized that when I angrily said I would leave the Xiao family, it hurt you. Could you forgive me this once? At this moment, Jiang Wan truly did not know what to do. The qin master introduced to her by Ing was utterly devoid of any renowned skill or fame. What benefit could there possibly be in becoming that person's disciple? Moreover, Ing was soon to reside within the Xiao family estate. If she did not move out, she might frequently encounter that individual, and over time, the world would come to believe that her own talents were acquired under Ing's tutelage. Absolutely not. Yet, Xiao Yunzhuo regarded her with a frosty gaze. Cousin, I heard you sold your precious life-saving pills to help the Meng family's young lady. You are so kind to outsiders. Can you not show me the same mercy? I know that when I used to stay by Anna's side, I took your mother away from you, but it was never my intention. Aunt insisted on bringing me back to the Xiao family. If you would help me now, once Aunt returns, I will aid you in dispelling her misunderstandings. Please. One to you? Jiang Wan clutched Xiao Yunzhua's arm pitifully, tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, Meng Yongxi was speaking with Qi Yue nearby. With no one else beside Xiao Yunzhua, Jiang Wan dared to abase herself so shamelessly. Jiang Wan had hoped to gain a good mentor today, but had ended up with nothing. If bowing to Xiao Yunzhua could bring her any advantage, she was willing to do so. Xiao Yunzhua withdrew her arm, her gaze darkening with disdain. I am kind to others because they are worthy of it, but you are not. You beg me today only because I possess what you desire. Do not paint yourself as so pitiful. I am not so foolish as to be deceived. Her own mother had taken Jiang Wan under her wing with the consent of both Jiang Wan and the Jiang family. Compared to the Jiang household, being with the Xiao Clan meant Jiang Wan received more attention and better things. So, what was there to complain about now? Cousin, are you truly going to be so heartless? Jiang Wan's voice sank several degrees. I know that aunt herself abandoned you. She isn't ill at all, and hasn't he gone away to recuperate? Cousin, if this matter becomes public, even if you remain innocent, what about our eldest cousin? He is about to take the imperial examination. With such a cruel mother, how will others view him? Jiang Wan's change in tone made Xiao Yunzhua feel less repulsed. This was the real Jiang Wan. And what about you? Though your surname is Jiang, you have been raised entirely by her, Xiao Yunzhua retorted sarcastically. Cousin, you truly are ruthless. Jiang Wan trembled with anger. Since you show no filial affection, do not blame me for being merciless toward you in the future. The day is late. I expect you to have moved out of the house by the time I return tomorrow. My mother has given you many things over the years, but you should know what is yours to keep and what is not. I will have the steward inventory the belongings. And do not force me to come to the Jiang family in person to demand what is owed. Xiao Yunzhuo responded without hesitation. Mother had prepared many garments and jewelry for the Jiang clan, making it difficult to distinguish which items were Jiang Wan's personal possessions. However, she was forbidden from touching the valuable ornaments within the courtyard. Jiang Wan glared fiercely at Xiao Yunzhua, her eyes brimming with resentment. Snorting indignantly, she departed. Not long after, Xiao Yunzhua accompanied Meng Yongxi to settle into a nearby mountain villa. Many guests were staying there that day, and the estate was divided into 2 courtyards, separating male and female visitors. The surroundings were exquisite. The young ladies, rarely given the chance to venture out and enjoy themselves, were in high spirits. Although male and female guests were not entirely forbidden from meeting, the lanterns in each courtyard could be paired. Some unmarried young men and women would select a lantern they liked and go to the front courtyard. If they encountered a male guest holding the matching lantern, they could enjoy the scenery together and converse. The guests were all official families, accompanied by maids and attendants, ensuring no improprieties would occur. The elders, being enlightened, often wished for their children to find suitable matches. Thus, social gatherings and elegant banquets were frequently arranged to facilitate acquaintance. As long as the families were of comparable status and not political rivals or enemies, the elders welcomed their children's unions. Brother Qiu says my face is round, like a ripe fruit. We agreed to choose pomegranate lanterns, so you must not compete with me. Also, when you see Brother Qiu later, don't talk nonsense. If you do, I will turn my back on you. Qi Yue tugged at Meng Yongxi's sleeve, then snorted at Xiao Yunzhua. Xiao Yunzhua had no intention of letting her best friend be taken away. This person was indeed a skilled qin player, worthy of the 9 heavens, but in this matter, deceiving Yongxi into nonsense was entirely wrong. The pomegranate, full of seeds, truly suits you. To bear fruit before marriage, and even keep it secret, few women have managed that. Xiao Yunzhua teased, mocking Qi Yue's smug expression. Qi Yue was furious, pointing at Xiao Yunzhua and shouting loudly. Miss Xiao is only looking out for you. If you don't believe me, ask Brother Qiu yourself. If he admits it, you'll be prepared. One to you? Meng Yongxi quickly interjected. But Qi Yue was genuinely aggrieved. The wedding was imminent, yet after encountering Xiao Yunzhua, she kept hearing such ominous words. How could she be happy? If Brother Qiu did not, I will make Xiao Yunzhua kneel and apologize. Qi Yue fumed, ready to strike. Fine, Xiao Yunzhua promptly agreed. If I am right, remember to pay up. Fine, I will. If Brother Qiu really is as you say, I want to marry him. I'll even give you my entire dowry. I want to hesitate. Qi Yue was so enraged, she could no longer think clearly. A spark lit Xiao Yunzhua's eyes. Like a tiger sensing the scent of blood, immediately sharpening her focus. But glancing at Qi Yue again, she sighed. Money was easy to earn, but there must be limits. An excessive dowry, with disproportionate returns, would harm her future fortune. Miss Xiao, which lantern will you choose? Meng Yongxi asked hurriedly. Each lantern on the male side has a matching one here. If fate allows, you might meet someone holding the same lantern and get to know each other. Of course, if none appeals, you can simply hang your lantern somewhere. Xiao Yunzhuo surveyed the myriad lanterns surrounding her. The artisan's craftsmanship was truly exquisite. Her gaze settled on one in particular. It was a rabbit worshipping the moon lantern, exquisitely crafted, with red tassels gently swaying. Beside it stood a ghostly young woman, appearing about 15 or 16 years old. Her feet were bound by iron chains, and her alabaster hands lightly brushed the tassels, staring blankly at the lantern. Xiao Yunzhuo approached and lifted the rabbit worshipping the moon lantern. Qi Wei blinked in surprise, and Meng Yongxi's expression shifted. Miss Xiao, perhaps you should choose another? If you like rabbits, this reclining little rabbit is also lovely, Meng Yongxi hurriedly suggested. Is there some significance? Xiao Yunzhuo clutched the rabbit worshipping the moon lantern firmly. The spirit of the ghostly girl had followed her over, her expression somewhat angry, as if scolding her for snatching such a beautiful lantern. Meng Yongxi hesitated, considering that Xiao Yunzhuo was also knowledgeable in warding off evil, then spoke. The young lady you saw earlier, the second daughter of the Duke of Ningyi's household, is legitimate but the younger sister. There is an elder sister above her. This place is charming and often lively. That year, the weather was favorable, and even the flowers bloomed exceptionally well. Near the mountain villa, there was almost a sea of blossoms. In early June, a flower viewing gathering was held. Naturally, many lanterns were displayed at night. The young lady from the Ningyi Duke's household also attended and chose a lantern just like the one you hold. Meng Yongxi spoke softly, fearing others might overhear. Her heart was uneasy. And then, Xiao Yunzhuo inquired further. Outside the mountain villa, there were still villages and bustling streets. At night, one could even stroll about carrying a lantern. Logically, with so many official families' daughters gathered here and the government dispatching guards, nothing untoward should have occurred. Yet, unexpectedly, the eldest young lady vanished without a trace. Later, the authorities combed through the entire vicinity but found nothing. Disappearing in the dead of night among so many people usually meant the worst. Duke Ningyi was so distressed that his hair turned white, and the princess nearly fell gravely ill. This matter has since been left unspoken, but ever since then, once the villa gates closed at night, no one was permitted to enter or leave. Meng Yongxiu added, that eldest young lady of the Duke's household was as pure and lively as a rabbit, with a gentle and innocent disposition. Xiao Yunzhuo cast a glance at the female ghost. The apparition seemed immersed in her own world, eyes fixed solely on the rabbit lantern, seemingly deaf to Meng Yongxiu's words. Judging by her attire and bearing, she must be the eldest young lady of the Duke's family that Meng Yongxiu mentioned. This spirit had been dead for several years. If she had suffered a severe shock before her demise, amnesia was possible, explaining her indifference to Meng Yongxiu's speech. I shall choose this lantern. Xiao Yunzhuo smiled at Meng Yongxiu. What was the young lady's name? Her surname was Luo, her given name Feiyuan. If she were still alive, she would be in her 20s by now, Meng Yongxiu sighed. Feiyuan, a yuan, fly away to the heavens. Upon hearing her name, the ghost burst into a tinkling laughter, circling the rabbit lantern in Xiao Yunzhuo's hand, spreading her arms like wings, innocently and foolishly calling out. Her steps were agile, yet the iron chains forged around her feet clattered in unison with her spirit's movement, audible only to Xiao Yunzhuo. Seeing Xiao Yunzhuo determined to choose this lantern, Meng Yongxiu grew somewhat concerned. Qi Wei, however, thought that Xiao Yunzhuo truly lived up to her reputation, unfazed by such ominous matters. The title of judge suited her well. The three of them carried their chosen lanterns to the front courtyard. As expected, many people, upon seeing the lantern in Xiao Yunzhuo's hand, involuntarily recalled that old tragedy. Their gazes toward her tinged with unease. The disappearance of Luo Feiyuan was somewhat ill-omened. Few dared select that lantern. Of course, as several years had passed since the incident, some had temporarily forgotten. Yet anyone who chose that lantern inevitably suffered mishaps, falling and breaking their face, or having their clothes catch fire. She was new and unaware of the backstory, but Miss Meng and Miss Qi, standing nearby, must have warned her. Someone in the crowd spoke up. If it were ignorance, that would be one thing, but what if it's intentional? This year Master Tsin has arrived, and Miss Xiao has already ascended to the 9th heaven. Could she still be seeking a good marriage? Nearby, the second young lady of the Luo family looked at the lantern, anger flashing in her eyes. Master Tsin was her sister's fiancé before she vanished. Her elder sister was 3 years older, a 19-year-old rank scholar. After her sister's disappearance and the funeral, everyone else moved on, but her brother-in-law did not. Not only did he remain unmarried for many years, but he also lost interest in his career. He later built a humble hut near her sister's tomb and stayed there daily, rarely seen by others. He was a favored member of the Tsin family by His Majesty and the ranked scholar of that year. Had it not been for that incident, he and her sister would have long been a loving couple with children. Even the emperor lamented this, advising him multiple times, but he remained self-imprisoned. In her heart, although Master Tsin never married her sister, he was still her true brother-in-law. Both the Tsin and Luo families hoped he would emerge from his grief soon, even wishing he might meet a good partner and no longer torment himself. But this person should not be a calculating man, nor should he be exploited by a woman who used her sister's position. Miss Xiao, what is rightfully yours, no one will snatch. But there are some things you'd best not touch. The second Miss Luo, still seething, decisively approached Yun Zhuo, glaring at her with fury. Miss Luo was straightforward and blunt, standing before Yun Zhuo with a sharp gaze of warning. As far as I know, any lantern left hanging untouched can be chosen, right? Yun Zhuo looked at her in surprise, then glanced at the ghost floating nearby, who showed no reaction even upon seeing her sister. Frowning, Miss Luo said, "Why are you playing dumb? Who doesn't he know your intention in choosing this lantern?" Yun Zhuo, observing her anger, felt somewhat puzzled. Yet, seeing the suspicious and displeased looks from others, she pondered a moment and suddenly comprehended the reason. This lantern was part of a pair. One for male guests and one for female guests. Miss Luo, you misunderstand. Miss Xiao is unaware of Master Tsin's affairs. She chose this lantern simply because she admired its craftsmanship. She knows only a little about your elder sister's case and nothing about Master Yin. Meng Yongsu quickly stepped forward to explain. She had been so focused on recounting Luo Feiyuan's tragic story that she forgot Master Tsin often came here to commemorate the departed. Miss Luo's strong reaction meant that Master Tsin was present today, causing her to misunderstand Yun Zhuo's choice as a ploy to attract Master Tsin. Is that really so? Luo Feiyue relaxed slightly, scrutinizing Yun Zhuo. If you truly do not know, then that is my fault. However, Miss Xiao, this lantern holds special significance for me. If it were any other day, it would be fine, but with my brother-in-law here today, I do not wish for anyone to exploit my sister. Could you please hand the lantern over to me for safekeeping? Luo Feiyue was forthright and candid, as Yun Zhuo had noticed when she was the first to come forward to play the zither.
No.
Yun Zhuo refused firmly. I have no intention toward Master Tsin. I simply find this lantern useful at present. Luo Feiyue's expression immediately darkened. It's just a lantern. Besides illumination, it's merely a way to encounter a male guest. If it's for lighting, why not use another lantern? Yun Zhuo's claim that the lantern was useful was clearly an attempt to entice her brother-in-law. If Miss Luo does not mind, why not use it together? You want to reminisce about the past. I want to use this to find someone's whereabouts. There is no contradiction. Before Luo Feiyue could explode in anger, Yun Zhuo spoke again. This remark left Luo Feiyue somewhat perplexed about her true intentions. Huh, you took my sister's lantern and now want to use me too? So that my brother-in-law sees us getting along well and thinks you have a connection with the Luo family? Miss Xiao, don't take me for a fool. Luo Feiyue scolded angrily after a moment's thought. Miss Luo, your temperament is too rigid. One day this will cause you great loss. Yun Zhuo shot her a glance and spoke plainly. I am interested in your sister's disappearance case and intend to use this lantern to find her remains. Since you are family to the deceased, it is only natural I invite you to accompany me. As soon as she finished speaking, silence fell around them. The crowd looked at Luo Feiyue with apprehension and tension, while Luo Feiyue appeared to have heard the most ridiculous joke. Yun Zhuo, you want to find my sister? You are utterly absurd. You have no blood relation to her. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? Luo Feiyue sneered mockingly. If you want to believe the truth, is the only comforting explanation that I am trying to seduce Master Tsin? Yun Zhuo met her gaze squarely. If you refuse to join me, so be it, but do not interfere. Luo Feiyue was deeply displeased with her unrepentant attitude, furious. She attempted to rush forward to smash the lantern, but before she could take a step, Meng Yongsu leapt forward to restrain her. Mistress Luo, please. She is capable. Meng Yongsu exclaimed passionately. Miss Xiao says that if she goes to find the remains, she will truly find them. Qi Wei felt a twinge of regret for not having stopped Meng Yongsu in time. This person had been bewitched by Yun Zhuo. Without Yun Zhuo uttering a word, Meng Yongsu charged forward like a mindless soldier, desperately fighting her way ahead. Just moments ago, she had disparaged her fiancé, and now, the situation had escalated even further. She even dared to brazenly claim that Yun Zhuo could locate Luo Feiyue. Luo Feiyue. The authorities had searched for 2 months without success. Could she really find him? Luo Feiyue had never been so furious before, burning with a desire to rush forward and tear Yun Zhuo to pieces. Yet Yun Zhuo's countenance remained remarkably calm, her gaze not fixed solely on Luo Feiyue. Occasionally, she glanced around, sometimes lowering her eyes to the lantern in her hand. That detached demeanor, as if indifferent to those of them who were outsiders, only deepened the sense of suffocation and frustration. Xiao Yunzhuo felt somewhat embarrassed watching Meng Yongsu speak on her behalf. For the sake of friendship, she spoke again. Since you care so much about this lantern, it must be because that Masterson has yet to marry. Even if you do not believe me, you should at least trust your brother-in-law. Since he holds your sister in deep affection and loyalty, do you think he would be swayed by a mere lantern? If I truly find your sister's whereabouts, it will be a blessing to you. If I fail, the shame is mine alone. From beginning to end, Miss Luo, you lose nothing, so why are you angry? I understand your desire to protect your elder sister, but do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. The daughters of the Luo family were truly tragic. Luo Feiyuan had died unjustly, her remains unknown, and yet Luo Feiyua's complexion was also poor. Ominous energies lingered in the air. A calamity was surely imminent. Luo Feiyue could not comprehend her. Naturally, she was familiar with her brother-in-law's temperament. Over the years, the Luo and Xin families had invested much effort in finding a suitable match for him, all to no avail. As for Xiao Yunzhuo, she was quite attractive. With gracefully arched brows, a pair of bright phoenix eyes distinct in black and white, a fair and radiant complexion, and a poised, upright bearing that evoked the purity of a clear breeze and luminous moonlight. Such beauty was not inferior to others. Yet there was one thing: she lacked much of the restraint and decorum expected, always exuding a certain lazy, casual audacity. Such a personality was hardly favored by men, and her brother-in-law, who had seen many handsome faces, could hardly be swayed by a peculiar woman like Xiao Yunzhuo over a mere lantern. I want to know why. I do not want anyone to exploit my sister's tragic fate to show off or attract attention. Luo Feiyue precisely expressed her dissatisfaction. In her eyes, Xiao Yunzhuo was that extraordinary individual. Such eagerness surely had an ulterior motive. Miss Luo, Meng Yongsu, seeing her insistence, grew extremely anxious. Fearful that Luo Feiyue would miss the chance to find her elder sister, she hurriedly whispered, "Miss Xiao means well. My younger brother was once possessed. Thanks to her help in summoning spirits, he recovered. But this matter must not be publicized, so I said he took the pills she gave. I have personally witnessed her fortune-telling skills. Just believe that. Please don't be upset. What a wonderful opportunity." Yet Miss Luo was so stubborn. It was as if a rare treasure had been handed to her, and she mistook it for a worthless stone to be thrown away. Meng Yongsu's urgent voice left Luo Feiyue utterly astonished. Possessed? Fortune-telling? Was Meng Yongsu implying that Xiao Yunzhuo was a charlatan, and that was why she sought to meddle in such strange affairs? Such an explanation was truly baffling. After all, Xiao Yunzhuo was, at the very least, a young lady of noble birth. Luo Feiyue's gaze toward Xiao Yunzhuo was complex and confused. She was uncertain whether to believe her or not. However, Xiao Yunzhuo's nickname among these young ladies was Judge Xiao, precisely because she had unabashedly gone to the Ministry of Justice to report a case, boldly declaring that a fake monk was a murderer. Miss Luo, rather than waste words with her, why not just summon someone to expel her? A close friend of Miss Luo's who was passing by suggested bluntly. Miss Luo raised her hand, hesitating for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "Miss Xiao, I want to accompany you. Whatever you do tonight, you must not keep it from me. Of course, if you are sincerely searching for my sister, I will cooperate to the best of my ability. I know this place better than you do." Given her status, it was not difficult for her to have someone removed. But now that night had fallen and her sister had disappeared just outside this villa, no one could bear to let the same tragedy happen again. "Do as you wish." Xiao Yunzhuo nodded. "Just don't chatter beside me." Those behind Luo Feiyue did not understand, but they could not stop her from doing what she felt was necessary. "Where are you going now?" Luo Feiyue asked with unwavering determination. Xiao Yunzhuo's gaze flickered faintly toward the ghost of Luo Feiyuan. She had seen many wandering spirits, and Luo Feiyuan was among the most pitiable lost souls. She did not resemble a ghost, but rather a living person who had lost her way. Her face free of resentment, still maintaining the delicate appearance she had in life, merely dirted. "Miss Luo, do you remember exactly on which day your elder sister disappeared?" Xiao Yunzhuo asked Luo Feiyue. "Of course I remember. It was the 4th day of the 6th month, 6 years ago," Luo Feiyue answered without hesitation. "I was there too, but I was stubborn and insisted on going to see the sky lanterns. My sister did not like releasing sky lanterns. The flowers outside were beautiful, and there were many fireflies. She said if she caught one, she would bring it to me. But I waited a long time, and she never returned." Recalling this, Luo Feiyue was deeply saddened. 2 maids accompanied her, and when they were found, they were dead. Only my sister's whereabouts remain unknown. Xiao Yunzhuo concentrated, immediately drawing a copper coin from her bosom to cast a divination, then carefully calculated further. Luo Feiyue watched with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. Xiao Yunzhuo's serious demeanor did not seem like a joke or pretense. If she truly understood these arts, perhaps there was indeed hope of finding her sister. Did the authorities only investigate outside the villa before? Xiao Yunzhuo suddenly opened her eyes and asked. At that time, there were many villagers and commoners outside, so the focus was naturally outside the villa. This villa belongs to the government, and all personnel inside are registered. They only conducted a simple inquiry.
Besides,
My sister disappeared outside the villa. No one saw her return, Luo Feiyue answered with intimate familiarity. But as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly realized something and looked at Xiao Yunzhuo with slight shock. Could you mean that my sister's remains are inside this villa? According to my divination, the official ghost tomb lies in the second trigram. There is indeed a hidden corpse here. Just now, I cast a hexagram based on the day Miss Luo disappeared, and found that her life and self trigrams were afflicted and clashed, indicating unavoidable calamity. The ominous trigram is Koan, corresponding to the southwest direction. The life trigram clashes with a sharp blade, signaling great slaughter and devastation. As Xiao Yunzhuo spoke, Luo Feiyue was perplexed. Xiao Yunzhuo's gaze shifted toward the southwest. Miss Luo, given your status, it should not be difficult to mobilize the villa's guards, right? Of course. Luo Feiyue, though not understanding fully, felt a subtle nervousness, seeing Xiao Yunzhuo's calm demeanor. Miss Xiao, wait a moment. Luo Feiyue was uncertain whether her decision was right, but she trusted that Xiao Yunzhuo had no reason to deceive her. She immediately sent a maid to summon help nearby. They were already in the front courtyard. Masterson was not far away. With Luo Feiyue's request, it was not long before Tsinjan arrived, accompanied by several guards. Xiao Yunzhuo glanced briefly at Masterson's face. Fated to bear the solitary star of loneliness, destined never to wed. Indeed, he was a man of obstinate resolve. The flutter of youthful affection never once swayed the steadfastness of his heart throughout his life. Such unwavering determination is not common to all. Moreover, his official career flourished exceedingly. Should he serve in office, harmony between ruler and minister would be assured, and his political fortunes would be auspicious. Yet his passion and devotion in matters of the heart were profound, his fate intertwined with Luo Feiyuen's. Under her influence, he lost his backbone, seemingly losing all interest in power and future prospects, hence altering the course that lay ahead. The moment young Masterson appeared, his gaze immediately fixed upon the lantern held by Xiao Yunzhuo. Yet he merely paused briefly, then quietly turned his head away and addressed Luo Feiyue. What has transpired? Luo Feiyue dared not reveal the truth, forcing herself to speak with resolve. Brother-in-law, I wish to borrow the mountain villa's guards, but I cannot appear in person. So, I must trouble you. Young Masterson said no more. Miss Xiao, where are you headed? We shall accompany you. Luo Feiyue's heart nearly leapt from her chest. Xiao Yunzhuo lifted her foot and stepped forward, heading toward the southwest, the direction of the villa's artisan courtyard. The villa was ownerless. The authorities exploited it to collect revenues and favors, thus housing many craftsmen within. Some were responsible for repairing dwellings and waterways, others for tending flowers and ornaments. Having fixed her course, Xiao Yunzhuo produced a talisman from her bosom. Upon igniting the talisman, Luo Feiyue, entwined with the lantern, instantly surged toward the southwest. The talisman fluttered briefly in midair before burning to ash. The position and direction Xiao Yunzhuo obtained became even more precise. At this moment, none dared speak further, for all knew Luo Feiyue was young Masterson's fate. Without Luo Feiyue, Tsinjan remained lost and desolate. Should he discover that they were searching for Miss Luo's remains, the first to lose his mind would undoubtedly be Tsinjan himself. The entire villa was bathed in the lantern's faint glow as they proceeded without obstruction. Soon, Xiao Yunzhuo stopped before a humble courtyard. Here, Luo Feiyue's voice dropped in pitch, anxiety evident. Miss Xiao, do you truly believe your calculations are correct? If word of this spreads, even if I forgive you, my brother-in-law will never let you off. Young Masterson had brought the villa's steward along. The steward, unaware of the situation, remarked upon arrival, "This is the home of the villa's lantern maker. All the lanterns in the estate are crafted by him and his mother. The lantern maker is hideous to behold. I fear the nobles outside might be frightened." Young Masterson did not question further, but Luo Feiyue, being Feiyuen's own sister, was like family. Hence, whatever her sister wished to do required no explanation. He simply had to comply. No matter. Summon the man, young Masterson said indifferently. The steward hurried to obey, thinking perhaps the lantern this time was so fine that the nobles wished to see the craftsman's face. He entered first, spotting the lantern maker busy inside, and even cheerfully exclaimed, "Fan Lizy, fortune smiles upon you. The nobles outside await your presence. I told you, if you kept making lanterns honestly, you'd reap benefits. Behave yourself. Don't look up and frighten them. If they offer you silver, accept it quietly. By the way, do you have any rare lanterns in your courtyard? Remember to show them to the nobles." At these words, Fan's mother accidentally pricked her finger with bamboo slivers. Growing flustered, Fan Lizy glanced toward her, then bowed repeatedly, following the steward outside. Upon stepping out, he beheld the large assembly. Fan Lizy knelt obediently and saluted. "Have you ever served in the military?" Yun Zhuo looked him over and asked directly. "Yes, my family was poor when I was young, so I enlisted. I thought I would die, but I survived and saved some pay. With that, I learned the craft of lantern making," Fan Lizy answered obediently. The steward laughed and added, "To answer the lady's question, Fan Lizy is skilled, but his luck was poor. When he served, he was bitten by poisonous insects, causing a rash all over. His face became so disfigured, it's truly tragic." Yun Zhuo's gaze shifted to the courtyard behind him. It was cluttered with various materials for lantern making. Fan Lizy bore a strong aura of malevolence, indicating he was a formidable character in his military days, though his disfigurement likely prevented him from rising. "Look up," Yun Zhuo commanded. Fan Lizy hesitated not a moment before raising his head. The instant he did, Miss Luo and the others instinctively recoiled a step. His face was deeply pocked and heavily scarred, his complexion darkened, making his protruding eyes all the more striking. His ugliness was almost frightening. "You have served in the army, so you must be acquainted with some of the officers sent by the government to search for people, right?" Yun Zhuo stared into his eyes without flinching, her tone growing more resolute. The government's search outside would have been thorough, and surely inside as well. The disappearance of the lady from the Duke's household was no trivial matter, and Fan Lizy could hardly have concealed it. She suspected that when the search was conducted, Fan Lizy exploited his connections. Previously, no one had fully grasped the implications, but now this statement ignited everyone's rationality like a powder keg. Luo Feiyue's face turned pale. She snatched the sword from a nearby guard without hesitation and pressed it against Fan Lizy's throat. "Speak. Did you hide my sister?" Young Master Tsin immediately understood the situation. His fists trembled beneath his sleeves as he looked at Yun Zhuo in shock. "I know nothing. I have done nothing." "What do you mean, noble lady? I truly don't understand." Fan Lizy quickly knelt, pleading. "You are truly bold," Yun Zhuo sneered coldly. "You killed someone, and after all these years, you are confident enough not to move the corpse? Do you really think no one will ever uncover what you have done? Search inside.
Now."
Xinjiang shouted without a moment's hesitation, disregarding whether Yun Zhuo's accusations were true or false.
"To him."
Even the slightest chance could not be ignored. Fan Lizy was startled, but remained indifferent. The guards seized him. Yun Zhuo stepped inside, surveying the surroundings. The guards ransacked the place. Fan's mother's eyes seemed dim, her expression innocent and helpless, revealing terror and fear. Truly pitiable. After a long while, no results. Miss Xiao and Luo Feiyue's hearts fluttered anxiously. Yun Zhuo's gaze turned to Fan's mother. From beginning to end, the old woman sat motionless, appearing panicked. Yet when her son was seized, she neither rushed forward to plead nor inquired why. Behavior that defied reason. "Move this old woman aside. Search where she was sitting," Yun Zhuo instructed. At these words, the old woman's expression changed drastically. She hurried forward, crying out, "My lord, what crime has my son committed? We are innocent. We have worked hard making lanterns all these years and never done anything wrong. Why do you destroy our home?" Though the courtyard was not theirs by ownership, they had lived here for many years. Digging out a cellar would not be difficult. Moreover, they made lanterns daily, with much debris needing clearing. Yet their comings and goings never aroused suspicion. They clearly had the ability to smuggle people in unseen. Yun Zhuo was certain of this. She could discern if any part of the courtyard was compromised. The old woman had little strength and was soon dragged aside. Peeling back the cushion beneath the seat revealed a sealed stone slab. Yun Zhuo ordered them to break it open. Without hesitation, the guards immediately set to work. After a few moments of pounding, a large hole appeared beneath the slab. This stone slab must have been sealed after someone's death, a natural tomb. Indeed, there was a cellar beneath. The guards hastily shouted. Xinjiang shivered all over, gazing at the detestable mother and son. Unable to imagine the despair Fei Yuan must have endured if she had been here in her lifetime. "I must go down," Xinjiang said through reddened eyes. Teeth clenched in fury. "Sister-in-law, I want to go too," Luo Feiyue said anxiously, quickly speaking up. Xinjiang looked at her, and shook his head. Your sister loves her beauty. If you see her in such a wretched state, she will be distressed. We don't yet know what lies below. Feiyue, you are still young, and if you truly witnessed that scene, I fear you would not be able to bear it. The Luo family has already lost a daughter. We cannot afford to frighten another. Sinjan, somewhat lean, quickly shrank down into the hole, but did not allow others to follow. Below, it was very quiet, so quiet, in fact, that a long time passed without any sound. It was precisely because of this prolonged silence that Luo Feiyue became certain. The remains were indeed below. Like a madwoman, Luo Feiyue charged toward Fan Lizhi and fiercely kicked him.
Why? Why?
What did my sister ever do to you to deserve such cruelty and malice? I will kill you. I will surely kill you. Fan Lizhi's hateful gaze flicked toward Yun Zhuo. He had not expected that after so long, his secret would suddenly be discovered without warning. The feet of the noble are soft. Fan Lizhi's voice was dark and terrifying, his body growing weak. You were born high above, looking down on all living things. You do not regard us ants, but so what? You still have to serve me. If there is blame her for being too obedient, too good. She did not despise my ugliness. She wanted to marry me, didn't she? I knew the world would not tolerate it. So I hid her away. So what? Fan Lizhi showed no fear. As he spoke, he even reached out his hand, attempting to seize Luo Feiyue's foot. Disgusted and frightened, Luo Feiyue thought of her sister's tragic death and wished nothing more than to tear this man to pieces. Who exactly ordered you to do this? Luo Feiyue gritted her teeth. The next moment, she commanded the guards to drag Fan's mother over. If you confess honestly, I will let you and your son die quickly. Otherwise, you and your mother shall be slowly torn apart. At this moment, a cloth was stuffed into Fan's mother's mouth to prevent her from attempting suicide. Upon hearing this, Fan Lizhi's expression only showed a slight flicker of emotion. If the noble wants to know, I will tell you the truth, Fan Lizhi sneered, his face growing even more terrifying.
No one ordered me.
It was my own doing. I set my sights on her. I have guarded this little courtyard in the manor day and night for more than 10 years, making lanterns. You nobles come and go year after year. His lantern-making skills were excellent, and his designs varied. Because of his ugliness, he was seldom seen, so he remained here undisturbed but unbearably lonely. During the lively seasons, people would praise his lanterns. The nobles, pleased, would give him some reward money, which, after layers of exploitation, barely amounted to enough for a meal's wine. He was growing older but never thought to find a wife, because he had not been born ugly. When he was young, his face was quite handsome. If not for ill fate and being bitten by poisonous insects, he could have married a beautiful woman and never left the army camp. By now, he might have been a minor leader, living a life vastly different from the present. Thus, he looked down on the vulgar women around. 6 years ago, in the spring, he was making lanterns as usual when his mother came back and told him she had met a kind-hearted young lady on the road. His mother, once skilled, was now old and her eyesight dim. Unable to do delicate work, the steward would send her to do other tasks, like delivering spring water to the women living in the back courtyard. She dared not refuse but was old and clumsy. She fell, spilling the precious spring water everywhere, wetting her clothes and ruining newly planted flowers and grass. The thorns pricked her arm, but she did not dare cry out, only worrying about how much silver it would cost to compensate for the damaged plants. Every blade of grass and tree in this manor was precious. His mother was terrified, and the steward arrived, scolding her harshly. At this moment, Miss Luo intervened, not only forbidding the steward from punishing his mother, but also having someone change her into clean clothes and calling a doctor to remove the thorns. His mother said such a kind girl surely would not despise his ugliness. Miss Luo loved the scenery of the manor and often came. Later, he even showed his face to her twice. She was indeed different from others. Looking at his appearance, she was not afraid and even praised his lantern-making skill and dexterity, a good girl indeed. Unfortunately, their social statuses would hinder them. Later, he prepared some medicinal powders, waiting for the right opportunity. On the 4th day of the 6th lunar month, when flowers bloomed beautifully and fireflies were abundant, Miss Luo went out of the manor with 2 maids. He had his mother stay in one spot. Miss Luo recognized his mother and let down her guard, accepting the flower basket she gave her and, following his mother's directions, innocently went to see the blooming epiphyllum. As night fell, the flowers and trees formed a natural barrier. The beautiful scenery towered over people, and in just a short while, they could evade all attention. The 3 women inhaled the scent of the medicinal powder in the basket and walked right into the trap he had prepared, fainting there. 3 people were too many. The maids had seen his mother and could not be spared. He killed them outright and left their bodies there. Miss Luo was stuffed into his cart, covered with lantern-making materials, so no one would notice. It was effortless to bring her back to this courtyard. Yet caution was necessary. She was the eldest daughter of the Duke's mansion, and her disappearance would prompt an investigation. However, he had been honest and low-key for so many years, and as a local, even if investigators came, they would not dig too deeply. To be safe, he inquired and discovered that the leader of one small team was an old acquaintance. In their youth, they had been brothers in the same camp, but many years had passed. One was a humble, pitiful lantern maker. The other was a commanding leader with over 100 soldiers. Old acquaintances met with only flattery and sycophancy. He bought wine and meat and invited the man to his courtyard as a guest. The guest sat right above the cellar entrance, mocking his uselessness, sighing over the Duke's daughter's misfortune, and imagining what a great merit it would be to find her. Eating and drinking without restraint, the guest treated him like a dog, humoring him for 2 months. The man promised to find someone to protect him, but after the feast, he vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to that man, he had done him a great favor. Because such a leader spent his days eating and drinking here, the courtyard was only superficially searched. Moreover, he mingled with many soldiers, learning where and when they searched. Fan Lizzie spoke recklessly, as if recounting something unrelated to himself. Yet every word he uttered chilled Luo Feiyue's heart with terror. When that leader feasted in this courtyard, there must have been noise. Did her sister below hear it? Did she feel hope countless times, only to see it shattered again and again? If only that man had been even slightly vigilant, if he had found even the slightest irregularity, her sister might not have died. Subsequently, those people ceased their inquiries. It was said that the Duke's residence had held a funeral, the estate was shuttered for half a year, and everything gradually returned to normal. As Fan Lizzie spoke, he even licked his lips, grinning lecherously. During these past 6 months, my life has been like that of an immortal. Smack. Luo Feiyue clenched her fists and, unable to restrain herself, delivered a fierce slap to his face. Fan Lizzie cast a disdainful glance at her. You are not as gentle and charming as your sister. You kill my sister. I swear, I will ensure you die, without a whole body. Luo Feiyue's hatred was absolute. I did not kill her. How could I bear to kill her? Moreover, she was carrying my child. Those days, I was constantly contemplating how to spirit her away, without anyone noticing, to a place where no one knew us, to raise our child. With such a good mother, my child would surely grow up to be remarkable. Fan Lizie's eyes gleamed with a sinister light before he sneered. But alas, she was not destined for happiness. Perhaps from too long without seeing anyone, she fell ill, burning with fever. I could not seek a doctor for her. She burned so fiercely that she became unrecognizable and eventually died. 2 lives lost in one body.
Ah.
My fate is truly miserable. Heaven itself cannot bear to see me prosper. A chill ran through Luo Feiyue's entire body. Upon hearing this, she broke down completely, weeping bitterly. If only her sister, such a good person, could have lived to see this day, how wonderful that would be. Fan Lizzie remained defiant. Yun Zhuo, watching him and the elderly woman beside him, was filled with utter disgust. This man feared nothing. Even now, with a sword pressed to his throat, he remained arrogantly confident, leaving others powerless to resist. At that moment, Xinjiang emerged. The cloak that had been draped over his back was removed, revealing the corpse wrapped carefully in his arms. His face was ashen, as if all his strength had been drained. His hands trembled slightly, his steps heavy as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. He slowly made his way into the courtyard, his legs faltering once, nearly causing him to collapse, but the nearby guards immediately steadied him. Yun Zhuo ignited another talisman. The ghost that had vanished moments before drifted out from the remains, still fixated on the lantern. Initially, Yun Zhuo had thought Luo Feiyue's spirit clung to the object because it was what she held before her death. But it now seemed that it was because she was the maker of the lantern. Even though she had lost her memories, some consciousness remained. Perhaps she still felt that if the lantern were taken, she would be captured, and so she disliked anyone else touching it. Yun Zhuo tossed the lantern to the ground. Soon, the candlelight inside ignited the entire lantern.
Fire.
Fire. Luo Feiyue clapped her hands joyfully, dancing around the flames like a child. Xinjiang gazed at the burning lantern. His eyes were void of light, as if his soul had been drained. Thank you, Miss Xiao, for finding my wife. Xinjiang passed by everyone, suddenly stopping and kneeling before Yun Zhuo. I am forever in your debt. I have no way to repay you. In the next life, I shall serve you as a beast of burden. No need, Yun Zhuo said quickly, stepping aside with a start. Young Master Xin, it is better not to make such promises lightly. Miss Luo endured so much suffering. If there is a next life, she will surely live peacefully. And having you by her side is the greatest blessing. Indeed, Miss. Xinjian's voice was bitter. If that is truly the case, then I too would wish to take advantage of the next life, and then I shall protect her well. When Luo Feiyue saw Fan Lizhi being seized, she showed no reaction either. Perhaps due to amnesia, she harbored no resentment and treated everyone the same. Yet because of her tragic death, she could not abandon the lingering obsession that held her here. If she were to regain her memories, Yun Zhuo did not wish for that. Such a pure soul should not harbor the loathsome presence of Fan Lizhi in her mind. Yun Zhuo approached Xinjian and spoke in a voice low enough for only them to hear. Miss Luo died after enduring countless hardships, surely with many regrets. It is difficult for her to enter the cycle of reincarnation. If she remains a restless spirit forever wandering, it might be hard for her to be reborn as a human. Therefore, when young Master Tsin buries her remains, might you inform me? I wish to perform a rite to help her transcend and send her on her way. Luo Feiyuan had forgotten everything. If she lingered in the mortal realm, she might dissipate within a few years. Very well. You are her benefactor. With your sending her off, she will surely find peace. Xinjian did not refuse. He did not know how this Miss Xiao had discovered all this, nor what her intentions were, but none of that mattered. The person had been found. That was enough. Young Master Tsin, do you have any belongings of Miss Luo's from when she was alive? Yun Zhuo inquired further. Xinjian carefully set down the remains and withdrew a butterfly-shaped scented sachet from his bosom, handing it to Yun Zhuo. She gave this to me before she passed. Yun Zhuo accepted it, took out a talisman, and placed it inside, murmuring incantations. After a while, she returned the item. Please keep this close to you, young Master Tsin, she advised. At this moment, Luo Feiyuan obediently followed Xinjian, appearing somewhat dazed. Since Xinjian was Luo Feiyuan's fiancé, with so many ties both in life and death, it was likely that her spirit would linger near him for some time. The proximity of a ghost to the living can have certain effects, so protective talismans are needed both to shield the living and to soothe the departed soul. Understood. Xinjian's voice was faint. Yun Zhuo opened her mouth, about to mention that her talisman services required payment. Yet, this was hardly the time to discuss money. It would be better to wait until after their mourning. She remained silent, allowing Xinjian to take the remains away. Meanwhile, Luo Feiyue sobbed uncontrollably. The guards first escorted Fan Lizhi and his mother away. Such a mother and son, having committed such heinous acts, would not meet a gentle fate. Even death, by slow slicing, could not alleviate the Duke and his wife's grief over their lost daughter. This matter implicated many others. For example, the steward of the household was currently kneeling on the ground, unable to raise his head. Even if the household officials were unaware of the truth, punishment was inevitable. Additionally, the leader responsible for searching this courtyard would surely be involved. 5 or 6 young ladies present were still trembling with fear, some comforting Luo Feiyue, others frozen in shock, unable to recover their composure. When Yun Zhuo walked past them, several of the young ladies instinctively stepped aside, their eyes filled with astonishment and respect. Shall we depart? Yun Zhuo asked Meng Yongxi. Meng Yongxi nodded dazedly. Yes, yes.
Wait.
Luo Feiyue's eyes were swollen and red, reduced to narrow slits. Looking at Yun Zhuo, she said directly, Miss Xiao, I was wrong earlier. I apologize to you and hope you will not hold a grudge or blame me. I, Luo Feiyue, am not an ungrateful person. You have found my sister, and you are a great benefactor to our entire family. From now on, anyone who opposes you opposes our Duke's household. The 3 young ladies who had come with Luo Feiyue quickly nodded in agreement. They would never trouble Yun Zhuo in their lives. She had accomplished this with ease, even reaching the place where Luo Feiyuan's remains lay. Unless they were out of their minds, who would dare to cross this true Judge Xiao? Divination requires payment, and today I use some talismans as well. Since young Master Tsin is your brother-in-law, could you kindly share the cost? 200 taels will suffice. You may send it to my home. Also, I may need to visit the residence again to perform a rite for your sister. That expense will be separate. Yun Zhuo's tone was particularly courteous. After all, the other party was a guest, and now seemed quite reasonable. Luo Feiyue was momentarily stunned, evidently not expecting Yun Zhuo to be so approachable. Such a great favor. And yet she only asked for money? Very well. Upon my return tomorrow, I will immediately dispatch someone to deliver the silver to your residence. Luo Feiyue's voice was hoarse. Yun Zhuo's footsteps faltered momentarily as he turned to Luo Feiyue and added, Remember my words. Act with caution, avoid rashness, and refrain from petty quarrels, lest calamity befall you. However, should you encounter troubles beyond your means to resolve, and if you have sufficient silver, you may come to me. A sudden chill crept down Luo Feiyue's spine. What did Yun Zhuo's words imply? Was misfortune looming over her? An unsettling sense of unease settled deep within her heart. Yun Zhuo departed alongside Meng Yongxi. Nearby, Qi Yuer stood stunned for a moment before hastily following them. Once the area was clear of Luo Feiyue and the others, Qi Yuer suddenly broke down in tears. Could it be that brother Qiu Cixi has truly betrayed me? What am I to do now? The unexpected wail startled both Yun Zhuo and Meng Yongxi. Meng Yongxi looked upon Qi Yuer with a face full of sympathy and a hint of regret. I understand how deeply you care for brother Qiu, but if Miss Xiao says he is unworthy, then there must be truth to it. Better a swift pain than a lingering one. This matter is not without remedy. Yun Zhuo said, fixing her gaze on Qi Yuer. Qi Yuer hesitated. How can it be resolved? Miss Xiao, please tell me. Qi Yuer was about the same age as Yun Zhuo, perhaps a few months older, but at this moment, she could not concern herself with such details. She looked at Yun Zhuo as if grasping at a lifeline, her sorrow painfully palpable. You and your childhood sweetheart must share a strong bond. If you cannot bear to sever this tie, you may endure it with a pinch of tolerance. By your looks, you could muddle through life in such a state. Yun Zhuo spoke candidly. Men in this world often have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Especially among noble families, few are without concubines.
So,
if you truly cannot let go, you could continue down this path. But while appearances may be harmonious, the grievances in your heart will remain unresolved. It depends on whether you are willing to accept that. If it were me, Yun Zhuo continued, I would never allow others to taint what is mine, whether person or possession. If touched by another, I would no longer desire it. Alas, society is excessively harsh on women. Once married and bearing children, one's happiness and joy depend largely on others. It is maddening to contemplate. Yun Zhuo furrowed her brow. Qi Yuer pondered in confusion. She had known her fiancé for many years and trusted him utterly, never imagining he could betray her. As Yun Zhuo said, if she knew the truth and still married him, the Qiu family and her brother would treat her with doubled kindness out of guilt. Yet, she felt sickened and repulsed. The thought of being deceived by the one she trusted most made her want to vomit. Her complexion turned ashen, as if struck by a grave illness. After a brief struggle, Qi Yuer clenched her teeth and declared, I would rather marry a stranger and cautiously build a life than see him again. I am not a jealous woman. If after marriage he wishes to take concubines, I would not oppose it and would arrange it properly. But now, before we are wed, he already has a child. What am I to him? With my family background, I could marry well and live in harmony. Why should I suffer such humiliation? Even among noblemen, having a concubine before marriage is rare, and bearing a child even more so. Not only does he have a child, but he hid it from me. Is he planning to make me bear the brunt of others' ridicule after marriage? How can I endure such scheming? Moreover, my family thought the Qiu family was good simply because brother Qiu appeared honest. But if that honesty is false, then everything in the past was a lie. Meng Yongxi patted her shoulder gently. It's good you see it this way. The Qiu family is hardly a noble household. You would be marrying beneath yourself. To suffer such grievances would be unjustifiable. Qi Yuer understood all this, but still felt a deep ache within her heart. Yet, in front of Yun Zhuo, she found crying and wailing shameful, so she struggled to suppress her emotions, her face a strange mixture of tears and smiles, somewhat comical in appearance. They returned to the front courtyard, which remained lively, indicating the news had yet to spread. Qi Yuer soon encountered the Qiu family's young master. He appeared simple and honest, and upon seeing Qi Yuer, he brightened instantly, his eyes seemingly fixed solely on her. No wonder Qi Yuer trusted him so deeply. However, the moment he appeared, Qi Yuer thrust the lantern she held into his hands. After returning home, I will have my parents annul the engagement. The young master froze, anxious. Are you angry? Was it because I couldn't find you earlier? I searched everywhere, and asked many people.
Don't pretend with me.
You already have a child. Why didn't you tell me? Such deceit is grounds for scandal if my family takes this to the authorities. Qi Yuer, furious beyond measure, retorted from now on.
Stay away from me.
I will never marry anyone else, but I will certainly not marry you. She knew that annulling the engagement before so many people and speaking so harshly would severely damage her reputation. In the future, it might be difficult to find a family of equal standing willing to accept her. Yet, she could no longer bear it. Upon hearing this, the young master's expression changed, and he hastily said, You know everything? Yuer, I never intended to deceive you. She is the daughter of my wet nurse and has been infatuated with me since childhood. Knowing I was about to be married, she threatened to take her own life. I took her in out of pity. Though she accidentally bore my child, she has not been made a concubine. I plan to deal with her after you formally join the family. Xiao Yunzhuo truly felt her eyes had been opened. Why did this Qiu young master still consider himself wronged? Because the woman who bore his child remained merely a concubine, he deemed himself innocent? The spectacle was enlightening indeed. Qi Wei's face flushed red with anger. Silence. Especially in front of Miss Xiao. Recalling how confidently she had defended her fiancé just moments before, and now hearing his sly excuses, Qi Wei glanced sideways at Xiao Yunzhuo. As expected, she saw Xiao Yunzhuo's eyes sparkling with interest as she scrutinized Brother Qiu, as if observing a particularly amusing curiosity. Suddenly, the notion of childhood sweethearts seemed utterly disgraceful. Unable to endure the situation any longer, Qi Wei covered her face and turned to flee. Meng Yongxi looked on with concern. Go check on her. She is so angry she needs someone to help calm her down. Seeing Meng Yongxi's expression, Xiao Yunzhuo immediately understood and said sympathetically, there are many people here today. I intend to wander about and observe. With so many faces, all different, I need to study them carefully. Besides, after today, I doubt I will ever return to this estate. I must savor its final beauty. All right, but don't stay out too late, Meng Yongxi advised. Glancing at the maid trailing behind Xiao Yunzhuo with some relief. With Qi Wei and Meng Yongxi gone, the Qiu young master grew frantic and tried to pursue them. However, he was soon stopped by guards and forbidden from entering the women's quarters. He was utterly helpless. His gaze landed on Xiao Yunzhuo, and fury surged within him. Earlier, while searching for Qi Wei, someone had informed him that a Miss Xiao from the Xiao family had been inciting Qi Wei to break off the engagement. Judging by Qi Wei's expression just now, there was no doubt this woman was the culprit. Why do you seek to ruin others' relationships? Qi Wei and I are devoted to each other. If not for your interference, she would never treat me this way. Miss Xiao, no one wants you, so why can't you bear to see others happy? Young Master Qiu strode forward with long strides, blocking Xiao Yunzhuo's path, his countenance brimming with wrath, as if poised to strike. Xiao Yunzhuo furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the man before him, a hint of annoyance flickering across his features. No wonder Qiu had reacted so vehemently earlier. After all, she had just encountered someone's childhood sweetheart. Compared to that scion of the Qin family, this man before him merely excelled in presenting an innocent facade. At this moment, Luo Feiyue and the young ladies accompanying her had just emerged from the artisan's courtyard. Standing several dozen paces away, they witnessed the scene of Xiao Yunzhuo being confronted and immediately displayed expressions of indignation, hastening to summon assistance. Yet, just then, the maidservant behind Xiao Yunzhuo stirred. Song Chui first positioned herself before Xiao Yunzhuo and then spoke with stern resolve. No one is allowed to bully my lady. Bullying her? Your lady may be fair of face, but her heart is utterly malevolent. Over all these years, Yor has never spoken harshly to me. If not for her today, would you have been so enraged? Young Master Qiu, harboring anger, seized this opportunity to vent his fury. The children of the Xiao family are difficult to propose to. Yet you have the audacity to meddle in others' affairs. If I do not teach her a lesson today, as he spoke he raised his hand, pointing at Xiao Yunzhuo. Miss Song Chui was eager to act. Go ahead, Xiao Yunzhuo replied indifferently, but strike with greater force. Yes. Song Chui's eyes gleamed as she swiftly grasped young Master Qiu's outstretched finger and snapped it hard. An agonized howl erupted from him, but Song Chui did not relent. She pulled his body closer and then drove her knee mercilessly into his abdomen. Her movements were decisive and unhesitating. Young Master Qiu writhed in pain, yet Song Chui showed no mercy, seemingly intent on demonstrating her prowess before Xiao Yunzhuo to instill a sense of security in her lady, thus intensifying her blows. After withdrawing his hand, young Master Qiu attempted to fend her off with his arm, but Song Chui, skilled in combat, swiftly reduced him to clutching his head and wailing. No need to continue. Luo Feiyue hastily called her maid back, exhaling in relief. The two other young ladies behind her looked at Xiao Yunzhuo, hesitating to speak. Without the consent of the Xiao family's daughters, the maidservants lacked the courage to intervene. They had not encountered Xiao Yunzhuo often, merely 2 or 3 times since the musical gathering. At first glance, she seemed somewhat inconsistent with the rumors surrounding Judge Xiao. She was fair-skinned, dressed simply and casually, appearing somewhat aloof but not repellent. The second time was when she insisted on searching for Luo Feiyue's corpse. At that moment, they were somewhat surprised and doubtful, even suspecting that Miss Xiao might have lost her mind, being irksome and vexing. But soon, when she truly found Luo Feiyue, they regarded her as mysterious and formidable, as if shrouded in a mist that obscured her true nature. All aversion dissolved, replaced by curiosity and a restrained wariness that discouraged provocation. Since parting just a short while ago, she had already changed again. Her maidservant was now furiously assaulting that young master, while she herself looked on with calm indifference, unafraid and unassuming, as if engaged in an ordinary, mundane task. That cold, unrestrained demeanor was utterly captivating. After a while, young Master Xiao lay on the ground, blood streaming from his nose, barely moving. Bad luck for you. I was just harboring some anger, and you happened to cross my path. Yun Zhuo regarded him candidly. Next time, have a bit more insight. Even if my Xiao family is fallen, we will not tolerate anyone bullying us at will. However, striking you today was excessive, so I shall not let your pain be in vain. Here is 1 or 2 taels of silver. It should suffice for some healing ointment. Yun Zhuo felt rather reluctant to part with the silver, but she understood that no one should suffer without recompense, such as the law of cause and effect. My lady bestows this upon you. Accept it. Song Chui thrust the silver into the man's bosom. Young Master Qiu glared with eyes full of fury, but dared not resist. His attendant, belatedly catching up, was too frightened to utter a word upon seeing his master so grievously treated. Yun Zhuo turned and departed without hesitation. The beating was done, the money given. Henceforth, this young Master Qiu would likely think twice before gesturing arrogantly toward her. Yet this man was truly laughable, fawning before Qiu, but brazenly insulting her in person. Clearly, he preyed on the weak and feared the strong. Did her fallen reputation render her so feeble and pitiable? Did they all presume she ought to be timid, meek, and submissive? Nevertheless, Yun Zhuo pondered her own shortcomings. Since the Xiao family had lost its noble rank, their standing in the capital had indeed diminished considerably. Had she possessed a father or brothers like Luo Feiyue, even if young Master Qiu had 10 times his courage, he would not dare act so brazenly. Indeed, her family's backing was not formidable. Moreover, it was partly her own doing. She appeared unthreatening. Even those she had aided instinctively safeguarded her reputation. For instance, Meng Yongxi seemed genuinely concerned about her prospects for marriage, transforming her soul-summoning skills into medicinal arts. Previously, she had thought such external factors were insignificant. But now she realized her error. Ability and backing, power and wealth, none could be dispensed with. This was the capital, not the remote mountainous western regions. Here, imperial authority reigned supreme. Without power and support, even with ability, one must bow low before the throne. This was a valuable realization. She could not compare to her master and past sect leaders who lived detached, unrestrained lives.
She was not like them.
She feared death. The memory of being trapped inside a coffin, clawing desperately at the narrow crevice to escape, remained vivid. She had promised her master she would not be like other sect leaders, short-lived and pitiable. She desired longevity and prosperity, to live this life recklessly and fully.
Song Kui.
My father and brothers are too lazy, aren't they? Yun Zhuo muttered. If I were to urge them forward, would that be meddling? After all, it's not my business. I should maintain some distance. Song Chui, however, thought differently. She had seen her lady bullied today. The looks those people cast upon Miss Xiao were full of pity and disdain. They scorned the young lady as an untrained, fallen heiress. Miss, she is your closest kin. Family should support and rely on one another. That is what a home means. To be frank, I also think the general is somewhat lazy. I heard from my mother that the general's martial skills are exceptional, having once studied under the Grand Duke of Tai. Yet, after so many years without trials, serving only as a minor general, it truly wastes the Grand Duke's dedication. Song Chui spoke candidly. But my mother is also my kin. There is no concept of reliance there. Yun Zhuo found it difficult to understand. Her master never taught her about such matters. Her mother despised her and disliked her proximity, so she believed that even if her father and elder brothers did not hate her, they likely did not enjoy being too close. Yun Zhuo felt that the current relationship with her father was quite good, mutual non-interference. Yet the family's prosperity would also aid her longevity. If the family flourished, the entire estate's feng shui would be more favorable. At the very least, the ancestral hall's incense would burn more brightly, and the blessings of the ancestors would be more potent. Song Chui was aware of her mistress's temperament and refrained from speaking further at this moment. Yun Zhuo contemplated for a while, considering how she should proceed. After Yun Zhuo returned, young Master Qiu struggled painfully to rise from the ground. His bones felt as if they were fracturing, each movement sending searing agony through him. In a concealed corner nearby, Jiangwan observed this feudal scion of the Qiu family, her brows furrowed deeply. She had never imagined that her uncle would assign such a formidable maidservant to Yun Zhuo. Yet, Xiao Yunzhuo's arrogance was truly excessive. With so many onlookers present, how could she dare to strike young Master Qiu without fearing retribution from his family? Gazing upon young Master Qiu's pitiful state, Jiangwan silently cast an exasperated glance. Being beaten was perhaps a blessing in disguise for him, though it was a pity that Xiao Yunzhuo's maid struck with such restraint, inflicting only superficial wounds. Had she dealt a fatal blow, that would have been far more intriguing. Unwittingly, the night deepened into its latter half, and the crowd in the front courtyard gradually dispersed. It was not until the following morning that the others learned the news. The remains of the eldest Miss Luo had been discovered and sent away overnight. Everyone was deeply shocked. What was even more unbelievable was that her remains had been concealed within the manor itself, and the culprit turned out to be a mere lamplighter. At the thought that the carefully chosen lamps were crafted by such a malevolent and repugnant criminal, nearly all present felt a wave of nausea and discomfort. Though the guards and stewards maintained strict silence regarding the precise circumstances of Miss Luo's demise, the general consensus was clear. It was undoubtedly a crime born of lust. Luo Feiyuan must have suffered humiliation before her death. Yet now that she was gone, all wisely refrained from speaking of it, out of respect. At dawn, Xiao Yunzhuo and Yingsu shared breakfast before boarding a carriage to return home together. I only heard after returning yesterday that you, sect leader, have also recently come back to the Xiao residence. Would it be convenient for me to visit your estate? If not, I could find a nearby residence to stay temporarily. Yingsu said, her eyes brimming with tenderness as she regarded Xiao Yunzhuo. She was more than a decade older than Xiao Yunzhuo, and at this moment, looking at the girl, she found her soft and delicate, even tempted to reach out and pinch the sect leader's cheek. She had long been curious about what the enigmatic sect leader of the Hidden Spirit Sect would be like. The late master had said that the Hidden Spirit Sect's disciples were inscrutable and mysterious, disdainful of worldly affairs, living in seclusion, true transcendence beyond the mundane world. Moreover, he had said the sect leader was the highest among these exalted beings, not only adept in the refined arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but also possessing mastery over the 5 elements and the forces of yin and yang. Some formidable sect leaders could even subtly influence the fate of an entire nation. Back then, she had imagined such a figure to embody solemn dignity and ethereal grace, utterly unattainable. Yet now, seeing the sect leader so young, she detected a certain endearing stubbornness within the mystery, occasionally punctuated by a deliberately assumed air of righteous severity. Throughout their conversation, she had also discerned that the sect leader was remarkably intelligent, seemingly knowledgeable about everything and able to articulate insights that astonished others. Though limited by youth from delving deeper, it was certain that, given enough time, the sect leader would become the transcendent being she had envisioned. Yingsu's heart stirred with excitement. She had not felt such anticipation in many years. The sect leader's musical skills still required cultivation, and she longed to impart all her own expertise immediately, so that one day she might hear the celestial melodies the late master had spoken of, tunes beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Yingsu's gaze was fervent, making Xiao Yunzhuo feel somewhat uneasy. Yet as the sect leader, she could not show weakness. So she braved a composed facade and faced everything with fortitude. I will speak with my father when we return. If he disapproves, I will make other arrangements. Rest assured, I have the means to support you. Xiao Yunzhuo said earnestly, attempting to soothe her. The Hidden Spirit Sect's recruitment was limited by fate. Those who entered were bound by destiny, often bearing unfortunate fate. From the moment Yingsu had commenced learning the sect's music, cause and effect had been set in motion. Whether she wished it or not, the sect leader's words must be heeded. Yingsu's eyes curved in a smile, her usually still and deep heart stirred profoundly by Xiao Yunzhuo's words. It was as if she had glimpsed a most cherished yet untouchable divine beast, which now spoke to her, its cuteness entwined with majesty, softening her heart utterly. I have saved a modest sum over the years. I had intended to donate it to the authorities for charity after my death, since I had no kin before. But now that I have met the sect leader, these funds should be entrusted to you, Yingsu declared promptly, making clear she was not impoverished. Her family fortune was roughly several thousand taels of silver. Your original plan is sound. People like us, bound by fate, must do more good deeds. But you probably still have a few years to live, so there is no need to rush. While alive, one must strive to survive and save some money for future medical needs. Xiao Yunzhuo earnestly lectured her on the importance of saving. I have saved quite a bit. To achieve wealth, one must increase income and reduce expenses. Our sect has fallen on hard times. It's acceptable to be somewhat pragmatic. Taking on work? Yingsu appeared puzzled, then suddenly brightened. I heard early this morning that the eldest Miss Luo was found. This long cold case was solved by you, sect leader. Wasn't it? Yes, a pitiful soul, Xiao Yunzhuo sighed. Su was deeply saddened. I heard that Miss Luo was cherished by the Duke and Duchess, raised to be kind and innocent, yet she was schemed against and met such a tragic fate. Such villains truly defy all laws. But the murderer seems fearless. Even now that he has caught, it's only death that awaits him. Su knew more than most girls about these matters and was aware that Miss Luo had suffered torment for over half a year. As a fellow woman, she felt a surge of righteous anger. Everyone has something they fear. Those who do wrong must pay the price. I've accepted so much money. I can't let my employer down, Xiao Yunzhuo murmured. She had been unprepared when leaving the previous day, and some tasks remained unfinished. The scoundrel Fan Lizzie and his son would likely be detained at her sixth paternal uncle's yamen. After the Ministry of Justice reviewed the case, they would be sentenced to death. Yet such a swift demise was too easy for them. Therefore, she planned to visit her sixth uncle's office upon returning. Others might doubt Xiao Yunzhuo's words, but Su harbored no suspicion. She had not anticipated that the sect leader had come to rely on her skills for income. Had this been a century ago, Xiao Yunzhuo would still be a budding flower learning various arts atop the mountain, not yet blossomed and already forced to earn a living. At that moment, Su truly understood the late master's worries before his departure. Soon, the two returned to the Xiao residence. Xiao Yunzhuo burst through the door and immediately sought her father. Xiao Jingguan, suddenly the center of attention, felt somewhat overwhelmed. Did you have a good time with your cousin? Cousin? Xiao Yunzhuo paused, then replied sheepishly, Father, yesterday, in front of many people. I already threatened to expel her from the family. The words are out. There's no taking them back. Xiao Jingguan's smile froze. Did you quarrel? Yes. In a moment, I'll have the steward watch her pack her things. She must not sneak away with any family belongings. This decision was made, without consulting you, Father. May I ask if you approve? Xiao Yunzhuo asked politely, tinged with embarrassment at the trouble she had caused. Xiao Jingguan's eyelids twitched as he rubbed his forehead. Since the words have been spoken, it must be so. A daughter driving someone out is somewhat improper, but he did not know whether to feel helpless or pleased. She is now able to voice her demands and even take charge of matters at home, which signifies that she has begun to regard this place as her own abode and herself as its mistress, an admirable transformation indeed. Previously, she remained indifferent to affairs beyond her own courtyard. Yet, with regard to the niece of the Jiang family, she felt somewhat remorseful. If she chooses to do it,
So be it.
her father will support her, though I am curious about the reasons behind it, Xiao Jingguan said, eager to understand his daughter's thoughts. She confided that these years had been filled with grievances. Living under others' roofs was exceedingly difficult. I believe we should not impose harsh demands. Since her uncle and aunt from the Jiang family are still doing well, let her return there to lead a more comfortable life, Xiao Yunzhuo explained awkwardly but earnestly. Xiao Jingguan nodded in comprehension. You are right. Since it is her matter, there is no need for me to provide any explanation to the Jiang family, he said, casting a gratified glance at his daughter. Indeed, a trip outside seemed to have enlivened her. She spoke more than before and even took the initiative to explain things to him, clearly a significant step forward in their father-daughter relationship. There are still two more matters, Father. Xiao Yunzhuo continued, sensing her father's good mood. The first is that I have brought someone back with me, someone who needs to be settled in my courtyard. Of course, if you disapprove, I will have to find her another place to stay. At this, Xiao Jingguan's throat tightened. Hopefully it is not a man. You've invited a guest home? That calls for proper hospitality. Male guest or female. I shall instruct the steward to select a better courtyard to avoid any neglect. He thought to himself that it had been over a decade since he last forced a smile like this. She is mastering Qin, now a member of our household. Xiao Yunzhuo breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your understanding, Father. Who? Xiao Jingguan was momentarily stunned, his voice tinged with surprise. You went out to listen to Mastering Qin's music and then invited her to stay with us? Are you certain she was invited? Don't tell me that maid Song Chui forcibly brought her here. His astonishment was understandable. Although the Xiao family had children preparing for imperial examinations, their past was steeped in martial traditions. Being military men, they lacked refinement, spending their days brandishing swords and spears. Moreover, his own father's acquisition of noble titles was marred by scandal, so esteemed families with reputations generally scorned entering the Xiao household. Take the matter of Dalong's education. For example, initially, they faced numerous rejections until the matriarch appealed to the Hor family's patriarch, securing a renowned tutor. Hence, when his daughter claimed to have brought home the finest Qin master in the realm, Xiao Jingguan could hardly contain his astonishment. If the courtyard is indeed cramped, Then she can reside in the small courtyard next door. I shall have time to learn the qin from her myself, which will be convenient. Yun Zhuo reflected, deeming her father's arrangement most suitable. She was worried about burdening the household and had not intended to occupy an additional courtyard initially. Xiao Zhenguan found it increasingly difficult to restrain his excitement. Yun Zhuo intends to study the qin under mastering qin. That proves she has talent, which is truly splendid. Our dynasty has been founded less than a century ago, and the people have only recently emerged from the ravages of war. To reduce the pervasive bitterness among the populace, it is imperative to cultivate a peaceful atmosphere. Thus, the court greatly respects all masters of the arts. Anyone possessing a refined skill commands respect. This is excellent news. Yun Zhuo, you must study diligently under the master. By the way, where is mastering qin now? I shall invite your grandmother over shortly, so that we may welcome her personally. His voice rose with enthusiasm. No need. I have already instructed Song Chui to escort her to my courtyard to rest. Since she will be residing here permanently, excessive enthusiasm might be inappropriate. I will take her to meet grandmother later, Yun Zhuo replied promptly. Xiao Zhenguan found it hard to sit still. Though he could not comprehend the music, this very inability made him appreciate the skill all the more. What thrilled him even more was that his daughter's future seemed to have become suddenly clear, a delightful surprise. There is also a second matter. My sixth cousin from the Hor family promised that I could visit the government office frequently. I intend to go tomorrow. Father, do you have any instructions? At this moment, Yun Zhuo was exceptionally obedient, treated well by her father, and having prompted the replacement of the steward with one who obeyed her thoroughly. She wished not to trouble the steward further. She feared that if she went to the Hor family, her father might hurriedly dispatch someone to investigate, wasting time and energy. Before Xiao Zhenguan could retract his smile, it froze in place. Why visit the government office?
I really don't understand.
That place is one most people would avoid. Frequent visits are hardly appropriate. Last night, I happened to resolve the wrongful death case of Miss Luo. Although we found her remains, the culprit showed no remorse. I accepted the Luo family as silver and ought to give the culprit a proper thrashing on their behalf. Therefore, I plan to visit the prison at noon tomorrow. When the yang energy is at its peak, Yun Zhuo informed him politely. The reason for waiting until noon was that the prison was a place heavy with yin energy, which could cause a violent reaction due to her constitution. Hence, she would prepare protective talismans today to avoid absorbing more yin energy tomorrow. Xiao Zhenguan's mind buzzed in confusion, unable to fully grasp the situation. Why not have your sixth cousin secretly rough up the culprit? That might be more practical,
He suggested.
Offending the Luo family, the culprit might face the death penalty. It's not necessary for you to personally administer punishment, is it? That man has a military background and fears neither life nor death. No matter how much suffering or pain he endures, for him, it is merely death. It cannot make him comprehend the torment Miss Luo suffered. Since she cannot take revenge herself, it must be me, Yun Zhuo replied earnestly. After finishing, she added, if you have no other instructions, I shall return to my courtyard to draw talismans. Your daughter takes her leave. Having spoken, Yun Zhuo departed cheerfully. Xiao Zhenguan watched her retreating figure, feeling a multitude of unspoken words swelling within him, questions left unanswered. How many cases has this child encountered now? The last time she went out, she nearly got crushed by that madman Wu San. How could she forget so quickly? That case remains unresolved, yet another one has surfaced. Is her fate with the government office too entwined? Xiao Zhenguan felt deeply troubled, thinking that his leave of absence these days was causing him to grow premature white hair. Since joining the military camp, he had taken leave only 2 or 3 times, each lasting no more than 2 or 3 days. This time, he had taken a long leave, having not returned home even after the new year. Just yesterday, a comrade had inquired if there were any pressing matters at home. He offered a vague excuse but knew he could not stay indefinitely. Yet, he dared not imagine what this girl might do when he was not around. And there were 2 other scoundrels who had fainted while kneeling in the ancestral hall yesterday. They seemed repentant and afraid now. But who could tell if they would forget their pain once healed? While Xiao Zhenguan was lost in worry, Jiangwan returned, her face haggard and eyes bloodshot. His heart skipped a beat. Compared to her spirited arrival with his daughter, the present Jiangwan appeared grievously wronged, as if she had endured unspeakable torment. Had this been the past, he might have felt some concern, but recalling what his daughter said, Xiao Zhenguan's expression remained unchanged. Uncle Jiangwan's tears fell before he could speak. Your filial piety has failed. Henceforth, you shall no longer serve your uncle and aunt in the household. Zhuo had already confided in me. Although I am unaware of the quarrels that have transpired outside, since Zhuo has declared that she wants you to leave, I find it difficult to keep you here. Our Xiao family has raised you for over a decade, treating you with the same tenderness as if you were our own flesh and blood. Yet at the end of the day, you are a child of the Jiang family, whose parents are both alive. Meanwhile, my daughter Zhuo has endured far too much hardship over the years. I do not wish for her to suffer further grief on account of an outsider. I believe you understand? Xiao Zhenguan's expression hardened as he recalled his daughter's earlier attitude. Though her words remained cryptic, the father-daughter relationship had evidently improved significantly. Now was precisely not the moment to disappoint her. His daughter's heart was cold. One must stroke it gently to avoid ruffling it. Uncle's words struck a chord, and Jiangwan appeared deeply despondent. Yesterday, out in public, my cousin, in her pursuit of Jiao, did not hesitate to speak ill of me before strangers. I could endure all of that. After all, I was raised by the Xiao family and ought to repay their kindness. So, when she told me to leave, I accepted it. But I also know the Xiao family has treated me well over the years, which is why I wish to say a few more words. Jiangwan spoke, then raised her head and asked, Uncle, are you truly certain that she's your daughter? Xiao Zhenguan furrowed his brows. That day, I overheard the conversation between you and Aunt. Your cousin claimed that she was once trapped inside a coffin and thrown into the Wangu slope when she was but a 4-year-old child. If she truly endured such circumstances, how did she survive? Jiangwan's gaze was filled with worry. If she is indeed your biological daughter and not an imposter,
Then, who saved her back then?
why has she never mentioned a word about it? Previously, Yan and I witnessed her deceitfully swindling money. Although the Xiao family has lost its noble title, our ancestors were founding heroes. If it becomes known in the future that the Xiao daughter is a fraud and a swindler, it would bring shame upon our ancestors. Would all your years of effort be in vain? Uncle, you have always valued your reputation above all else. Anne has also said she does not want this family to walk the path of the past. Enough. Xiao Zhenguan snapped coldly. Awan, I do not intend to sow discord between you and your father. I only wish to advise Uncle to prioritize the futures of your elder and younger cousins. Jiangwan hurriedly called out once more. Awan, there is nothing more you can say. Uncle, please think carefully, she said, then knelt deeply 3 times before rising and departing. She was fully aware that Yun Zhuo was indeed the daughter of the Xiao family. This was indisputable. What she sought to emphasize was the true purpose behind Yun Zhuo's return. Having been away from home for many years and nearly perished in the outside world, did she not harbor resentment? Her uncle ought to reflect seriously on whether Yun Zhuo's return was an act of vengeance against the Xiao family. Among 1 daughter and 3 sons, one must weigh their value accordingly. Xiao Zhenguan clenched his fists slightly and scoffed coldly. That girl, Jiangwan, is too reckless. Over the years, he had indeed cared deeply about the family's reputation, striving hard so that outsiders would think of him as a stern and prudent man. But the reputation he sought did not require sacrificing his own daughter. His daughter's absence had made his sons appear obedient and the household outwardly harmonious, which was why he had pursued honor. Yet now, with all the facts overturned, he realized he had only been deceiving himself. If he were to destroy his children, what use would a reputation be? Even if his daughter were a swindler, as long as she had not been imprisoned, as a father, he must shield her from harm for as long as he lived. Moreover, it seemed his daughter's disdain for the Jiang family and Jiangwan was not without reason. The facts proved that his daughter's feelings were justified. According to the eldest lady's instructions, he was to keep a close eye on Jiangwan as she packed, ensuring she did not take anything she ought not to. Xiao Zhenguan spoke decisively and ruthlessly. Master, returning her to the Jiang family in this manner may invite criticism. What shall we do? The steward asked anxiously. Xiao Zhenguan sighed. In the past, I was too obsessed with that illusory ideal, merely wishing to maintain harmony within the household. It was a mistake. Since I was wrong, I must change. If the Jiang family asks, just say that the Xiao family's fortunes are no longer what they once were, and that Jiangwan's expenses have been considerable over the years, making her upkeep difficult. If they resent us, let them direct their grievances at me. He pondered further. We have maintained the household as former standards for years, but it has been somewhat forced. The decline of our family is an undeniable fact, and I failed to see through it, foolishly attempting to preserve our dignity with external trappings. That path was wrong. From today onward, dispose of all those useless things. The steward was taken aback. To dispose of them seemed simple, but in truth, it was to announce to outsiders that the Xiao family had resigned itself to fate. The grand old residence of the Duke's family had always been maintained in its former glory, incurring great expenses. When Madame was alive, entertaining guests relied entirely on this facade of splendor and wealth to earn respect. Even now, many outsiders believed the Xiao family was merely stripped of its noble title. while its wealth remained abundant. "I shall attend to it at once," the steward promptly replied. If Madame were still alive, she would surely weep and protest, for she cared more about appearances than Master did. Xiao Zhengguan considered carefully. His own change was insufficient. The matriarch must also alter her ways. The household's upbringing depended solely on these two elders, as the children all relied on them for guidance. The matriarch's gentle manner was sufficient for the eldest son. But for the second and third sons, those two scoundrels, a combination of firmness and softness was necessary. Once he returned to the military camp, the matriarch would have to take charge of them. With these words, the entire Xiao household sprang into action. Meanwhile, in Jiangwan's courtyard, the accountant and several elder women stood vigilantly, glaring with such intensity that Jiangwan's face flushed as if it might bleed from anger. Her aunt had given her many precious items, yet none could be taken away. Both her uncle and Xiao Yun Zhuo were truly overstepping their bounds. Jiangwan's courtyard held many valuables, including a dedicated music room, embroidery room, and study. The music room contained several instruments worth over 100 taels each. The embroidery and study rooms boasted the finest brushes, ink, paper, inkstones, fabrics, and threads. All these were to remain behind. Naturally, Jiangwan's personal jewelry and clothing were permitted to be taken. However, from the steward and servant's perspective, her personal belongings were already excessive beyond measure. Jiangwan left in tears, and at the gate, her pitiful expression would have stirred sympathy in any onlooker. Yet the Xiao family resolutely sent her onto the carriage without hesitation. At this moment, Xiao Yunzhuo was calmly painting talismans. The ghost of Qin Yang appeared much clearer, but dared not approach her, bound by Xiao Yunzhuo's soul-binding talisman. She could not fly away and was forced to spend her days hanging on the plum blossom tree. Her emotional knot was nearly untied. Tomorrow, Xiao Yunzhuo planned to visit the magistrate's office and inquire whether Wu San would confess. Once the case was adjudicated and Wu San's head fell, the ghost could be sent away for good. That night, Xiao Yunzhuo finally ceased her work, her face bearing signs of fatigue. Dongqi then informed her that Jiangwan had departed and recounted the pitiful scene of the second and third brothers fainting on their knees in the ancestral hall. Is father merely intending for the second brother to reflect on his own? Xiao Yunzhuo found it rather curious. Even if the second brother admitted fault, it would only be because he could not withstand their father's pressure. She had yet to meet many wicked people who could so easily recognize their mistakes. Moreover, the second brother was intelligent. Even if he had done wrong, he would not have blood on his hands. The second young master is indeed stubborn and even received a whip from master, Dongqi added. Xiao Yunzhuo pondered for a moment, then set off toward the second brother's courtyard. The courtyard of the second elder brother was the closest to the main residence. This was the first time Xiao Yunzhuo had come here. When she was a child, the second elder brother would always squat outside the Jiwei hall waiting for her. Upon seeing her, he would secretly produce all sorts of delicious and entertaining things. Yet every time, he had to compete with the eldest brother. Especially after she received something, she had to feign delight. If her reaction was not particularly enthusiastic, the second elder brother would get somewhat angry and was especially difficult to appease. Upon entering the courtyard, more childhood memory surfaced in Xiao Yunzhuo's mind. It seemed she had never liked coming here as a child. Indeed, she used to think that the second elder brother's room resembled a prison. He had to study here, endure their mother's admonitions here, and it was hard for him to sneak out for a run every day. The eldest brother had several attendants his own age, making the place lively. But the second elder brother's servants were older and taciturn. The emergence of these memories left Xiao Yunzhuo feeling somewhat uneasy. Xiao Wenyue was already awake, his complexion still a bit pale, sipping on plain porridge. Xiao Yunzhuo's sudden appearance surprised him, yet he maintained his usual unpleasant demeanor, speaking with a sarcastic tone. "Oh, the young lady deigns to grace my humble place with her presence? Aren't you afraid of dirtying your noble feet? I am going to the magistrate's office tomorrow. Father must be somewhat uneasy, so can the second elder brother accompany me?" Xiao Yunzhuo pondered for a moment and then invited, "If you are unwilling, that is fine. I will ask father first and then come back to ask you again. Once father agrees whether you want to go or not, you have to." Xiao Wenyue's eyes flickered slightly, still nonchalant. What about the eldest brother? He is always entertaining scholars in the side courtyard these days. The exam is only a few days away. It's not good to bother him. Xiao Yunzhuo spoke honestly. Indeed, in this household, I have the most leisure time. If not, you wouldn't come looking for me. Xiao Wenyue snorted softly. Xiao Yunzhuo furrowed her brow. She had to admit, the second elder brother's bad temper was growing worse. His feeble appearance was particularly infuriating. The more she looked, the more she wished she could just slit his throat, straightforward and decisive. Seeing him sitting there, weak and frail, she added, I intend to visit the prison at the magistrate's office. Since your health isn't good, you might not be able to stand steadily inside tomorrow. You could find a cane in advance as a precaution. You're going to see a prisoner? Xiao Yue was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed she was going to meet the Hor family's cousin. Xiao Yunzhuo did not deny it. Then it settled. Don't forget tomorrow morning. Xiao Yunzhuo arrived quickly and left just as fast, her demeanor as aloof as ever. Yet this sudden change left Xiao Yunzhuo somewhat bewildered. He had been kneeling in the ancestral hall these past few days, completely unaware of the happenings at home. He immediately sent someone to inquire. He had been punished to stay in the ancestral hall because of Meng Pingzhong's matter, and there were things he hadn't yet learned. For example, he didn't know that Xiao Yunzhuo had met the Hu cousin at the magistrate's office. Nor did he know that his unfortunate sister had been chased and struck by a man. Since she wanted to visit the prison, it was most likely to see the assailant who had tried to kill him. It was said that yesterday she had again encountered the thief who had murdered the eldest daughter of the Luo family. Xiao Yunzhuo was a bit curious. The man had already been captured, so why would his sister want to visit the prison? Could it be that she intended to deliver a further blow? Accompanying her tomorrow to have a look wouldn't be entirely unreasonable. Meanwhile, at the Qiu family, before Master Qiu had been carried home, the Qi family had already taken the initiative to cancel the engagement. The Qiu family had always known that their child having a child before marriage was not a good thing and must not be publicized. Therefore, they had been very cautious these days, fearing any leaks. Now that the Qi family came to annul the engagement, they immediately guessed that the Qi family had discovered the matter. The Qiu family was not a prestigious, noble house. The reason the Qi family valued them was due to the good relations between their ancestors, and because Qiu Huaizhi had always conducted himself with tact and sincerity, remaining devoted to Qi Yue. Only then had the Qi family consented to the marriage. Without these past ties, the Qiu family would never have caught the Qi family's eye. Therefore, now that the Qi family had pinpointed the fault and sought to annul the engagement, no matter how dissatisfied the Qiu family was, they dared not refuse. Otherwise, if the matter were brought before the authorities alleging deception in marriage, it would be a loss both in face and honor. With the marriage called off, a dark cloud settled over the Qiu family. Seeing Qiu Huaizhi being carried back horrified his parents even more. Qi Yue always appeared gentle and obedient before me. I never expected her to be such a shrew. And to dare strike you? We're lucky we didn't marry her in. Otherwise, the household would be in chaos. Qiu's mother said angrily. The Qiu family matriarch glared, suppressing her fury. Our son is useless, and the daughter-in-law is a troublemaker. If it weren't for these two indulging their children as concubines, we wouldn't have ended up in such a mess. In my eyes, if he got beaten, it's what he deserved. If it means venting Qi family's anger, beating him harder wouldn't be a bad thing. It wasn't Wei who hit me. It was the Xiao family, that former daughter of the Run and Duke family. Now a wandering eldest daughter. She was the one who laid hands on me. Qiu Huaizhi gasped, sucking in a cold breath. Mother, you're pressing on my wound. Qiu's mother hastily withdrew her arm and then looked at her son in astonishment. The Xiao family? That family is aloof. Though they lost their title, they have never consorted with families like ours, with no enmity or grievance. Why would she hit you? Qiu's mother was puzzled. The Xiao family, though diminished, was still more formidable than a starving camel is bigger than a horse, and quite different from their Qiu family. The Qiu family patriarch was a scholar official, having served in the bureaucracy for decades. Only in his final years before retirement was he recalled to the capital, serving a few years in a significant post. His son, Qiu's father, was even less impressive, having passed the imperial exam at a relatively advanced age, and now holding a minor official position with little prospect for promotion. However, Qiu Huaizhi had a younger uncle, a clever man who currently served as a prefect in a distant region, seemingly with a brighter future than the previous generation. At this moment, Qiu Huaizhi was furious, his usually honest expression twisted into something fierce. It's all because that woman slanders Yue in front of me. So Yue insists on annulling our engagement. Mother, without Yue, what am I to do? Why did she hit you? Did you do something improper? The Qiu matriarch hurriedly asked again. My son is honest. He has had considerable contact with that Qi girl over the years, but never crossed any lines. How could he possibly do anything to the Xiao family girl? Qiu's mother quickly retorted. Qiu's father nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the matriarch's anger grew, her heart aching. A proper young lady wouldn't resort to violence without reason. I was merely angry and went to reason with Miss Xiao. My words may have been somewhat rude, but I never expected her to have her maid strike me with fists to the point that my whole body aches now. How dare she be so arrogant? Qiu's mother fumed. The Xiao family used to be a ducal house, but they are not anymore. How dare they look down on others? I will make sure you get justice for this. The matriarch tried to calm the matter, insisting it was he who offended someone. But Xiao's father would not listen, saying, although the Xiao family no longer holds a title, their wealth is considerable. They might even be wealthier than the Qi family. This woman deliberately ruined your marriage prospects. Could it be that she has seen you before? Your engagement with Qi is over. If it were with the Xiao family instead, it wouldn't be impossible. Father, that Miss Xiao is a shrew. She has been wandering outside since she was young, with no manners whatsoever. Marrying such a woman would be a disaster. Qiao Huaiji vehemently disagreed. You don't know anything. Elder Qiao promptly admonished, women are spirited before marriage. Once she truly enters your household as your wife, her entire happiness will hinge upon you, and naturally, she will become gentle. Moreover, you must not underestimate the Xiao family. I've heard that the matriarch of the Xiao family has recovered remarkably. She hails from the esteemed Huo lineage, quite an extraordinary background. As for Miss Xiao's father and brothers, her father, Xiao Zhenguan, nearly served as the emperor's companion in his youth. It was only because Xiao Zhenguan's father was a scoundrel, despised by the former emperor, that the Xiao family fell out of favor. Yet despite this, Xiao Zhenguan once played with His Majesty in childhood and shared a certain camaraderie. As long as he does not commit grave errors, he will always have a place in this capital. Furthermore, Xiao Zhenguan has a son who is both scholarly and martial, and the imperial examinations are just days away. I hear his talents are commendable. The ancestral grievances of the Xiao family have long been bygones. Once Xiao Zhenguan's son appears before His Majesty, do you think he will not be favored? Elder Qiao analyzed the situation with utmost seriousness. The more he pondered, the more favorable the Xiao family seemed. The Xiao family had only this one daughter. If the girl were to marry, it would be both reasonable and proper for a substantial dowry to be bestowed.
So,
Qi Wei is a fine match, but that child is headstrong. They do not wish to marry off their daughter, and there's nothing we can do about that. But since the Xiao family struck you, they must take responsibility, right? Elder Qiao smiled and added, Miss Xiao's reputation has suffered from being adrift. If someone comes to seek her hand, how could they refuse? Your son's proper marriage has been lost. It must be suitably replaced. Grandmother Qiao listened to these words, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had originally believed her son was somewhat wayward, but that her grandson was still decent. However, upon discovering that her grandson had fathered a child before marriage, she realized her mistake. Yet it was too late. The marriages between the two families were imminent, and with the eldest son's family threatening with their lives and guaranteeing kindness to Qi Wei, she had refrained from withdrawing the engagement. This weighed heavily on her heart, filling her with guilt toward the Qi family. But she never expected yet another upheaval. Elder Madame Qiao was furious. Xiao Zhenguan is a military man. Do you think they have no temper? Your entire family is colluding in disgraceful ways. I can no longer bear to watch and will no longer intervene. From now on, you must look out for yourselves. I refuse to endure this household any longer. Perhaps I should seek out my youngest son. When the children were young, they were obedient and knew the right path. But now, as they grow older, their hearts grow bolder. Especially the eldest son, perhaps aware of his own incompetence. He resorts even more to crooked means. Elder Madame Qiao stormed out in anger. Your grandmother is old and confused. She does not consider that without careful planning, what will become of your future? In a few years, you'll take the civil examinations, won't you? Your grandfather only focused on being an honest official and never thought to accumulate wealth, which led to my mediocrity. Had we possessed money to grease the wheels, would things be as they are now? My life may be at its end, but you are my only son. I must think of your future. Elder Qiao candidly advised. Qiao Huaiji was somewhat conflicted. He genuinely disliked the Miss Xiao of the Xiao family. The girl's temper was truly fierce, and who knew what she had endured while adrift. Yet, upon reflection, she was not unattractive. Son, just do as your father says, Qiao Huaiji nodded. Very well. From today onward, you shall feign illness, claiming your body was harmed in the beating and will require at least a year or two to recover. The Xiao family will have no choice but to make amends. Elder Qiao's eyes gleamed. At dawn the next day, he would immediately visit the Xiao household to demand an explanation. Yet his son was indeed honest. Frightened so thoroughly by a young lady, how fierce could the Xiao family's daughter be? At worst, she was but a toothless little tigress.
Soon a night passed.
After preparing themselves, the Qiao family went to call upon the Xiao household. However, at that moment, Yun Zhuo and his second brother had already departed for the government offices, leaving only Xiao Zhenguan to absent-mindedly receive the guests. The Xiao family seldom entertained visitors, especially from the distant Qiao family. Xiao Zhenguan was baffled, but, since the visitors had come, he could not turn them away. He courteously welcomed them into the front hall. Elder Qiu and his wife sat with stern and angry expressions. Is there something you wish to discuss? Xiao Zhenguan did not mince words. General Xiao, may I inquire where your daughter is? Elder Qiu inquired with an air of authority. At the mention of his daughter, Xiao Zhenguan immediately became alert, scrutinizing the couple. They appeared aggressive and likely harbored ill intentions. My daughter was startled a few days ago, and is currently resting. Even as her father, I dare not disturb her. May I ask why you seek her? Xiao Zhenguan blurted, his unsmiling face seeming unapproachable. Unaware of the incident involving Yun Zhuo assaulting someone, Xiao Zhenguan merely wished to keep his daughter's visit to the government offices discreet, and thus offered a casual excuse. Surely, no matter how urgent the matter, the Qiu family would not force his convalescing daughter to appear. However, upon hearing this, Elder Qiu and his wife were incensed. She was startled. Madame Qiu's voice rose. She was the one who struck my son, and she has the audacity to hide at home and play the victim? Madame Qiu, please watch your words. Xiao Zhenguan's anger flared. Startled, Madame Qiu sat down sheepishly but soon continued. We do not fabricate this. Your daughter assaulted my son at the mountain villa, witnessed by many. Moreover, my son was originally betrothed to a Qi family girl, but your daughter, dissatisfied, schemed to have the engagement broken off.
General Xiao.
If my son were not bettered from the beating, my wife and I would not have come unannounced today. You must provide us with an explanation. Hearing this, Xiao Zhenguan understood the situation. His daughter had assaulted someone. Let us be clear. Was it my daughter herself or her maidservant who struck him? Knowing this was not the time for straightforwardness, he asked promptly. Naturally, it was her maidservant. Madame Qiu replied at once. That figures. My daughter is frail and cannot lift heavy objects, let alone strike someone. If it was the maid who acted, then what does that have to do with my daughter? Perhaps you should ask your son what the maid looked like. I will investigate here. If we find the culprit, I will provide you with an explanation. Is that acceptable? Xiao Zhenguan shamelessly evaded responsibility. His daughter had only recently been chased by a dangerous criminal and nearly hit on the head. At most, she was merely interested in various cases. Striking someone? Impossible. Song Chui, the maid he had assigned to protect his daughter, was not a reckless, brainless person but acted with discretion. Therefore, the maid must have acted after your son provoked her first. By the way, what exactly did your son do to warrant the maid's intervention? Xiao Zhenguan suddenly pieced things together and glared at them furiously. No wonder my daughter returned home eating little and trembling with fear. She must have been grievously wronged by your family. The Qiu couple could only laugh bitterly.
General Xiao.
Your reasoning is utterly unreasonable. Even if your daughter ordered the maid to strike, my son heard it all clearly enough to know the truth. She was not afraid at all. She was quite pleased. If you refuse to admit it, then fine. Let the authorities handle it. I want to see if your Xiao daughter can bear such a disgrace. Don't try to intimidate me. Elder Qiu's eyes widened with fury. Xiao Zhenguan's face darkened. You claim your son was severely injured? That must be confirmed by a physician I summon. Since childhood, I have trained in martial arts, and examining bones and testing tendons is no challenge for me. Given how much you, as a married couple, value this matter, why not bring the person here so that I may personally take a look?
Now.
With no one in sight and no knowledge of what your son did at the time, you expect me to take the blame for this disgrace on behalf of my daughter? I believe you are being utterly unreasonable. As Xiao Zhenguan spoke, with a loud crash, he overturned the teacup beside him. Tea spilled everywhere, and the shards clinked sharply. The two from the Qiu family were startled. Xiao Zhenguan was usually even-tempered, though his cold demeanor made him seem unwelcoming. Nevertheless, as a martial artist, his physique was robust, and at this moment, his anger radiated a fierce, deadly aura that sent chills down one's spine. Over the years, he had treated others with neither warmth nor coldness, avoiding offending anyone proactively.
But now,
Xiao Zhenguan knew he could not admit fault blindly. The elder Qius trembled in fear, gazing at Xiao Zhenguan in disbelief. People used to say Xiao Zhenguan was cautious and steady, yet now, clearly, he was a reckless brute. His ferocity was as if he were about to devour them. Utterly irrational. Is this how your Xiao family treats guests? My son is injured, and you refuse to take responsibility. I will go to the magistrate's office at once. And you'd better not be ashamed then. Father Qiu's hands shook with fury. I never said I wouldn't resolve this matter. Why the rush? Xiao Zhenguan snorted. He didn't even know Lord Qiu personally. There were countless officials in the capital, impossible to recognize them all. Here's what we'll do. Once my daughter's health improves, I will ask her. If she admits fault, Then General Xiao will certainly visit to apologize and make amends. Of course, if she insists she is blameless. How could she be blameless? It's her. Father Qiu accused angrily. My son's injuries are not merely physical, his marriage prospects are ruined. Our Qiu family is not one to yield when in the right. We came today to reason with you. To reason? Xiao Xinguan sneered. I see nothing of the sort. Father Qiu was so frustrated his chest ached. Truly, like daughter. Like father. Look at this behavior. Utterly unreasonable. She destroyed my son's marriage. If this is true, does your Xiao family owe us an explanation? Father Qiu stated straightforwardly. Xiao Xinguan remained silent. My son is no longer young. He was to marry this year. Being jilted at such a crucial moment damages his reputation and delays our family's lineage. She forced the Qi family to break the engagement. Though her actions are despicable, my son still needs care. We will concede, allowing your daughter to marry in, uniting our families. If so, the Qiu family will endure this grievance. Father Qiu shamelessly continued. Xiao Xinguan regarded him skeptically. Initially, he thought his maid might have been a little too harsh protecting her mistress. But now, the other side's demand was for his daughter to marry into their family to fill the gap. General Xiao, your daughter was raised away from home. Though flawed in character, my son's injuries are severe. He cannot marry for years. For his future, the Qiu family will accept this. She deliberately sabotaged my son's marriage to replace him, didn't she? Since both parties are willing, we have no desire to make things ugly. Otherwise, going to the authorities would only harm your son's prospects and reputation, wouldn't it? Father Qiu spoke confidently. Compared to a daughter, a son naturally carries more weight. Especially with exams approaching, the Xiao family likely longs to send this troublesome daughter away immediately. This demand could be seen as considerate of the Xiao family's interests. Xiao Xinguan's heart churned like stormy waves. It was impossible to describe his feelings at that moment. The Qiu family dared to make such a brazen request today for only one reason, not because they despised his daughter, but because they looked down on him. They regarded Xiao Xinguan as selfish, eager to cast his daughter out at the earliest opportunity. Such thoughts were more insulting than a slap in the face. Are you finished? Xiao Xinguan was furious, but controlled his temper even more. Just a few blows, and you expect my family to pay for a daughter? Lord Qiu, you overestimate yourself. If the Qiu family wants my daughter to marry in, fine. But if my daughter has killed your son without cause, then I will bring her to wear mourning for him. You don't want that? Father Qiu was shocked and infuriated. Today, they had stepped back once. Father Qiu's words were cut off as the steward hurriedly entered from outside. Father Qiu had no choice but to swallow the rest. Master, the Qi family steward has brought many items and wishes to respond. Xiao Xinguan was puzzled, but since this involved the Qi family, he told the steward to bring them in. Upon entering, the Qi steward showed disdain upon seeing the Qiu family, but immediately became respectful and courteous toward Xiao Xinguan. By order of my master, I come to fulfill a promise. The Qiu couple suddenly grew uneasy. What promise? Xiao Xinguan asked, perplexed. Our young lady and Miss Xiao once made a wager. The bet was that the Qi steward would glance at the Qiu family. Then, continuing, the wager concerns the claim that the Qiu son had a child before marriage and deceived into marriage. The stake was my young lady's dowry. Though Miss Xiao did not agree to accept these items at the time, our master and mistress felt they must thank Miss Xiao for her assistance in preventing our young lady from falling into a pit of fire. We have already broken the engagement. Your Qi family is going too far. How can you send a dowry to outsiders? And to publicize our family's faults like this? If not for your jealous young lady, would my son have hidden anything? You want to even tolerate a child. How cruel. Lady Qiu could no longer restrain herself and scolded the Qi steward. Xiao Xinguan's expression improved considerably. The Qi family had arrived just in time. He had been bewildered, unaware of the situation. But now, hearing this, what was there left to misunderstand? It turned out his daughter had kindly helped the Qi family's child escape hardship and was met with the Qiu family's resentment. And threats of legal action? Merely bluster to intimidate him. Our master and mistress say their young lady is their heart's treasure. Had it not been for the close ties between ancestors, and the young lady's belief that your son was kind, she would never have agreed to this marriage. Now that the marriage is broken, though unfortunate, it is also fortunate, better than sacrificing the young lady's future. They only regret not celebrating with drums and firecrackers. The steward spoke with candor. General Xiao, our master and mistress feel deeply sorry for troubling your family. The items outside are both gifts of thanks and apologies. Our head of household also said that since the two young ladies are of similar age, they should often visit each other. If Miss Xiao comes to the Qi family, she will be warmly received. The stewardess' words were sincere. A woman's marriage is as important as rebirth. The Qiu family's concealment had been thorough, and the Qi family had trusted the ancestral ties, failing to investigate closely. Only after the broken engagement yesterday did they discover that the Qiu family had sent all the children of the concubine to be raised by a distant relative, with Qiu Huaiji frequently visiting under the pretense of seeing clan brothers. If not for Miss Xiao's keen eyes, the Qi family would never have imagined the Qiu family's deeds. Moreover, just yesterday, the Qiu matriarch left the capital overnight to join her youngest son. Before leaving, she sent a letter to their master expressing regret and severing ties between the two families. If the Qi family seeks revenge, the Qiu matriarch will not object.
Now,
This couple still has the audacity to come to the Xiao family and cause trouble? The Qiu couple did not expect the Qi family to come and offer thanks. It was an outright slap in their face. And it happened to coincide perfectly. Lord Qiu, did you not claim that my daughter deliberately sought to ruin your family's marriage arrangement? Yet, from the steward of the Qi household's tone, it seems your son's moral character is wanting? Xiao Zhengguan felt a surge of satisfaction. You still intend to take this matter to the authorities? Very well. Go ahead and do so. No matter what happens to my daughter, she will at least earn a reputation for loyalty and righteousness. Master Qiu immediately rose to his feet, his complexion turning ashen. Is it not true that your child struck my son? Upon hearing this, the Qi household steward hastened to reply, at the time, our young lady left in anger and did not witness Miss Xiao striking anyone. However, she overheard some of it later. It is said that young Master Qiu was still able to walk afterward, so it seems no bones or tendons were broken. Moreover, we heard that after Miss Xiao struck him, she even offered silver as compensation. Since this incident involved their young lady, it was only proper to investigate thoroughly. When the lady of their household heard of Miss Xiao's actions, she was both shocked and delighted, clapping her hands repeatedly in gratitude for Miss Xiao's spirited defense. The steward explained, he came today ostensibly to present gifts, but in truth, it was also to vindicate Miss Xiao's name. Everyone says this Miss Xiao just returned home and is not one to follow proper decorum, so there is worry that this reputation for striking someone might spread. The elders of the Xiao family might punish her without hearing the facts, hence he came to make a statement to prevent her from suffering unjustly. Xiao Zhengguan regarded the steward with great approval. Compensation of 1 or 2 taels of silver. Is that even worth mentioning? Master Qiu fumed with rage. Why wouldn't it be? Since your son accepted it, that is an admission. Are you suggesting your son is a coward? Afraid to speak up after being beaten by one of my maids? If so, then he is nothing but a useless, spineless whelp who deserved every blow. Xiao Zhengguan, in his anger, even swore. Though he was a learned man and not given to such language, at this moment, he felt that despite the vulgarity, it was a relief to speak his mind. Master Qiu had no face to remain any longer. His confidence in making demands stemmed not from daring to oppose the Xiao family, but from the belief that he was merely asking for justice for an unrefined girl, not seizing the Xiao family's wealth. How could the Xiao family refuse? Yet, Xiao Zhengguan still hesitated to let go. It's not as though we didn't give your daughter a chance. She is so fierce, lacking any semblance of womanly grace. I doubt anyone would dare marry her in the future. Lord Qiu felt awkward within, but outwardly maintained an angry demeanor, casting off his sleeve as he departed. Lady Qiu hurried after him, her expression equally venomous. Only then did Xiao Zhengguan have a moment to examine the items sent by the Qi household. They were likely not the bride's dowry, but were of comparable value. Since the children from both families were exchanging tokens of betrothal, it was only fitting that gifts be reciprocal. Please wait a moment, steward, so I may prepare something to bring back, Xiao Zhengguan said cheerfully to himself. After all, it was merely a quarrel, not a wrongdoing. His daughter was kind-hearted and earnest, with impeccable character. How could he not be pleased? Having never handled such matters before, Xiao Zhengguan instructed the steward to consult the matron. Within less than an hour, the return gifts were ready. Meanwhile, the Qiu couple returned in disgrace, their son's condition filling them with both anger and anxiety. Given the Xiao family's stance, not only was the marriage arrangement in jeopardy, but even a formal explanation seemed unattainable. As the Qiu family's indignation peaked, Yun Zhuo and Xiao Wenyu were already guests at their 6th Uncle Hua's residence. Uncle Hua had initially thought the young lady's previous words were mere politeness, but he had not expected her to come in person. Moreover, she arrived accompanied by Xiao Wenyu, the nephew he held in disdain. This nephew had never been well liked. Among the 3 Xiao brothers, only the eldest grew up beside the matriarch, receiving instruction from renowned teachers and benefiting from the Hua family's connections, which earned him favor and frequent assistance. Hua Sun, The sixth uncle in the household had heard from a young age that his paternal aunt had married a scoundrel and suffered misfortune. Thus, his ties to the Xiao family were distant. They shared some blood but had little interaction, having only met the younger generation a few times. Yet, from those encounters, he had discerned the nature of the Xiao children. The second son, Xiao Erlang, had accompanied Lady Jiang twice to the Hua household and appeared neither generous nor straightforward. Neither scholarly nor martial, he was decidedly unpromising. Xiao Wenyu was aware of Uncle Hua's disdain, but did not care. He showed none of the respect expected of a junior, standing sullenly aside with a hostile gaze that roved the room. After the scoundrel Fan Lizi was imprisoned, the Luo family had sent men to administer private punishments. Though he had confessed to what he needed to, the Luo family could only let him suffer some physical pain. Now, his face and body were covered in wounds. A young girl would surely be frightened to see him, so it was better not to visit. Uncle Hua offered this advice kindly. Yun Zhuo had already seen Fan Lizi. One could not deny that he was twisted and cruel in spirit. His mother had also been punished, yet he showed no reaction, saying that death was inevitable and he would endure until then. A man with no vulnerabilities fears nothing, and is more prone to commit unlawful acts. I must go see him, Yun Zhuo insisted. Uncle Hua had been persuading her for half an hour. Feeling helpless, he glanced at Xiao Wenyu and noticed how ruthless the second son was, unconcerned about frightening his own sister and not intervening at all. Unable to dissuade her, Uncle Hua finally relented. If you become frightened, come out immediately and stay close behind your brother. There are few good men in this prison, and upon seeing a young lady like you, they will surely speak harshly. Do not take it to heart. Thank you, sixth uncle. I understand, Yun Zhuo said, fully prepared. Her expression was grave, showing how seriously she regarded the matter. Uncle Hua could not fathom what was going through the young woman's mind, but had no choice but to let them proceed. Second brother, lead the way. Once inside the prison, Yun Zhuo suddenly grew more enthusiastic. Look carefully. This is where criminals are held. I've heard that some are taken out to work, and if they disobey, they are whipped. If they die, they are wrapped in a straw mat and discarded. Even their families refuse to claim their bodies. Wenyu paused, leaning on his crutch, glancing back at Yun Zhuo. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. What was she thinking? Yun Zhuo abruptly stopped and remarked, evil deeds leave their mark on one's face, making one loathsome. With a brutal countenance, exhausted spirit, and dull eyes. It will not be long before this person dies here. Serves him right. Wenyu cast a glance in the direction she indicated. A prisoner was shouting angrily at his sister, even reaching his hands through the bars to touch Yun Zhuo's body. Yet she seemed entirely unbothered, standing just beyond his reach and gesturing freely. This one must be a thief. His features are decent. Had he not chosen this path, he might have lived comfortably. But his greed got the better of him, giving rise to his shifty, thieving eyes. He is stained with blood, probably killed someone during a theft. Such is the unpredictability of life. One misstep leads to a cascade of errors. Yun Zhuo sighed earnestly. The prisoners in this section were all violent offenders who had committed murder and arson. One by one, they would be taken away, ending their aimless existence. Wenyu had expected Yun Zhuo to be afraid and had come to see her pitiful expression. But instead, she spoke incessantly. She did not talk this much as a child. Yun Zhuo recounted each prisoner's history as if intimately familiar, surprising the guards behind them, who dared not inquire further due to their status. Second brother, there is a most unfortunate prisoner here. This man harbors an unresolved grievance within his heart, unable to find solace, which led him to commit a heinous crime, thus ruining his entire life. Yun Zhuo gazed in one direction and continued. The constable could no longer contain himself. What you say is true. This man is indeed quite pitiable. His father was once a talented scholar. One drunken night, he returned home and forgot to close the door. Alas, a thief broke in. That thief even drilled a hole into the neighboring house, brutally assaulted the girl next door, and, upon fleeing, concealed the blade in the scholar's basket. The father was then arrested by the authorities. Since he could not explain the circumstances clearly, the corrupt officials of the time mistook him for the culprit and punished him accordingly. It is a pity for him, losing his father in childhood, growing up in adversity. After much hardship, he finally married a wife, believing his troubles were over. Yet during the new year, he discovered in his in-laws' home the very item his father had lost long ago. Only then did he realize that he had married the daughter of his enemy. Rage consumed him, and with a heart set on avenging his father, he set fire to the entire household of his in-laws, sparing not even his own wife and children. The constable was at a loss whether to pity or condemn this prisoner. Yet, the Miss Xiao is truly remarkable. How does she know all these details? Though he sought revenge, that fire ultimately harmed the innocent. Even if the authorities wished to exercise leniency, it was impossible. Being apprehended now cannot be deemed unjust. If his father were aware from beyond the grave, he would surely not wish his son to sacrifice his entire life. Yun Zhuo said this as he glanced at Xiao Yu, adding, "So, you see, acts of murder and arson must not be committed, right, second brother?" Xiao Yu felt utterly exasperated. "You summoned me here just to show me what fate awaits me in the future? I understand now." Yun Zhuo pursed his lips and spoke candidly. "It is merely prudence and foresight." Yu grew even angrier. "Do you truly wish for me to end up like them, beheaded and dying a miserable death? You're well now. But if you spend your days plotting harm against others, you'll become just like them." Yun Zhuo immediately adopted a serious tone. "This place is filthy, foul, devoid of sunlight, and filled with oppressive gloom. Living here is utterly uncomfortable. I reflect sincerely that, in the past, second brother, you gave me much good food and fun. Though your temper was harsh, you treated me well. Thus, I do not wish for you to die. Nor do I want to be the one to send you to your death. So, when do you consider changing your ways?"